Chapter 1. Regrettably, our company has been unable to reach an agreement with Baobing Company, and the national server for Shangcushion will officially close on the 24th of next month. As Li Jin gazed at the prominently displayed announcement on the homepage of the official website, he could not help but let out a sigh, silently clicking the X in the upper right corner. After 2 decades of operation, this formidable RPG online game, which had dominated the domestic market, was now facing an unexpected yet inevitable closure. Li Jin recalled the words of a friend. The official servers involved too many internal interests of the operating companies and studios, making them unsuitable for us overworked salarymen. If I were to play, I would rather set up a local area network server just for friends and bots. In retrospect, his friend's insight was indeed profound. With the official server on the brink of closure, Li Jin felt no inclination to struggle for the data that was soon to be archived. Glancing around at the various musical instruments in his home and the shelves filled with figurines, he suddenly felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Slumping into his chair, he found no desire to play music or arrange his collectibles. Why were these items in his home, you might ask? As a 35-year-old single man, it was entirely normal for him to expend his time and resources on his beloved music and figurines. Was it not? Perhaps he should indulge in a single-player game or a private server instead. Remembering his friend's advice, he immediately sat up straight and began searching for single-player and private server versions. To his astonishment, the cost of setting up a private server was surprisingly low. A basic cloud server's monthly rental was hardly more than a subscription, sufficient to support his gaming sessions with a group of friends. Since he was determined to set up his own server, he naturally sought out his favorite Wumiao King version. After searching for the perfect patch version, a plethora of results appeared, and he casually scrolled down, selecting one with a reasonable price that caught his eye, placing the order without hesitation. Soon, he received a download link for the software package from customer service, complete with a thoughtful deployment tutorial. Without pausing for a meal, Li Jin, despite his growling stomach, immersed himself in a frenetic series of operations, finally completing the server setup by 2 a.m. His heart raced with excitement as he launched the client program, his hunger forgotten in a whirlwind of anticipation. After a brief moment of darkness, the game window revealed the long-awaited login screen. As ethereal music filled the air, a colossal ice dragon descended upon the icy plains with a thunderous crash, flapping its wings and emitting a deafening roar. At that instant, a flash of light flickered from the ice dragon figurine resting beside his monitor, but it returned to its normal state in the blink of an eye. Li Jin merely glanced at it, dismissing it as a figment of his sleep-deprived mind, and with bated breath, he entered the administrator account, striking the enter key with fervor. Connection successful. Loading character. Haha. As he beheld the extensive character list, he could not suppress a chuckle. It appeared the hacker had a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder, utilizing administrative privileges to create level 1 characters for all 10 classes, each of a different race. Since each faction contained only 5 races, both factions were represented, and the character names were a combination of race and class, such as Blood Elf Paladin. Remarkably, even the Death Knight, which required a level 55 character to create, was present, albeit at level 1. Li Jin could only roll his eyes at Death Knight's inception was level 55, essential for initiating the starting quests. This arrangement served no purpose other than to satisfy an obsession, would need to create a new character to play a Death Knight. However, at that moment, he lacked the inclination to dwell on such details and directly selected the Blood Elf Paladin, eager to indulge in a bit of nostalgia. During the Wumiao King era, the Paladin had been his favorite class. He had to play one. Just as he was about to click to enter the game, an unexpected event occurred. The game screen suddenly fractured, reverting to the login interface, but without the fields for username and password. A massive frost dragon descended dramatically into the center of the screen, turning its head toward him, its icy gaze piercing through to the soul. Li Jin shivered, as if plunged into a frigid abyss. The ice dragon leapt forward, swiftly approaching the screen, and thrust its claws into the monitor. A gust of frigid wind, mingled with ice shards, surged forth from the screen, striking Li Jin's face painfully, compelling him to shield his eyes with his arm while instinctively pushing his legs away, causing his gaming chair to slide backward. Once the icy blast subsided, he lowered his arm, astonished as he gazed at the monitor. Two remarkably sturdy bone claws emerged, straining to tear apart the narrow confines of the 4K display. Electricity and sparks danced along the edges of the monitor, suggesting it might give way at any moment. The sharp claws trembled, mere inches from his face, emanating a palpable chill. Li Jin swallowed hard. What on earth? Had he stayed up too late and conjured a hallucination? Though panic enveloped him, for reasons unknown, his limbs felt inexplicably weak, and he slumped helplessly in his gaming chair, watching as the ice dragon continued to rend the monitor's portal, a warm sensation creeping from his backside, suggesting he may have lost control. What to do? What to do? Li Jin was utterly bewildered. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, perhaps only seconds passed, or maybe minutes, but the monitor held firm, and the dragon eventually withdrew its claws. Within the confines of the display, it tilted its head slightly back, creating a dazzling white energy orb within its gaping maw. Huh. Oh no. Li Jin's heart raced at the sight. A sense of foreboding washed over him. This certainly seemed like. Huh. Take this. Before he could react, the frost dragon lunged forward, its enormous mouth sealing off the monitor's position, the energy orb transforming into a torrent of frost that surged through the portal, fully inundating Li Jin's tiny apartment. Li Jin screamed internally, oh no, this was not a good sign. However, the ice dragon remained oblivious to his desperate cries, and the onslaught of icy shards shattered everything within the room, including his beloved instruments and figurines. Of course, it also consumed Li Jin first and foremost. In that fleeting moment before being engulfed in frost, Li Jin could only think, spitting on the ground incurs a fine of 50. A torrent of blood-tinged frost erupted from his apartment's window, with enough force to shatter a nearby streetlight. But this was merely the beginning. The icy surge continued to expand, rapidly enlarging the 1-meter square window to an unrecognizable scale, blowing away the entire exterior wall. When the chaos subsided, everything, including the monitor, had vanished, leaving behind a scene reminiscent of a bombarded building. Young Master, Wang Yuanwei has sent another invitation, requesting your presence at tomorrow's courtesan poetry gathering. Just tell him I am unwell due to a recent chill and shall not attend. But, young Master, you were drinking and composing poetry at Zue Xian Lu last night, and the whole city witnessed your splendor. So fine, just leave it there. Li Jin helplessly set down his roasted sweet potato. His appetite completely vanished. It had been 6 months since he had been sprayed dead by the ice dragon and transported to this world. 6 months, neither a long time nor a short one, was sufficient for him to gain a basic understanding of his surroundings. Firstly, his body was identical to its previous form, even the scars intact, indicating that he had arrived in this world in a physical state, though he could not fathom how he maintained his corporeal form after being killed by an ice dragon. Secondly, he had assumed the identity of a wealthy young master who had drowned and fallen into a coma, yet he retained none of the latter's memories. Strangely, the surrounding friends and servants accepted him as that young master without question. Lastly, this was a dynasty reminiscent of ancient China, named Xian, a dynasty he had never encountered in history textbooks. Yet curiously, many aspects bore some resemblance to his original world. For instance, the language spoken was Standard Mandarin, and major historical events prior to the Qin and Han dynasties were fundamentally the same. Even the names of the major cities mirrored his own. After half a year of observation, he speculated that this was akin to a parallel world, albeit one that diverged from the Qin and Han paths. However, it was not entirely a parallel world, as it was impossible to explain why Mandarin, originally a modern dialect limited to the capital region, was now prevalent in an ancient setting, particularly in a remote county near Xian, where the accent was remarkably standard. Most absurd of all, the written language was simplified Chinese characters. It is widely acknowledged that the simplification of Chinese characters evolved and solidified only in the modern era. Yet this world has inexplicably adopted the final version without hesitation. In light of this, Li Jin sought the counsel of the tutor residing in his home. Surprisingly, The tutor exhibited no astonishment at all, merely stating that it has always been this way since the advent of written language. Li Jin, lacking expertise in linguistics, found himself at a loss, utterly bewildered. However, this did not deter him from continuing to explore this unfamiliar world. Upon confirming that the Xian dynasty still employed the imperial examination system to select talented individuals and held poetry in high esteem, he decisively leveraged the scant remnants of poetry he could barely recall to penetrate the literary circles, swiftly garnering a modicum of renown. This development was nothing short of remarkable. The pretentious elite began flocking to him, incessantly inviting him to partake in various poetry gatherings. This led his adoptive parents to exclaim in awe at their ancestors' benevolence. It is worth noting that his father, having toiled diligently his entire life, had merely attained the status of a shiozai, a degree holder, while his grandfather had not even succeeded in achieving that level during his lifetime. With the elders placing great expectations upon him, and driven by his own desire to display his talents, he recklessly began to compose poetry. Unfortunately, after several months of indulgence, the scant reservoir of knowledge he had was nearly depleted, and upon regaining his composure, he found himself compelled to cherish what little he had left. His recollection of poetry was limited. He needed to conserve it. Yet, the enthusiastic invitations from the public made it difficult for him to decline certain gatherings. In the midst of his dilemma, his attendant, Li Quan, continued, "I have heard that this time, the head of the Fu Wei escort agency, Lin, will be a guest. It is said that Lin is exceedingly generous. He must have come to invite you upon hearing of your reputation." Li Jin could not help but be taken aback. Fu Wei escort agency? Head Lin? Could it be that such a coincidence exists? Does this world indeed possess such an escort agency? At that moment, a resonant and grand melody echoed in his mind, accompanied by a startling notification sound. Indirectly interfered with the actions of a plot character, awarded 1 point current balance. 1 point. As Li Jin stood there in a state of confusion, he suddenly felt a burning sensation on his forehead, instinctively raising his hand to cover it. Fortunately, the discomfort lasted only a few seconds before subsiding. He quickly took a few steps toward the bronze mirror and focused intently. To his astonishment, a familiar mark appeared on his forehead, a slanted, reversed letter E, emanating a bluish-white glow, exuding an air of mystery. Having immersed himself in the world of Mount Yamaguchi for years, he recognized this emblem at once. A hearthstone? What on earth? How could this symbol manifest in such a realm? Could it merely be a coincidence? He found himself absent-mindedly rubbing it. Rumble, rumble. The familiar melody resounded in his mind. Once more, it was the login theme of Mount Yamaguchi, and simultaneously, a similarly recognizable interface materialized before him. That was the character selection screen of Mount Yamaguchi. The character displayed was a blood elf paladin. 10 characters were prominently listed on the right side. It was precisely the private server he had constructed before his transmigration. What does this mean? Has he awakened a golden finger that allows him to play Mount Yamaguchi in ancient times? Li Jin felt a mix of excitement and absurdity. Is this it? What use is this? Is it merely to enrich his utterly lacking spiritual and cultural life in this ancient setting? Although it is a game that requires no equipment, he scoffed, shaking his head in disappointment, casting a glance at Li Quan beside him. "Master, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell? Shall I fetch a doctor for you?" Li Quan maintained an air of calmness, seemingly oblivious to the Hearthstone mark and game interface hovering above his head. Unlike himself, Li Jin waved his hand to signal that he was fine, then tentatively hovered his hand over the Enter Game button on the interface, mimicking a pressing motion, yet nothing happened. Wait a moment. Does this contraption lack a keyboard and mouse? Could it be operated by sheer thought? Li Jin steadied his mind and silently intoned, "Enter game." Instantly, the scenery before him transformed dramatically, as if he had teleported to a patch of grassland. "Holy moly!" he exclaimed in astonishment. Before him stood a realm of noble elegance, imbued with an air of fantasy, alongside some strangely familiar architecture. The towering, slender spires of shimmering silver were particularly eye-catching, adorned with golden patterns. while atop them sat massive, crimson magical crystals, pulsating with radiant light. Nestled among the towers was a grand, domed hall, its walls gleaming silver, similarly embellished with golden motifs, and its ceiling of vibrant red. This was the breathtaking vista of the Blood Elf Novice Village, and it was vastly larger than the original version. Yet this time, he found himself experiencing it from a first-person perspective, evoking a profound sense of novelty and awe. For what lay before him was not the animated, stylized colors of game, but an utterly tangible reality, as though these things genuinely existed. Not far ahead, a female blood elf with alabaster skin, donned in resplendent robes and wielding a staff, gazed at him with an intense look, seemingly eager for his approach. Indeed, it was a gaze that sparkled with genuine light emanating from her eyes. Li Jin glanced down at his own hands, astonished to find they mirrored the fair skin of a blood elf. He ran his fingers through his hair. Yes, it was shoulder-length. He was indeed embodying the character traits he had seen during the character selection screen. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and with a serious expression, he hastily checked an indiscreet area. He sighed in relief. Thank goodness, he was a female character. Having experienced a previous traversal, Li Jin quickly regained his composure and pondered a pressing question. Could he log out of this place like in a game? With this thought in mind, he silently commanded, "Log out," in an instant. The surrounding scenery shifted to resemble a study. Willie Quan remained unfazed, seemingly awaiting his instructions. It appeared that although he had dallied for a few minutes in the game, Li Quan had not perceived it. Was reality locked during the game login? Now he understood. He would first respond to the letter, stating that this poetry gathering would invite me, the young master, to participate. Without further ado regarding Wang Yuanwai's invitation, he hastily sent Li Quan on his way and resumed his exploration of the game. Virtual reality technology? Or perhaps controllable traversals? Li Jin sat upright in his chair and logged back into the game. Wielding the inferior two-handed sword in his grasp, he moved freely as in the outside world. Unrestrained by any limitations, he fell into contemplation. For a seasoned player with 2 decades of online experience, Li Jin understood profoundly what this entailed. In numeric RPG games, one cannot precisely control character attacks on different monster parts using a keyboard and mouse, nor evade monster attacks with agility. Thus emerged various attributes like parry, dodge, block, and critical hit. This transformed actions that could be manually controlled in reality into probabilistic calculations, simplifying player operations. However, it also implied that the individual player's skill differences could hardly influence the efficacy of these attributes. For instance, a player with a speed of 500 would not necessarily dodge a boss's attack more effectively than a player with a speed of 50. The character's dodge attribute dictated the probability of evading an attack. No matter how swift one was, it couldn't fundamentally alter the server's calculated outcome. Yet, in a game of limitless freedom, such simplifications were unnecessary. Why should a retreating step to evade an attack warrant a system-calculated dodge probability? Could a 40-meter-long blade, slicing horizontally from the waist, still be calculated as a successful dodge? If struck by a 10-ton meteorite from above, could be deemed a successful parry? If this were the case, then the game would be utterly foolish. With this thought, he couldn't help but glance back at the nearby mana WYRM, a wicked smile creeping across his face. The mana WYRM floated lazily above the grassland, oblivious to the impending doom as it occasionally paused to absorb the ambient magical energy. Gene shook his head, rolled his shoulders, and jogged over to the mana WRM, leaping up to a height of about 1 meter. Stretching his form in midair while raising the two-handed sword above his head, accompanied by a thunderous shout. The sword came crashing down upon the unsuspecting mana WYRM. -5, an embarrassing number, suddenly floated from the mana WRM's body, as a semi-transparent health bar materialized above it, indicating that roughly 1/3 of its health had been depleted. The sword sliced through the mana WRM's ethereal form, creating a small crater in the grass. Was that it? Such a ferocious strike only yielded this meager damage. Li Jin was momentarily dumbfounded. However, the mana WYRM retaliated swiftly, delivering a bite that struck his chest. -2, the damage was equally unimpressive. Disappointed, Li Jin engaged in a fierce struggle with it. The two-handed sword danced through the air with vigor, Within moments, he found himself somewhat winded. This game even required stamina to engage in combat. The clamor of battle was considerable, yet the effects of the attacks were paltry. The mana WYRM was a gentle energy creature, yet its agility was remarkable. After being caught off guard, it proved difficult to strike again. Each time Li Jin swung his sword, it adeptly maneuvered its body to evade the blade's edge. Goodness, this little creature was quite formidable. Li Jin gritted his teeth, refusing to yield as he continued to swing his weapon. Determined to slay it, the battle raged on for a minute, ultimately concluding with Li Jin nearly depleted of health while the mana WYRM's form dissipated. Gasping for breath, nearly unable to straighten his back, Li Jin cursed under his breath. This wretched weapon was far too heavy. A mere dagger would prove more effective than this clunky sword. The game's high degree of freedom seemed less a boon and more burden. Defeating a level 1 creature left him utterly exhausted. If only he had skills. Smack. Li Jin couldn't help but slap his thigh in frustration. Wasn't I a paladin? Where were my skills? The holy light and seal of righteousness that a level 1 paladin was born with. He hurriedly thought, opened spellbook. Suddenly, an ancient, hefty tome made of sheepskin appeared in his hands, nearly slipping from his grasp. It was heavy, so much so that it could serve as a flail with its horns and chains. Upon opening it, he discovered the contents categorized into general, holy, protection, and retribution. Skimming past the racial traits in the general section, he opened the latter 3 tabs, only to be astonished to find them completely blank. What was going on? Had a bug occurred? Why were there no skills whatsoever? Bewildered, he scratched his head, closed the spell book, which then transformed into a golden light and dispersed into the wind. Lifting his gaze, he caught sight of the blood elf NPC tilting her head, regarding him with a look of disdain, seemingly unimpressed by his earlier display. Li Jin's face flushed with embarrassment as he instinctively shrank back. He quickly scampered over, hoping to inquire about the situation from the NPC. However, as he approached, he heard her exclaim loudly, "Lift your head." At her command, Li Jin involuntarily straightened his posture. Yes, that was the essence of it. This was the classic line. As their dialogue commenced, Li Jin began to notice the gradually appearing prompt above her head. Archmage Alona. The NPC spoke. Young paladin recruit, congratulations on standing out during the selection. The Island of Dawn is relatively safe, yet it remains a trial for new recruits. Your combat skills require improvement. Before accepting my trials, I believe you should head to the hall behind me and seek out the paladin trainer to learn the basics of combat. Upon finishing her words, she ceased to speak further, her gaze piercingly fixed upon Li Jin. Was that it? Esteemed Archmage, I have some questions I wish to ask. You should seek out the profession trainer to complete your basic training. Otherwise, you cannot accept my trial. No. You should seek out the profession trainer to complete your basic training. Otherwise, you cannot accept my trial, and no matter how Li Jin pressed, her responses remained the same. After multiple inquiries, she even impatiently raised her short staff, as if to strike not waste time. Li Jin hurriedly retreated, reluctantly abandoning his attempt at further discourse. After carefully considering their recent exchange, Li Jin felt perplexed. Was this a quest? Yet he distinctly recalled that the first task for novices was to clear the mana WYRMS. In his heart, he silently recited, "Open the task text." Another hefty tome materialized in his hands, accompanied by a quill tucked at one side. As Li Jin flipped it open, he found only a solitary task within. Seek a professional mentor. The text was in simplified Chinese, while the task content was entirely blank. Could this mean he was expected to take notes himself? A frown creased his face as he tentatively picked up the quill and began to write beneath the task, transcribing the earlier content. Seek the paladin mentor at the Adventurer's Hall on Daybreak Island. Pikachu, it is you. I'm the most handsome in the world. Noting that readers of novels are all like Yen Zhu and Ji Ling apart from the task content he had just heard, he whimsically scribbled a few random things, culminating in a drawing of Mickey Mouse. Surely, the legal department of Disney won't come here. Ultimately, he discovered that seemingly anything could be inscribed within. However, after a brief period of amusement, he suddenly realized that this endeavor appeared rather pointless. Closing the task book, he allowed it to dissipate into the air and strode towards the hall. The eternal sun guides us. The paladin trainer was a robust, red-haired, muscle-bound man. After greeting him, He smiled and said to Li Jin, "Young paladin, let me see your task." After a moment of bashfulness, Li Jin reluctantly summoned the task book and opened it for the trainer to inspect. Upon seeing the conspicuous Mickey Mouse in the latter part of the task, the paladin trainer fell silent for a while before continuing. "It is evident that you are a lively and enthusiastic young man. I hope you can maintain this attitude during the upcoming training." Li Jin felt utterly embarrassed and nodded in shame. "However, I expect you to diligently record the tasks ahead." The trainer handed the task book back to him, simultaneously gesturing toward the quill. It was only when Li Jin finally grasped the quill and feigned a serious note-taking demeanor that the trainer continued. "Next, you need to learn the techniques for wielding weapons and paladin spells, which include two-handed swords, one-handed swords, and more. You'll need to visit various weapon masters in the future to learn additional weapons." He pointed to a parchment hanging nearby, covered in a plethora of weapon illustrations, along with some obscure text and magical runes. "These are the subjects you must master before passing the final test." Li Jin felt as if he had returned to a classroom, writing furiously to capture the trainer's words. As he completed the last character, the title at the top of the page revealed the task name, Paladin Novice Training. Simultaneously, the content from the parchment the mentor indicated also appeared in the task book. "Excellent." The trainer nodded in satisfaction, displaying an expression that was both harmless and reassuring. "Now, let us commence." Li Jin felt a knot of trepidation tighten within him, sensing impending trouble. However, the next moment, a towering two-handed greatsword was thrust into his hands. "I trust your wickedness, such malice." 5 hours later, Li Jin sat slumped in a corner, his expression vacant, limbs heavy, and utterly drained. 5 grueling hours of training left him feeling as though he were in hell. He had contemplated slacking off and giving up numerous times, but the paladin trainer was relentless. Each time he collapsed, the hunter trainer spectating nearby would summon his pet wind serpent to deliver a soul-shocking jolt, followed by a cast of holy light. Fortunately, he finally grasped the basic techniques for weapon use, a method that significantly reduced stamina consumption, swinging the weapon rhythmically in specific postures according to its speed attribute. Otherwise, he would rapidly deplete his energy and struggle to hit his target. Additionally, by observing other apprentices among the NPCs, he discerned some fundamental operational mechanics of the game. Every character, NPC, and monster was enveloped in a thin, transparent shield. Any damage incurred would be instantly transferred away. Only debuffs would persist until their duration expired. With such protection, one would not sustain real damage. Thus, the battle would remain unaffected. Once the shield absorbed damage equal to its health capacity, the protected individual would dramatically perform a death scene before collapsing, cloaked in a special energy mosaic that obscured details. They could neither be touched nor harmed until the trainer's resurrection spell or soul release revived them. What a fascinating game mechanic. It felt as if he were within a genuine world, forcibly constructed into a digital realm by formidable powers. Li Jin couldn't help but let his imagination wander. "You have mastered the techniques of weapon use. Next, you must firmly memorize the incantations I will teach you. This is crucial for your ability to unleash paladin spells." After saying this, the paladin trainer raised both hands to his chest, adopting the classic casting posture of a blood elf male, and began reciting a particularly convoluted spell in clear Elvish. His pace was slow, allowing Li Jin to easily hear and silently repeat it. 2 holy beams of light gradually formed and intensified in the trainer's palms. After 10 seconds, as he raised his hands, a beam of holy light descended upon Li Jin, manifesting a green number that indicated 60 points of healing. It seemed that his memory had sharpened after the transition. He was able to recall most of the spell and repeated it several times until he had it fully memorized. Thus, he mirrored the trainer's casting gesture and recited the incantation aloud. Upon uttering the spell, a wave of warmth surged within him, dividing and rapidly flowing to his hands. As he completed the incantation, the warmth intensified until he raised his hands, and a beam of holy light enveloped him, granting 55 points of healing. "Excellent." The onlooking trainers broke into applause. The paladin trainer beamed with pride, remarking, "Well done. However, you must pay attention to your targets when casting. That if you observe closely, you will notice the flow of energy within." Following the trainer's guidance, Li Jin found he could accurately select his casting targets. even hostile ones. The trainer solemnly warned. Every year, foolish individuals heal half-dead enemies in battle, resulting in their own demise. I do not wish to see you fall into such folly. This was unlike the previous game. He silently vowed never to misdirect healing during boss fights again. Next, the trainer taught him the spells of Righteous Seal and Devout Aura, concluding the Paladin Novice training task. These skills differed somewhat from those in the original game. After casting Righteous Seal on himself, each strike would create a golden weapon afterimage that inflicted additional damage upon the target. Devout Aura required selecting specific targets. Only those individuals would receive armor bonuses, and if they strayed beyond 30 yards, the effect would automatically dissipate, necessitating a recast. Unlike automatic recognition of allies and enemies, it was somewhat cumbersome, as the trainer brushed his hand across the task book. The task text transformed into a burst of light, swiftly entering Li Jin's body. Upon silently uttering check records, he indeed found he had gained 200 experience points. Glancing at the experience bar, he noted it was already more than half full. Estimating that one more task would grant him a level up. Thank you, teacher. Li Jin sincerely expressed his gratitude to the trainer. The trainer raised his eyebrows, saying, every newcomer must undergo the same training, but only this once. From here on, you will be required to pay tuition. Remember, we must also make a living, and the training equipment here requires maintenance. Li Jin remained speechless. With the training concluded, the trainer advised him to seek out Alona outside the door to officially commence his trials. All right. Thank you once again for your guidance. Jin, do you have something to discuss with your father? After dinner, noticing Li Jin's furrowed brow and pensive demeanor, his father Li Jian inquired, Oh, it's nothing. Just contemplating tomorrow's poetry meeting. Li Jian chuckled reassuringly. Jin, your poetic talent is well known in our village. There is nothing to worry about that. I believe you will surely emerge victorious. Li Jin forced a smile to appease his father. Returning to his small courtyard, he sat on a stone bench, gazing up at the starry sky, and found himself once again plagued by the perplexities encountered earlier that afternoon. This game, strictly speaking, was no longer Shanka Mountain. Rather, it is a game set in the real world, crafted by a prominent figure based on the narrative of Mount Yamaguchi, drawing heavily from various established concepts. Otherwise, why would there be a need to shield individuals? The map of the game world is no longer as confined as it once was, but has been magnified many times over. For instance, a quest to visit the shrine of Daslima took him a full 2 hours. In terms of sheer area, this novice village rivals a substantial real-world hamlet. With the enlarged map, monsters are significantly dispersed, leading to the abolition of the so-called alert distance. The previous scenario where enemies merely 30 yards away would remain oblivious is now non-existent. As they all converge upon sight, some even summon their companions, necessitating extreme caution when he attempts to lure monsters during challenging tasks. However, given that the passage of time in the game, no matter how prolonged, is but a fleeting moment in reality, this does not pose a significant issue. After several days of arduous battles in the game, his blood elf paladin successfully reached the Land of Souls. Clearing several batches of quests to attain level 15, just as he intended to push through to level 20, an insurmountable dilemma arose. He found himself unable to gain any experience. Was there a limit to the amount of experience one could acquire daily, weekly, or monthly? Or was it the case that one could only advance a maximum of 15 levels within a specific time frame? Perhaps he needed to complete a special quest to unlock the next tier of levels. After scouring Silvermoon City and the Novice Village in search of answers to no avail, he suddenly recalled that the game's original publisher seemed to have had an event reminiscent of this phenomenon. Resolutely returning to the character selection, he glanced at the information on the left side of the character screen, and his expression darkened. Your current game time is 0. You are in a novice state, and can enjoy free trial until level 15, after which the character will be unable to gain experience. The first recharge of game time will unlock a character's level cap for free. Would you like to recharge? What the heck? Even in another world, one must endure the pain of game cards and monthly subscriptions. How on earth does one recharge in this place? He attempted to silently will the recharge of game time. Your current point balance is 1, which can be exchanged for 1 minute of game time. Would you like to exchange? What on earth is this point? When did I receive it? Why is there only 1? Li Jin struggled to calm his racing heart, recalling that he seemed to have activated the game after acquiring 1 point. How then does one obtain these points? He tried to remember again. It seemed he had received it when Li Quan mentioned the Courtesan Poetry Festival. Does that mean he must participate in the Poetry Festival to continue earning points? However, he had already attended several poetry festivals. Why had none triggered anything? After ruminating for a while, without any clarity, Li Jin reluctantly decided to visit the poetry festival tomorrow to see how it goes. At this moment, he sat alone in the courtyard. The night breeze cool and soothing to the spirit. He reopened the character selection interface, gazing at the paladin clad in impressive chainmail, and couldn't he help but chuckle that it was merely a game. Yet it had nearly ensnared him in its depths. After all, he had once been a seasoned player, quite discerning in his tastes. Perhaps the reason lay in how remarkably real everything in the game seemed. Except for that awkward, semi-data-driven mode. They even shielded the characters, as if fearful of them being harmed. Nevertheless, the spells were executed convincingly, almost lifelike. Li Jin could still vividly recall every incantation taught by the class trainer. And he couldn't resist playfully whispering the light spell. Suddenly, a shiver coursed through him, akin to seeing a ghost, and he promptly interrupted the incantation. There was indeed a surge of warmth within him accompanying the spell. This could not be mere illusion, could it? Excitement, confusion. After confirming it was neither a trick of the mind, nor tea spilled upon him, Li Jin steadied himself, adopting a serious expression as he recited the incantation once more. As a wave of refreshing sensation enveloped him, a smile crept upon his lips. In his elation, he couldn't help but ponder. If skills could manifest in reality, could items from the game be extracted as well? Closing his eyes, he silently attempted to experiment, until he mentally willed the crispy spider from the Blood Elf Paladin's inventory. Suddenly, he felt a weight in his hand, a freshly cooked spider leg, emanating a delightful aroma. Materialized in his grasp, it was still warm, seemingly just pulled from the fire. Food. Crispy spider material. Crispy spider leg requires level. Restores a total of 244 health points within 21 seconds. Must remain seated while consuming. If you spend at least 10 seconds eating, your stamina and spirit will increase by 4 points, lasting for 15 minutes. Li Jin took a large bite of the spider leg, feeling a rush of warmth surge through him. This must be the restorative effect, akin to the sensation from the light spell, though lacking the data-driven clarity of recovery values. After a few bites, he felt his spirits lift, the fatigue from over 5 hours of leveling gradually dissipating. He retrieved the Taquilin Greatsword from the Blood Elf Paladin's equipment. Weapon. Taquilin Greatsword bound upon pickup, two-handed sword, 29 to 44 damage, speed 3. 60, 10.1 damage per second. 2 intelligence, 3 strength, durability, 55 requires level 10 item, level 15 requires Taquilin. Friendly hitting the target may fire a shadow arrow, dealing 35 shadow damage. This weapon serves as a boon for melee classes, particularly paladins. Completing the initial quest in the Land of Souls would easily elevate Taquilin's reputation to friendly, allowing him to purchase this sword. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he swung it a few times, feeling the familiar heft that mirrored his experience in the game, and excitement bubbled within him, prompting an involuntary laugh. Huh, why does Jiner laugh? Have you crafted yet another masterpiece? Li Jin's voice suddenly echoed from beyond the courtyard gate, interrupting Li Jin's exuberant laughter. Li Jin quickly stowed the greatsword back into his game inventory before Li Jin entered the courtyard. Composing himself. Father, what brings you here? Li Jin stroked his beard, smiling. Did I notice that you seemed somewhat preoccupied during your meal and felt a tinge of concern, but it appears I was overly worried. I appreciate your concern. Father, I was merely reflecting on something joyous. But oh, have you perhaps crafted another masterpiece? This? I shall refrain from inquiring further. I have compiled all your poetic works into a volume, eagerly anticipating your new creation tomorrow, which I shall print and present to friends in the village, to spread your name. Father, are you so anxious that I might not have enough to share? Are you unaware of my previous works? Surely, even a sudden epiphany must have its limits. After successfully deflecting his father's enthusiasm, Li Jin returned indoors, pondering the game further. Observing the prompt in the upper left corner of the character selection interface, he murmured to himself, Your current game time is 0. You are in a novice state and can enjoy free trial until level 15, after which the character will be unable to gain experience. The first recharge of game time will unlock a character's level cap for free. Would you like to recharge? Does this imply that as long as one refrains from redeeming game time, one can continue to enjoy the free trial indefinitely? If you were to redeem game time now, would that lead to exiting the novice state akin to previous games? If so, leveling other characters from 1 to 15 would consume game time. Wouldn't it? That would not do. As a player of modest means, one must learn to exploit the system. Until all 10 classes reach level 15, whoever recharges is a fool. Wait, let us reconsider. No. Can he not create new characters? Upon checking the interface, he discovered there was no button to create a new character. Blast! The prospect of creating a new character dashed. Li Jin recalled yet another matter. This game is currently a single-player experience, where all resources must be acquired independently, and all professional skills must be learned. With 10 characters divided between 2 factions, each capable of learning 2 professional skills, yet there are a total of 11 professional skills. And materials cannot be directly mailed between factions, even through the neutral auction house. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead, feeling utterly foolish. Though mailing is not possible within the game, it can be facilitated through the real world. Thus, as long as he ensures that every profession is learned by a character, he would be set. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. Sleep? Not a chance. Tonight, he would practice diligently. Outside at Shirley Slope. Jenner, are you truly resolute in your decision? With your current talents, achieving the rank of Jenner would undoubtedly bring glory to our family. Indeed, Jenner, you're the only hope of our lineage. Why forsake a promising official career to venture to Mount Hua? Father, mother, though it is said that the pursuit of wealth drives one to office, there is an element of truth in that. For holding an official position is chiefly to ensure the prosperity of one's family, to safeguard the wealth and status of future generations, and perhaps even to etch one's name in the annals of history. The Lee Family Tavern I have recently established, with its exceptional wines and my own poetic compositions to enhance its allure, is destined to flourish and gain renown. Why then must I pursue an official post? Observing the lingering reluctance in my parents' expressions, I continued, moreover, you have witnessed my abilities. No force in this world poses a threat to me. Li Jian and his wife exchanged a glance, sighing silently, since I demonstrated my protective abilities 2 days prior, rendering blades and clubs ineffective against me. They have been utterly astounded, attributing it to ancestral blessings and divine teachings. Why protective ability manifests instantaneously, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Allies under this sacred effect become immune to all physical attacks, although they are also rendered incapable of countering or utilizing physical skills for 6 seconds. This is a skill easily learned by a level 10 paladin, making it rather simple to pose as a miraculous savior. I fabricated a tale of receiving divine instruction and sought to retreat to Mount Hua for further cultivation, promising to return one day to protect our family. That my parents, partially convinced, were simply grappling with their feelings as their child prepared to embark on a journey. You are both still young. I have utilized divine methods to rejuvenate my body, and bearing a few more children would pose no challenge. The family legacy could well be entrusted to my younger siblings. This notion held some merit. Anyone undergoing the renewal brought by various healing spells would emerge vigorous and free from ailments. Individuals like my parents, merely in their 30s, could easily appear a decade younger. However, upon hearing this, the Lee matriarch's brows furrowed as she grasped my ear and chided, "You mischievous child, how dare you concoct such tales about your parents? Ouch, that hurts." I grimaced theatrically, feigning pain, after a bout of laughter. The melancholic atmosphere of parting was considerably alleviated. "Very well, Jenner, since you have made your decision, go forth. Just remember to return often." Li Jian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Indeed," I nodded emphatically. The carriage swayed along the mountain path, and the driver Li Quan could not restrain himself. "Master, are we truly bound for Mount Hua to learn the ways of the Tao? Do you think I possess the aptitude for it? Learn the Tao?" I glanced at the 76 points displayed in the game interface and shook my head in resignation. There was no other choice. "Well, once we arrive, you shall understand," the incantations and spells I've taught you. Yet you still cannot manifest them. It appears you lack the talent. Simply drive the carriage, and I shall take a brief respite. Why venture to Mount Hua? This tale begins 3 days prior. Upon entering the Yingchun courtyard and encountering the kindly middle-aged man seated at the head of the table, the system notification chimed in, engaging with a pivotal character in the storyline. Lin Jinan, reward. 50 points. What the heck? My mind raced as I swiftly grasped how to acquire points. It dawned upon me that I had found myself in the world of the smiling. Proud wanderer. After half a year of traversing this realm, I finally realized it was a martial arts universe. Was there still hope for me? I could only blame my remote location. Although I was near Mount Hua, I was fortuitously outside the jurisdiction of the Huashan sect. Not only were encounters with key narrative figures scarce, but news of the martial world was seldom discussed, leading me to mistakenly believe this was merely an ordinary ancient setting. As expected, the banquet conversation soon turned to the Huashan sect's Yubuchuan, further solidifying my suspicions. The discussions among the guests encompassed various martial alliances, earning me an additional 25 points at that moment. The allure of revelry faded, and I hastily departed, leaving behind a poem. Butterflies love flowers. I could not afford to linger, especially under the fervent gaze of the lead courtesan, and rushed home. I distinctly remembered the storyline of the smiling Proud Wanderer taking place in the Ming dynasty. How had it transformed into the Xian dynasty here? Had I misremembered, or was the author unclear, leading me astray by misguided analyses from foolish netizens? Regardless, I could not continue to drift aimlessly as a mere scribe. Remaining aloof from the martial world made it challenging to engage with the story, resulting in a meager accumulation of points. Without points, I lacked sufficient gameplay time. Without gameplay time, I could not level up and enhance my strength. Without strength, I could not leverage the court's influence over the martial world. Moreover, I feared that my current limited abilities would render me incapable of contending with the seasoned veterans within the court. Both my family and I had vulnerabilities. I risked becoming a pawn, subject to confinement and exploitation. I envisioned the skills and equipment I could obtain only at higher levels. Must I merely watch and envy? Especially after my recent experiment revealed that a level 12 druid's revival spell could genuinely resurrect a chicken. Overjoyed, I eagerly began further trials. Ultimately, I discovered that only smaller animals could be revived. The smaller the creature, the better its post-revival condition. For instance, an ant, once diminished, not only regained its three-dimensional form, but also wreaked havoc upon an adjacent anthill, that I surmised that higher-level skills were necessary for reviving larger creatures. How high must one attain to resurrect humans? My eagerness to level up and test this theory was palpable. Furthermore, who could resist the allure of becoming a grand hero rather than a mere bureaucrat? With newfound clarity, I decisively began arranging matters. No, rather, family affairs. First, I would ensure my parents' health reached its zenith, ideally welcoming another son or daughter. Next, I would consider the family's assets. The Li family, once a relatively prosperous landholding family, possessed 1,000 acres of fertile land, alongside a few residential plots in the county. After much contemplation, I set my sights on a particular game item, the invitation to the Satheril Manor Banquet. This item stemmed from a task loathed by many Blood Elf players, the Endless Banquet. The task required players to procure 3 designated items from various camps in the Eternal Song Forest. The crux of the issue lay not in the item's cost, but in the inventory space they occupied and the considerable distance involved that early game players typically had limited inventory capacity and lacked mounts to enhance their movement speed, resulting in significant delays between task acquisition and completion. During this protracted leveling period, the 3 task items occupied valuable inventory slots, which was quite vexing. Upon completion, the invitation was rather intriguing, allowing one to indulge freely at the Satheril Manor. However, only 1 bottle of wine could be taken at a time, requiring consumption before another could be retrieved. While this seemed appealing, regrettably, these beverages were little more than trinkets in the game, providing negligible combat benefits. And the manor was quite remote, dissuading players from visiting solely for drinks. Thus many abandoned the task. For me, however, it represented a remarkably useful opportunity, by extracting the wines into reality. I could continue to procure them. In just half a day, Li's family warehouse, spanning thousands of square meters, became filled with exquisite glass-bottled wines. Upon witnessing this scene, my parents were left utterly speechless. If this were not divine magic, then what could be described as such? Lastly, I crafted several poetic verses celebrating fine wines to adorn the packaging, elevating its sophistication, regulating supply, and pursuing a premium market strategy. With this, I would only need to replenish stock periodically, freeing me from the burden of dedicating all my spare time to gathering wines. Once I had settled all family affairs, I took my leave from my parents, accompanied by Liquan, and gracefully made my way to Mount Hua, the focal point of the original narrative, why future points would rely heavily on the Huashan sect's brethren. Young Master Li's aspirations towards martial arts have already reached Yu's ears. However, within the Justice Hall of the Huashan sect, Yu Buchuan stroked his beard thoughtfully, brow furrowed. Nevertheless, martial arts require rigorous training from the very onset of physical development, demanding immense effort to strengthen one's bones and establish a solid foundation before one can truly enter the realm of mastery. At 18, your physique has matured. You are no longer ideally suited for martial training. At this, Yu Buchuan let out a barely perceptible sigh. The conflict over sword chi has persisted for over a decade. The couple has toiled tirelessly, barely managing to bring the dilapidated Huashan sect up to par with the Five Mountain Sword sect. Presently, the Huashan sect finds itself in a state of decline, desperately needing fresh talent to join their ranks. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, Yu Buchuan was reluctant to expend limited resources on someone with little promise. Li Jin surveyed the surrounding Huashan disciples, intrigued. Upon ascending the mountain, I found myself surrounded by unfamiliar faces, yet my heart soared with joy at the sight of the 600 tokens I had earned from encountering a story character. I could not help but marvel at my fortunate arrival. When faced with Yu Buchuan's polite refusal, I remained undeterred, confidently proclaiming, "Allow me to inform you, Master, that I possess extraordinary talent, a rare and exceptional martial arts prodigy seldom seen in a millennium." Extraordinary talent. Yu Buchuan's lips curled slightly, nearly losing his composure as the gentleman soared. "Young Master Li is yet to join my ranks. Do refrain from misaddressing your master. Each newcomer to the mountain endeavors to showcase their unique abilities. And while boasting may not be entirely egregious, after years of witnessing such antics, Yu Buchuan had cultivated an unflappable demeanor. However, such unabashed bravado was a first for him. Curious about young Master Li's supposed prowess, Yu Buchuan decided to observe further, allowing his disciples to disperse, albeit with caution, keeping his wife Ning Zhongza by his side. The disciples left reluctantly, their steps slow, some muttering under their breath. Now there's no entertainment to be had. If only our senior brother were here, he could have stayed and regaled us. Last time, the one who wielded the big spear was quite entertaining, having broken 3 chairs in succession. If only he hadn't ended up with a hole in his thigh. You still talk. In the end, we were the ones who had to repair the chairs. And when his thigh was pierced, who do you think treated as wound? Did you see Master S' expression at that moment? Shh, keep your voice down. Don't anger the master. Once the crowd had cleared, Yu Buchuan's expression softened slightly as he sheepishly remarked, "I hope I haven't caused young Master Li any embarrassment." Li Jin responded earnestly, "My fellow disciples are merely expressing their true selves. There's nothing to find amusing." Recognizing that further words were unwarranted, he continued, "Master and Mistress, please observe closely, for I shall now demonstrate." With that, he clenched his fists and began to chant incantations within his heart. Justice's holy seal. Blessing of strength, aura of devotion, wisdom's blessing, wild mark, thorny curse, arcane wisdom, frost armor, guardian of the spirit monkey, word of power, resilience, fire of the soul, dazzling array of buffs, available to those of level 15. Enveloped Li Jin, casting a radiant glow that left Yu Buchuan and his wife in stunned silence. "What?" Yu Buchuan pointed at Li Jin, perplexed. "What manner of sorcery is this? Could there possibly be something concealed within your sleeves to produce such brilliance?" Doubtful of this being extraordinary talent, he immediately thought of various tricks often employed by wandering practitioners that Li Jin was at a loss for words. "Master, how could you regard your disciple this way? This is no mere trick. Sensing their skepticism, he glanced about and devised a plan. Approaching a supporting pillar on one side of the hall, he inhaled deeply, clenched his right fist at his waist, and after a brief moment of concentration, delivered a powerful blow to the pillar. "Stop!" Yu Buqian called out too late. Li Jin's fist had already made contact. Bang! Bang! The first sound was the impact of his fist against the pillar, followed by the activation of Justice's holy seal. With a cacophony of splintering wood and flying paint, the pillar, originally as thick as a man's waist, appeared as if bitten by a colossal beast, now reduced by half, revealing its uneven wooden core. Yu Buqian and his wife stood dumbfounded. Li Jin withdrew his fist, noting only a minor abrasion. He discreetly cast a healing spell and declared triumphantly, "Master and mistress, do you see how effective my abilities are?" Yu Buqian was furious that you have any idea how much it will cost to repair this pillar? The current income of the Huashan sect hinges on me, and I must frequently descend the mountain to eradicate bandits, relying on government bounties to earn silver. With a family to support, every coin must be wisely spent. The sight of the damaged pillar ignited his fury as he contemplated the repair costs. Cold sweat broke out on Li Jin's brow as he quickly devised an excuse. "Master, do not be alarmed. I notice this hall appears somewhat dilapidated and thought to propose constructing a larger, more magnificent one. I have ample funds. I could refurbish all of Huashan's buildings without issue." "That would be splendid." Yu Buqian's demeanor instantly relaxed as he adopted a humble scholar's pose. "Might I inquire if your prowess stems from rigorous physical conditioning?" "Master, prior to this, I was merely an academic, never having undergone any physical training. Perhaps I could demonstrate this for you, and you could experience it firsthand," Li Jin suggested, aware that his own feeble physical strength would not suffice to impress Yu Buqian. Yu Buqian remained silent. Ning Zhongzi, concerned, interjected, "Master, perhaps we should find a disciple to try instead." Yu Buqian shook his head, stepping forward to examine Li Jin's shoulders, arms, and thighs, even lifting his right hand for further inspection. Feeling a slight sting in his fingers, yet noticing no visible injury, he channeled his inner energy through Li Jin's meridians, confirming the absence of any signs of martial training. His expression grew increasingly solemn. As the energy coursed through him, a sudden spark ignited in his eyes, and he commanded, "Let me experience it as well." Li Jin nodded and immediately began to recite the incantations once more, including the Justice's holy seal. The Justice's holy seal, a divine infusion into the paladin's being, lasting 30 minutes, granting each melee attack additional holy damage. In this reality, there were no constraints of game balance. Buffs typically reserved for the paladin could now be bestowed upon others. A kaleidoscope of colors enveloped Yu Buqian, illuminating his face in a spectrum of hues, complementing his ever-changing expression, reminiscent of a theatrical performance. Once the buffs were complete, Ning Zhongzi eagerly inquired, "Master, how do you feel now?" This sensation, Yu Buqian, bewildered, raised his hands, examining them from every angle, then clenched his fists, feeling the surge of newfound power. Vast, just, majestic, could this be the righteous spirit spoken of in texts? His voice grew fervent. Mencius said, "I nurture my righteous spirit. It is vast and unyielding, nurtured with integrity and harmlessness, filling the space between heaven and earth. Could this truly be the righteous spirit?" Seeing his excitement, Ning Zhongzi grew even more anxious. "Master," Yu Buqian abruptly turned to Li Jin, his gaze intense. "You claim you were merely an academic before. Is that correct?" Li Jin, somewhat bewildered, replied, "I suppose so," unsure if being a literary enthusiast qualified him as an academic. "Ha ha ha!" Yu Buqian burst into laughter, the sound ringing painfully in Li Jin's ears. "I am not alone in my path. I am not alone." All along, Yu Buqian had cultivated an image of being the most scholarly figure in the martial world. No, not just that, but the gentleman's sword. The so-called gentleman derives his essence from both his conduct and his level of knowledge. The concept of differentiated competition is something that the venerable Yu understands profoundly. While I may not be the strongest in martial arts, in an age where scholarly achievements are validated through examinations, merely passing the imperial examination to become a shiozai elevates one's cultural standing above that of others in the martial world. Once a persona is established for long, one may become ensnared by it. Yu Buchuan not only holds himself and his disciples to the highest standards of gentlemanly conduct, but has also mastered the nurturing my sword technique of the Huashan swordsmanship to an exceptionally high level. This has, ironically, rendered his performance in other Huashan sword techniques somewhat mediocre. At this moment, he feels the tremendous aura emanating from the blessing of the sacred seal of justice, suffused with power and wisdom, so grand and radiant. He has already conjectured that Li Jin possesses extraordinary talent and has gleaned the marvelous skill of righteous chi from texts. Junior sister, fetch my sword, grasping the long sword handed to him by Ning Zhongzi. Yu Buchuan immediately began to demonstrate the nurturing my sword technique in the hall. Each move of this technique is executed with strict adherence to form, imparting an air of a modest gentleman with an extraordinary demeanor. As the venerable Yu performed, both Li Jin and Ning Zhongzi could not help but exclaim in astonishment at a faint golden silhouette, mirroring Yu Buchuan's stature, appeared, synchronously executing the same sword technique with a slight delay. With each swing of Yu's sword, a faint golden sword light followed suit. The clamor of furniture, shelves, tables, chairs, being swept away by the sword's edge filled the air, and before the upper halves could touch the ground, they were struck again by the ensuing faint golden sword light, shattering into several pieces that scattered about. Li Jin had never before unleashed the sacred seal of justice in reality, nor had he witnessed such a mesmerizing spectacle. He was momentarily rendered speechless by the shock. After completing the series of sword techniques, Yu Buchuan felt somewhat unsatisfied. With a long howl, he continued to practice the Shi sword technique and the three green peaks of Taiwei. The Huashan swordsmanship is renowned for its strangeness and peril, where the unexpected prevails and the body movements are inherently elusive. Now, with a faint golden silhouette following closely, it appeared extraordinarily enigmatic. Could it be that my senior brother is possessed by a spirit? Ning Zhongzi, while astonished, expressed her concern. Li Jin, at this juncture, was at a loss for words and explanation. After a moment's thought, he said, "Rest assured, teacher mother, this is merely a manifestation of the righteous chi." Once the final sword move was executed, the radiance of the sacred seal of justice gradually diminished, and the residual magical energy became nearly imperceptible. Li Jin surmised that this must signify the depletion of the buff's power. A bit short. No, it's a bit quick. Something still feels off. However, upon reflection, it made sense. In reality, there is no countdown timer for a 30-minute buff, and with frequent use, energy would naturally deplete swiftly. Yu Buchuan, with his right hand resting on the sword behind him and left hand stroking his beard, could not suppress his smile. Ning Zhongzi inquired, "How does my senior brother feel? Is there anything amiss?" "Marvelous, truly ineffable." Yu Buchuan replied with a smile that I find this sword remarkably sharper than usual, and my internal energy seems to recover more swiftly. Most wondrously, it feels as though someone is sharing the same space as me, executing the same sword technique. In combat, it is as if two are engaging the enemy simultaneously, though the moves and positions are identical. The lack of coordination still yields boundless utility. Ning Zhongzi frowned in reproach. "But why did my senior brother shatter all these tables and chairs?" Yu Buchuan responded nonchalantly. "This was merely to test the power. Besides, we are about to renovate the house. These items have been around for decades, decayed beyond use, and it is high time they were replaced. Let this brat help with that." Li Jin, a phrase of exclamation lingered on the tip of his tongue, unsure whether to voice it. Ning Zhongzi, unable to contain her laughter, said to Li Jin, "Ew. Hurry and fetch tea." "Fetch tea?" Li Jin was somewhat perplexed. Yu Buchuan's expression darkened as he shook his head, sitting down on a relatively intact chair, and grumbled, "Humph. Decayed wood cannot be carved." Ning Zhongzi, with an air of resignation, clarified, "Senior brother has already agreed to take you as a disciple. Why do you not quickly serve tea and water to pay your respects?" Li Jin finally grasped the situation and hurriedly fetched the remaining tea, respectfully performing the ritual of apprenticeship. "As your master, I have 8 formal disciples. You shall be the 9th. That my eldest disciple, Ling Huchong, is currently attending to matters down the mountain with your 6th brother, Lu Daiyou, and your 8th brother, Ingbai Lu Odit my 2nd disciple, Lao was the one standing at your left just now. He is older, and following him are my third disciple, Liang Fa, fourth disciple, Shurdai Z, fifth disciple, Gao Jinming, and seventh disciple, Tao Jun. You will come to know the other registered disciples in due course. The formal ceremony of apprenticeship can wait until Chong'er returns. Shortly, your teacher mother will introduce you to your brothers and sisters. Jin nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Ning Zhongze, with a tender smile, expressed her fondness for Li Jin, who is also a scholar, saying, "Your master has often lamented that the Huashan disciples are but rough men. Now, finally, a talented disciple has arrived." Haha! Yu Buchuan laughed heartily. "I have studied for over 30 years and became a Shiozai 15 years ago. However, to promote the Huashan school, I had to focus on sword practice and did not continue with the imperial examinations. I never anticipated that such miraculous abilities could be found within texts. Perhaps it was unwise to forego the examinations." Ning Zhongze, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "This is due to Jiner's extraordinary talent. Had another person been here, they would not have achieved such results. Otherwise, why have there been no others with such abilities in hundreds of years?" Cough, cough. Yu Buchuan's face flushed, and his tone softened as he said, "In such a vast Huashan, I am merely trying to balance everything." That Li Jin refrained from interjecting and could only maintain a polite yet awkward smile. Nevertheless, on reflection, Jiner's righteous chi indeed benefits the body greatly. However, in combat, it seems somewhat insufficient, akin to possessing superior internal power without any combat techniques. In the future, one must diligently practice swordsmanship. Remember, once you enter my tutelage, you must practice diligently and cannot be lazy or cunning." Li Jin immediately nodded in affirmation. After Yu Buchuan and his wife finished their instructions, he exited the hall, guided by Lao Dinua, to meet his senior brothers and sisters, while also discussing the plans for renovating the Huashan school structures with Li Quan, instructing him to procure materials and craftsmen at the newly acquired villa down the mountain. The senior brothers and sisters, having exchanged gifts and hearing this good news, were all elated, greatly appreciating their generous junior brother. After Li Jin departed, Ning Zhongze asked Yu Buchuan, "Senior brother, why did you so readily accept Jiner this time?" Previous disciples usually took a considerable amount of time to ascertain the situation before making a decision. Yu Buchuan's expression turned serious as he replied, "Sister, you are unaware. The righteous chi I just witnessed is likely an unparalleled internal skill gleaned from the texts of our sages. However, this brat has no foundation in martial arts and completely lacks knowledge of its intricacies. I worried he might not be patient and might run off to another sect." Ning Zhongze, puzzled, asked, "Is it truly that formidable? Why does it make my senior brother so anxious? This internal skill excels in enhancing the power of both oneself and others. For an ordinary martial artist, it may be of little consequence, but for the leaders, elders, and core disciples of the Five Mountain Sword sect, it is something else entirely." Ning Zhongze, having never experienced the buff firsthand, questioned, "How so?" "Let me put it this way. Several years ago, at the Songzhan Fengshan platform, the leaders of various sects were utterly defeated by Runwushing, left in a state of disarray. Had Jiner been present then to bestow me with this righteous chi, I would have been confident in slaying Runwushing within 100 moves. No disciple of the various sword sects would have been a match for me." Ning Zhongze was instantly taken aback. Years ago, during the battle at the Songzhan Fengshan platform, her senior brother had his long sword broken within 30 moves by Runwushing. She never imagined that the righteous chi could inspire such confidence in her senior brother. Fortunately, it is a blessing that this lad came to Huashan first." Yu Buchuan sighed, then with a sparkle in his eyes, proclaimed, "This righteous chi is now the unique skill of Huashan. I just examined this boy's body. His meridians were sluggish, and his dantian was empty, devoid of any internal power. Yet, around his chest Zongdanshan, there is a strange energy I cannot quite define. It feels akin to a form of true energy that has not returned to the dantian, deviating from the meridians, but lingering there. In hindsight, this must be the unique cultivation method of the righteous chi. It seems it cultivates not the lower dantian, but the middle dantian's Zongdanshan. It does not traverse the meridians, thus does not conflict with traditional internal martial arts. In fact, they can complement each other. This opens a new school of thought, with this boy in our Huashan sect. How can we not flourish? Ha! As night enveloped the surroundings, Li Jin reclined upon his bed, simultaneously engaged in a fierce battle within the game and reflecting upon the day as accomplishments. He had successfully joined the Huashan sect, becoming an inner disciple and earning 150 points, bringing his current balance to 825 points. Indeed, his earlier conjectures were correct. This flawed system necessitated his active participation in the storyline. Otherwise, he would have remained devoid of any rewards, just as he had for the preceding 6 months. Now that he had affiliated himself with the Huashan sect, it was imperative to ascertain the current progression of the plot, as of now. All the named senior brothers in the original narrative were still alive, and Lin Jinan was bustling about with vigor. This indicated that the storyline was likely still in its nascent stages. Perhaps not yet officially commenced, he vividly recalled that Lin Jinan's son, Lin Pingji, was the first to make an appearance in the original work, only to be swiftly exterminated in the early serialization of the novel. Readers erroneously assumed him to be the protagonist. This was indeed quite favorable, as it afforded him ample time to master the martial arts of the Huashan sect. The skills acquired within the game were formidable, yet most were ill-suited for display in public settings. Abilities such as the rogue's stealth, the various transformations of the feral druid, the array of dazzling magical effects employed by mages, the summoning of demons by the SS, and the necromantic powers of the DK were all impractical. Should he be discovered employing such skills, he could easily become the target of public scorn. The most prudent course of action would be to cloak all suitable skills beneath the guise of martial techniques. For instance, combining palm techniques with fire impact would yield the fiery palm, while merging fist techniques with ice spike spells would create the frost fist of the monkey, and so forth. Additionally, he intended to seize opportunities to gather points. It must be noted that he was currently immersed in a single-player version of the game, devoid of any teammates, making leveling up an exceedingly point-intensive endeavor. In his previous life, leveling a character to level 80 single-handedly required at least 5,000 to 6,000 minutes. He lacked the rapid leveling skills of a professional player adept at soloing dungeons. His only means of gaining experience lay in completing quests and defeating monsters, with many elite quests proving unattainable, forcing him to forfeit them. Moreover, this game world differed significantly from the original. For instance, the map had been massively expanded, and switching to a third-person perspective was impossible, preventing him from observing the movements and positions of all surrounding monsters in a 360-degree radius. Furthermore, characters and monsters could not occupy overlapping positions, meaning he could not simply pass through monsters in critical moments. If surrounded and unable to withstand the onslaught, he would meet his demise. Additionally, all skills required the completion of incantations before activation. There was no true instant casting. Even archers had to take a brief moment to aim before releasing their arrows. This implied that he could not run and jump while simultaneously unleashing flashy instant skills. This effectively cured the problem of the scorching floor beneath his feet. Moreover, he needed to consider the material requirements for professional skills. Without the ability to solo dungeons of equivalent levels, he had to rely on professional skills for much of his equipment. However, the absence of an auction house and assistance from friends made this a daunting task. It would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of gaming time. The existing 825 points were simply insufficient. Thus, despite having leveled all his characters to level 15, he was still reluctant to exchange time that he ought to make full use of the newcomer phase to accumulate materials and gold until he met the basic leveling needs of all professions, particularly that infuriating level 1 Dwarven Death Knight. Originally born at level 55, he had been forcibly reduced to level 1 by the administrator and unceremoniously placed in the Dwarven Novice Village. While this was not an insurmountable predicament, the malevolent administrator had neglected a critical setting. The initial reputation of Death Knights in the major cities was set to hatred. Only after completing the task of reporting to the faction leader could their reputation be elevated to neutral. This level 1 Death Knight possessed only the 2 attack skills innate to his birth and the teleportation portal of Akiris. Yet due to his low level, returning would not allow him to accept novice quest chains. Nor could he defeat monsters of the same level. The hatred reputation meant he could not undertake faction quests, and could only level up by engaging in basic combat, or upon reaching a higher level. Seek out neutral camps for quests in the game. He could not utilize skills from other professions. Even if he knew the incantations, the energies of other professions would be entirely blocked, rendering them unusable. However, weapon techniques were interchangeable, so he would not have to learn for the weapon master for every character. Thus, the Death Knight was the most challenging character to level up. Nevertheless, there was a cumbersome method, waiting for characters from other allied factions to reach max level. Then undertaking the Silver Crusade trial quest to exchange for city reputation tokens. These tokens are heirlooms that could be sent to other characters under the same account, forcibly elevating the Dwarven Death Knight's city reputation to neutral. However, the cost in points for this process was bound to be astronomical. Just the thought of it made Li Jin's heart ache, as he was loath to squander such precious points. Time passed swiftly, and Li Jin had been in the mountains for over half a month. During this time, Ling Hu Chong, Yu Ling Shan, and others had returned to the mountain, and the grand initiation ceremony had been successfully conducted. Following the ceremony, Li Jin promptly received the internal cultivation method and the foundational 13 sword techniques of Huashan, which elicited envy from his fellow disciples. They had had to master one technique before progressing to the next. While the internal method was exclusively accessible to a select few, including Ling Hu Chong, his master clearly held this junior disciple in high regard. Upon obtaining the manual, Li Jin eagerly commenced his training, immersing himself in the practice with relentless fervor. When fatigue set in, he would log into the game to gather resources and accumulate gold, leveraging the time disparity between the two worlds to restore his stamina, only to resume his training thereafter. Why not practice directly within the game, you may ask? Through numerous experiments, he discovered that one could not cultivate internal power or sword techniques within the game. Not to mention that he had yet to grasp the fundamentals of internal energy. Even the sword techniques could not be practiced. The Huashan sword techniques could only be executed in a rigid and awkward manner, resulting in him being easily defeated by monsters while exhausting his stamina rapidly. Before long, he would find himself gasping for breath, utterly fatigued. This revelation extinguished any hopes he had of exploiting an infinite time bug to practice martial arts. His days of martial cultivation were simple yet fulfilling, with only Yu Buchuan occasionally approaching him with the 4 books and 5 classics, discussing the terminologies of internal cultivation and the structure of human meridians, or dragging him back to the secret chamber to buff himself before practicing sword techniques, familiarizing himself with the physical state under such enhanced conditions that outsiders. This 9th junior disciple appeared vigorous and exceptionally diligent. After exhausting himself to the point of breathlessness, he would merely close his eyes and take a few deep breaths, instantly returning to normal, brimming with vitality to continue his sword practice. Yu Buchuan could not help but exclaim that he was a diligent student. His fellow disciples were utterly in awe. Even senior sisters and junior sisters cast him flirtatious glances. After all, a young man endowed with generosity, wealth, scholarly pursuits, good looks, and diligence. Such a confluence of attributes was irresistibly appealing to the maidens of this era. Yet, to be fair, only Yu Ling Shan stood out as an exception. Her heart was currently consumed by her admiration for the eldest brother, Ling Hu Chong, and Li Jin bore no resemblance to the scheming Lin Pingji from the original narrative, who had met a tragic end as long as he did not actively pursue or undermine her affections. Yu Ling Shan would not suddenly transfer her affections elsewhere. While he could not cultivate martial arts within the game, he could gather resources without limit. Thanks to the banquet invitation from Sathariel Manor, the supply of wine was virtually inexhaustible, satisfying not only the needs of the Li family's liquor business, but also fulfilling the requirements of the Huashan sect. The consequence was that the 25-year-old wine connoisseur, Ling Hu Chong, would often come to him seeking libations. 9th junior disciple, I have a proposition. Is there no wine? Such dialogues had transpired numerous times, and Li Jin could not be bothered to turn around. Immediately discerning Ling Hu Chong's ulterior motives. This time is not about the wine. I caught a 10-pound fish at the foot of the mountain today. Would you care to sample it? Li Jin turned to see Ling Hu Chong presenting the large fish as if it were a treasure. Having been on the mountain for some time without fresh fish, he felt a pang of desire. This fish looks splendid, but are you truly without other matters? He regarded Ling Hu Chong with a hint of suspicion. The latter shook his head vigorously. Not at all. I see you practicing so diligently that it puts us to shame, so I specifically brought this to nourish your body. Only then did Li Jin accept the fish, pondering how to prepare it. The most delectable method for such a fish would undoubtedly be the sauerkraut fish, but obtaining the other ingredients and seasonings at this time was rather inconvenient, leaving him to consider simpler methods such as grilled fish, fish soup, or braised fish. Wait, perhaps there was another method. Li Jin returned to the dormitory, retrieving flint and ordinary firewood, essential tools for kindling a fire in the game. Additionally, he gathered refreshing spring water, fragrant spices, chili peppers, and soothing herbs. The two divided the fish into 2 portions and retreated to a secluded corner of the back mountain, where few ventured to experiment with culinary combinations from both realms. Thanks to his character's cooking skills reaching the pinnacle of level 15 and numerous realistic in-game culinary training sessions, he had become quite adept. In less than half an hour, 2 exquisite dishes were completed. One was boiled fish, and the other was fragrant roasted fish. The unique aroma of the spices in the game captivated Ling Hu Chong, who could hardly contain his eagerness to grab the roasted fish. However, halfway through reaching for it, he suddenly paused, turning to Li Jin with a grin, saying, "Junior brother, your culinary skills truly shine. You go first." Li Jin, not one to be modest, seized a roasted fish, tore it in half with a swift motion, and with a sly smile, handed the tail end to Ling Hu Chong. The latter's expression fell instantly, yet he reluctantly accepted the fish. Taking a bite, Li Jin was immediately enveloped by an explosion of fresh, spicy flavors on his palate, a delight beyond compare. Simultaneously, a surge of warmth coursed through his body, invigorating him. "Junior brother, we now have fish, but don't you feel something is still amiss?" "What's missing?" Li Jin feigned ignorance, dismissively. "Food without wine," Ling Hu Chong exclaimed loudly, as if proclaiming an undeniable truth. "Just think, with such delectable fish, wouldn't it be splendid to pair it with a fine wine?" "Oh," seeing Li Jin's indifference, Ling Hu Chong grew anxious, scratching his head in search of more reasons. Just then, a clear voice rang out. "Well, I wondered why I couldn't find you both in the front mountain. Turns out you've come here to indulge." The newcomer was none other than his junior sister, Yuling Shan. Since Yubu-kun had never formally accepted his daughter as a disciple, and she was absent when Li Jin took his vows, her rank automatically dropped. She had expressed her grievances about this. However, soon, under Li Jin's relentless onslaught of snacks, she set aside her bias and called for the 9th senior brother, its little junior sister. Ling Hu Chong, having failed to procure wine and now caught indulging, felt somewhat embarrassed. "What brings you here?" Father asked me to summon you and 2nd senior brother to the Jingqi Hall. It seems there is an urgent matter. But I searched for a long while before finding you here, so I suspect Father is quite angry now." "Oh dear." Ling Hu Chong suddenly jolted, shoving the half-eaten roasted fish into Li Jin's hands, hastily rubbing away the grease from his clothes as he dragged Yuling Shan away in a frenzy. Jin watched the two dash off with a smile, suddenly pondering a crucial point. What sort of event would bring both Ling Hu Chong and Lao Danua together? Could it be that the plot was about to unfold? The moment he considered this, the half-eaten roasted fish lost its allure, and he promptly stowed away the cooking utensils and fish soup into his game backpack. Extinguishing the fire pit with dirt before hastening toward the Zhengqi Hall, as he approached the main door, he overheard Yubu-kun's voice resonating from within. "You must exercise utmost caution on your journey to Fuzhou. Simply ascertain the intentions of the Qingchang sect. Do not entangle yourselves in any predicaments. Moreover, do not reveal the martial arts of the Huashan sect. Regardless of the outcome, you must return to Hengshan before the grand ceremony of washing the golden basin. Do not be late." "Yes, Master." X2 understood. "Father, Chong heir, you must amend your fondness for wine. Should you delay any significant matters again, it may implicate Danua and Ling Shan. Be wary of severe penalties from the sect." Ling Hu Chong smiled wryly. "Disciple understands." Yubu-kun, frustrated, retorted, "Humph, you scoundrel. If only you possessed half the diligence of Jin heir, your internal cultivation would not be at such a pitiful level." Ling Hu Chong subtly rolled his eyes and lowered his head. Exchanging glances with Yuling Shan, she immediately understood, sweetly saying, "Father, big senior brother is quite skilled. None of the senior brothers and I can match him." Yubu Kun's expression darkened further, puffing up his cheeks in annoyance. "You lot are all so lazy. How dare you speak?" Yuling Shan instantly fell silent. Hearing this, Li Jin realized that the plot was about to officially commence. However, why were Ling Huchong, Lao De Nuo, and Yuling Shan all heading to Fuzhou together? In the original text, only Lao De Nuo and Yuling Shan made the journey. Could it be the influence of his own apprenticeship? As he pondered, the three emerged from the Jingqi Hall, their faces ashen. Upon spotting Li Jin, Ling Huchong's eyes lit up, and he threw an arm around his shoulder, whispering, "Ninth junior brother, I am off to Fuzhou. The journey will be long and arduous. It will be difficult to savor your wine along the way." Li Jin, Ling Huchong continued, "If anything were to happen to me, remember to pour a few jugs of fine wine on my grave." Li Jin replied, "Senior brother, if you keep saying that, Master will surely break your legs. And you won't be able to go to Fuzhou." Ling Huchong, startled, turned to see Yubu Kun standing at the entrance with a stern expression, clearly having overheard their previous exchange. Unworthy disciple. If you continue to use such nonsensical talk to scheme for Jean Heiress wine, you shall spend 3 years in solitary reflection at the thought-reflecting cliff. Ling Huchong waved his hands repeatedly, exclaiming, "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, I was just joking with junior brother." With that, he hastily pulled Yuling Shan away. Lao De Nuo, suppressing a laugh, greeted Yubu Kun and Li Jin with a serious demeanor before turning to leave. "Jin Air, come with me," Yubu Kun commanded. "Yes, master." In the secret chamber of Huashan, Yubu Kun typically reviewed the 4 books and 5 classics, assessed Li Jin's swordsmanship proficiency, and finally examined his progress in internal cultivation. His expression turning peculiar for a moment. "Your internal cultivation should reach the threshold in the next couple of days, but do take care to rest. Overexertion may lead to damage to your meridians, leaving hidden injuries that, in severe cases, it may cause a regression in your internal cultivation, making progress nearly impossible for life." Most disciples of the Huashan sect tended to be lazy and complacent. Yubu Kun usually urged them to practice diligently. Yet encountering Li Jin, who trained tirelessly day and night, required him to advise the opposite, which left him feeling quite unsettled. "Thank you for your concern, master." Li Jin smiled broadly, and seizing the opportunity while Yubu Kun was in good spirits, he cautiously asked, "By the way, master, what is the purpose of senior brother's trip to Fuzhou? Are we to join them? They have some matters to assist me in investigating. You need not concern yourself. Focus on your sword practice." Yubu Kun, not suspecting anything amiss, explained, "In 2 months, your Hungshan sect's Lu Zhongfeng will hold the grand ceremony of washing the Golden Basin. In a few days, we will go to Hingyang to witness the martial prowess of the Wulin community. So you won't be at a loss when traversing the Jianghu in the future. That S8 dead end. We can't go to Fuzhou. How infuriating. The point reward from the Fue escort is so tempting." Li Jin felt a pang of anguish that was almost unbearable. "No, I must strive for it. I worry about my senior brothers. You need not fret for them. Once their matters are resolved, they will also head to Hingyang." Having spoken, Yubu Kun tossed a manual toward him. "Seeing you so restless, to prevent prolonged practice from harming your meridians, take some time to practice this technique." Li Jin caught the manual and was taken aback to find it was the well-known Hunyuan Gong. He stood frozen in place. Yubu Kun waved his hand. "All right, go practice now. Don't linger here." Li Jin, upon hearing this, could only depart begrudgingly. Moments later, Ning Zhongze entered the secret chamber, handing a cup of tea to Yubu Kun. Expressing her concern, "Master, are you truly at ease letting Chong Air and the others go to Fuzhou? They're no longer children. It's time for them to venture into the world. When we were their age, we had already achieved some success in the Jianghu. However, I worry for Ling Shan. She has always been near Huashan and has never ventured so far. A doting mother spoils the child. How can she grow under our protection? Chong Air is resourceful, and Nuo is mature. With them around, you need not worry. But what is the true purpose of this journey to Fuzhou?" Yubu Kun did not respond immediately, pondering for a moment before countering. "Do you recall the sword techniques father demonstrated before his passing? I remember But those techniques are nothing remarkable that I wonder why Father is so fixated on them. Years ago, prior to the sword chi controversy, the demonic sect attacked Huashan and stole an unparalleled martial arts manual known as the Sunflower Manual. Those sword techniques are somewhat related to it. Ning Zhongzi questioned, how can such ordinary techniques be considered unparalleled martial arts? I do not know. Yu Buchuan sighed. I have studied these sword techniques for many years, hoping that if I could comprehend the secrets within, I might master the supreme swordsmanship and fulfill my master's dying wish, thereby bringing glory to the Huashan sect. However, what does this have to do with Fuzhou? As luck would have it, half a month ago, Chong'er descended the mountain on an errand and encountered several disciples from the Qingqu sect. This insolent boy ended up defeating them and happened to witness Yu Songhai leading the disciples of the Qingchang sect to Fuzhou, where they practiced a set of techniques known as the pixie swordplay during their rest. With a good memory, Chong'er returned to demonstrate a few moves to me, which astonishingly resembled those left behind by my master. Ning Zhongzi's expression changed drastically as she exclaimed, doesn't that mean the pixie swordplay is indeed the legendary Kuaihua manual? Yu Buchuan nodded, saying, that is precisely my conjecture. Have you ever heard of the pixie swordplay? Ning Zhongzi furrowed her brow slightly. In her youth, she was a renowned heroine in the martial world, well-versed in many secretive tales of the Jianghu. After a moment of recollection, she replied, it seems to be the unique skill of Lin Yuantu from the Fuwei escort agency. He gained considerable fame by mastering 72 forms of the pixie swordplay. Founding this escort agency, your memory serves you well. Yu Buchuan praised. The Fuwei escort agency is indeed located in Fuzhou. Yet, none of Lin Yuantu's descendants have become renowned for their swordsmanship, nor do they excel in other martial arts. Furthermore, Yu Songhai's master, Chang Qingzi, had a good relationship with my master and once admitted to being defeated by Lin Yuantu in combat, which led to his deep-seated melancholy and premature demise. That it is likely that Yu Songhai has harbored this desire for a long time, planning to seize the pixie swordplay now that the Fuwei escort agency lacks a swordsmanship expert. Ning Zhongzi, feeling anxious, said, then why would you allow Chong'er and Lingshan to go? Rest assured, Yu Buchuan comforted her. The situation at the Fuwei escort agency remains unclear. No one knows if they are concealing their strength. Yu Songhai may not find it easy to succeed. Besides, I only instructed Chong'er and the others to observe from a distance, not to engage directly. And no matter how audacious Yu Songhai might be, he wouldn't dare to act against the onlooking disciples of Huashan. Ning Zhongzi then felt somewhat reassured and asked, do you not wish to obtain the pixie swordplay for yourself? Yu Buchuan chuckled lightly. If this were half a month ago, I would have sought every means to acquire it at any cost, mastering its unparalleled divine techniques to elevate my Huashan sect. However, now that Huashan has Jiner, as long as I cultivate him into a capable individual, Huashan will surely reclaim its position at the pinnacle of the 5 mountain sword sects. Why stir up unnecessary troubles? My sending Chong'er and the others to investigate is merely to uncover the truth, to bring solace to my master's spirit in the heavens. If it proves untenable, then it would be wise to abandon the pursuit. Old Yu's current mindset was remarkably positive. With Li Jin's support, he was confident that he could easily subdue anyone from the 5 mountain sword sect. What Huashan lacked was merely time for growth. The number of disciples was too few, and their average level was not strong enough. However, if they could wait for 2 or 3 years for these few disciples to mature into figures of the level of the 13 protectors of Songzhan, they could support Huashan's backbone. Additionally, relying on the righteous aura, a skill attainable only by scholars, to overpower those mere martial artists who only know how to wield swords, the top of the 5 mountains would be easily grasped. With such confidence, Yu Buchuan naturally found little interest in the pixie swordplay. His motivation to continue the investigation stemmed solely from his master's lingering wish and decades of obsession. Ning Zhongzi felt no entanglement regarding this, and, seeing her husband with such a mindset, also set her mind at ease. Participating in the main storyline grants 300 reward points, current balance, 2083 points, taking into account the interactions with various senior brothers during this time. The points finally surpassed the 2,000 threshold, equivalent to half a point card. The thought of not being able to partake in the extermination event of the Fuwei escort agency made Li Jin feel a pang of regret. My points, he lamented. Given the rewards from the main storyline, if I had participated, I could have easily accrued over 1,000 points. This is unbearable. The more I think about it, the more it pains me. The newly acquired Hunyuan Gong isn't even appealing anymore. Only the game can comfort me. How to alleviate worries? Only through gaming. With determination, Li Jin logged into the game at AT present. All his characters had reached level 15. And all 25 quests were completed and ready to turn in, awaiting a simple unlocking to level up immediately. His professional skills had reached the learning limit of level 15, and he had prepared ample materials. Nearly 10,000 gold coins were at his disposal, sufficient to smoothly level up a character to its maximum. Had it not been for the inability to create new characters, he would have trained 3 or 4 of each profession to serve as storage or other utility roles. Therefore, it was time to finalize a decision. After recharging points, which character should he prioritize unlocking? After all, according to the game's hints, unlocking a second character would undoubtedly require a considerable amount of points. Li Jin had already formed a few ideas regarding this. The warrior class undeniably met the needs of the martial arts world. Based on his previous leveling experience at level 15, he had learned various weapon usage techniques, honed his physical strength, and grasped the method to unleash rage energy. Combat felt exhilarating and intense, with each strike landing with palpable impact. However, since this was a single-player game, he needed to face many complex scenarios alone, which meant he required a profession with strong overall capabilities. IT needed to be able to fight, buff, and endure, while also having a high margin for error. In this regard, the warrior class would not suffice. Moreover, he had to consider whether its skills could be used openly in the real world. In a version of the game featuring the Wu Miao King's Fury, this profession was simply calling out to him. Indeed, it was the paladin. Those dazzling golden skill effects would earn any observer a compliment of heroic martial arts, unlike the warlock skills, which would only invoke cries of evil sorcery, to be eradicated by all. If he were merely being pursued, it would be one thing, but delaying his acquisition of points would lead to regrets. However, speaking of the warlock, he indeed wanted to level it up to 18 first. Why? Because this profession gained a crucial life-saving skill at level 18. The Soul Stone. The Soul Stone could transfer items from the real world into the inventory of other characters, providing a chance for error correction. Moreover, Li Jin was curious if it would be effective in the real world. In this perilous martial arts world, who could refuse an additional means of survival? After much contemplation and ensuring that all preparations were complete, Li Jin decisively chose to recharge points, using 2083 points to exchange for 2,083 minutes of game time. You have exited the newbie status. All characters will now consume points to continue the game. Please select a character to unlock the level cap. Indeed, fortunately, I am clever. This opportunity is too good to pass up. Li Jin silently praised himself. First, he unlocked the paladin's level cap. Then he attempted to unlock the warlock. Unlocking this character required an 80-level character and consumed 100,000 points, which he did not meet the conditions for. Please try again later, Li Jin exclaimed. An 80-level character, 100,000 points. How exorbitantly expensive. While Relivian T unlocked the warlock first, he reluctantly abandoned the idea of unlocking a second character. Logging into the paladin, he quickly turned in a series of quests, rapidly reaching level 18. This was the advantage of early preparation. This opportunity was truly worthwhile. Otherwise, completing all those quests would have taken at least an additional 10 hours of game time to know that the game's world map, when enlarged dozens of times, made completing an outdoor quest feel akin to surviving in the wilderness, consuming an exorbitant amount of time. Now that points were precious, saving any time was a significant gain. On his way to the trainer, he casually checked his inventory and unexpectedly discovered 2 unanticipated items. The first was a weapon. Huashan Sek's standard longsword bound upon pickup. One-handed sword 1 dash. Damage speed, damage per second. Durability, required level, item level. Li Jin immediately recalled that this was something he had carelessly tossed into his game inventory for convenience. Too lazy to carry his sword back and forth. However, he had never checked the item properties in-game before. And to his surprise, There were so many unknown attributes represented by question marks. He had no idea what effects it would have when equipped for combat. The second item was a pot of fish soup. Food, boiled fish ingredients. Fish, comfort herb, cool spring water required level usage. Restores 5 health points every second for 60 seconds. Must remain seated while eating, that if you spend at least 10 seconds eating. Your strength and agility will both increase by 7, lasting for 30 minutes. Usable 5 times. Goodness, Li Jin exclaimed in astonishment. This fish soup could enhance attributes by percentage with his current low level. The attribute boosts were limited, but at higher levels, the enhancements would be substantial. It was essentially an additional small blessing of the king. Moreover, this item was crafted in the real world, which meant what? It meant that there might be many other items in the real world with special attributes in the game. These were treasures. If handled properly, they could significantly reduce the difficulty of his gaming experience. However, he found it somewhat peculiar that during his time at home, he had conducted experiments by bringing certain tangible objects into the gaming realm to observe their effects. There were various weapons, such as bows, crossbows, knives, and swords, as well as an assortment of common foods, yet he had failed to uncover any remarkable attributes. All the weapons were merely low-level, basic items with a damage output of 1-1, akin to mere toys. While the food served only to satiate hunger, lacking even restorative properties for health. Was it necessary to purchase additional features to unlock such functionalities? Or perhaps the involvement of narrative characters was a prerequisite? Or did one need to utilize spices within the game? Contemplating these matters, Li Jin, neglecting his experience level, promptly exited the game to conduct further experiments. Junior brother, we are heading to Hengyang to pay respects at the mountain, not to hunt in the wilderness. There are inns along the way, and if worst comes to worst, we have provisions that is it truly necessary to carry so many spices, Lu Hoa remarked, observing Li Jin as he continued to stuff various items into his pack. Li Jin sighed at his words and replied dismissively, I simply wish to prepare some food. The provisions are rather unpalatable. In truth, he did not wish to carry such a plethora of spices and tools. However, after numerous trials, he had discovered that only a select few real-world ingredients combined with spices from the game world, when prepared over a camping fire in the game, could yield food with attribute enhancements. These foods had minimal effects in reality, often inferior to most items extracted from the game. Yet within the game world, they provided formidable buffs. For instance, boiled fish could enhance strength and agility by 1 to 30. Roasted snake meat could augment natural spell damage and healing effects, along with spirit attributes. Also by 1-30, the extent of enhancement varied, depending on the quality of the ingredients present, as he accompanied his master to Hengyang. He had no time to continue his experiments in the mountains. Along the journey, there were various local specialty ingredients, and he did not wish to merely observe. He planned to conduct experiments along the way. The amount of spices consumed would undoubtedly be considerable. While he could feign obtaining wood and refreshing spring water from nearby lodgings, he could not fabricate the spices. His master and fellow disciples had traversed the martial world for years. They had a general idea of which places produced which spices. To claim he had purchased them casually would be an outright deception. Thus, an hour later, amidst the crowd descending the mountain, Li Jin, burdened with a 2-foot-high package, stood out conspicuously. His senior brothers and sisters stifled their laughter. Yu Buchuan wore a grim expression, repeatedly mulling over in his mind, I have never seen this lad so gluttonous before. Can it be that one who cultivates righteousness is so impulsive? In Hengyang, at the returning Swallow Tower, Li Jin entered the tavern and surveyed the surroundings. Waiter, has a swordsman accompanied by a nun dined here today? The waiter looked at him with an odd expression. Sir, you have been here for 5 days, asking the same question every day, that I wonder what the connection is between this swordsman and the nun. In these times, there were strict separations between men and women. A nun traveling with a man would surely attract considerable gossip. Thus, Li Jin's inquiry appeared rather strange, likely to provoke unwarranted assumptions that, Li Jin felt a bit embarrassed. I do not know him, but if you happen to see him while I am not here, please notify me at the neighboring inn immediately. There will be a generous reward. As he spoke, he tossed a piece of silver into the air, indicating that he was not short on funds. The waiter's eyes brightened at the sight, and he nodded eagerly, Rest assured, sir, I will keep a close watch. Suddenly, a hearty laugh erupted from a nearby table. Huh, this is truly amusing. I wonder what peculiar taste this swordsman possesses to be in the company of a nun. His companions and nearby diners chimed in agreement. What you might not realize is that a nun is still a woman. The monastery can be a rather lonely place. What woman does not yearn for love? The man's taste was indeed odd. Who found nuns appealing? You simply lack experience. That in my youth, I had the fortune to see a certain abbess from the Hongshan sect from afar, and I tell you, she was truly stunning. As the crowd buzzed with conversation, someone could not help but inquire of Li Jin, is this nun truly beautiful? It's not a matter of beauty. She's the kind of person who nearly made me slip up, he coughed. But I should inform everyone that the swordsman in question is none other than the infamous flower thief, known as Tian Boguang, the wanderer of 1,000 miles. The crowd fell silent, their expressions frozen in shock. So, is this Letcher? No wonder his tastes are so peculiar. A novice in the martial world, unaware of the atmosphere's shift, continued to chatter until his friend hastily covered his mouth. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Seeing the fearful glances exchanged among the crowd, intimidated by Tian Boguang's notorious reputation, Li Jin found the situation amusing, yet somewhat tragic. Just as he was about to speak, a commanding voice echoed from a corner. A bunch of cowardly mice! What is so frightening about a mere flower thief? Everyone turned to find two young Taoist priests clad in robes, one of whom surveyed the crowd with a haughty expression, appearing to lament their lack of courage. It's a disciple of the Taishan sect. Someone recognized the robe style and gasped. The crowd fell silent, heads bowed, silently cursing that, of course, the Taishan sect, with its vast resources, would not fear such a skilled flower thief. We, however, are but minor sects. If we provoke him, a single misstep could cost us our lives. Noticing the crowd's ostrich-like behavior, the young Taoist grew even prouder and scoffed. If that flower thief dares to come here, I will ensure he returns without success. Li Jin, observing from the side, felt a twinge of doubt. With a disciple of the Taishan sect present, the supporting characters were in place. Was Tian Boguang soon to follow? He nonchalantly circled the tavern and, concealed by a screen, indeed discovered a table of unusual guests. It featured a composed middle-aged scholar and a charming young girl. With renewed confidence, Li Jin seated himself in the center of the first floor, producing a large silver ingot which he placed on the table. Pointing to the only remaining vacant table in the hall, he instructed, "Waiter, I have reserved this table to not serve any dishes. It must remain empty. When guests arrive, they cannot sit here without my nod." The waiter, upon seeing the weight of the silver, was instantly captivated. This was worth far more than a day's earnings for that table. Glancing at the innkeeper, who nodded in approval, he quickly took the silver, bowed, and smiled. "Sir, you are truly generous. This table is entirely yours today." Li Jin ordered a pot of tea and settled in to await his guest. The reason he chose to wait for Tian Boguang here stemmed from the original storyline. Ling Huchong had arrived in Hengyang alongside Yu Buchuan and would soon encounter Tian Boguang, who had taken Yilin hostage in a nearby cave. After a fierce struggle, Ling Huchong would be gravely injured, allowing Tian Boguang to bring Yilin to this very tavern. Now that Ling Huchong had been whisked away to Fuzhou due to Li Jin's butterfly effect, should Yilin find herself in Tian Boguang's clutches, there would be no one left to rescue her, and that would indeed be a tragedy. Although Li Jin was not a saint, he did not wish for innocent individuals to suffer harm due to his actions. He had initially intended to ambush at the cave from the original plot to rescue Yilin directly, but unfortunately, Yu Buchuan forbade him from wandering. Especially in this desolate mountainous region, the reality was too absurd to explain to others. Thus, he had instructed his companion Li Quan to search the area and contact the Li Family Tavern's local agents in Hengyang. The Li Family Tavern was part of a development plan he had long devised, with agents stationed at nearly every major plot point, allowing them to expand the tavern business while also serving his bidding. Their role was to gather intelligence and supply resources. However, these agents had little time and were few in number. Against Tian Boguang, they would likely be no match, but performing minor tasks was certainly within their capabilities. That Li Jin had them identify all caves near Hengyang within a 20-mile radius near streams. Totaling about 20, he then poured the remnants of fish and shrimp, which had been steeping in foul water for over 10 days, into each cave, creating an overwhelmingly nauseating odor that would surely deter anyone from lurking about. After exposure to such a repugnant stench, it would likely take several hours before anyone could stomach the thought of approaching. To eliminate the problem at its source, he also prepared personnel to guard the main routes to Hungshan, warning any nuns they encountered of one crucial fact. Tian Buiguang was known to roam this area, and they should take care not to venture alone. At last, he stationed himself by the returning Wild Goose Tower, serving as the final line of defense, hoping to encounter the two individuals. After all, Hingyang, being the only major city in the vicinity, presented a significant chance that Tian Buiguang would pass this way for supplies. This tavern was also the one he found most appealing in the original text, thus the likelihood of his arrival was high. Li Jin, while waiting in utter boredom, mused internally, "Master Yilin, I have truly done my utmost. If you are captured despite this, there will be nothing I can do, with nothing but idle waiting proving tedious." He quietly contemplated the internal martial arts he had recently begun to learn. Previously, he had perceived internal energy as akin to a mere attribute buff, providing additional strength, agility, defense, and recovery, along with unique enhancements like ice and fire. Therefore, he believed that even without internal energy, one could still execute sword techniques and other moves as long as the attribute enhancements were sufficient. However, upon genuinely embarking on the study of internal energy, he discovered it was far from such a simplistic notion. Internal energy not only enhances attributes, but also accelerates nerve conduction speed, stimulating muscular and skeletal responses to produce movements that transcend the limits of the physical body. The normal speed of nerve signal transmission ranges from approximately 50 to 70 meters per second. Consequently, athletes face physiological bottlenecks regarding reaction speed. It is only by bypassing the brain and minimizing signal transmission distance, akin to muscle memory, that one can achieve greater swiftness. For instance, the knee-jerk reflex is a neural reflex action that can occur without engaging the brain. By omitting certain neural pathways, is significantly faster than a leg kick initiated by conscious thought. Internal energy operates similarly. Without it, executing a sword strike requires a moment of pause between the movements, whereas internal energy can transcend the speed of nerve conduction, forcibly acting upon the nerves at the point of exertion, stimulating the muscles and skeletal nerves to instantly unleash the next strike as soon as the previous one concludes. It effectively constructs a rapid signal pathway between the brain and the peripheral nerves via internal force. Thus, it is no wonder that martial arts masters can execute particularly agile techniques. Even those moves that defy conventional human exertion can be understood in this context. As Li Jin pondered this, he felt an urge to meditate and cultivate his energy, seizing the moment to enhance his skills. However, surrounded by people, he feared that any interruption could lead to disastrous repercussions. With no other choice, he continued to wait idly. Why not play a game? Because the points were precious. He had nearly exhausted his points over the past few days and was reluctant to use what little remained. Time slipped by, and just as Li Jin was growing bored enough to pick at his nails, a conversation drifted in from outside. "Little master, you possess the beauty that could sink fish and cause wild geese to alight. This returning Wild Goose Tower is built for you. Let us ascend and drink to our fill. Let us revel. As a monk, indulging in meat and wine is against the rules of my Baiyun monastery. Your Baiyun monastery has many rules. Do you truly uphold them all? I shall soon call you out for your hypocrisy. Such strict precepts are mere deceptions. Surely your master often hides away to secretly drink and feast on dog meat. You speak nonsense. My master never hides away to secretly drink or feast on dog meat. If you do not ascend to drink with me, I shall tear your clothes apart." As they spoke, the two entered the grand doors of the returning Wild Goose Tower. The newcomers were none other than Tian Buiguang. He scanned the room and immediately spotted an empty table beside Li Jin. His years of wandering the Jianghu had taught him that occupying a central position in the hall was somewhat unwise. However, the place was now full, leaving no other options. Noticing Li Jin's scholar-like appearance, which posed little threat, he hesitated only briefly before tugging at Yilin's arm and heading over. A waiter discreetly shot a glance at Li Jin, who silently nodded in response, prompting the waiter to approach with a beaming smile. "Welcome, esteemed guests. You have arrived just in time. A prime spot has just opened up." Before he could finish, his features contorted, and he appeared as if he might vomit. Tian Boguang, uninterested in the waiter, sat down directly, slamming his broadsword on the table, pointing at the chair, and commanding Yilin to sit. Yilin, her face filled with bitterness, had no choice but to comply. Li Jean, sitting nearby, was immediately assaulted by a foul stench, nearly causing him to regurgitate the pastries he had just eaten. The source of the odor was doing an excellent job. "Do not serve that again. Bring forth your finest dishes," Tian Boguang ordered. "Curse it! This stench is unbearable. Prepare a guest room for me and heat the bathwater. I shall bathe immediately after my meal." He glanced at Yilin again, lewdly suggesting, "Make sure the bathwater is enough for two. Do not think that a little filth can escape my grasp. Even if the head of Hengshan, the serene Nun Dixin, were here, I would still make you revel before her, Yilin." The waiter finally regained his composure, wiped the froth from his mouth, and replied loudly, "Certainly, esteemed guest. I shall prepare it right away." Tian Boguang surveyed the room, noticing that nearly everyone was covertly watching him, assuming it was the stench that had drawn their attention. He glared back fiercely. "What are you looking at?" A hush fell over the crowd, who resumed their meals, too intimidated to speak. Li Jean, at this moment, realized that Tian Boguang had yet to take action, allowing him to relax. Since Tian Boguang had entered his 10-meter radius, the control over his own life had slipped from his grasp. Li Jin's only concern was how to subdue him. Alas, with so many methods available, it was indeed a vexation to decide. Just as he was lost in thought, a disciple from the Taishan sect could no longer remain seated. The young Taoist drew his long sword and strode directly toward Tian Boguang, loudly declaring, Are you Tian Boguang?" Tian Boguang, already irritated by the foul smell, responded impatiently, "What of it?" The young Taoist's brows furrowed fiercely. "I shall slay you, you lecher. Everyone in the martial world wishes to see you dead. And yet you sit here brazenly. Are you not courting death?" With that, he lunged forward with his sword. Tian Boguang swiftly unsheathed his broadsword, and in the next instant, the blade met the sword, striking the young Taoist squarely in the abdomen. Clang! The sound of clashing weapons echoed throughout the tavern, drawing everyone's attention. They beheld an unsheathed long sword blocking the broadsword, halting at mere inches from the Taoist's chest. Jean glared at the Taoist, silently cursing, "You have ruined my grand entrance. You fool." The one who intervened was none other than himself. Fortunately, this blockhead stood between two tables, allowing Li Jin to support him without even standing up. Otherwise, he would have had to pay a price for this folly. A stir rippled through the hall. No one had witnessed Tian Boguang's actions, but Li Jin had already intercepted the blow, quickly realizing that this young man's skills were not to be underestimated. No wonder he dared to provoke Tian Boguang. The young Taoist turned pale, cold sweat soaking his back, his throat dry, struggling to swallow, yet unable to utter a word. Li Jin, uninterested in his thoughts, coldly addressed Tian Boguang. "You dare to kill here. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? Who are you?" Tian Boguang's gaze turned icy as he silently withdrew his blade, though still gripping the hilt. Li Jin of the Huashan sect. Tian Boguang paused, furrowing his brow in contemplation before shaking his head. "A nameless person. I have never heard of you." Li Jin's lips twitched. This fellow was incredibly rude, lacking even a polite greeting. It seemed he was destined for misfortune today. "Qi Baiqing, return quickly," the middle-aged Taoist commanded. Only then did the young Taoist react, his face shifting between green and white, ultimately bowing in humility. "Thank you for your assistance." With that, he had no face to remain, ignoring the middle-aged Taoist, and hastily exited the returning Wild Goose Tower. The middle-aged Taoist, feeling somewhat embarrassed, bowed to Li Jin. "I am ashamed. I am Tian Song, and that was my disciple, Qi Baiqing. Your skills are remarkable. You must be a distinguished disciple of Master Yu. Today, we are grateful for your timely intervention. Should you require assistance in the future, I shall not decline." With that, he cast a sidelong glance at Tian Boguang, implying that he would not refuse to join in the assault. Jean slightly bowed in return. "Master Tian Song, you are too kind. You should hasten to find Master Qi. He may be in some trouble. Seeing Li Jin's confident demeanor, Tian Song felt concern for his reckless disciple, so he refrained from further pleasantries, bowed again, and hurried out the door. Humph. Left in a lurch, Tian Buowang, seeing Li Jin's demeanor as if he had him at his mercy, felt a surge of anger, and with a cold grunt, he swung his blade once more. Just as he wished, Li Jin wielded his sword to deflect the blade, simultaneously delivering a powerful kick that sent Lin and her chair flying a distance of 10 feet. Thus sparing her from the chaos of battle, Lin gasped in surprise, losing her balance and tumbling to the ground along with her seat. Jin remarked, "It seems I've overindulged in my buffs. My strength is somewhat beyond my control." With Lin no longer by his side, Tian Buguang felt emboldened to unleash his ferocious wind blade technique, each strike faster than the last. Having only trained in swordsmanship for a little over a month, Li Jin had yet to achieve muscle memory, and this was his first encounter in actual combat. Relying solely on his formidable buffs, he managed to execute a few moves before losing his composure, leaving him with no choice but to defend himself. Realizing the dire situation, Li Jin contemplated using some cunning tactics. He scattered a handful of flour, compelling Tian Buowang to parry with his blade, and seized the opportunity to step back and create distance. Ha! Tian Buowang laughed, evading the flour and refraining from counterattacking, boasting, "So this is all you amount to? You dare to interfere with my affairs with such clumsy skills?" In a corner, Chu Fian expressed her concern. "Grandfather, it seems he cannot hold his ground against that villain." Chu Yang picked up a chopstick, offering reassurance. "Fear not. At the crucial moment, I shall intervene to save him." Amidst the fray, a smirk crept onto Li Jin's lips as he surreptitiously activated another buff. "Enough talk. Let's continue." He raised his sword high, striking downwards as if wielding a cleaver. "What sort of swordplay is this?" Yu Buchuan teaches his disciples without discernment, wielding the sword as if it were a knife. "Perhaps you should come to me as your master. You might even inherit my legacy." Tian Buguang dodged several of Li Jin's slashes and couldn't help but mock him. "If you truly disdain this swordplay, why not accept my challenge?" Li Jin retorted sharply. "Humph, sharp-tongued." Tian Buguang's gaze hardened. "Once I shatter your Huashan swordplay, we'll see how resilient your tongue remains." With that, he ceased to evade and propelled himself toward Li Jin, his right hand swinging down with a diagonal slash to deflect the sword while his left reached for Li Jin's throat. However, he did not anticipate that the moment his blade grazed Li Jin's sword, an immense force surged through him, seizing his entire body in a paralyzing grip. The Justice Seal. The soul of justice fills the paladin's being for 30 minutes, granting a chance to stun the target for 2 seconds with each melee attack. A paladin can only activate one seal at a time. In reality, the moment the first attack struck, the stun effect was triggered. The attack he had begun abruptly faltered. Onlookers beheld as Tian Buowang's blade deflected the sword, only to find him suddenly collapsing forward, as if struck at vital points, a mist of blood erupting from his cheeks, indicating a broken nose or a bitten tongue. His left hand reached forward, as if grasping for something. Chu Yang observed this and involuntarily exclaimed. Jin raised an eyebrow, reversing his grip on the sword while swiftly targeting the pressure points on Tian Buowang's back. Having only learned about acupoint striking recently, he was unsure how many would suffice for assurance, so he pressed on, hitting every point he could recall. Just as Tian Buowang regained a semblance of control over his body, he found numerous pressure points struck. Warmth flooded his trousers as he involuntarily wet himself. "You insolent wretch! How dare you humiliate me thus?" he roared, overwhelmed by a mix of shame and fury. This brat had indeed targeted his lower points. Was it merely to incapacitate him? Why resort to such despicable tactics? It wasn't until Li Jin caught a whiff of the odor that he realized his mistake. "Oh dear, it seems I may have struck an inappropriate acupoint. My apologies, it's my first time hitting someone. I lacked experience and inadvertently harmed you. I shall be more cautious in the future." Tian Buowang was left speechless. Jin turned him over, revealing his flushed face, bloodied yet adorned with a mix of pain and indignation. His nose was flattened, eyes glistening with tears, whether from agony or grievance. It was unclear. The area around his trousers was soaked, the mingling stench of urine and seafood nearly suffocating. Li Jin stepped back, unable to bear it. In the corner, Chu Yang quietly set down his chopsticks, covering the curious eyes of Chu Fian. "Do not look." On the second floor, Yu Buchuan dispelled the purple aura from his face. Retreating behind a pillar, unable to suppress his amusement, "This rascal, whether to kill or to maim, I leave it to your discretion. Must you humiliate me so?" Tian Buowang lamented, tears streaming down his face as he bellowed. As a prominent sect, does Huashan not fear tarnishing its reputation with such conduct? The onlookers, witnessing his pitiful state, felt a wave of sympathy wash over them. Li Jin, incensed by his words, coldly retorted, "No amount of humiliation is too great for a lecher like you. Those virtuous women you have wronged must be reveling in your current disgrace. They have suffered under your vile hands, unable to live normally. Some have chosen death to assert their dignity, while others endure scornful glances, surviving in misery. Yet you continue to roam free, enjoying your life. The condemned souls in the prison may have committed fewer sins than you." As he surveyed the crowd, he declared, "Today, Tian Buowang falls into my grasp. He must face severe punishment. If anyone dares to plead for him, I warn you, may your female relatives never fall prey to such a scoundrel." A collective shiver ran through the crowd, instantly recognizing the validity of his words. And their sympathy dissipated. Chu Yang stroked his beard, smiling. This man exhibits a certain flair reminiscent of the divine cult. Chu Fian, forced to turn away, pondered as she listened to Li Jin's assertions and her father's remarks. Is the divine cult's flair merely to make evildoers wet their pants? Chu Yang remained silent. On the second floor, Yu Buchuan felt a flush creeping up his face, instinctively hiding himself even more. Pondering, is there any mention of this in Confucian texts? Must one possess such a mindset to cultivate righteousness? Lin, having escaped the immediate peril, hurried over to express her gratitude. "Thank you, senior brotherly of the Huashan sect. Had you not been here, I truly would not have known how to cope." At that moment, Li Jin finally took note of her features. With rosy lips and pearly teeth, her delicate brows and eyes painted a picture of vulnerability, evoking sympathy. No wonder she had caught Tian Buowang's attention. Upholding righteousness is indeed a martial artist's duty. Moreover, as members of the Five Mountain Sword sect, mutual assistance is paramount. Li Jin pinched his nose and exchanged pleasantries before summoning the waiter, tossing him a silver ingot. "Go to the inn next door and seek out the Huashan disciples lodging there. Inform them we have captured Tian Buowang and request their assistance. This silver shall serve as compensation for the damaged tables and chairs, while the remainder is your reward for your efforts." The waiter beamed, accepting the silver and hastening off to deliver the news. Soon, a group of fellow disciples arrived, their excitement palpable upon witnessing the scene. "We heard tales of Tian Buowang's misdeeds, but never did we expect him to come so close to us. Ninth junior brother, you truly are formidable. This villain has wreaked havoc for years. Even our master could not capture him before. Yet you managed to seize him first. Junior brother, you have only been training for a few months. I fear we may not even be your match now." Li Jin humbly responded, "It was merely fortune." "Fortune! Ensure you secure him well, for he holds great significance, and must not be allowed to escape or perish." After a round of flattery, they jubilantly carried the bound Tian Buowang back to the inn. Li Jin took a few steps and noticed someone trailing behind him. Turning around, he discovered it was Lin. Observing her innocent and helpless demeanor, he scratched his head and said, "You should accompany us. We are all headed to Lu Sherwa's residence at Hungshan sect. I shall arrange a private room for you at the inn, and you need not pay." The young nun felt somewhat embarrassed. "Then I must thank Senior Brotherly. I will report this matter to Master, and your great kindness, Senior Brother, I shall repay, having participated in the incident involving Tian Buowang's abduction of Lin." He earned 864 points, bringing his current balance to 1291 points. Capturing Tian Buowang netted him 2,000 points, raising his balance to 3,291 points. Receiving the heartfelt gratitude of the key character, Lin garnered him an additional 1,000 points, bringing his total to 4,291 points. Surprised by the notifications from the game system, Li Jin paused, taken aback. The first two prompts were entirely normal. Throughout the journey, he had encountered various figures of renown, which had yielded him a modest accumulation of points. However, the third prompt astonished him. It revealed that not only participating in the plot, but also receiving gratitude from key characters could yield rewards. And significantly high ones at that. What did this imply? It meant he could potentially amass an almost infinite supply of points within the confines of the storyline. It is essential to recognize that, aside from liberating individuals from dire predicaments, the mere fulfillment of desires inevitably engenders a sense of gratitude. The characters in the smiling, proud wanderer-possessed desires. Indeed, they do, and in abundance. Yu Buchuan aspires to elevate the prestige of the Huashan sect. Ling Hucheng yearns to wed his junior sister. Ren Wuxing seeks to return to the Blackwood Cliff, reclaim his position as the leader, and reign supreme. Dongfang Bubi wishes to share a life of bliss with Yang Lianting, and perhaps even longs for the restoration of his male form. At this moment, Lin Pingji, who has likely fallen into a predicament, must fervently wish to avenge the Qingchang sect and rescue his parents. The realm of imagination is indeed vast. Thus, Li Jin need not worry that the unfolding narrative will deprive him of his source of points entirely. Upon contemplating this, a joyous smile unconsciously graced his face as he addressed the young nun. Helping others is the essence of joy. Should any difficulties arise in the future, do not forget that you can always seek my assistance. Yilin clasped her hands in prayer. Li Shixiang, your chivalrous deeds and willingness to aid others will surely earn you the blessings of the Buddha. Nonetheless, she sensed something peculiar and unsettling in Li Jin's gaze. What are you saying? You intend to take this scoundrel to roam the world. Yu Buchuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, astonished as he gazed at Li Jin. Indeed, Master, Tian Boiwang has harmed countless women over the years. Executing him outright would be too lenient. I wish to compel this lecher to apologize to each victim and make due reparations. Even for those poor souls who have passed, they deserve solace for their spirits in the heavens. Once all compensations are settled, it would not be too late to do away with him. Ning Zhongze, who had just entered from outside, was equally surprised. Jiner, your idea is quite commendable, but you have only been training in martial arts for a little over 2 months, and your swordsmanship is not yet complete. The world of Jianghu is fraught with danger. How can your master and mistress feel at ease sending you out? Li Jin smacked his forehead in exasperation. Master and mistress, you have misunderstood me. I do not intend to leave immediately, at the very least. I must wait until my swordsmanship has reached a certain level, which I estimate will take another year or two. Yu Buchuan resolutely declined. Absolutely not. At your young age, how can you fathom the treachery of human hearts? Moreover, the Huashan swordplay is profound and intricate. It cannot be mastered in merely a year or two. Furthermore, your righteous aura has yet to be learned by anyone. Should an accident occur, it would jeopardize the legacy. Li Jin's expression faltered as he recalled Yu Buchuan's lifelong aspiration, and he suddenly understood his concerns. IKT seemed he had become a crucial component in the endeavor to elevate the Huashan sect. No wonder Yu Buchuan had previously refused his attempts to act independently. With the issue now clear, Li Jin knew how to respond. Rest assured, master and mistress, I will diligently cultivate my skills before embarking on any journey. And I will devise a mean for the disciples to learn this righteous aura. Yu Buchuan's eyes indeed sparkled with delight. Truly. Have you found a solution? Li Jin replied with confidence. I have some inkling. Seeing Li Jin's self-assured demeanor, Yu Buchuan's expression softened. As long as you understand, always remember, the world of Jianghu is perilous. You cannot afford to let your guard down for even a moment. Your ability to capture Tian Boiwang is not merely due to your martial prowess, but because you must be aware that your current skills and experiences are insufficient to ensure that Tian Boiwang would willingly follow you to atone for his misdeeds. Even if I were to assist you in crippling his martial abilities, it would not suffice. Li Jin chose not to elaborate further, simply stating, disciple understands. Ning Zhongze interjected. Just now, the Nuo arrived on horseback, saying that Chong and the others have reached the outskirts of Hingyang City. However, they are delayed due to traveling with the injured and cannot move swiftly. Yu Buchuan inquired urgently. Is injured? Could it be Ling Shan? Among the three of them, she possesses the weakest martial skills. Ning Zhongzi shook her head with a smile. It is not Ling Shan. This time, the deputy head of the Fuwei escort. Lin Pingji has accompanied them, and the injured individual is his mother, Madame Lin. Yu Buchuan expressed confusion. I merely instructed them to investigate. How did they end up bringing someone back? What about the head of the Lin family? Did he not come? Ning Zhongzi replied. It seems the Fuwei escort has encountered a grave calamity. The head, Lin Zhongdiao, has been abducted, and Madame Lin was rescued by Chong'er and the others. We shall wait for Chong'er to arrive to inquire about the details. As they spoke, a commotion could be heard from outside. The three hurried to the door. They beheld many disciples surrounding Ling Huchong and others as they approached the main hall in the crowd. Yuling Shan was supporting a middle-aged woman alongside a handsome young man. Both the woman and the youth were clad in tattered clothing, indicating that they were not truly impoverished folk. However, at that moment, their disheveled hair, dejected expressions, and bloodied garments rendered them quite pitiable. Yu Buchuan clasped his hands in greeting. I am Yu Buchuan of Huashan. May I inquire who the two of you are? The middle-aged woman gathered her composure and knelt to pay her respects. I am the wife of the head of the Fuwei escort, Lin Zhongdiao, and this is my son, Lin Pingji. We pay our respects to Master Yu. Yu Buchuan furrowed his brow and quickly stepped forward to assist her. Please rise. I cannot accept such a grand gesture. Madame Lin's eyes glimmered with hope. I have heard that Master Yu is known for his gentlemanly sword and his righteous disdain for evil. That the banditry within Huashan has been eradicated, and everyone sings your praises. The Fuwei escort has been unjustly annihilated by the Qingchang sect, and my husband has been taken captive. We have fled from Fuzhou with Pingji, and we beseech Master Yu to uphold justice for us. Yu Buchuan's heart sank. Indeed, such a grand gesture must harbor a request. However, these two had arrived in haste, and he was unaware of the details. Making it unwise to make promises, he could only respond. The Fuwei escort has always thrived on amicable dealings and should not have suffered such a calamity. That I will certainly investigate the truth of the matter and ensure that the facts are not obscured. Madame Lin, for the time being, please rest here to recuperate. Your health is of utmost importance. Upon hearing this, Ning Zhongzi immediately summoned several female disciples to assist Madame Lin to the rear courtyard. With his mother present, Lin Pingji lacked any opinion of his own and simply followed along. Now, would you kindly explain what transpired? In the hall, now occupied solely by the core members of Huashan, Yu Buchuan turned to Ling Huchong. This disciple ventured to Fuzhou and discovered that numerous disciples from the Qingchang sect had gathered near the Fuwei escort. With Ling Huchong's explanation, Li Jin finally grasped the extent to which the plot had twisted. The Qingchang sect had indeed mobilized in full force, descending upon the vicinity of the Fuwei escort. However, due to the personnel changes within the Huashan sect, they did not disguise themselves as the innkeeper and his daughter. Yu Renhao did not harass the girl, nor did Lin Pingji intervene to avenge her, resulting in a mere standoff in the tavern, with each side suffering one injury before returning home, with his biological son unharmed. When the Qingqing sect attacked the Fuwei escort, Yu Songhai did not employ lethal force. He merely crippled the legs of those who emerged from the mansion, crippling the escort's business, citing the incident in which Lin Yuantu had caused the death of his master. He pressured Lin Jinan to surrender the evil sword manual. Naturally, Lin Jinan would not concede easily. After a contest, the escort's martial artists were utterly defeated. Fortunately, Ling Huchong, who had been observing from the sidelines, leapt forth to prevent the Qingchang sect from taking hostages, urging both sides to sit down and discuss matters amicably. Yu Songhai, while maintaining the facade of a reputable sect, was unaware of any clandestine arrangements by the Huashan sect, thus had to suppress his ulterior motive for the time being. In light of the situation, Lin Jinan reluctantly surrendered the evil sword manual. To his astonishment, upon examining the manual, Yu Songhai erupted in fury, demonstrating the sword techniques before Lin Jinan, denouncing him for attempting to deceive him with a set of skills that every martial artist was familiar with. The Lin family was utterly bewildered. How could their own swordplay appear even more elegant in Yu Songhai's hands? Ling Huchong, feeling a sudden urge to show off, decided to demonstrate a few moves he had previously surreptitiously learned. And they surpassed Lin Jinan's execution. Facts speak louder than words. Despite the Lin family members being left astonished, they had no choice but to acknowledge that this swordplay had indeed become widely disseminated in the martial world. Yet, Lin Yuntu had indeed carved out a formidable reputation with this very technique. After prolonged silence, Lin Jinan declared his intent to consult ancestral records to ascertain whether any hidden techniques were concealed within. Promising a response by the following day, Yu Tsanghai, recognizing the presence of Huashan disciples, refrained from taking direct action, opting instead to remain vigilant, instructing his disciples to heighten their watchfulness, ensuring that no one escaped. On the surface, Lin Jinan's study was brightly lit, yet behind the scenes he had his family, servants, and the guards of the escort agency don coarse linen garments, presenting themselves in a disheveled manner that obscured their identities. When the disciples of the Qingchang sect were at their most fatigued in the dead of night, they burst forth from the estate and scattered in every direction, amid the ensuing chaos. Several Qingchang disciples met their demise. At this point, Yu Tsanghai completely shed his facade, ruthlessly pursuing the personnel of the escort agency, leading to a swift toll of death and injury among the guards. As the most prominent target, Lin Jinan was subsequently captured by Yu Tsanghai. Meanwhile, Lin's wife and Lin Pingji, who had separated in their flight, received assistance from 3 members of the Huashan sect, enabling them to escape the encirclement and ultimately reach Hengyang, where they sought justice from Yu Buchuan. Upon hearing this, Li Jin couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. Yu Buchuan was not the hot-blooded champion of justice. He would not lend a hand without a vested interest. With the Lin family now in the hands of the Huashan sect, it was highly likely they would be compelled to divulge the secrets of the Poji sword technique. Lin Pingji had long harbored aspirations toward the Huashan sect, repeatedly expressing his desire to join during their journey, a sentiment that Lin's wife wholeheartedly supported. After finishing his remarks, Ling Huchong wore a grin as if he had accomplished a great feat. Yu Buchuan did not respond immediately, instead frowning in contemplation before stating, "This matter is not appropriate. Does the Lin family have any relatives or friends?" According to Lin Pingji, his maternal grandfather is Wang Yuanba, the invincible leader of the Jindao sect in Luoyang, who wields considerable influence. If we do not assist them, they will surely seek aid in Luoyang. Good. Yu Buchuan sighed in relief, stating, "Our Huashan sect should not intervene in this matter. Once the situation with the Hengshan sect is resolved, we will escort the mother and son to Luoyang and hand them over to Mr. Wang, thus fulfilling our moral obligation." Li Jin was left dumbfounded by this revelation. Was this really Yu Buchuan? Had he been possessed? Wait, Master, do you really have no interest in the Poji sword technique at all? Li Jin cautiously inquired. Yu Buchuan furrowed his brow. The martial arts of Huashan are profound and extensive, sufficient for you to study for a lifetime. To desire more is to risk being overwhelmed. Furthermore, the Lin family is in dire straits, with Lin Zhongbiao's life hanging in the balance. How can we, as chivalrous individuals, take advantage of their misfortune and covet their martial arts? But, Yu Buchuan shook his head sternly. There is no but. Focus on mastering the Howren righteousness, which is no less formidable than any other martial art. Stop fixating on those trivial matters. Upon hearing this, Li Jin suddenly realized the truth. He understood why Yu Buchuan reacted this way. Yu Buchuan's greatest aspiration was to elevate the Huashan sect. To achieve this, he needed to surpass his competitors in terms of martial arts and influence. Having practiced Huashan martial arts for many years, he must have seen a crucial fact. Solely relying on the current martial skills and talent pool of Huashan would undoubtedly hinder the realization of this goal. Setting aside the stagnation of Huashan's martial arts, the sect's talent pool was too sparse to compare with the Songzhan sect. This flaw could not be rectified in the short term. Thus, only one solution remained: to seek other martial arts masterpieces. However, the valuable martial arts of the Jianghu were often owned by others. Acquiring them was far from easy. The only feasible option seemed to be the beleaguered Fuwei escort agency, but to avoid tarnishing the image of the Huashan sect, they could not resort to outright coercion. This must have been a significant headache for Yu Buchuan. Yet, Li Jin's appearance had perfectly resolved this dilemma. First, his Howard righteousness was ostensibly an undisputed masterpiece. Yu Buqian had personally experienced the overwhelming power it bestowed, in contrast to the uncertain efficacy and legendary prowess of the Poji sword technique. Seizing the Howard righteousness was evidently the more prudent choice. Second, since Li Jin did not belong to any sect, the martial arts he created would not bring about any additional complications. Finally, Li Jin had already mentioned he had discovered a method for others to learn Howard righteousness, further solidifying Yu Buqian's resolve to bide his time and develop steadily. As a rational leader of a sect, why would he stir up trouble when he could quietly cultivate his strength? The Poji sword technique, a hotbed of interest for the Qingcheng sect and other Jianghu forces, was something he absolutely wished to avoid. Having grasped the underlying intricacies, Li Jin refrained from further commentary. While only the naive Ling Hucheng remained oblivious to the underlying motives, incessantly urging Yu Buqian to lend assistance, until he was eventually chastised and silenced by Yu Buqian. Junior brother, I heard from Lu Hoer that you made quite a few delectable dishes on your journey. The Huayan building nearby is said to have excellent wines. Shall we indulge in fine food and drink to celebrate my homecoming? As soon as Yu Buqian departed, Ling Hucheng immediately draped his arm around Li Jin's neck, shamelessly soliciting food and drink with a cheerful demeanor. Completely shedding the earlier look of grievance, Li Jin had no time to entertain him. He had more pressing matters to attend to, quickly tossing a few bottles of Sunlight Age brew to Ling Hucheng before hastily making his exit. Upon returning to his room, he swiftly unfurled his writing materials, carefully considering his words as he penned several letters. He then summoned Li Quan, instructing him to ensure the letters reached Lu Zhengfeng of the Hongshan sect in a discreet manner. If Yu Buqian could amend his ways, then it was incumbent upon his disciple to come to the aid of those in peril. Even for the sake of cautious development, it was essential to find a way to counterbalance the Songzhan sect. Allowing for more time to grow, disrupting the plans of the Songzhan sect was the most apparent method. The lives of Lu Zhengfeng's family must be preserved. The Songzhan sect's scheme to establish dominance must be thwarted. However, it was crucial to leave no traces that could implicate the Huashan sect, preventing Zhuo Longchan from shifting his focus onto them. Watching Li Quan hurriedly depart, Li Jin sighed inwardly. He had done all he could. If he pushed any further, he risked endangering both himself and the Huashan sect. The fates of Lu Zhengfeng and Chu Yang now hinged on their own fortunes in the following days, upon receiving Yu Buqian's gentle refusal. Lin's family felt disheartened. Lin Pingji was primarily concerned for his father's safety, while Lin's wife harbored deeper anxieties. She was acutely aware of her father's character. Her journey to Luoyang would undoubtedly be akin to a lamb walking into a tiger's den. The initial allure of marrying into the Lin family had been tied, to some extent, to their wealth and the Poji sword technique. Now that the Fuwei escort agency had lost both its fortune and reputation, they could hardly safeguard what little remained, and it seemed the agency would soon bear the Wang surname. Yet, she had no better recourse, and so she and Lin Pingji knelt outside the guest house of the Huashan sect, bowing and pleading. This scene was witnessed by the increasing number of chivalrous figures in Hingyang, leading to a flurry of distorted rumors. Yu Buqian, caught in a dilemma, was compelled to publicly promise that should he encounter Yu Tsanghai of the Qingxing sect, he would intervene to protect Lin Jinan's life. After the conclusion of the Golden Basin Washing Hands Conference, he would escort Lin's family to the Wang family in Luoyang. But should the Wang family refuse to take them in, he would take Lin Pingji under his wing to ensure their safety from harm. Yu Buqian's strategy was to assume that the Qingchang sect, having committed such a grave act, would likely avoid attending the conference, making a chance encounter unlikely. Moreover, it was probable that the Jindao sect in Luoyang would not idly sit by while their daughter and grandson were pursued, and they would likely ensure the safety of the mother and son, thus diminishing the likelihood of them seeking refuge with the Huashan sect. These two promises were virtually meaningless, akin to empty gestures, practical yet hollow. For the moment, everyone seemed satisfied, although Madame Lin remained deeply worried for Lin Jinan. She felt considerably relieved and ceased her kneeling at the guest house door, allowing herself to recuperate. Li Jin, fully aware of the dynamics at play, easily discerned the intentions of both parties. However, he preferred not to intervene. After all, There were reward tokens to be gained, and why not benefit from that? Disrupting the plot would yield 2,000 tokens, currently totaling 2,000 tokens. The prospect of altering the narrative and receiving 2,000 tokens was delightful. Yet, why had his previous tokens been cleared? The thought caused him pain, for all his tokens had been invested in the game. With such a significant expenditure, his paladin was only at level 20. Now, after practicing the Hanyuan Gong a few times, Li Jin re-entered the game, preparing to undertake a vital task: the destruction of a traitor. The target of this task was the Blood Elf traitor Dalkon, who resided within the city of Daisom. That he was an elite creature, possessing attributes far superior to those of ordinary foes. However, the mission would provide an item capable of significantly weakening Dalkon's strength. And once defeated, obtaining his insignia would complete the task. That IT sounded simple, and in the original version of the Miaowang, it was indeed quite straightforward. However, this was a modified world. Dalkon was located deep within a crypt in Daisom City, which was no longer the minuscule locale of the original game, but rather a genuine small city, spanning several kilometers. From the moment one entered the city, they were met with roving undead creatures, whose cries could attract a horde of enemies. As players toiled diligently to confront Darkon, they inevitably discover that he is flanked by 5 elite minions, comprising both melee tanks and ranged spellcasters and archers. Darkon himself is a formidable fusion of a powerful mage and a sorcerer turret. Upon accepting the quest at level 18, Li Jin attempted several times, each endeavor culminating in his arduous journey to Darkon's presence, only to be swiftly felled by the minions before he could even manage a few gestures of his protective spell, Sacred Shield. The difficulty of this quest is evidently tailored for teams of players. Alas, the solitary Li Jin finds himself devoid of any companions. He had contemplated bypassing the elite quest, intending to level up sufficiently before returning to crush it, but reality dealt him a harsh blow. The teleportation, orbs, and cargo ships leading from Silver Moon City to the outside world require him to complete a trial before they can be utilized. This so-called trial entails clearing the Ghostlands, a task that serves to demonstrate his capability to venture forth. Yet, the path from the southern Ghostlands to the eastern Plague Lands is guarded by elite forces, necessitating the provision of relevant clearance documents for passage. The establishment of these trials stems from the already scarce population of the Blood Elves and their persistently low birth rate, a measure enacted to safeguard their kin. This predicament leaves Li Jin in a rather vexing situation. The tasks and monsters in the Ghostlands hover around level 20, and exceeding the monster's level by 7 results in a complete forfeiture of experience rewards. This implies that here, he can only grind to level 28 before virtually ceasing to gain experience. Even if he aspires to reach level 28 before undertaking the quest, the time investment is exorbitant. Level 28 would afford him a modicum of level suppression. However, facing 6 elite monsters simultaneously remains a certain death. At level 28, the paladin has yet to acquire skills capable of altering his predicament, such as the invulnerable shield, which is only available at level 34. Initially, Li Jin had resolved to temporarily abandon the paladin class, instead striving to hone other professions until they hit a bottleneck. Yet a sudden revelation rekindled his confidence. After practicing the primordial palm, he habitually executed a few moves upon entering the game, only to discover that there was indeed a flow of internal energy within him. This astonished Li Jin. Previously, while practicing the foundational internal arts of Washan, he had contemplated leveraging the disparity between game time and real time to exploit an infinite time bug, cultivating internal mastery over centuries before emerging to dominate the world. However, reality had dealt him a devastating blow. In-game, he could sense not a trace of internal energy. His Dantian felt like a still pond, utterly devoid of activity. Attempting to forcefully execute martial techniques resulted in rapid exhaustion, leaving him breathless after merely 2 or 3 moves. Even after purchasing additional game time, he remained undeterred in his attempts, yet the outcome remained unchanged, compelling him to abandon hope. Unexpectedly, he now found that the primordial palm could indeed be wielded within the game. It generated a genuine sensation of energy without inducing weakness. What could be the reason behind this? Li Jin pondered. Perhaps it is due to the unique nature of the primordial palm. The original name of the primordial palm is actually primordial hand. It is a method of internal cultivation that works from the outside in. Through years of relentless practice of the palm technique, one can cultivate internal energy, which in turn enhances the power of the palm technique. When mastered to a profound level, one can harness this internal force without needing to employ the primordial hand technique, thus amplifying the potency of all techniques. Therefore, while it may superficially appear to be merely a palm technique, it is, in fact, an internal cultivation method, particularly suitable for disciples who possess robust physiques but lack a strong sense of energy. However, in recent years, the higher-ups of the Huashan sect have focused more on swordsmanship, leading to an influx of disciples, and, as a result, those with a weak sense of energy have been turned away long ago. Thus, this palm technique has regrettably attracted no attention. Yubuchuan likely sought a trivial palm technique to divert Li Jin's focus, lest he spend too much time on internal cultivation and damage his meridians. Little did he know, this palm technique possessed an extraordinary utility within the game. Son of a bitch! Li Jin peeked out from behind a wall, giving a middle finger to a wandering spider centurion, and confirmed that he had captured its attention before quickly retreating back into the dilapidated house. This was a crumbling abode near the necropolis within Daisam City. Surrounding it were towering necromantic towers, with undead creatures perpetually patrolling the area. However, the interior of the house was remarkably safe, devoid of any patrolling monsters. The last time Li Jin logged off, he had taken refuge within this house, allowing him to seamlessly dive into the necropolis upon logging back in. The spider centurion emitted a chilling shriek, lumbering into the house with heavy footsteps. Jin shook the Huashan sect's standard longsword in his right hand, while his left executed a move from the primordial palm. Upon sensing the activation of his internal energy, he immediately unleashed boundless falling leaves. The sword light converged into a brilliant flurry, and in an instant, he struck the spider centurion with 7 swift thrusts. The first thrust landed with palpable force, but as the second thrust followed, the spider's massive form twisted rapidly, attempting to evade the onslaught of sword light. Were it not for the augmentation of his internal energy, the second thrust might well have failed to catch up to its writhing body. Upon completing the technique, the spider let out a desperate howl, collapsing to the ground. Only then did a massive damage number materialize above its head. For 90, Li Jin was left dumbfounded. The spider had barely over 400 hit points, and this technique had dealt a staggering 490 points of damage, resulting in an instant kill. Wait a moment, something doesn't add up? He had distinctly struck 7 times, yet only 1 damage number appeared. Could it be that the first strike alone inflicted 490 points of damage? The Huashan sect's standard longsword, not being a product of the game itself, was imbued with attributes akin to a treasured heirloom, with damage values comparable to equipment of the same level. Presently, a level 20 paladin's basic attacks yield merely 60 to 70 damage. Could it be the influence of internal energy? The enhancement from internal energy was astonishingly sharp. Yet, that seemed implausible. His current level of internal mastery was insufficient to channel internal energy into the sword's edge to create sword chi or other lethal effects. It could at best render his movements more enduring, agile, and powerful. Could it be that it heightened his agility and strength at the moment of attack? Yet he saw no such buffs on his character. What then was the cause of this damage surge? Stroking his chin, Li Jin resolved to conduct an experiment. In the wake of a battlefield littered with monster corpses, Li Jin finally unraveled the underlying principle. It turned out that the game's damage calculation strictly adheres to the technique mechanic. Each basic attack within a single attack cycle counts as 1 strike. For instance, if a two-handed weapon has an attack speed of 3.5 seconds, it implies that, barring any haste enhancements, each basic attack should occur every 3.5 seconds. During this interval, even if multiple attacks are executed, they are counted as a single strike, but the accumulated damage is tallied together. This explains why he had ostensibly struck 7 times, yet only registered a single damage number. Of course, this assumes he was able to hit, bound by the rules established by the creator of this world. When a combatant exceeds the attack interval and forcibly increases attack speed, it results in a far greater consumption of stamina than usual. When monsters are struck within this interval, their agility is heightened to the limits of their physical capabilities. For an ordinary human, hitting such a suddenly accelerated target is nigh impossible. Perhaps intentionally, the creator has suppressed all energy manipulation abilities beyond holy light, such as the internal energy in the Danteon or the mana of other classes like mages, to prevent players from cheating. However, he evidently did not account for the existence of a method to channel internal energy through physical movement, the primordial palm. Thus, under the influence of this rule-defying energy, Li Jin could effortlessly transcend the limitations set forth. First, he invoked the internal energy from his Danteon through the primordial palm, then applied it to the Huashan sword techniques. Techniques executed using internal energy would not consume additional stamina, while dealing damage far exceeding what was typical for his level. However, this approach is constrained by the quantity of internal energy stored in the Danteon. Once depleted, he would be unable to perform such techniques for a while. And internal energy cannot be rapidly replenished through potions or similar means, thereby precluding the possibility of a perpetual motion effect. Yet, speaking of this, one cannot overlook another advantage of the primordial palm. It generates a continuous flow of internal energy. The primordial hand inherently produces internal force through the palm technique, eliminating the need for meditation to recover. The palm technique itself possesses considerable strength, rivaling that of sword techniques. Thus, a hand-to-hand combat Saint Warrior was born. Amidst the ruins of Daisam City, a paladin clad in green chainmail maneuvered through the wreckage, perpetually on the lookout for isolated undead creatures. Upon spotting a target, he would sprint towards them, unleashing a barrage of devastating blows, often before the monsters could mount any form of retaliation, with only a few clustered together having the fortune to respond. Yet, as they attempted to strike, they would find the Saint Warrior evading their attacks with a swift leap, immediately following up with a series of punishing blows that sent them to their demise. With internal energy at his disposal, he was also able to execute lightness techniques, making it exceedingly difficult for enemies to lay a finger on him. Only spells without trajectories, such as Shadow Word, Pain, could potentially strike him. However, equipped with healing and dispelling magic, Li Jin remained utterly unconcerned. Moreover, it is rather unfortunate that the protective shield enveloping the body renders control techniques outside the paladin system, such as pressure point strikes, ineffective. Nevertheless, even so, this marks a significant enhancement. At this moment, Li Jin felt a sense of relief and triumph. Finally, he would not be stalled by this quest in the novice village. After conducting a series of experiments, he was exceedingly confident that his strength was adequate to decisively defeat the minions of Darkon. So, what was he waiting for? Let us go and teach them a lesson. Ah, that foul stench. Paladin. Cursed Kale who strayed from Arcane, compelling his kin to wield this loathsome holy light. Arcane and necromancy are the true future of the High Elves. Yet this matter is no longer your concern. You are destined to perish here. Young blood elf, eliminate him. Darkon recited his overdramatic lines, conjuring a shadow bolt in his hands. His minions followed suit, launching a barrage of spells. Unfazed, Li Jin cast a divine shield upon himself, mitigating 50 damage and withstood the initial wave of unavoidable magic. He then charged towards Darkon while wielding the Sunwell Rapier. Sunwell Rapier. Bound upon pickup, one-handed sword, 18-34 damage. Speed, 2.60, 10.0 damage per second. 3 stamina, durability, 55-55. Usage. Target Darkon Delarial, unleashing the magical energy contained within this item, inflicting a total of 500 arcane damage over 5 seconds and preventing him from casting spells. That Darkon's incantation for the Shadow Bolt was abruptly halted as he furiously charged at Li Jin, intent on pummeling him with his fists. Necromancy has granted me immense strength. You are courting death, Paladin. This was no exaggeration. While Darkon's spells lacked potency, his physical attacks were incredibly painful. Hence, many players in the original game chose to forego this item, opting to endure spells instead. However, at this moment, Li Jin was least intimidated by physical assaults. He deftly sidestepped, raising his palms as his form flickered, evading the encirclement of the minions and swiftly appearing before Darkon. Darkon's eyes blazed with furious coldness as he swung a fist towards him. Li Jin executed a sidestep, avoiding the blow, and simultaneously grazed Arkan's chest with his right palm, dealing 71 points of damage. As he maneuvered behind Darkhan, the spells and large weapons of the minions were too late to retract, striking Darkhan and inflicting over 100 points of damage. "Fools! Your target is him," Darkhan roared in rage. Pivoting to continue his assault, Jean danced left and right, deftly evading all of Darkin's attacks while using his form to block the minion spells. Fortunately, this world does not allow for monster penetration. Otherwise, it would have posed quite a dilemma. Darkhan roared incessantly, but regrettably, it was of no avail. He had 3 spells: Shadow, Bolt, Corruption, and Fear, yet none found their mark. Whenever he began to cast, before he could complete his incantation, he would find Li Jin concealed behind an obstacle. Losing his casting target naturally resulted in spell failure. Moreover, Li Jin had specifically activated the Seal of Righteousness, stunning the enemy for 2 seconds with every few strikes. Under the combined assault of the traitorous minions and Li Jin, Darkin's health plummeted in less than a minute. Foolish mortals! The ghouls of Daisom will devour your bodies. With a final despairing roar, Darkhan collapsed heavily to the ground. Li Jin did not rush to loot. Instead, he methodically dealt with the minions before beginning his search. He pocketed Darkin's insignia and acquired a piece of green chainmail gloves. Excitedly donning them, his attack power saw a modest increase. Task accomplished, he exuberantly made his way outside. But just as he stepped out of the tomb's entrance, he found himself besieged by a horde of monsters. Before he could react, his health was nearly depleted. Alas, in a state of demise, he glanced around and discovered dozens of ghouls blocking the tomb's entrance. Li Jin. This diverges significantly from the original narrative. Darkin's last line was indeed true. He had no choice but to obediently run back to his corpse, ultimately hiding within the tomb to resurrect. Too lazy to clear the monsters, he directly activated his Hearthstone to return to town. This is the fate of a traitor. Congratulations, young paladin, for completing the trial. Your achievements shall be eternally chronicled in history. This marks the dawn of a new chapter for our Blood Elf kin. We shall reclaim all lost territories and forge a close alliance with Sylvanas and her allies. Deliver this traitor's insignia to the Regent Lord Lorthamar Theron of Silvermoon. He will undoubtedly be the most eager to hear this news. The Archmage Kale that smiled as he returned Darkin's insignia to Li Jin, simultaneously issuing a new quest that, at last, he could depart the novice village. Li Jin felt exhilarated as he tossed the newly acquired quest reward, the Sindorii Warblade, into his bag, summoned his warhorse, and swiftly returned to Taklin, immediately boarding a bat rented from the flight master to Silvermoon. Congratulations on completing the trial, young paladin. Among our potential new allies, some appear to harbor doubts regarding our capabilities. If they discover we cannot resolve issues at our own doorstep, how could they believe we can assist them? Your actions will alter this perception. Our abilities will soon no longer be questioned, and we shall join the Horde as equals alongside our new allies. Deliver this letter to the leader of the Forsaken, Queen Sylvanas. She has always stood by us. The news of Darkin's demise will undoubtedly be the sweetest music to her ears. Prepare for a long journey. Paladin. If all goes well, she may send you to Orgrimmar. Lorthamar Theron gladly issued the teleportation orb usage certificate and arranged for a guard to escort him to the orb. Upon completing this task, the game notified him that he had earned 1,000 reputation points with Silvermoon, reaching the revered level, and all Blood Elf NPCs now held a 50-point minimum affection for him. That NPC affection. This was a new attribute. The original game had no such design. Li Jin examined it, but found no prompts or help information, so he set it aside for later consideration. The teleportation orb would take him to Undercity, the domain of the Forsaken leader, Queen Sylvanas. If you intend to use the teleportation orb in the future, please safeguard this certificate. Safe travels. The orb administrator solemnly reminded him after verifying the certificate. Li Jin carefully secured the certificate, expressed his gratitude, and then activated the orb, arriving in Undercity. Windrunner Sylvanas caressed the necklace in her hand, murmuring inaudibly. After a lengthy pause, her expression suddenly hardened as she coldly declared, "Young High Blood Elf, do you believe that this necklace will earn my admiration? Begone. The scent of holy light upon you is truly repugnant." What a haughty queen! Had it not been for the 500 points of reputation with Undercity and 20 points of favor with the queen, Li Jin might have been swayed. Following this, the quest journey proved to be exceedingly lengthy. It took Li Jin 3 days to traverse from Undercity to Orgrimmar. Along the way, he witnessed the dark, damp surroundings filled with toxic mushrooms and putrid odors of Undercity, rode a goblin zeppelin spanning the endless sea, and marveled at the grandiose, rugged architecture of the Orcish capital, Orgrimmar. However, the 3 days and 2 nights spent on the zeppelin felt almost entirely tedious. Initially, the scenery on the zeppelin was quite interesting, but once they reached the ocean, surrounded by endless water, it became unbearably monotonous. Even the occasional drifting cloud began to feel like a delightful distraction. Fortunately, he discovered that returning to the real world would not affect his zeppelin ride, thus avoiding boredom. During this rare moment of leisure, he tirelessly experimented with various spells in the real world and ultimately succeeded in resurrecting a deceased horse. This thrilled him immensely. The ability to resurrect an animal of such size indicated that resurrecting a human should pose no problem. However, resurrecting a person would inevitably raise issues of secrecy or silencing. And he had yet to find an opportunity to experiment further, so he could only bide his time. In his excitement, he suddenly pondered a question. Since the character is shielded by a protective barrier, why would there be a need for a genuine resurrection spell? Even the healing spells he had previously overlooked seemed questionable. In fact, even if healing spells lacked real effects, it would still be reasonable. After all, it was merely a calculation of shield values. Why necessitate the use of actual healing spells? This left Li Jin utterly perplexed. The day of Lu Zhongfeng's grand ceremony for washing his hands in a golden basin approached swiftly. Li Jin set aside his leveling endeavors, preparing himself to personally partake in this iconic scene from the original text. After all, it signified a substantial amount of reward points. The leader of the Huashan sect, Yu Buchuan, arrived with his disciples to witness the event. Lu Zhongfeng personally stood at the entrance of Lu's residence to greet the guests, while his eldest disciple, Xiang Danian, stood by to announce the proceedings. After ushering everyone inside and exchanging pleasantries, Lu Zhongfeng excused himself, returning to the entrance to continue welcoming the heroes of the martial world, which already spoke volumes of his respect for the Huashan sect. The Lin mother and son, citing the danger of staying at the inn and the possibility of Yu Songhai's attendance at the ceremony, decided to join as well. Upon entering, Lin Pingji scanned the room, eager to locate Yu Songhai. However, as the Qingchang sect had yet to arrive at Lu's residence, he was left with no choice but to wait. Li Jin surveyed the crowd in the courtyard. Silently pondering whether Lu Zhongfeng had taken the letter he sent seriously, he wondered if a tragic incident might occur shortly. People come and go, tea cools, lamented a wandering hero. What does that mean? Someone inquired with confusion. Li Jin then noticed that among the attendants serving tea to the various martial heroes, there were only a handful of Hongshan disciples. He had not seen a single one. It had long been rumored that Master Mo from Hongshan had a feud with Lu Zhongfeng, and this seemed to confirm it. Shh! Silence! How dare you speak so here? The crowd fell quiet, yet their expressions betrayed a mix of astonishment and excitement, as if they had uncovered a monumental secret. Li Jin smirked inwardly. Had he not read the original text, he might have been misled by their folly. Nonetheless, the peculiarities of Lu's residence suggested that the letter he sent had indeed made an impact. He could only wonder what arrangements Lu Zhongfeng had made as he contemplated. The Hongshan sect's Master Dingyi and the Taishan sect's Daoist Tianmen arrived in succession. Yu Buchuan rose, leading his disciples forward to greet them. While they were exchanging pleasantries, Daoist Tianmen unexpectedly remarked, Yu Zoman is fortunate to have acquired such an excellent disciple. Yu Buchuan was momentarily perplexed. I wonder who you refer to, Master Tianmen. Just days prior, my inept nephew, Qi Baiqing, had a clash with Tian Boguang at the returning Goose Tower. Were it not for the intervention of Huashan disciples, he would surely have been a white-haired man mourning for a black-haired one now. Ha! Yu Buchuan realized, waving his hand, there's no need for such courtesy, Master Tianmen. Upholding righteousness is an obligation we must all fulfill. As he spoke, he gestured towards Li Jin at his side, introducing him. This is Li Jin, the disciple who captured Tian Boguang at the returning Goose Tower. He has only been a member of Huashan for 3 months, and his success in subduing Tian Boguang is truly a stroke of luck. Li Jin clasped his hands and greeted, "Greetings, Taoist! Greetings, Master!" Master Dingy scrutinized him with a smile, nodding. "Indeed, young hero Li, you are a remarkable youth. Yilin was fortunate to have been saved by you, preserving her honor." She produced 2 small porcelain vials from her sleeve, unceremoniously handing them to Li Jin, saying, "These are the healing medicines of our Hongshan sect. The Baiyin Xiongdan for internal use, and the Tianxiang Duanshu glue for external application. Please do not decline." This, Li Jin felt somewhat embarrassed. He glanced at Yu Buchuan, who nodded slightly, and then accepted without hesitation. "Thank you, Master, for the medicine. I shall gratefully receive it." Taoist Timin, witnessing this, exclaimed, "Our Taishan sect may not possess any remarkable medicines. But should you, dear disciple Li, require assistance in the future, we shall wholeheartedly lend our support." Master Dingy added, "Li Jin, to have captured Tian Boiguang after only 3 months of training. Your rapid progress is indeed a gift from the heavens." Li Jin was taken aback. "Do you know I boasted of my innate talent upon entering the sect?" Taoist Timin, with a blunt demeanor, asked, "Could it be that you joined the sect with prior skills?" Such a question was inappropriate to ask directly. The disciples behind him felt embarrassed on his behalf, lowering their heads. Yu Buchuan chuckled. Before Jin entered Huashan, he was well versed in the 4 books and 5 classics. Possessing a modest reputation locally, yet he had never practiced any martial arts. "Oh," Master Dingy expressed surprise. "I recall that Yu Zomin, also held the title of scholar. Now, to take in another talented disciple, the legacy of the gentleman's sword continues unbroken. Truly a cause for celebration." In this era, scholars were still held in high esteem. Many martial artists navigating the Jianghu were academically challenged and held a deep-seated respect for those who were learned. Upon hearing Yu Buchuan's introduction of Li Jin, everyone began to commit the name to memory, secretly speculating that he might be the next gentleman S-sword. Yet, why would a scholar, transitioning to martial arts, be able to defeat Tian Boguang in just 3 months? Could it be that academically challenged individuals could not even match a scholar in martial prowess? The expression of dismay spread across the faces of the academically challenged. Their spirits deflated. Yu Sanghai of the Qingchang sect arrives with his disciples to witness the ceremony. The announcer's voice echoed at the entrance, prompting everyone to turn to look. Lu Zhengfeng entered first, followed by a short, dark-faced, middle-aged Taoist clad in a robe, with over 30 disciples dressed in the attire of Sichuan people trailing behind him. Yu Sanghai. Lin Pingji's eyes turned crimson, gritting his teeth as he whispered. Yu Buchuan's mood soured. How could Yu Sanghai find time to come after robbing others? However, having already made a promise, he had no choice but to act when confronted. Otherwise, the reputation of the gentleman S-sword would be tarnished. "Esteemed leaders, this humble Taoist greets you all." Yu Sanghai managed a forced smile as he bowed to the crowd. "That weren't you just involved in a major incident in Fuzhou? Observer Yu, what brings you to Hengyang?" Yu Buchuan seized the initiative, launching the first attack. Yu Sanghai's expression hardened. "Ah, it is you, Yu Zomin. I was wondering who it could be. What deeds have I performed in Fuzhou?" "Humph. You should inquire the Huashan disciples who also went there. Were they not sent by you, Yu Buchuan?" Yu Buchuan maintained a calm smile, unhurriedly responding, "My disciples learned of a Jianghu sect plotting to seize the ancestral home of a family in Fuzhou. To prevent any evildoers from tarnishing our reputations, I specifically sent 3 disciples to negotiate. However, it was unexpected that the family was ultimately abducted and their ancestral estate occupied, leaving only an orphan mother and child safe." The onlookers finally began to grasp the situation. Taoist Tianmin, being impatient, was the first to inquire. "Observer Yu, the Qingqing sect is a reputable sect. Surely you would not engage in such heinous acts?" Yu Sanghai retorted. "That family is the Lin family of the Fuwei escort. Many years ago, Lin Yuan II, the ancestor of the Lin family, injured my master, Changqingzi, leading to his untimely death. That I sought an explanation, but they killed several of my disciples, leaving me no choice but to act." Upon hearing this, Lin Pingji could no longer contain himself. Stepping forward with a flushed face, declaring, "You speak nonsense." Lin's mother, more composed, raised her voice, "I am Wang, wife of Lin Jinan. Changqingzi fought my ancestor in a formal duel. He lost, and that was that. He lived for many years after returning to the mountain, and you cannot blame the Lin family for his death. Furthermore, it was clearly the Qingchang sect that threatened us, forcing us to defend ourselves." Yu Songhai's expression brightened as he finally spotted Lin Pingji and his mother. Excellent. I wondered which faction had rescued the remnants of the Lin family. "So you have come to Hengyang. This time, you shall not escape." He reached out to grasp Lin Pingji's shoulder. Yu Buchuan swiftly raised his hand to block the attack, that while Yu Songhai transformed his claw into a palm, attempting to forcefully push him aside. When their palms collided, no sound was produced. Yu Buchuan silently circulated his Zixia divine skill, his complexion turning purple as he exhaled. With a thunderous impact, their palms separated. Yu Songhai could not halt his momentum, retreating 5 steps, leaving 5 shallow footprints on the stone floor. He gritted his teeth. Indeed, Zixia divine skill is formidable. I admire it. Yu Buchuan remained unmoved, his expression returning to normal after a brief moment. He spoke earnestly, "Observer Yu, do not be hasty. There are many martial artists present. Let us discuss the matter and determine where the fault lies." Lu Zhengfeng echoed, "That sounds splendid. There is no need for violence." Master Dingy added, "Observer Yu, I have also heard of the affair involving Changqingzi. It cannot be blamed on the Lin family. Your actions may tarnish the reputation of the Qingchang sect." Yu Songhai found himself at a loss for words in response to her, and could only turn his ire back on Yu Buchuan. "Yu Buchuan, your words are grandiose, but since you sent disciples to investigate, I do not believe you are uninterested in the evil sword technique." Yu Buchuan laughed heartily. "I am but a humble practitioner, barely managing to uphold the Huashan sect without it losing its identity. The martial arts of Huashan are already sufficient for me to study for a lifetime. I truly cannot spare the energy to steal or seize the martial arts of other sections, although the name of the Poji sword technique is renowned. You have no genuine interest in it." Lin Pingji hastily interjected, "Master Yu, with your noble character and sense of justice, you saved both my mother and me, yet you refuse to accept us into the Huashan sect, nor do you seek to repay your kindness. Such conduct is beyond the comprehension of a petty individual like you." Yu Songhai retorted, "If I could acquire the Poji sword technique, what significance would it hold whether or not you were admitted into the sect?" "Very well," Yu Buchuan sighed and declared, "Today, with so many martial artists present, I shall make a solemn vow. Should I ever harbor thoughts of seizing the Poji sword technique or practice it for myself, may I be reviled by all under heaven and denied entry into the Huashan Patriarch's shrine after death. I wonder if Master Yu has any objections?" The crowd was taken aback. Ning Zhongze hesitated to speak. This oath placed both his reputation and future at stake. A matter of great gravity in this Yu Songhai's expression shifted, and he stubbornly replied, "If you do not learn it, your disciples may still do so." Yu Buchuan continued, "Disciples of Huashan, heed my command. The Lin family sword technique may only be practiced by Lin family members. Unless they choose to impart it, no one is permitted to seize or learn it clandestinely. Should anyone violate this order, they shall have their martial arts abolished and be expelled from the sect." With that, he cast a fierce glare at Ling Huchong, who had a history of misconduct. The Huashan disciples bowed in unison and proclaimed, "We shall faithfully abide by the Master's teachings." Yu Songhai was left speechless, mumbling a few incoherent sounds before falling silent. That Lin's wife lamented, "I do not know where my husband is now. Is he safe?" Yu Songhai, having had his plans disrupted, replied impatiently, "Your husband is seeking out his own fate. How would I know?" Lin Pingji urgently said, "My father was captured by the Qingchang sect in Fuzhou." "How could you be unaware? He was taken by Mu Gaofeng. How would I know?" Yu Songhai felt he had inadvertently let something slip and shot a fierce glare at Luo Ren. It was this fellow who had carelessly allowed Lin Jinan to be abducted during lunch. Mu Gaofeng, the notorious hunchback from the north? Yu Buchuan, having traveled extensively, quickly deduced that this individual was known for his solitary nature and lack of fixed residence, and had not previously clashed with various sections. Why would he involve himself in this matter? The Taoist from Tianmen growing impatient, interjected, "What does it matter? We need only to spread the word and inform the world, and we can force him to reveal himself." Master Dingy added, "Indeed, the Hungshan sect will also lend its assistance." Wait, just as discussions were underway, a loud voice echoed from outside the courtyard. Suddenly, a figure leapt in from outside, landing before everyone. All present instinctively tensed with vigilance. The individual was grotesquely ugly, with a face contorted and several patches of medicinal plaster affixed, his back hunched prominently. It was indeed the hunchback Mu Gaofeng. Lu Zhengfeng clasped his hands and said, "It is an honor to have MU visit. My apologies for the lack of decorum and no need for such formalities." Mu Gaofeng waved dismissively and pointed at Lin Pingji. "I have come here for him." The crowd's expressions turned serious. Yu Buchu and declared, "Mr. Mu, are you seeking to challenge us?" Mu Gaofeng, taken aback, quickly replied, No. It is a misunderstanding. I am but a rough fellow, not a chivalrous person, yet I cannot bear to see the strong bully the weak. Recently, I happened to be near Henyang and witnessed a group of righteous individuals brutally torturing a middle-aged man. Can you guess what they were asking? Upon his question, silence enveloped the crowd, no one daring to respond, merely gazing intently at him. Feeling awkward, the hunchback continued, "They only asked one thing, to hand over the Poji sword technique. That man was truly a tough character, no matter how much they tortured him. He never uttered a word." Lin Pingji exclaimed, "Where have they hidden my father?" Mu Gaofeng chuckled, "Young Master Lin, do not fret that I cannot stand by. So this morning I seized an opportunity and rescued that man. He is now safely hidden in a secure location." Lin's wife, tears welling in her eyes, asked, "Is my husband in good health? Can you take us to him?" "Ah, I shall take you there. It is not far." The hunchback sighed outwardly, but internally his heart bled. His original plan was to abduct Lin Jinnan, extract the Poji sword technique, then kill him and secretly master the technique before wreaking havoc. However, he had not anticipated that Lin Jinnan, after enduring days of torment, had grown too weak. He was on the verge of death without Mu Gaofeng needing to apply much pressure. Thus, he stealthily followed the Qingchang sect to Lu's residence, intending to look for other opportunities, only to realize that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. The Huashan sect had explicitly forbidden the practice of the Poji sword technique. How could they engage in infighting under such circumstances? The disciples of the Qingchang sect even recognized that he was the one who had abducted Lin Jinnan. He should never have sought fame. Now, the righteous sects wanted to apprehend him. How could he navigate the martial world under such conditions? Having gained nothing, he found himself in a predicament. Mu Gaofeng had never found himself in such an unfavorable situation before. No, he must save himself. As his thoughts raced, he considered that since Lin Jinnan was already dead, why not simply attribute his demise to the Qingchang sect? After all, no one knew the true reason behind his abduction. He could claim it was due to a disdain for the Qingchang sect's villainous actions. As long as he did not confess, they could not accuse him of causing Lin Jinnan's death. What a clever scheme! Lin Jinnan lay in a dilapidated temple 2 miles away, and when the group arrived, his body was already growing cold. Lin's wife collapsed atop him, weeping uncontrollably, while Lin Pingji too was unable to restrain his tears. The high-ranking members of various sects, possessing some medical knowledge, examined him in turn, all shaking their heads in sorrow. Li Jin, a bystander, quietly lamented the loss. With this, the trail to the Poji sword technique was severed. Aside from himself, there likely was no one else in the world who knew where the sword manual was hidden. If future generations were not fortunate enough to stumble upon it, who would imagine that the manual lay hidden within the beams of a house? Originally, saving Lin's wife had already altered the course of events, but alas, failing to save Lin Jinnan meant a missed opportunity for additional rewards. Wait, I am currently in dire need of rewards. The thought of dwindling game time sparked an idea in Li Jin's mind. Had he not already discovered a method to revive a dying horse? Perhaps there was a chance. Dead horse treated as a living horse? No, that doesn't sound right. Dead person treated as a living person? That's also incorrect. Dead person treated as a dead horse. With his thought, he promptly said, "Master, did you not previously mention that the Zixia divine skill possesses unfathomable power, and that any ordinary person, as long as their body has not yet grown cold, may have a chance to be revived? As he spoke, he cast frantic glances at Yu Buchuan. Nonsense! When did I ever say that? Yu Buchuan, momentarily caught off guard, only realized Li Jin's intent after his words left his mouth. Hastily correcting himself, well, it can only be attempted as a last resort. The hopes are slim. He left himself some leeway. Lin's wife immediately threw herself at Yu Buchuan's feet, repeatedly bowing, I implore Master Yu to save him. Regardless of the outcome, I will be eternally grateful. Lin Pingji followed suit, kneeling and banging his head against the ground. Please, Master Yu, save my father. Yu Buchuan looked at the two, feeling a headache coming on, and shot a fierce glare at the instigator, Li Jin. This is your doing. I have no idea what scheme you are concocting, yet here I am, indulging your folly. If I cannot provide the Lin family with an explanation, you shall see what becomes of you. Ning Zhongze, too, was filled with curiosity. Having been married to Yu Buchuan for many years, she was well aware of the effects of the Zixia divine skill, but had never heard of its ability to bring the dead back to life. However, since her husband had made such a statement, she felt it inappropriate to undermine him and could only wait until they returned home to inquire further. Li Jin clasped his hands around him and said, I apologize for the breach of etiquette. This rescue process is a closely guarded secret of our Huashan sect. I must boldly request everyone to step outside for a moment. Master Dingy exclaimed, Brother Yu possesses such extraordinary skills. Saving a life is paramount. I shall step outside at once, but I will seek your guidance on this medical skill later. With that, she led the Hungshan sect disciples outside. The impatient Taoist from Tianmen had already taken his disciples out. With these two leading the way, the remaining individuals exchanged glances and followed suit. Even Yu Tsanghai and Mu Gaofeng, despite their myriad thoughts, found it inconvenient to express them at this moment. Moreover, both were skeptical about Yu Buchuan's ability to revive Lin and Li Jin, disregarding the breach of decorum, continued instructing his fellow disciples, eldest senior brother. Please arrange for our brothers and sisters to guard the entrances of this temple. No one must be allowed to approach. At this moment, Ling Huchong wore a serious expression instead of his usual playful demeanor. He glanced at Yu Buchuan, and upon seeing him nod, he solemnly accepted the task. Remaining in the temple were only Yu Buchuan, Ning Zhongze, Li Jin, and the three members of the Lin family. Madam Lin. Brother Lin, please excuse yourselves for a moment. It will only take a short while, he said. Madam Lin replied earnestly, Young hero, just do your utmost. Regardless of the outcome, the Lin family will forever be aligned with the Huashan sect. We shall undoubtedly safeguard this secret. Lin Pingji and Madam Lin exchanged reluctant glances with Lin Jinan before retreating to the back courtyard of the dilapidated temple. Yu Buchuan, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, Why has Jiner arranged this? Rest assured, Master, Li Jin replied confidently. This is a new application of the righteous aura I have devised. Ning Zhongze expressed her astonishment. The righteous aura can truly bring one back from the brink of death. Yu Buchuan furrowed his brow in deep thought. Which of the 4 books and 5 classics contained references to saving lives? Li Jin, choosing not to elaborate further, crouched beside Lin Jinan, placing his hand upon his chest, closing his eyes as he silently logged into the game world. His first action was to utilize his sorcerer character to absorb a fragment of soul essence. Creating a healing stone, he then discreetly transferred the healing stone and a bottle of potent healing potion into his palm in the real world. Creating the healing stone consumes 1 fragment of soul essence to produce a basic healing stone, which restores 100 health points immediately upon use. Potent healing potion requires a certain level to use, restores between 455 to 585 health points. Both items are essential for reviving large creatures. Once the items were prepared, he narrowed his eyes and silently recited the priest's resurrection incantation. As for why he did not use the paladin's redemption, it was because he had yet to complete that class quest. However, since both the paladin and healing priest drew upon the same sacred light energy, there was no fear of exposure, as the incantation flowed from his lips. A visible pale golden light emanated from his hand, enveloping his entire palm. The light was dazzling yet not blinding. imparting a sense of purity and sanctity that stirred an innate yearning, almost compelling one to kneel in reverence. Yu Buchuan and his wife gazed in astonishment, scarcely daring to breathe, fearful of disturbing the ritual. As the light grew stronger, it gradually enveloped Lin Jinan entirely. Suddenly, his fingers, which had been lying limp on the ground, twitched. Yu Buchuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as passages from the 4 books and 5 classics flashed through his mind, searching for relevant descriptions. Unconsciously, his hand brushed against his beard with increasing pressure, inadvertently pulling out a few strands, causing him to grimace in pain. Ning Zhongze, equally tense, remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings to prevent any intrusions. The light intensified, and soon ethereal chanting could be heard, a transcendent sound that, upon closer inspection, seemed almost inaudible. This sound instilled a profound sense of calm and tranquility. After a few breaths, a booming voice, akin to the resonant toll of a great bell, suddenly reverberated, and the golden light enveloping Lin Jinan exploded upwards, forming a radiant beam that pierced the roof, vanishing in an instant. In that moment, Li Jin swiftly crushed the healing stone in his hand, and while everyone was momentarily blinded by the brilliance, he poured the potent healing potion into Lin Jinan's mouth, casually discarding the empty vial into his game pouch. As the healing stone shattered, a soft green light burst forth, swiftly merging with Lin Jinan's chest. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Jinan abruptly sat up, emitting a series of violent coughs, awakening the astonished onlookers. Madame Lin, hearing the commotion, rushed out without hesitation. Tears welled in her eyes as she dashed to her husband's side, kneeling beside him to pat his back. Feeling the warmth of his rapidly reviving body, she embraced him, exclaiming, "Wonderful, truly wonderful. My dear, you are alive." Lin Pingji, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt beside his parents, tears streaming down his face. Rendered speechless by joy, having directly participated in altering the fate of a pivotal character, he received 4,000 merit points, bringing his current balance to 4,000. Observing Lin Jinan's revival, Li Jin quietly halted his incantation. Perhaps due to the horse's larger physique compared to humans, he remembered that during initial experiments, a final healing spell was necessary to fully restore a horse. To his surprise, the process of saving a life proved to be far simpler. Unbeknownst to her, Ning Zhongze had grasped Yu Buchuan's arm tightly, her emotions surging, and when she instinctively tightened her grip, a pained cry escaped him. Yu Buchuan's face contorted, and he dropped the beard he had been pulling at. Momentarily forgetting his discomfort, he shook off Ning Zhongze's hand and seized Li Jin's shoulder, exclaiming, "You rascal! You have kept me completely in the dark about such an important matter." In that instant, he found himself at a loss for words. Li Jin shrugged, grinning widely as he replied, "Master, I can teach you all about it when we return to the mountain. But for now, you should think about how to explain this to the various sects waiting outside." Finally regaining his composure, Yu Buchuan pondered briefly before dismissively stating, "Haven't you already mentioned this before? This is my Huashan sect's supreme skill, the Zixia divine art, which has always been exclusive to the sect leader and is notoriously difficult to master. Only I have succeeded, and it proves remarkably effective for healing." Li Jin secretly scoffed at this, yet replied, "Master, are you not concerned that others might covet the Zixia divine art if you present it this way? Haha! Not to mention, the time required to cultivate this inner skill is exceedingly long, and the qualifications necessary are stringent. Without decades of arduous training, one cannot achieve any noteworthy progress. That it is likely that few practitioners can reach a profound level, and by the time they realize they have been deceived, it will be far too late." Yu Buchuan gazed at him with intense scrutiny, his expression laden with meaning. Moreover, even if this inner skill were to be stolen, it would not be of great concern. After all, the most profound techniques of Huashan are no longer contained within it. His eyes seemed to appraise an extraordinary treasure, causing Li Jin to feel a shiver run down his spine. "Oh no, in my eagerness to earn some merit points, I've turned myself into a rare and protected species. Unless I can develop a method for mass-producing holy warriors, it seems I will not be able to leave the mountain easily." Although he was confident that he could not be easily detained now, Once the Lin family had fully expressed their emotions and regained their composure, they began to discuss their future course of action. This time, we owe our lives to sect leader Yu's timely rescue, and my son has greatly benefited from the support of the Huashan sect. I am profoundly grateful, Lin Jinan said. Li Jin chuckled. Senior Lin, you are too forgetful. 3 months ago, we had a brief encounter. Do you recall? Lin Jinan's expression shifted to one of contemplation, and after a moment he suddenly exclaimed, that poetry gathering, that poem, Butterflies Love Flowers. Leaning against a high tower, the wind is gentle. Precisely, Li Jin confirmed. Lin Jinan could not help but express his admiration. I never imagined that young hero Li not only possesses remarkable literary talent, but has also become a member of the Huashan sect. Truly a young prodigy. He then glanced at his son, sighing deeply. One can hardly compare. It's disheartening. Yu Buchuan could not help but beam with pride. Have such a disciple fills me with unparalleled joy. Senior Lin, you flatter me. Li Jin, wishing to avoid excessive pleasantries, inquired, may I ask what your plans are moving forward? The Fuwei escort agency has suffered such calamity, revealing its lack of strong protectors. It cannot continue to operate. Lin Jinan lamented. If sect leader Yu does not find it distasteful, I would like to offer all remaining assets of the Fuwei escort agency as a token of gratitude to the Huashan sect, hoping to live a humble life under Huashan's protection henceforth. Yu Buchuan, moved by the offer, hesitated, shaking his head. That is inappropriate. Huashan cannot accept such a generous gift. Due to saving Lin Jinan, he no longer regarded the Lin family as outsiders. Speaking more candidly, Ning Zhongza countered, was it not Lin Yuantu who once wielded the evil repelling sword technique to establish a formidable reputation? Why has the Lin family failed to pass down this swordsmanship? Lin Jinan's expression turned pained, and after a prolonged silence, he sighed. Very well. If it were not for the Huashan sect's intervention, the Lin family would surely have faced annihilation. Letting go of this ancestral teaching is a small price to pay. This evil-repelling sword technique was hidden away by my ancestor, Yuan Tegu, in a secret place, along with a testament that reads, for my descendants. In my youthful folly, I once secretly took a look at it, never expecting that this technique would be a source of disaster. It possesses a certain allure that compels one to delve deeper, to practice it personally. Had I not been impetuous in my youth, I fear I would have succumbed to its temptations. A practitioner of such a skill would surely bring about their own ruin. Even without cultivation, calamity is still befallen, truly a source of endless misfortune. The men present felt a tightening in their groins, hastily clenching their legs. Ning Zhongza and Madame Lin blushed upon hearing this. Lin Pingji remarked, isn't that ancestor Yuan Tugong? Lin Jinan shot him a glare and said, silence. How dare you speak of our ancestors so recklessly? Lin Pingji, feeling aggrieved, closed his mouth. Madame Lin pinched her husband and said, Pingji has not spoken falsely. Why do you scold him? Lin Jinan sighed in resignation. A kind mother only spoils her son. Alas, I once contemplated how this sword technique should be practiced. Perhaps it requires marriage and offspring to preserve the family line. Madame Lin pinched him again, her brows furrowing fiercely. You dare. That will not do. Yu Buchuan's expression shifted slightly, as if he were contemplating something. Noticing this, Ning Zhongza spoke harshly. Are you, master brother, also inclined to practice this demonic technique? Yu Buchuan immediately reacted. How could that be? I have sworn an oath to never practice this sword technique. Ning Zhongza then turned his gaze to Li Jin. Li Jin hastily replied. Who among the righteous would practice such a sinister sword technique? Under the watchful eyes of his mother, Lin Pingji was compelled to swear he would never practice this demonic skill either. Yet, why cling to this sword technique if no one wishes to practice it? Lin Pingji expressed his indignation. Whoever wants it can have it. Keeping it at home only invites thieves. Li Jin, recalling a whimsical thought from his previous life, grinned mischievously. Why not copy it a few thousand times and sell it to everyone under heaven? Indeed, Lin Pingji clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, then no one will covet the Lin family anymore. Let the wicked be left without descendants. Consequently, the entire martial world would be severed. Li Jin remarked gloomily. Everyone realizes they find themselves in an awkward position. If you do not practice this skill, in the future, you will be unable to defeat anyone. If you do practice it, you may not necessarily prevail. For others will also practice, and ultimately, everyone will retain their original positions in the martial world, with the only difference being the loss of their manhood. Hiss! Everyone couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Yu Buchuan could not restrain himself from delivering a sharp knock to Li Jin's forehead. You rascal! What nonsensical thoughts are you entertaining? Thus, this sword technique must be destroyed, Ning Zhongzi declared resolutely. Should it fall into the martial world, as Jiner has stated, it would indeed be a calamity. Li Jin rubbed the bump on his head, lamenting, "It need not come to that, with my master present. Everyone can practice it first to get a taste, and if they do not wish to continue, they can return to their master. Reviving the dead is no issue, and restoring someone is surely a breeze." The crowd remained silent. Yu Buchuan gritted his teeth, his fingers flicking as if he had mastered a technique of finger-snapping, incessantly tapping Li Jin's forehead. "Let you receive it! Let you receive it!" Outside the temple, Yu Canghai paced back and forth, torn by conflicting thoughts. On one hand, he feared that Lin Jinan, upon being revived, would reveal the torturous interrogations of the Qingcheng sect. On the other hand, he worried that if Lin Jinan died utterly, he would gain neither the sword manual nor avoid a deadly feud. Meanwhile, Mu Gaofeng was equally troubled, for Lin Jinan had ultimately perished at his hands. Though Lin Jinan had been delirious when he was taken away, he could easily shift the blame onto the Qingcheng sect, yet he feared that Lin Jinan might still recall some details of the torture he had endured. Both men were restless, exchanging glances while silently blaming one another. The Taoist master Dingy, perceptive of their thoughts, smiled without speaking. The fiery-tempered Timan Taoist glared at the two, constantly mocking them, and it was only thanks to Lu Zhongfeng's intervention that a fight did not ensue. Lu Zhongfeng, meanwhile, was curious whether Yu Buchuan could indeed revive someone. However, he was more troubled by the delay in his retirement ceremony, uncertain if the contingency plans he had made would be effected. After approximately half an hour had passed, the disciples of Huashan guarding the temple entrance received word, summoning everyone inside. "Master Yu truly possesses remarkable skills," upon seeing Lin Jinan, who had nearly regained his mobility. Dingy was instantly in awe of Yu Buchuan. The onlookers among the martial heroes were filled with admiration. Reviving the dead from mere bones, such techniques surpass even those of renowned physicians. The Huashan sect was set to gain a new reputation. A reincarnation of Hua Ta, the gentleman physician, a match for Hua Da. The crowd's respect for Yu Buchuan deepened. Of course, in a martial world where swords and blades are blind, everyone would inevitably face injuries. A healer capable of reviving the dead is someone everyone desires to befriend, for they may save one's life in a critical moment. Ahem! Lin Jinan feigned weakness, striving to speak. The sinister sword techniques of the Lin family are not worth mentioning. In ancient times, our ancestor Yuan Tugong could wield them with extraordinary skill, solely due to his exceptional talent. As for us descendants, our learning is shallow, and we are but mere farmers, unworthy of our ancestors. Now, everyone can see the state of the Lin family. If such unparalleled skills truly existed, why has no one from the Lin family managed to cultivate them to protect our clan? The crowd fell into contemplation. Lin Jinan's words rang true. There cannot be a martial art requiring such outrageous talent that not a single person among generations could master it. Otherwise, the Lin family would not have fallen to such a state. Yet, there remains a slender possibility that the Lin family is simply too inept. Noticing lingering gazes of suspicion, Lin Jinan continued, "If any of you brave heroes still harbor doubts, I am willing to impart this sword technique freely. Tomorrow, I shall transcribe the manual. Those who desire it may come to seek a copy from me. Perhaps a truly talented individual might elevate this sword technique to greatness." Some individuals immediately displayed joy. Everyone harbored a sliver of hope, thinking perhaps they might be that prodigy. Only Yu Canghai felt great dissatisfaction. He had secretly mastered the Lin family's 72 sinister sword techniques to perfection, even surpassing Lin Jinan in skill. Yet he had not discovered a shred of anything worthy of being called an unparalleled sword technique. Absurd! Must he admit he is not cut out for it? Yet, under such duress, the Lin family had failed to uncover even a hint of a peerless sword technique. Perhaps it truly does not exist. Yu Guanju. The Lin family has previously shown much respect to the Qingchang sect, never once acting disrespectfully. Regarding the matter of the esteemed elder Changqingzi, even if it were the Lin family's fault, the price paid now should suffice. Lin Jinan declared with indignation. Or do you, Yu Guanju, insist on the annihilation of the Lin family? This statement forced Yu Songhai into a moral quandary. He scowled. Humph. The matter concerning my master Changqingzi is hereby resolved. The Qingchang sect shall not seek further trouble with the Lin family. With that, without waiting for a response, he flicked his sleeve and strode out of the temple. Lin Jinan could not help but release a long breath. Finally concluding a chapter of causality, he turned to Mu Gaofeng and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Mr. Mu, for your rescue. Otherwise, I would have perished without clarity. He recalled that Mu Gaofeng had also wronged him, yet in this moment, he lacked the means to take revenge. Requesting the sect masters to intervene would only entangle him in further obligations. And considering the potential unrest that could arise if this person held a grudge, he pretended to forget. Mu Gaofeng's grotesque face twisted as he grinned, revealing a smile more pain than tears. Ha! No need for such formalities. It is rare for me to do a good deed. I cannot accept such grand gestures. A heavy weight lifted from his heart, for he had narrowly escaped a calamity while also gaining a favor. How delightful! Lin Jinan continued. After this ordeal, my spirit is crushed. Today, I hereby announce that the Fuwei escort agency will be relinquished, and the Lin family shall withdraw from the martial world. If anyone wishes to find me for a drink, you may come to the Huashan Villa. If it comes to martial conflicts, then so be it. I truly have no power to assist, and I ask for your understanding. Lu Zhengfeng had not anticipated that before his own retirement ceremony could officially commence, Lin Jinan would preemptively declare his withdrawal from the martial world. However, this served as a reminder, and everyone returned to Lu's residence, resuming the previously interrupted retirement ceremony. After this delay, a new wave of visitors had already gathered in the Lu residence. At the forefront stood a man in official robes, holding a decree, who had grown impatient from waiting. Had it not been for the substantial bribes provided by Lu's servants, he would have walked away. As soon as Lu Zhengfeng arrived, he could hardly contain himself, announcing loudly, "The decree has arrived. Lu Zhengfeng, heed the command." The multitude was suddenly engulfed in an atmosphere of intense tension. Among them were many who had committed transgressions, rendering them acutely sensitive to the authority of the government. Instinctively, they tightened their grips on their weapons, fearing that they might be surrounded by soldiers and compelled to fight their way out. Yet, Lu Zhengfeng maintained an expression of calm, even displaying a hint of pleasure as he knelt before the official who was proclaiming the edict, bowing thrice, and declared in a resonant voice, "I, Lu Zhengfeng, humbly await your command. Long live our emperor! Long live! Long live!" The crowd was instantly taken aback once more. The edict read, "By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, according to the report from the governor of Hunan province. Lu Zhengfeng, a commoner from Hongshan, is known for his public spirit and righteousness, has rendered great service to his homeland, is skilled in archery and horsemanship, and is truly worthy of the rank of deputy general. Henceforth he shall serve the court and live up to my expectations. Thus it is decreed." Lu Zhengfeng expressed his gratitude, exclaiming, "I humbly thank you, my emperor. Long live, long live." With utmost respect, he bowed deeply, receiving the imperial edict with both hands raised above his head before rising. "Thank you, Lord Zhang, for your nurturing and promotion," he said, feeling somewhat bashful. "I apologize for the delay in my matters. I appreciate your patience." As he spoke, he subtly presented a roll of banknotes. Lord Zhang pinched the banknotes in his hand and chuckled. "Congratulations, congratulations, General Lu. From now on, we shall serve in the same court, so there is no need for such formality." The two exchanged pleasantries until Lu Zhengfeng presented another generous gift, after which Lord Zhang leisurely departed, leaving behind a contingent of soldiers seemingly destined to become Lu Zhengfeng's subordinates. The assembly had always looked down upon the government, and witnessing Lu Zhengfeng's obsequiousness elicited disdainful expressions. Yet, Those with sharper minds recalled the recent plight of the Lin family and inwardly acknowledged Lu Zhengfeng's cunning. He was preparing for contingencies and securing his escape route in advance. Just as the official departed, Lu Zhengfeng was about to speak when another group of soldiers suddenly charged in. Leading them was a man in yellow robes, brandishing a multicolored banner adorned with pearls and gems, which shimmered brilliantly as it unfurled to be the command of the left leader of the Five Mountain Sword sect. Lu Shu, please postpone your retirement from the martial world. Upon seeing the banner, many recognized it immediately as the command flag of the sect's leader. Lu Zhengfeng's heart sank. The letter had not lied. Left Lingchan truly intended to assert his authority over him. Contemplating these thoughts, he maintained an impassive facade and inquired, "You must be sure Xiangzi of Qianzhong Song. May I ask what the leader's intention behind this command is?" Shi Dengdai, feeling proud that Lu Zhengfeng spoke his name, bowed and replied, "I pay my respects to Lu Shu. I have been tasked with this mission, but I am unaware of the leader's true intentions. Please forgive me." Lu Zhengfeng had anticipated this, and he declared loudly, "My decision to retire is a personal matter. It neither violates the principles of the martial world nor pertains to the Five Mountain Sword sect. Thus, I am not bound by the leader's command. Please convey to your master that I, Lu, shall not adhere to the command flag. May you excuse me, brothers." The likes of Master Dingy and others felt regretful about Lu Zhengfeng's withdrawal from the martial realm and sought to dissuade him. However, upon witnessing Left Lingchan's use of the command flag to compel the Hongshan sect to comply, they could not help but feel a sense of unease, and thus remained silent. Li Jin observed the unfolding situation, which diverged slightly from the original narrative, and immediately recalled a saying, "I may not agree with your viewpoint, but I will defend to the death your right to express it." The situation for the Songshan sect had indeed narrowed. Historically, the exertion of power is most detestable. A more tactful approach would be prudent. In such circumstances, the majority preferred a gentler touch over brute force. Shi Dengdai's expression shifted dramatically as he urged, "Six Shu, do not remain obstinately unaware why Master issued this command flag. Not only to preserve the camaraderie of the Five Mountain Sword sect, but also to uphold righteousness within the martial world. And moreover, for your own good." Lu Zhengfeng, instead of growing angry, chuckled. "How peculiar! I have retired from the martial world and shall no longer engage in matters of violence. Is that not a more joyous prospect than being subject to your Songshan sect's commands? Are you truly concerned for my well-being, or merely for the interests of the Songshan sect?" This statement struck a chord, resonating with the sentiments of the surrounding martial artists. Shi Dengdai, now agitated, retorted, "The leader is far-sighted. All his actions are for the future of the Five Mountain Sword sect, and cannot merely be for personal gain." Lu Zhengfeng was about to counter when a cacophony of clashing weapons erupted from the back courtyard, mingled with cries of anguish, creating quite a commotion. "Who dares to wreak havoc in my home?" Lu Zhengfeng feigned ignorance, though he was fully aware of the intruders targeting his inner courtyard. Despite his urgent words, he remained unmoved, seemingly unperturbed. Shi Dengdai scoffed inwardly, thinking, "Soon, you shall be begging for mercy, you old cur." The assembly, intrigued by the unfolding drama, desired to investigate the commotion in the courtyard. However, seeing their host remain still, they exchanged puzzled glances. Before long, the sounds of conflict subsided, and Lu Zhengfeng's eldest disciple, Xiang Dinyan, emerged from the back courtyard wielding a longsword, followed closely by dozens of Hongshan disciples escorting several yellow-clad disciples of the Songshan sect. After the skirmish, nearly every one of them bore wounds, their clothes stained with blood. Shi Dengdai's face turned pale. Ding Shu, the crowd, upon closer inspection, recognized one of the captives to be the totem master Ding Mian, now unconscious and seemingly gravely injured. Lu Zhengfeng's expression grew cold. "You Songshan sect could not dissuade me, and instead resorted to capturing my family as leverage. Such behavior is truly shameful." Master Dingy, unable to remain silent any longer, interjected, "What is the meaning of this, left leader? Taking hostages is unheroic." Shi Dengdai, feeling the weight of the situation, could only stubbornly respond, "Is this how my Songshan disciples are treated when they come as guests?" "Ha ha!" Lu Zhengfeng burst into laughter, finding the absurdity of the situation utterly ridiculous. Does the left leader also welcome me to freely visit his backyard as a guest? Shi Dangdai cursed his ill fortune, lamenting that his fellow disciples had failed him so dramatically, captured before everyone's eyes, leaving him unable to defend himself. Just then, the sound of unsheathing swords echoed from outside, followed by a muffled groan, indicating someone had been struck. An instant later, a figure was hurled into the courtyard, landing heavily on the ground and rolling twice before falling still. Had it not been for the pained cry upon impact, the onlookers might have mistaken him for a corpse. Shi Dangdai was near the fallen figure, and, upon closer inspection, gasped, "Fei Shi Shu." He hurriedly assisted Fei Bin to his feet, only to discover he bore several shallow wounds and had been rendered immobile. Once Shi Dangdai released the pressure point, Fei Bin sprang up, his expression filled with confusion as he glanced toward the courtyard's entrance. Lu Zhengfeng's countenance darkened. The left leader truly holds me in high regard. He has sent both the totem master and the great Songyang Han to assist in this matter. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the surrounding soldiers swiftly drew their crossbows, aiming at the members of the Songzhan sect. Crossbows are not like ordinary bows. Their lethality is immense, and they are typically exclusive to military forces. Even if Fei Bin possessed remarkable martial prowess, he could not guarantee he would evade every bolt, let alone those standing beside him, such as Shi Dangdai. Fei Bin exclaimed sharply, "Lu Zhengfeng, you disregard the rules of the martial world. How can you conspire with the court?" Lu Zhengfeng chuckled mockingly. "I am an official of the court, a mere deputy general. It is my duty to mobilize the troops under my command. How could this be construed as collusion? You." Fei Bin was on the verge of a fit, and combined with his previous injuries, he could barely articulate his thoughts. The assembly witnessed the rapid succession of events, the situation shifting dramatically, leaving them somewhat unable to keep pace. Li Jin observed the unfolding drama with satisfaction, feeling quite pleased. The Songzhan sect's attempt to assert dominance had backfired spectacularly, becoming a source of mockery, truly a cause for celebration. However, as he had yet to receive the promised rewards, he wondered if there might still be unexpected developments. Shi Dangdai, seeing the situation unraveling, hastily threw out his last piece of information. Lu Zhengfeng was colluding with the forces of evil, plotting to overthrow the Five Mountain Sword sect. The crowd erupted in uproar at Shi Dangdai's revelation. Facing the accusations, Lu Zhengfeng remained unperturbed. "You claim I conspire with the forces of evil. What evidence do you present? Do you know the evil sect Elder Chuyang?" "Of course I do," Lu Zhengfeng replied with a smile. Surveying those present, "Is there anyone here among the esteemed martial artists who does not know him? You conspired with him in secret, undermining the interests of the Five Mountain Sword sect." Lu Zhengfeng was prepared for this. Such baseless slander. "I have never acted against the interests of the Five Mountain Sword sect in my life. To fabricate charges is a cowardly act." Shi Dangdai's heart sank, realizing the precariousness of the situation. His master had previously instructed him that as long as he questioned Lu Zhengfeng on this matter, given Lu Zhengfeng's character, he would most likely not deny to that point. They could naturally point fingers, and the other sects would have no reason to intervene. However, now Lu Zhengfeng appeared utterly unflustered. Fei Bin pressed, "Last May, someone claimed to have seen you engaging in a duet on the riverbank with a man named Chu, who was exceptionally skilled in music. Is there any truth to this? The elder of the demonic sect, Chu Yang, wields his guqin as a weapon. Not only is he exceptionally skilled in martial arts, but his musical prowess is equally remarkable, a fact well known among the people of the Jianghu." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Lu Zhengfeng, eager to see how he would respond. Lu had indeed once performed a duet with a certain brother Chu by the riverbank. His mastery of the guqin was unparalleled, and his character was of the highest integrity, embodying an admirable spirit akin to a clear sky after a storm. Lu Zhengfeng not only held him in high esteem, but also harbored deep admiration for him. After a brief pause, Lu continued, "What you just mentioned is indeed correct. I have made the acquaintance of a gentleman with the surname Chu. However, he is presently here, and I invite you all to take a look." His words, though somewhat clumsy, went unnoticed as everyone pondered whether this man might be Chu Yang. From the crowd emerged a refined middle-aged scholar, appearing to be in his 40s, who clasped his fists and addressed the assembly. I am Chu Wenyang, a humble Guqin player and an old acquaintance of Liu Kanjiang, that I am unworthy of such praise from you. Esteemed guests, I am truly embarrassed. I have come today to attend Liu Sanjiang's washing of hands ceremony, and I hope it does not cause you to laugh. Upon seeing this, Yu Buqian and the others shook their heads in unison. This man carried an unsteady gait, lacked martial prowess, and bore no resemblance to Chu Yang. They could not help but feel a sense of relief, convinced that the Songzhan sect had been mistaken. Fei Bin and others were left dumbfounded. This was not how the script was meant to unfold. Liu Zhengfeng's character was such that he would never utter a falsehood. Yet the evidence lay before them, and they were at a loss for how to proceed. Jean couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, recognizing Liu Zhengfeng's cleverness, that he had no desire to lie, but had deliberately split his statement into two parts. The first, Brother Chu, referred to Chu Yang, while the second, a gentleman with the surname Chu, pertained to Chu Wenyang. Both statements were truthful, yet when juxtaposed, they misled the listeners. Unless the Songzhan sect could produce surveillance footage from the future, they were at a loss to prove their claims. Today marks the day I wash my hands of the martial world. I choose not to pursue the matter regarding your attempt to abduct my family, out of respect for our shared path in the martial arts. However, let it be known, from this moment forth, I shall not involve myself in the myriad grievances of the Jianghu. Yet, should anyone wish to bring harm to my family, please seek the consent of the court's soldiers. With that, he called out, Dinyan, let the ceremony commence. Yes, responded Xiang Dinyan, bowing as he brought forth the golden basin and other ceremonial items. Liu Zhengfeng, before the eyes of the Songzhan sect, proceeded to conduct the washing of hands ceremony with great determination. Fei Bin and the others, held at bow and arrow's point, were not released until the ceremony concluded, their faces flushed with anger, yet unable to voice their grievances. Ultimately, they could only shake their sleeves and depart in disgrace, not daring to utter a single harsh word. Yu Buqian and the others also took their leave. The Jianghu seemed unchanged without Liu Zhengfeng, yet those who participated in today's gathering understood that the Songzhan sect had suffered a significant setback. Their position had been irrevocably shaken. A great storm was imminent. Having participated in Liu Zhengfeng's washing of hands ceremony, Li Jin received 1,000 points, bringing his current balance to 5,000 points. Changing the fate of Liu Zhengfeng's family earned him 4,000 points, raising his balance to 9,000 points. Gaining Liu Zhengfeng's gratitude provided him with another 1,000 points, bringing his balance to 10,000 points. Receiving thanks from Chu Yang added yet another 1,000 points, leaving him with 11,000 points. Lastly, obtaining the gratitude of M.O. granted him 1,000 points, culminating in a total of 12,000 points. Woohoo! Up he soared. In just one night, Li Jin had amassed 12,000 points, equivalent to 8 days and nights of game time. Ultimately, this game encouraged players to creatively alter the narrative and stir up intrigue. Lying on the inn's bed, Li Jin entered the game, his mind whirling with schemes. With points aplenty, he unhesitatingly invested them all into the game, preparing to swiftly level up. Upon exiting the gates of Orgrimmar, the paladin hurried to the crossroads of the Barrens, activating the flight point before racing onward until he reached the Taraho camp, where he began to undertake quests. Utilizing the formidable effects of his mixed element cultivation and cooking, he rampaged through the wilderness like a wild boar. Encountering no worthy opponents, he slaughtered the Boormen tribe, thunder lizards, wild dogs, and wind serpents of the southern barrens, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. Unbeknownst to him, his level rapidly soared. By the time he reached level 34, he had completed all map quests, including those in Ashenvale, the Stonetalan Mountains, and Thousand Needles, leaving only a few dungeon quests. After all, he was ill-equipped to tackle a horde of elite monsters in a dungeon solo. When he first arrived in Orgrimmar, he had eagerly entered the low-level dungeon, Ragefire Chasm, hoping to see if he could clear it alone. Being level 20 at the time, he felt confident due to the level suppression. However, after striking the entrance's burrowing worm once, he was immediately bombarded by several fire jets. Leaving him no room to evade, he barely managed to weaken one of the worms before regrettably meeting his end on the floor. now at level 34. He was almost certain he could conquer Ragefire Chasm, but the rewards were no longer enticing. Venturing into a low-level dungeon was impractical. Aside from acquiring low-level gear, he would gain no experience, and his current points were far too precious to squander on endeavors with such minimal returns. His mixed-element cultivation and cooking could only ensure he could slay ordinary monsters of equal level in an instant or face off against elite monsters one-on-one, but they could not enable him to weave through a throng of elite foes. Unless he could learn more profound martial arts, granting him the ability to dispatch elite monsters or nimbly evade amidst a crowd of adversaries. Yet, that was not feasible in the short term. In the real world, Yu Buqian had already returned to Mount Huashan with his disciples. This time, thanks to Li Jin's butterfly effect, Ling Huchong had not been punished by being sent to the thought-provoking cliff. And Lin Pingji had not joined Huashan, rendering the events relatively uneventful. However, Li Jin was unconcerned, for he had more pressing matters to attend to, that being nurturing the Holy Knights, to understand why he was so confident. One must mention the first-class quest for the Blood Elf Paladin in the game. The Summons of the Knight Commander, Baladware. This quest ultimately rewards a skill, Redemption, which allows for the resurrection of other players. Having always fought solo, he had no opportunity to use it, and the quest required considerable back and forth, which Li Jin found cumbersome. Thus, he had yet to undertake it. The quest itself was unremarkable, but it involved a quest item that was tied to the source of the Blood Elf Paladin's power. It presented Li Jin with a chance for experimentation. Within the story of the Mountain Pass, the Blood Elves do not worship the Holy Light. They lack monasteries and churches, yet possess both priests and paladins who wield the Holy Light. This was because they had captured a Naru named Muru. Muru is a being of the Holy Light, composed entirely of Holy Light energy. The Blood Elves imprisoned him in Silvermoon City and extracted his power for their own use. Unfortunately, Prince Kale had taken Muru with him into a dungeon, a result. They could only draw Holy Light energy from the guards who had previously siphoned Muru's power. Although it was unclear how a mere handful of guards could sustain the demands of 1,000,000 powerful lords for over a decade without being drained dry. The Paladin's Redemption quest utilized an item known as the Glimmering Container, which drew energy from the NPC that imprisoned Muru and used it to resurrect another NPC. Upon completing the quest, the Paladin would be able to cast Redemption without reliance on the quest item, signifying that thereafter, the Paladin could generate Holy Light energy independently. In this process, the core element was that glimmering container brimming with vast amounts of Holy Light energy. Li Jin sought to test whether this quest item could be applied to Yu Buqian. If the creators of this game adhered closely to the original source material, this quest item would undoubtedly enable an ordinary person to harness Holy Light energy. While you prepare this vessel, I will dispatch some individuals to retrieve the body of Sanguinius, the Silent Blade. You can find him at the top of the Silvermoon City Inn, likely accompanied by a servant. Go to him at once and utilize the magical power within the container to restore his life. Time is of the essence, Blood Elf Paladin. If too long passes, even the power of the Holy Light will be unable to bring him back to us. After writing this message in a hurry on the quest scroll, Li Jin accepted the filled glimmering container handed to him by Knight Commander Baladware. Filled glimmering container. Unique quest item. Use. Release the magical energy from the container to grant Sanguinius the Silent Blade a new lease on life. The strange liquid within the container emitted a sacred aura. Li Jin decisively went offline, transferring the filled container of dim light into the real world before logging back in, abandoning the task to take it up anew in one seamless motion. Upon preparing this bottle, after resurrecting Sanglias and the Silent Blade, he immediately returned to me. Brad Valor, with parched lips, took a sip of the drink Li Jin handed him to soothe his throat, before passing yet another filled container to Li Jin. Good heavens! How can I recall having given you so many? You Haven team misplaced them all. Have you? Li Jin casually deflected. Have you had too much to drink? Have you only just accepted the task? Oh, is that so? It's all your fault for providing such delightful beverages. Brad Valor, with a dazed expression, chose not to pursue the matter further, shaking his sore right hand. Li Jin decided against farming for items for the moment. The task's content was excessively lengthy. He had penned it dozens of times, nearly exhausting himself. Nonetheless, by the end of this round, he had accumulated 50 containers, sufficient to transform every member of the Huashan sect, including the monkey raised by Lu Daiyou, into a saint warrior. Master, looked out in the secret chamber. Li Jin placed a container and a dead mouse before Yu Buqian. Yu Buqian's eyelid twitched. What does this mean? Let's not concern ourselves with the dead mouse for now. First, take a look at this. That Li Jin pointed at the dim light container. What is this? Yu Buqian picked up the container. Sensing the aura within, his expression brightening as he inquired, the righteous qi? Indeed. Li Jin nodded affirmatively. I've discovered a method for others to learn the righteous qi. However, for confidentiality's sake, I have yet to test it with anyone. Then what are we waiting for? Yu Buqian, unable to contain his excitement, urged quickly, tell me. Well, master, first grasp it firmly in your left hand, and with your right hand, touch the dead mouse. Then recite after me. Yu Buqian stumbled through the recitation of the lengthy incantation for several dozen repetitions before finally committing it to memory. How did you come up with such a long spell? Yu Buqian's face reddened. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Li Jin silently scoffed. You're just not accustomed to it. Every healing profession's rescue incantation tends to be particularly lengthy. Even with Hua Xiao's eloquence, it would take more than 10 seconds to complete. Thus, every healer is essentially a top-tier rapper. It's merely a stroke of inspiration that led to this. Li Jin chuckled. Master, why don't you give it a complete try now? With a hint of nervousness, Yu Buqian tightly grasped the dim light container, took a deep breath, and began to softly chant. As he recited, a faint golden light gradually emerged from the container, swiftly entering his chest and forming a bean-sized golden sphere near the Tanzhong acupoint, emanating a glow that illuminated the small chamber. The chant continued, and the faint golden light flowed from Yu Buqian's chest to his hands, gradually enveloping the dead mouse under the direction of his right hand. As the final syllable fell, the light abruptly vanished. Chirp! The mouse flipped over and miraculously revived, joyfully scampering around the chamber. Yu Buqian stared at his hands in astonishment, feeling the energy sphere in his chest, incredulously exclaiming, Is this really happening? It was the first time Li Jin witnessed someone utilizing a task item to achieve the infusion of holy light, and he felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet he could not show it. He nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this has worked. Saying this, he promptly slapped the mouse dead again. Yu Buqian, Li Jin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, explained to avoid having to search for experimental materials again, this was the cleanest one I could find. So let's reuse it. The mouse, though I'm not human, you're truly despicable. Yu Buqian, lacking the strength to retort, shifted the topic. So can I, like you on that day, resurrect others? Not quite why Li Jin shook his head. You need to practice more with this mouse. Whether you can save someone depends on the amount of righteous qi within you. This was Li Jin's summary of his experience in resurrection. He had previously discovered that as the skill level increased, the size limit of the targets that could be resurrected also rose, but it required more mana than in the real world. This manifested as an increased consumption of holy light energy. If the requirements were not met, additional means would be necessary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to employ so many skills to resurrect Lin Jinan last time, given Yu Buqian's current holy light energy. He could at most revive a dead mouse. Resurrecting a person was simply beyond his capability. How can one cultivate this righteous qi? Yu Buqian inquired humbly. You might read more ancient texts and classics. Li Jin pondered, then added, humility, honesty, compassion, courage, and justice. These virtues assist in its growth. Among the 8 great virtues of the paladin, some are related to religion. Therefore, Li Jin intentionally filtered out certain aspects, retaining only those suitable for Yu Buqian. Filial piety and loyalty, righteousness and integrity. Yu Buqian contemplated for a moment before countering. Could it be influenced by these virtues promoted by Confucianism? Li Jin scratched his head. He had only a superficial understanding of the 4 books and 5 classics, and couldn't articulate much. Suddenly thinking of the story of Tyrion Fordring regaining the holy light, he added, acts of chivalry can also contribute to its growth. Yu Buqian nodded, stroking his beard in deep thought. Let us not dwell on that for now. I shall teach you several spells. Li Jin interrupted his contemplation, eagerly imparting paladin skills. Using the sect leader as a test subject proved to be quite entertaining. In the Huashan private prison, Tian Buowang was bound in a spread eagle position on a platform. His face pale, eyes vacant, tears at the corners, and his voice hoarse as he cried, "You demon, what do you want from me? I've revealed all my martial arts secrets. What more do you want?" Li Jin ignored him, tightening the simple mask on his face, seemingly still able to detect a foul odor, which made him feel nauseated. He hurriedly opened the windows for ventilation. After a long while, he regained his composure. Throughout the day, he had experimented various knife techniques and healing spells on Tian Buowang from multiple angles and across various levels and professions that he repeatedly revived and captured the birds. Over and over again, without less than 100 attempts, he had consumed several sets of potent mana potions. Fortunately, his reserves were ample, and he didn't mind the expenditure. However, it was undoubtedly worthwhile. Through this series of experiments, he successfully discerned the definite effects of healing spells in the real world. In general, for physical injuries, as long as no parts were lost, one could merely align the parts with the wound. Then use holy light techniques, such as holy light flash, healing wave, heal, or rejuvenation, to restore normalcy. Even if the part had endured freezing, burning, piercing, or electric shocks, or had been ground to a pulp, as long as the piece remained, it could be reattached. However, if a piece was lost, unconventional methods would be necessary. Among the spells he had mastered, only holy healing could forcibly enable the regrowth of severed limbs. Holy healing. Instant cast. 20-minute cooldown. Heals a friendly target for an amount equivalent to the paladin's maximum health, while also restoring a certain amount of mana. This cost is somewhat high, unlike the long cooldown seen in games. In reality, this spell requires him to be at full mana and in peak condition to cast, and afterward his mana would be completely depleted, along with all beneficial buffs, plunging him into a brief state of weakness, nearly losing all combat capability. Nevertheless, compared to the cost of limb regrowth, this price is absolutely worth it. However, this does not come without side effects. For instance, Tian Buowang, witnessing the simultaneous existence of the bird beneath him and the one on the plate, rolled his eyes and fainted. Jin first cast a fireball, incinerating the bird on the plate to ashes, casually scattering them, then used a weakened version of Ice Spike to blow onto Tian Buowang's face, forcibly waking him. Are you a deity or a demon? The awakened Tian Buowang was drenched in cold sweat. Although his wound had healed, the scar within his heart was infinitely larger, releasing boundless fear that made him tremble. What do you think? Li Jin, donning all the buffs of a paladin and priest, countered. This round of buffs did not obscure the effects of light and shadow. The various radiant hues illuminated Tian Buowang's face in a kaleidoscope of colors. Are you a divine being sent to punish me? Tian Buowang swallowed hard, bitterly responding. So you recognize it as punishment? Li Jin did not directly deny it. Instead, misleadingly stated, you have lived so carefreely as a lecher for so many years. However, do you not realize that those girls you have sullied must bear the consequences of your transgressions for a lifetime? The heinous acts you have committed over the years deserve nothing less than 1,000 cuts as punishment. They too were once filled with unparalleled joy, Tian Buowang retorted. Moreover, I have never harmed them. I merely released them afterward. Upon hearing this, Li Jin suddenly recognized that this wretch likely possessed no profound understanding of the repercussions of his actions. It was akin to playing a lute to a cow. He then declared, "Very well, I shall not kill you, and I shall release you in due course. However, you must accompany me to seek atonement from your past victims. Those who still live must forgive you in person, and those who have passed must have their closest kin grant you forgiveness." This, Tian Buowang was taken aback, incredulous at the prospect, although he considered his lecherous deeds to be trivial. He was acutely aware that such forgiveness was utterly unattainable. If they do not forgive you, you must ensure that you rectify your wrongs. Li Jin added thoughtfully, I will not force you into anything too outrageous, but you are at least obligated to make amends for your past actions and secure a comfortable existence for their remaining years. Tian Buowang contemplated refusing, yet after a day of torment, he found himself thoroughly intimidated by the terror of his opponent's sorcery. This individual could snatch life from death with ease, akin to a celestial being, yet employed such methods to torment a mere bird. Is there any justice in this world? Tian Boiguang began to suspect that perhaps his previous misdeeds had finally caught up with him. Nevertheless, it seemed that his adversary was not inclined to deliver a swift end, leaving him with a glimmer of hope for redemption. Perhaps he could acquiesce to the demands now and escape at a later time. With his unparalleled agility, he was confident that no one could pursue him. I concede I shall comply with your demands, but please spare me from those torturous voodoo methods. Li Jin scrutinized his expression and cautioned, I will release you now, but let me make myself clear. Regardless of where you flee, I possess ample means to retrieve you. Furthermore, I cannot guarantee that you will emerge unscathed next time. Tian Boiguang felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end, and stammered, While you can speak freely. I shall heed your words. Jiner, have you truly considered this? The martial world is far more perilous than it appears. Moreover, you are accompanying this scoundrel. At the gate of the Huashan sect, Ning Zhongze expressed her concerns to Li Jin, while his close disciples gathered to bid farewell. Half a year had passed since the last visit to Hongshan, during which Li Jin had diligently practiced his swordsmanship and internal skills atop the mountain. Complemented by relentless training within the game, that he had now mastered all sword techniques, standing as one of the few unmatched disciples, lacking only in combat experience and the accumulation of power as time progressed. The only rewards he received were minor tokens from interactions with his fellow disciples, and his gaming time had dwindled to nothing. The members of the sword sect had yet to arrive, leaving him in eager anticipation. He even risked the potential disruption of the plot by spending several nights at the Thought Reflection Cliff, yet still failed to encounter Feng Qingyang, the elderly gentleman known for bestowing extraordinary gifts upon the protagonist. Moreover, it would be unwise to recklessly breach the mountain cave-s walls to learn the sword techniques of the five mountains. However, not all was in vain. Some of the food and drink he had left in the cave had been pilfered, indicating that the mischievous Feng Qingyang was indeed nearby, albeit unwilling to meet him. Ultimately, he resolved to descend the mountain with Tian Boiguang, seeking adventure and opportunities to earn some tokens. Fear not, my master and mistress. The Li family's business has expanded throughout the Central Plains, and there are plenty of people to assist me that I have no worries about sustenance, Li Jin stated confidently, adding, with the support of righteousness, I can protect myself even against formidable adversaries. Yu Lingshan remarked bitterly, Father is truly biased. He even taught the Howren righteousness technique, which my senior brother has yet to master, to the 9th disciple first. To safeguard Li Jin, Yu Buchuan had proclaimed to the disciples that he had developed a new internal skill called the Howren righteousness technique, boasting immense power, which he had imparted to his 9th disciple. The other disciples expressed their envy, yet Yu Buchuan insisted that they emulate Li Jin's diligence in martial training if they wish to be considered for the transmission of this unparalleled technique. Li Jin retorted, You ought to ask my senior brother why he has yet to memorize a single verse after a fortnight. Yu Lingshan blurted out, Is it not because of your wine? He spends all day inebriated. Her voice trailed off as she spoke. Nearby, Yu Buchuan's countenance darkened, and he barked, Wretched disciple, return to your studies at once. If I catch you drinking again, I shall send you to the Thought Reflection Cliff. Ling Huchong immediately bowed his head in contrition, afraid to retort. Yu Lingshan, feeling guilty for inadvertently implicating her senior brother, shyly hid behind Ning Zhongze, who playfully tapped her on the head in reproach. After bidding farewell to his fellow disciples, Li Jin pulled Yu Buchuan aside and whispered, Master, I observe that the Songzhan sect remains resolute in their ambitions to unify the five mountains, and they will undoubtedly seek further excuses to instigate conflict. Given that Huashan's numbers have dwindled, we must be prepared. Yu Buchuan nodded. Indeed, I have anticipated this. However, I have yet to ascertain what Left Cold Zen's next move will be. We can only respond as events unfold. What are your thoughts? Li Jin guided him. For Left Cold Zen to merge the five mountain sword sects, he must secure the consent of each sect's leaders. The means will undoubtedly involve coercion and temptation, which are relatively manageable. Should these fail, he will likely consider replacing the leaders, employing internal treachery to seize power. Within the Huashan sect, the only expert of my master's generation is my mistress, so that is not a concern. However, I wonder if there are any skilled predecessors or contemporaries from Huashan who have fallen into obscurity. Upon hearing this, Yubuchuan's brow furrowed, that he recalled that he had never mentioned the historical disputes over swordplay within the Huashan sect to his disciples. Only he and Ning Zhongze were privy to such matters, so it was unlikely that anyone else had informed Li Jin. Thus, it seemed highly probable that Li Jin had deduced this on his own. This young man not only trained vigorously in martial arts, but also excelled in poetry and demonstrated remarkable acuity of thought, a rare talent indeed. Perhaps he should consider accepting more scholarly disciples in the future. Yu Buchuan shook his head, dispelling the unreliable notion. Indeed, a few swordplay experts from Huashan have gone into hiding. However, you need not worry. I possess the Howran righteousness, and even if they are still alive, they are not my match. During this time, Yu Buchuan had learned numerous spells from the Paladin class. He had mastered the Justice Seal, Judgment, Strength Blessing, and King's Blessing, almost able to cast them instantaneously. Redemption could barely resurrect a dead mouse, while spells like Holy Light and Command Seal continued to elude him. Li Jin speculated that the failure might be akin to the limitations of NPCs in games, where their talents only allowed them to master certain skills, unlike players who could learn all abilities. Nevertheless, even with just a handful of skills, Yu Buchuan's strength had significantly increased. The Justice Seal granted him dual attack capabilities akin to a phantom, while Judgment allowed him to unleash strikes equivalent to a charged palm strike even amidst grappling. The Strength Blessing tremendously enhanced his power, and the King's Blessing elevated his overall condition by 10%. In the game, a paladin could only bestow a single blessing upon themselves, yet in the real world, different blessings could stack. After 6 months of exploration, Yu Buchuan successfully amplified the Holy Light Seed through the Confucian classics. And only then did he feel reassured, confident that the Huashan sect could thrive even in Li Jin's absence. Ling Huchan's ability to receive the teachings was also a result of this progress. Seeing Yu Buchuan mentally prepared, Li Jin chose not to elaborate further. Let us depart. With a reluctant wave to his fellow disciples, Li Jin instructed Tian Boguang at his side. Yes, came the high-pitched response, laced with a hint of anticipation and trepidation. Now, Tian Boguang had undergone a complete transformation. His skin was smooth and fair, devoid of any facial hair or sweat, clad in pure white garments, resembling a delicate rabbit. Were it not for familiarity, one would utterly fail to recognize him. Indeed, he had been castrated, and it had been half a year since. On the very night Li Jin released him, Tian Boguang, defying fate, fled Huashan. However, half a day later, as he paused by a small stream, grilling a freshly caught fish, he was astonished to see Li Jin approach him. He was swiftly subdued by a hammer of retribution. What a farce! With the hunter-s mark and elven fire in play, would one truly fear their prey escaping? On the journey back to the mountain, Li Jin brandished his knife. Fear not, my knife skills are excellent. It will only hurt for a moment. Absolutely smooth, leaving no scars. They don't come any closer. This is a disaster. Li Jin brazenly reduced both the bird and the egg to ashes right before his eyes. Tian Boguang was left in despair, nearly brought to tears. Henceforth, he lamented, he would have to squat to relieve himself. Having already been rendered a eunuch, he decided to completely liberate himself and sought every possible means to escape. Yet, the reality was merciless. After countless attempts over the span of half a month, he despondently realized that there was no way for him to break free. Whether he concealed himself in water, perched upon a tree branch, hidden in a cave, or even beneath the bed of a courtesan, he could not elude Li Jin's relentless pursuit. The moment he paused, he would be discovered, intimidated by such supernatural prowess. Tian Boguang ultimately surrendered. However, he fell into a state of despondency, squatting in the courtyard, refusing to eat, drink, or sleep, and offering no resistance to any reprimands or scoldings he received. It was only when Li Jin uttered a certain phrase that stirred him. If you wish to reclaim your manly vigor, you must obediently accompany me to atone for your sins. This was a promise worth keeping. Tian Boguang, whose shoes had been soaked multiple times, roared in anguish. After enduring a half-year devoid of hormonal influence, he had transformed into the semblance of a delicate, pallid youth. The moment the two descended from the mountains, They headed southeast. There exists a particular martial art perfectly suited for you, Li Jin tempted him, asserting that once mastered, even the unrivaled leader of the demonic sect, Dongfang Bubi, would only be able to contend with him on equal footing. Is that true? Tian Boguang inquired skeptically. Absolutely. And when have I ever deceived you? Can Dongfang Bubi best you? Of course not. Then how could he still claim to be the best in the world? Is he itching for a fight? I have transcended the martial world, hence my ranking does not include me. Tian Boguang rolled his eyes in silence, his expression unexpectedly carrying a hint of charming arrogance. Jean shuddered slightly. Just say whether you will practice or not. I will practice, of course. I will practice. Nonsense, even a slight enhancement in skill is worth it. Who knows, I might even turn the tables one day. The two traveled in silence and smoothly arrived in Fuzhou. Jean first strolled through the entire city, casually passing by the Lin family's old residence, all the while observing keenly and discovering a group of rats trailing behind them. Still not giving up. The Lin family had sold the Fuwei escort agency and relocated to the foot of Mount Hua, fulfilling their initial promise to live as ordinary wealthy folk. Although the old residence in Fuzhou had not been sold, it had remained unattended for half a year, with weeds sprouting at the entrance. The Lin family acquired some land at the foot of Mount Hua and became landlords, making a small profit by selling copies of the sinister sword technique. Nowadays, any swordsman with a modicum of fame in the martial world could wield the 72 styles of the sinister sword art convincingly. Yet, none could uncover the secret behind this unparalleled sword art. Experts vaguely sensed that the sequences of the sword moves were somewhat sluggish, resulting in numerous flaws, prompting them to devise various methods to compensate for this shortcoming. Thus, a multitude of modified versions of the sinister sword techniques emerged in the martial world, such as the sinister Mei stabs, sinister whip techniques, sinister dagger techniques, sinister spear techniques, and so forth. Either they sought to exchange for smaller weapons to enhance the speed of their moves, or they opted for wide-ranging attack weapons to increase their offensive coverage, thereby compensating for the vulnerabilities in their techniques. Upon witnessing these modified versions, Li Jin was also taken aback. Remarkably, some individuals had genuinely stumbled upon the correct path. That is to exchange for smaller weapons. This method is undoubtedly reliable. Can anything be smaller than a sewing needle? What a pity, merely downsizing the weapon is insufficient. Without the corresponding mental technique, it is futile. Naturally, some harbored doubts regarding whether the Lin family had relinquished the genuine sinister sword art and sought to continue their investigation. The Huashan sect, with which they were closely entangled, soon found themselves under scrutiny. The moment Li Jin exited Mount Hua, various factions began to tail him. By the time they reached Fuzhou, no less than 10 groups were following in their wake. They had begun to sense one another, and after a series of overt and covert skirmishes, only those with formidable backgrounds and strength remained. Li Jin, indifferent to them, took a leisurely stroll before arriving at the entrance of an inn. This inn was situated in a rather unique location, adjacent to a brothel that ate tea this moment. The air was filled with the sounds of laughter and chatter, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Xiaowang, shall we indulge in some floral wine? This statement carried a certain malicious intent. Tian Boguang nearly spat blood, indignantly retorting, "You must not be too overbearing." Li Jin chuckled coldly, hoping he would forever remember this feeling. Those girls would undoubtedly feel even worse than you did. My people have collected all the cases you've committed over the years. There's one here in Fuzhou that I wonder if you, the culprit, still remember. Tomorrow morning, you must accompany me to atone for your sins. Tian Boguang's expression shifted slightly, and he stubbornly declared, "If I must go, then I shall. I, Tian Boguang, have never known fear." That very night, after settling into the inn, Li Jin extinguished the lights and slipped out. He moved with great confidence, striding boldly. However, none of the watchers outside or nearby noticed his departure. Stealth. Instant activation with a 10-second cooldown allows you to enter a stealth state, reducing your movement speed by 30. And the effect lasts until cancelled. This skill, which a level 1 thief can learn, is one of his trump cards. Only those who get close or track footprints on the ground can detect him. The watchers could not fathom that their target could go invisible, let alone pay attention to such details. Li Jin calmly navigated through the net of surveillance, stealthily infiltrating the Lin family's old residence. Retrieving the monk's robe from the beams of the Buddhist hall and promptly placing it into his game pouch. Obtaining the core plot item, the Sinister Sword Manual, he received 8,000 points, with a current balance of 8,000 points. Indeed, this critical item from the entire story of Smiling, Proud Wanderer yielded the anticipated great rewards. It was not in vain. By the time he returned to the inn, those monitoring him remained obliviously fixated, entirely unaware that their target had already accomplished what they most desired. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Li Jin tossed a copied version of the Sinister Sword Art to Tian Boguang. Take this. Memorize it and burn it immediately. This manual omitted the phrase about self-castration, which could drive Tian Boguang to madness, and it contained only the mental technique devoid of any moves, even if it fell into the hands of outsiders. They would never deduce that the prerequisite for practicing this mental technique was self-castration. They would undoubtedly fall into madness, suspecting it to be a deceptive ploy. Tian Boguang fumbled to accept the manual, curiously asking, "Is this the martial art you mentioned? If I master it, can I contend with Dongfang Bubi on equal footing?" Li Jin stretched lazily, yawning as he replied. Indeed, to continuously resist the unreasonable and terrifying allure emanating from the manual. He had not slept well the entire night. Laboring to produce this copy. It was quite a struggle. I almost couldn't resist trying it myself. What is this all about, anyway? Tian Boguang mumbled, uncertain of its name. I hope this doesn't lead to any complications. Jin shot him an impatient glance. Will you practice or not? If not, return it to me. Of course, I will practice. Tian Boguang swiftly concealed the manual within his sleeve. How could he possibly refrain from practicing? Then let us go, recited as we walked. With that, he boldly exited the inn. The mysterious Tian Boguang cautiously stowed away the manual, hurriedly chasing after him. Are you certain this is the target of your past misdeeds? Li Jin maintained a stern expression. Speaking gravely, "It seems to be," Tian Boguang replied, his eyes wide, swallowing hard and hesitating. "But I didn't expect your taste to be quite peculiar." Li Jin sighed deeply, expressing admiration that my judgment is unparalleled. Ordinary women would not capture my attention. Tian Boguang, feeling his taste was being challenged, erupted in indignation, exclaiming, "Back then, she was quite slender. She's merely gained a little weight now. But I still have some impression of her features." Li Jin pointed at a figure in the distance, astonished. "You call that merely gaining a little weight?" Crack! Splash! The crowd of onlookers suddenly erupted in chaos. The bridge has collapsed. The young lady from Wang Yuanwai's household has fallen into the water. Miss Wang has caused the bridge to give way. Hurry! Save her, Tian Boguang. Thank you both for rescuing me. I have no means to repay you, but before Miss Wang could finish her sentence, Li Jin, quick on the uptake, immediately interrupted her. Hold on. It was he who saved you this time. Direct any gratitude towards him. With that, he pointed at Tian Boguang, who was busy adjusting his clothes, both of them thoroughly drenched from their heroic leap into the water. After escorting Miss Wang back to her residence, she changed into attire provided by the Wang family. Li Jin dressed casually, while Tian Boguang had spent nearly half an hour meticulously arranging his clothing and grooming. Ever since he had been castrated, Tian Boguang had become increasingly particular about his appearance. Even the slightest imperfection would leave him feeling utterly uncomfortable. That a blemish on the sleeve of his garment troubled him greatly, and he found himself preoccupied with devising ways to conceal it with pleats. Miss Wang, observing Tian Boguang's fair complexion and striking features, had long been captivated by him. At this moment, she seized the opportunity to turn towards him, her cheeks blooming with a delicate flush. "I am not aware of how to address you. It would be improper for me to rise. Forgive my rudeness." Her voice resonated like a thunderclap, leaving both of them momentarily stunned. The armchair upon which Miss Wang sat groaned in despair as she turned, as if it might collapse at any moment. "There is no need for such formality. I am Tian Boguang," he said, slightly embarrassed as he waved his hand dismissively, having wronged her in the past. He felt a twinge of guilt at being treated with such courtesy. My father is on his way back, and I have been rather neglectful. I beg your pardon." As she spoke, she made an effort to rise. But predictably, she failed. Miss Wang weighed no less than 300 pounds, and even the slightest movement of her dainty feet was a challenge. Having just performed a dramatic scene by the riverside, she was now weak and fatigued, forced to remain reclining while conversing. The chair continued to protest with each of her movements. Not at all. Not at all, Tian Boguang exclaimed, fearing that her agitation might shatter the chair. And he quickly pressed down with both hands to signal her to remain calm. Tian Boguang. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Miss Wang pondered, as if she had heard it mentioned before, upon hearing this. Tian Boguang's expression became noticeably awkward, though. I understand now. Could you be the talented gentleman from around here? Surely, Master Tian must possess considerable intellect to be spoken of. She gushed. You are robust enough to have rescued me from the water. And with your scholarly prowess, you truly embody both the literary and martial arts. Miss Wang struck a pose reminiscent of Shishir, her heart fluttering. Tian Boguang. He glanced helplessly at Li Jin, signaling that he was at a loss for words. Li Jin rubbed his forehead, preparing to interject that, I apologize. I am an old man who has been preoccupied with matters outside, and I have neglected my two benefactors. Please forgive me. A middle-aged man with graying hair approached, loudly offering his apologies that by the time he finished speaking, he had already stepped forward, clasping his hands together in gratitude. Clad in a green brocade robe, he appeared somewhat portly, with rosy cheeks and a vibrant demeanor, his voice booming. Master Wang, you are being overly polite. Li Jin replied courteously. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he continued, I have come for an important matter to discuss with you. If you would kindly step aside. With that, he led the perplexed Master Wang to a secluded corner of the courtyard. You recall the incident that occurred 7 years ago involving Miss Wang? Upon hearing this, Master Wang's expression changed dramatically. What incident? There was no such thing. Please do not panic. The reason I bring this up is that I am fully aware of the circumstances, and I have come specifically to address it appropriately. Master Wang's demeanor softened slightly as he sighed. What can be done? The entire village knows of it. Chui's marriage prospects have been dashed. She is already 23, and it is quite difficult for an old maid to find a match. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something, furrowing his brow as he questioned, Wait, why are you concerned with this? Good sir, what I am about to say may provoke you, so I urge you to remain calm. Master Wang patted his chest confidently, declaring, What nonsense! At my age, what storms have I not weathered? Speak freely. The individual in white is none other than Tian Boguang. Tian Boguang. Master Wang's forehead bulged with veins, his eyes reddening. Wang sure. Quickly summon someone. Arrest that lecher. Before he could finish, Li Jin promptly covered his mouth. Wait. Did we not agree to keep calm? I am a disciple of the Junzi sword from the Washan sect, and it is I who captured Tian Boguang that I have brought him here to make amends for the transgressions of years past. Master Wang, I can release you now, but you must first assure me that you will remain composed and refrain from shouting. I come bearing sincerity. Master Wang nodded. Jin gradually released his grip. What can you possibly amend? She is already 23. Her reputation is ruined. How can she ever marry now? The events that transpired cannot indeed be undone. But now you must consider whether there are any wishes that Tian Boguang could fulfill to his sister. Master Wang rolled up his sleeves, declaring, I want his life. Aside from his life, Li Jin interjected, his head throbbing. His life should be the final thing to be given. This fellow still has a multitude of romantic debts to settle. He must wait until all the victims have been compensated before his life is forfeit. Master Wang's expression became peculiar at this revelation. After all these years, it was the first time he had heard of a depraved individual being compelled to repay the damages to their victims. Typically, such scoundrels met a swift demise. However, it was indeed commendable that he voluntarily sought out the victims. This is truly unprecedented. I believe that simply executing this lecher might be too lenient. Even being subjected to 1,000 cuts would not suffice to compensate the victims. Therefore, he must be made to perform deeds that improve the lives of the victims, allowing them to determine his fate in the end, thus ensuring that justice is served. This, Master Wang momentarily struggled to comprehend. I need to think this through. By the way, Chui is still unaware of this matter, correct? She views Tian Boguang as merely a somewhat renowned scholar. Dad, I have yet to properly thank Master Tian. You must not neglect him. Amidst Wang Chui's disgruntled murmurs, Li Jin and Tian Boguang were ushered out of her courtyard and into the guest room. Tian Boguang sat alone by the window, gazing outside with a conflicted expression, lost in thought. What occupies your mind? I am somewhat reflective, Tian Boguang replied, his features complex that I cannot comprehend why I was so infatuated with the notion of battling over a beauty back then. How could I have the heart to harm such a kind-hearted girl? Of course, I could not bear to lay a hand on someone with such a figure. Li Jin silently scoffed, remarking, your mind has been clouded by your lower instincts. Only by severing those ties may you think clearly. Focus on mastering the heart method I have provided you. Await Master Wang's arrangements. Tian Boguang offered a bitter smile and shook his head, assuming a meditative posture to cultivate his spirit, commencing his training. The night passed without incident. The following morning, as they were having breakfast, Master Wang appeared, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Are you certain he will agree to everything? He earnestly confirmed, his gaze fixed intently on Li Jie, and Li Jin nodded and affirmed, indeed, except for his life. Tian Boguang shrank his neck, a chill running down his spine. Master Wang's lips curled into a cryptic smile. Rest assured, I have no intention of demanding his life. He sat down directly, taking a baozi and beginning to eat. As he chewed, he continued, Chui's mother passed away early, and I have no desire to remarry. For over 20 years, I have raised her alone. Initially, I intended to find a son-in-law to carry on the family line, but alas, the scholar's family was impoverished and proud upon learning of Chui's plight. He chose to become a monk rather than enter our family. The entire village is aware of this, and no suitable young man is willing to marry in. Chui could not bear the blow. Her body became increasingly plump, gaining weight even from drinking water. She was now nearing 300 pounds. Consequently, even matchmakers refused to assist. My elder brother has continually urged me to adopt his youngest son, so that the family line may endure. Humph. Do they think me a fool? His son is already 18. Whether to adopt or to seize my inheritance is not a foregone conclusion. The matter of the family line ultimately depends on Chui. Li Jin inquired, have you considered adopting a son? With Chui here, why would I need to adopt? Is it not preferable to preserve our own bloodline? Li Jin nodded, then asked, during the famine, there must have been many destitute wanderers who came here, right? Surely, they would not refuse to become son-in-law, even if they were aware of the incident from 7 years ago. Master Wang slapped his thigh, exclaiming, who could argue otherwise? Yet, Chui simply does not like them. She insists on a man with a strong physique, and those starving wretches are barely skin and bones. She does not even glance their way. I told my daughter that she could wait until he's gained some weight before marrying him. Yet she replied, these men are not strong enough. I fear they might crush me under their weight. No matter how I tried to persuade her, she would not listen. Why, I wonder, would one choose to sit upon another? It is evident that you hold great affection for Chui. Jin cast a sidelong glance at Tian Boguang 7 years ago, on that fateful night. The two of you seemed to have quite the revelry. Tian Boguang felt a flush creep across his face as he turned away. Wang Yuanwei continued, thus, after much contemplation, I have conceived a splendid idea. Li Jin, intrigued, inquired, what idea? Since Chui seems rather fond of this rogue, why not have him become the son-in-law? Tian Boguang was left dumbfounded. Wang Yuanwei, with a grin, proclaimed, you see, if he were to marry into our family, then the events of 7 years ago would no longer hold any weight. Chui could find a satisfactory husband, and our Wang family would continue its lineage. Truly a win-win situation. Tian Boguang vehemently shook his head. No, absolutely not. Wang Yuanwei's expression turned cold, silence. Do you think you have a say in this matter? Li Jin sighed. Wang Yuanwei, this cannot be the way. This fellow still has a multitude of romantic debts to settle. We cannot simply leave it as is. Wang Yuanwei's eyes widened. I do not care. I want him to become the son-in-law. Li Jin, glaring at Tian Boguang, softened his tone towards Wang Yuanwei. How about this? He may indeed become the son-in-law, but he must first settle his romantic debts. This will not interfere with your desire to continue your lineage, will it? Just as Wang Yuanwei was about to refute, Li Jin added, otherwise, it would be far too lenient. Consider this. Had I not brought him here, would the fate of your Wang family not have been dire? Can you accept such a conclusion? Do you wish for all those wrong maidens to receive no compensation? Wang Yuanwei fell silent, stammering for a moment before reluctantly conceding that is not entirely unacceptable. However, he must ensure that Cui becomes pregnant before he departs, and he must return here at least once a year until every last one is compensated. If Cui does not bear a son, he must continue to compensate until a son is born. Li Jin regarded Tian Boguang with sympathy. It seems you'll have to put in some effort. Tian Boguang shrugged his shoulders, displaying a resigned expression. No way around it. Regardless, the engagement between Tian Boguang and Wang Cui was set for 2 weeks hence. Rest assured, before the wedding night, I will have everything in order. Li Jin vowed earnestly. Tian Boguang's face fell to a pallid hue. What is there to be unhappy about? The lecher who is to be executed is now marrying into a wealthy family, and his future son may inherit the family fortune. Truly, fate seems to have taken a peculiar turn. Tian Boguang lamented. Why not have you take my place? Li Jin replied, a gentleman does not usurp another's desires. By the way, how is your cultivation progressing? This sudden change of subject momentarily bewildered Tian Boguang, who eventually replied, I just entered the threshold last night. This inner energy is truly remarkable. Its circulation differs greatly from other practices, and the progress is astonishing that I feel that a single night's practice has equaled the rewards of a month's worth of training. It truly deserves to be called a peerless technique. Yet, to claim equivalence with Dongfang Bubi seems a stretch. Li Jin did not elaborate, saying, try employing this technique with the flying sand and shattered stone 13 stances. Long before, during the trials of Huashan, he had fully divulged his martial arts knowledge. And now, the flying sand and shattered stone swordplay, along with the lightness skill treading on 3 layers of cloud, had become the hallmark of the Huashan sect. With a hint of skepticism, Tian Boguang entered the courtyard, gripping his sword with one hand, channeling the peculiar technique, and with a slight exertion, the blade shimmered brilliantly, slicing through the air with dozens of strikes in mere moments. The whistling sound of the blade cutting through the atmosphere reverberated continuously, piercing his eardrums. Upon halting, he found his wrists slightly aching. Astonished, he thought, when did this swordplay become so frenzied? My wrist can hardly endure this force. Li Jin frowned. While the peculiar technique could enhance speed, it could not directly translate the original swordplay into its execution. Otherwise, techniques that could normally be performed with controlled force would exceed the body's limits, leading to injury rather than augmenting power. Your swordplay needs refinement. Some techniques can be discarded, lest you injure yourself with excessive speed. Tian Boguang's expression brightened, eager to try, but then the thought of Li Jin's unreasonable hammer of justice made him temper his enthusiasm. Thank you. He expressed sincerely Li Jin's willingness to impart this technique, regardless of his motivations, was a boon, and gratitude was due, and a need to rush your thanks. You may well come to resent me later, Li Jin said with a smirk. Now, go practice. Half a month swiftly passed. The Wang household was adorned with festive decorations, a vibrant scene heralding joyous occasions. Waves of guests arrived to offer their congratulations. Old Wang, you've truly endured much. A middle-aged man in elegant attire, of similar age, remarked with a sigh. Today is a day of celebration. The past need not be mentioned. Please come inside. Wang Yuanwei beamed, welcoming everyone with enthusiasm. Within the main courtyard, 18 large tables draped in red cloth were set, and many guests were already seated, engaged in animated conversation. Clad in a bright red groom's robe, with a large red flower pinned to his chest and black boots, Tian Boguang trailed behind Wang Yuanwei, exchanging greetings with unfamiliar faces, his demeanor dazed, akin to a marionette on strings. After enduring months of chastity, he now presented a handsome visage, complemented by a robust physique from years of martial training. Making a striking impression, guests showered him with compliments, declaring the groom to be exceptionally distinguished, and Wang Yuanwei's fortune to be enviable. After several hours of mingling, Once most guests had arrived, the two finally found time to retreat indoors for a drink and a moment's respite. Am I truly to become a groom? Tian Boguang mused, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Jean glanced at him sideways. What? Are you reluctant? Do you wish to continue your flirtations? Tian Boguang, startled, stammered. How could that be? I simply did not anticipate this moment would arrive. Enjoy it quietly. It is rare that this family has not sought to torment you. They're even gifting you a lovely wife and concubine. In fact, your descendants may inherit their estate. Truly a case of returning good for ill. Lovely wife. Tian Boguang's eyes glazed over, and after a lengthy pause, he sighed. That is precisely why I find it hard to believe. By the way, Li Jin clapped his thigh. It is time to reattach your components. With that, he cast a healing spell towards Tian Boguang. That moment. Only the two of them were present. Alleviating concerns of being observed, Tian Boguang exclaimed in surprise as his legs suddenly spread wide, bending at the waist, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. What has happened? My legs were too tightly pressed together. It became constricted. After regaining his composure, Tian Boguang paced about the room, his expression still somewhat awkward, feeling the added weight making him clumsy. You ought to wear undergarments, Li Jin remarked. Tian Boguang, puzzled, inquired, what are undergarments? A pouch for your parts. It suddenly dawned on them that undergarments had yet to be invented in this era. Just as the two were engaged in their banter, a servant arrived to urge them along. Tian Boguang composed himself, striding out with his legs apart. After a series of elaborate rituals, amidst the officiant's resounding declaration of enter the bridal chamber, the newlyweds were ushered into the wedding chamber. Just before entering, Tian Boguang wore a look of solemnity. Take care, Xiao Guang, Li Jin silently prayed, then swiftly set aside his concerns, focusing instead on the feast before him. Thanks to my nephew Li for bringing me a son-in-law. Wang Yuanwei, his face aglow with joy, enthusiastically introduced Tian Boguang to the guests. You may not know, but he is the esteemed disciple of Master Yu, the leader of the Huashan Sword sect. A pleasure to finally meet you. So, he is Master Yu's esteemed pupil. Truly a remarkable figure. Li Jin reluctantly raised his cup, engaging with the throng of guests. After all, the Huashan sect also requires a certain degree of renown within the martial world. One cannot afford to be overly aloof. On the courtyard wall, in the shadowy corners illuminated by candlelight, a man dressed in dark attire stealthily descended the enclosure. With utmost caution, he infiltrated the room where Tian Boguang had previously changed his clothes. After a moment of searching, he picked up a piece of paper filled with tiny, cramped writing. His eyes widening with surprise, he first approached the window, peering outside to ensure no one was approaching, before earnestly committing the contents to memory. After spending the better part of half an hour, he finally memorized it completely, then carefully returned the paper, meticulously erasing any traces left from his rummaging. Before scaling the wall once more an hour later, a swift horse departed from Fuzhou, heading directly towards the central plains that the Songzhan sect. Zhuolengshan stood atop a high platform, observing the disciples practicing the foundational sword techniques of Songzhan. The current number of disciples in Songzhan far exceeded that of any two other sects combined. Particularly among the core members of the 13th generation of Songzhan, their numbers were not only substantial, but their skills were nearing parity with those of other sect leaders, which fundamentally accounted for the current meteoric rise of the Songzhan sect. Thus, Zhuolengshan placed greater emphasis on nurturing young disciples than any other sect leader. Whenever he found a moment of leisure, he would come to supervise their training. That moment, a disciple, drenched in sweat and appearing travel-worn, rushed in through the main entrance, reporting to the sect leader. There is news from Fuzhou. Zhuolengshan narrowed his eyes slightly. Speak. Li Jin, the 9th disciple of Yu Buchuan, recently arrived in Fuzhou with Tian Boguang, and the two had been residing in the home of a wealthy local for nearly half a month. 3 days prior, Tian Boguang had wed the only daughter of the wealthy merchant. Our people infiltrated the house on the day of the wedding and discovered an unnamed internal cultivation technique from the clothes Tian Boguang had changed out of. Oh, Zhuolengshan exclaimed, intrigued. What is so special about this technique? This technique was handed to Tian Boguang the morning after Li Jin's arrival in Fuzhou to take tea that time. The two were still having breakfast at the inn. and everyone present bore witness. As he spoke, he handed the memorized technique to Zhuolengshan. Zhuolengshan silently unfolded the paper and, after a cursory glance, was taken aback. The operational method of this technique was remarkably different from that of ordinary practitioners. Not resembling the Taoist heritage of the Huashan sect at all, he attempted to practice it according to the instructions and immediately felt a surge of internal energy coursing through him, which initially brought him joy. However, he soon experienced a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, as if his meridians were about to burst. His complexion changed drastically, and he quickly ceased his efforts, with a look of trepidation. He regarded the technique in his hand and turned to the disciple, sternly asking, "Xiao Bing, have you been practicing this in secret?" "I would not dare," Xiao Bing replied, his legs instinctively clenching. Not practicing is wise." Zhuolengshan sneered, "This technique is flawed. It must be a deception." With that, he casually tossed it into the brazier. Xiao Bing, "Send people to continue monitoring them, traveling all the way to Fuzhou just to arrange a marriage for Tian Boguang. There's clearly something amiss." "Yes, what is the identity of the one marrying Tian Boguang?" "She is the daughter of a local wealthy man, possessing 700 acres of land, with her brother being a local liquor merchant, lacking any martial arts background." Zhuolengshan furrowed his brow in contemplation for a long moment before inquiring, "Is there anything else? Speak it all." "The wealthy man has an only daughter, aged 23, who had sought a husband for many years but had yet to achieve her wish until Tian Boguang came along." Zhuolengshan asked, "Does the young woman possess any particular traits?" "The girl weighs at least 300 pounds. Apart from that, there is nothing particularly noteworthy. Could this be a ploy by the Huashan sect?" Zhuolengshan pondered deeply but could not discern the underlying reason, so he ceased his ruminations and said, "For now, do not return to Fuzhou. Wait until your master returns, and then accompany him to Huashan." "Understood. Very well, you may leave to rest." "Yes." As Xiao Bing exited, a close friend immediately approached. "Xiao Shixiao, weren't you enjoying a life of luxury in Fuzhou? Why have you returned?" "It's a long story," Xiao Bing sighed. "Best left unmentioned. How about we gather the brothers tonight for a drink? My treat. You truly understand me. We must go. Remember, bring out your treasuredly clan moonlight aged wine. I won't accept anything else." "Of course, one must never be stingy with a brother. However, before we drink, you must help me find someone." "Who?" "A doctor skilled in medicine," Xiao Bing pondered and added, "one who can treat hematuria." "Young master, we have just received intelligence from Songyang County, stating that 3 middle-aged men wielding Huashan-style long swords ascended Songzhan yesterday afternoon." Li Jin's expression brightened suddenly. At long last, the moment had come. It had been 4 months since Miss Wang's marriage. Each day, he practiced Huashan martial arts while also finding time to level up in the game. Through his machinations involving Tian Boguang, he had managed to influence the storyline, thus intermittently acquiring some game currency, all of which he invested in leveling up. The paladin had now reached Ongoro Crater, achieving level 50 and learning the crucial output skill, Crusader Strike. Although this skill seemed somewhat inadequate for his current one-punch holy fighter approach to monster hunting, it proved unexpectedly effective in the real world. Crusader Strike is a melee weapon skill characterized by its simplicity and directness. It is merely a diagonal slash. Regardless of the weapon used, it is always that same diagonal cut. The specifics of direction are inconsequential. It appears deceptively simple and easy to counter. Yet with the enhancement of holy power, the technique becomes exceedingly forceful and strikes with remarkable speed. To what extent? Even with Tian Boguang's agility, he could not completely evade it, resulting in a half-inch long wound on his chest from a single strike. Li Jin delightedly integrated this into his own swordplay, leaving Tian Boguang bleeding from his chest, on the verge of tears. As for why the two had yet to depart from Fuzhou, that must be attributed to Miss Wang. No, she should now be referred to as Madame Wang. As of now, she had yet to conceive. Poor old Tian had to practice swordplay with Li Jin by day and engage in intimate training with Madame Wang by night, causing him to lose considerable weight. It left him utterly drained for 4 months, perpetually appearing as though he had not slept, with dark circles under his eyes. "Tonight, I will surely be unable to endure." Every night, old Tian would utter this phrase as Madame Wang dragged him into their chambers. What happened to that vigor of yours? You tormented me for 7 years and think you can escape without producing an heir. Hurry, come inside with me." Under the urging of Mr. Wang, the formidable Madame Wang finally recalled matters from years past and ceased to be gentle with old Tian. Just as Li Jin was receiving a report from Li Quan, old Tian was squatting in the sunlight, hugging his legs, looking haggard and vacant. "Young master, joyous news." At that moment, the steward burst into the courtyard, his face alight with excitement. Noting old Tian's lack of response, Li Jin inquired, "What joyous news?" "The doctor just took Madame's pulse, and she is with child." Old Tian abruptly sprang to his feet, seizing the steward's hand, exclaiming, "Is this truly the case?" "Absolutely. The Lord has summoned 3 doctors, all of whom confirm it." Old Tian's eyes filled with tears of joy, shaking the steward's arm with excitement. "Wonderful, truly wonderful." He suddenly turned to Li Jin, declaring, "We will depart tonight." "No, we shall leave this very moment." Li Jin could hardly suppress a laugh. "After all, that is your child. Shouldn't you at least bid farewell properly? I fear I may perish in bed tonight." Li Jin smirked. "Now that she is pregnant, even if you wished to, it would be impossible." Indeed, the circumstances unfolded precisely as Li Jin had anticipated. The moment Wang Yuanwei confirmed his daughter's pregnancy, his demeanor shifted dramatically, and he sternly decreed that Tian Boguang was to refrain from spending the night in Wang Foran's chamber. Upon hearing these words, Tian Boguang's expression became peculiar, his emotions a tangled web of relief, melancholy, and a hint of nostalgia. Early the next morning, without waiting for the Wang family's servants to attend to him, Tian Boguang eagerly seized Li Jin and fled. Li Jin managed only to leave a letter, stating he would return after the child was born. Tian Boguang immediately declared he would never return, but was met with Li Jin's unyielding insistence. At the Shirley Pavilion outside the city, Tian Boguang radiated a newfound vigor, his spirits soaring to the heavens. He bellowed into the distance, "I am finally free." "No, you are not free." Li Jin interjected without hesitation. "You still have 267 women to compensate, Tian Boguang. Is it truly necessary for you to be so exuberant?" While at the Wang household, you had servants at your beck and call, reveling in nightly festivities and sumptuous feasts. How does it feel akin to being imprisoned? "You don't understand," Tian Boguang replied, his face contorted with anguish. "I was once a free-spirited wanderer of the Jianghu, able to roam wherever I pleased, plucking flowers at will, completely unrestrained. Yet in the Wang household, I endure my father-in-law's disdain daily, suffer nightly indignities, and must cater to the feelings of the aggressor, unable to retaliate or scold. These days have been suffocating." Li Jin nodded sympathetically. "Being crushed by a tank is indeed a hardship for you. I do not wish to linger in this wretched place for another moment. Let us hasten our journey. After all this time, my skills are nearly wasted." With that, he summoned all his strength to employ the evildoer-'s heart technique, leaping forward at astonishing speed. Jin shook his head in amusement, marveling at how a seemingly delicate woman could bring a towering man like Tian Boguang to such a state. Just as he readied himself to follow, he suddenly heard Tian Boguang scream in agony. His legs clamped together as he leaped 10 feet into the air, clutching his groin, and fell to the ground in a crumpled heap. Li Jin rushed to his side, finding him wide-eyed, drenched in cold sweat, teeth clenched, his body convulsing uncontrollably. "What's wrong?" Tian Boguang appeared utterly unable to articulate his pain. Li Jin swiftly cast a healing spell, and Tian Boguang's expression softened slightly as he stammered, "It seems my lower regions have been struck by a hidden weapon." A hidden weapon. Li Jin immediately scanned the area, but found it barren. No trees or shrubs to conceal an assailant, and the nearest hillock lay 2 miles away. Pain. Li Jin glanced at Tian Boguang's groin, noticing blood seeping through his hands. "Quick, save me!" Tian Boguang gasped, his voice strained. Quick! Pain! Dead!" Li Jin cast a healing spell once more, and immediately the pain subsided, his expression calming, though his body continued to twitch sporadically. Li Jin, puzzled, inquired, "What exactly happened to your lower body? There couldn't possibly be anyone here to ambush you." After a considerable pause, Tian Buowang seized Li Jin's hand, his eyes wide with fury, gritting his teeth. What kind of technique did you teach me? Why did it result in such a catastrophe? Li Jin nearly burst into laughter at his words. He took a deep breath, relaxed his taut facial muscles, and replied, "It's a legendary martial art, once wielded by a great hero who swept through Jiangnan, leaving no rivals." Internally, he marveled at the revelation. Who would have thought that practicing the evildoer's sword technique would yield such consequences? Tian Buowang looked on skeptically, his gaze fixed intently upon Li Jin. Reluctantly, Li Jin speculated, could it be that this technique, if practiced after castration and then restoring one's manhood, leads to such an explosive outcome? Tian Buowang felt an overwhelming urge to spit in his face. Who else in the world could achieve such a feat but you? Li Jin beamed, continuing, if that is the case, a simple experiment could confirm it. Tian Buowang sensed impending doom and exclaimed, "What experiment? Let us give your little friend another holiday." Overwhelmed, Tian Buowang found himself once again at the mercy of fate. Li Jin deftly treated his wound and promptly incinerated the remnants of their predicament. His movements fluid and seamless, leaving Tian Buowang momentarily stunned. "What? Do you still wish to bid farewell?" Li Jin teased upon noticing Tian Buowang's expression, "that you become quite adept at this. Haven't you?" Tian Buowang seethed with indignation. Li Jin washed his hands, wiping them off nonchalantly as he replied, "This speed was honed in your company." His response was delivered with an air of righteous conviction. Tian Buowang. Ultimately, he refrained from cursing aloud, instead rising in frustration, vigorously brushing the dirt from his clothes, as if to vent his emotions upon it. Li Jin chuckled. "Do not be so cross. You can always recover. What is there to be upset about?" "Humph. It's easy for you to say, as it didn't happen to you." All right. I can see my fault. Why don't you test your skills and see if they still work?" Tian Buowang cautiously attempted to channel his internal energy once more, anxious about another calamity. Although at this point he had nothing left to lose, gradually increasing the flow of his internal power, he discovered there were indeed no adverse effects, allowing him to relax. This internal technique is clearly meant for eunuchs. Isn't it? No wonder I felt a twinge in my lower abdomen during our sword practice the other day. I thought it was due to too much writing. But this must be the reason. Not one to be easily fooled. Tian Buowang quickly pieced together Li Jin's past words and actions. Li Jin did not refute him, instead retorting, "With me around? What difference does it make whether one is a eunuch or not?" Tian Buowang found himself at a loss for words. There was truth in that statement. Li Jin possessed the ability to revive the dead, making such matters incredibly convenient. Yet, the psychological acceptance of it proved challenging for Tian Buowang, his expression a tapestry of inner conflict. "All right, enough with the melancholy. You can restore it at any time." Li Jin clapped his shoulder and urged, "Let us continue our journey." There were still points waiting for him to harvest at the Huashan sect. Delays might diminish the rewards from the plot, and while he could not adapt on the fly to maximize point acquisition, he was still determined to proceed. Tian Buowang, unable to contend with him, begrudgingly followed. Remarkably, he felt somewhat lighter without the extra burden. The pair ultimately refrained from relying solely on their lightness of foot, opting instead to ride the swift horses provided by the Li family in upon reaching the next county. After a frenzied gallop, they finally arrived at the foot of Huashan 3 days later. "Li Shixiang, you have returned." The outer disciples at the gate greeted warmly. Li Jin politely nodded, tossing a bottle of wine to one of them, inquiring, "Has anything noteworthy occurred on the mountain recently?" "Thank you." "Shixiang," the outer disciple exclaimed, catching the wine bottle, his expression brightening. "Nothing much has happened on the mountain. However, a few masters from Songshan and Taishan sect have just arrived to pay their respects. How fortuitous." In the Jingqi Hall of Huashan, Yu Buchuan sat at the head of the table, addressing the unexpected guest with a calm demeanor as he sipped his tea. "Feng Xiong, your three have long severed ties with the Huashan sect. What brings you here now?" With Li Jin as prior warning, he was not taken aback by the arrival of Feng Buping and his companions. In fact, he felt a sense of eagerness. Aside from Li Jin, who was away on his journey, all of Yu Buchuan's disciples were present. Ning Zhongze stood beside him, vigilant, with Yu Lingshan on her side. Feng Buping surveyed the disciples, scoffing, Has Huashan been purchased by your Yu Xixiang? Are outsiders no longer permitted to ascend the mountain? Did the emperor grant it to you? Anyone wishing to visit Huashan is certainly welcome. However, Yu Buchuan is no longer your Xixiang. The title Yu Xixiang is returned in full. He retorted, years ago, your master employed treachery to seize control of the Huashan sect. Today, we shall settle this old score. If you do not wish for me to address you as Yu Xixiang, then, after our reckoning, you may kneel and plead for me to utter it again, though it may prove difficult to procure. Yu Lingshan, incensed, exclaimed, Who do you think you are to be so impertinent? Ning Zhongzi discreetly tugged at her, signaling her to refrain from speaking. Yu Buchuan chuckled softly and remarked, you wish to settle accounts? What accounts? How shall we calculate them? You have usurped the position of the leader of the Huashan sect for over 20 years now. Is it not time for you to relinquish it? You all have gone to great lengths to arrive at Huashan, only to covet this position from me. What is so remarkable about that? If Brother Feng believes he is capable of assuming this leadership role, I shall certainly yield it to him. Years ago, your master cunningly schemed to usurp the leadership of our sect, and now I have informed the leader of the Five Mountains Alliance. Left Alliance leader, and have received the flag order to take charge of the Huashan sect. As he spoke, he produced the Five Mountains flag order from his bosom, displaying it triumphantly for all to see. Ling Hucheng, unable to contain his indignation, interjected, Is the Left Alliance leader's authority truly so vast that he can dismiss and appoint the leader of the Huashan sect? Ning Zhongzi replied, Does the Left Alliance leader not fear that his interference in our sect's affairs may dishearten the leaders of other sects? Fei Bin from the Songsan sect said, Brother Yu, Miss Ning, it is not our place as outsiders to meddle in your sect's matters. However, as the Five Mountain Sword sect stands united in glory and disgrace. If one sect behaves improperly, it would bring shame upon the other four. This fellow, having failed to impress at Lu Zhongfeng's home, was now attempting to stir up trouble once more. The representatives from the Taishan sect also chimed in, insisting that the Left Alliance leader must mediate the situation, implying that they should heed the commands of Zhuo Yu Buchuan stated, The Jian sect departed from our ranks 25 years ago, claiming to no longer be disciples of the Huashan sect. What brings you back to stir up trouble today? If you genuinely believe in your martial prowess, why not establish your own sect and gain renown in the martial world? Pressing down the Huashan sect? I would naturally admire that. Yet today, you come seeking the leadership of Huashan. Once discarded like a worn-out shoe, yet now you wish to reclaim it as if it were a precious jewel. Over the past 25 years, I have dedicated myself to managing the Huashan sect. Do you truly believe I have toiled all these years merely to serve the Jian sect? Feng Buping's face turned pale, and he felt a flush of embarrassment. Deep down, he acknowledged that Yu Buchuan's words bore truth. When they had departed, the Huashan sect was indeed in disarray, with only Master Ning Qingyu, disciple Yu Buchuan, and daughter Ning Zhongzi remaining in the Qi sect, while the Jian sect consisted solely of himself, Cheng Wuyo, and Song Buqi. After the Jian sect departure, Yu Buchuan had labored tirelessly to revive the Huashan sect, achieving considerable success. In contrast, the Jian sect trio had focused solely on their swordsmanship, making notable progress, but failing to establish any significant standing. Cheng Wuyo stepped forward and added, You have held the position of leader for so many years. Your contributions, if not outstanding, are certainly deserving of recognition. The Huashan sect could grant you the title of elder. Yu Buchuan nearly laughed in exasperation. My 25 years of diligent effort have earned me the right to decide my own position. How could I accept the title from you petty individuals? It is utterly laughable. At this point, he grew weary of banter and continued without awaiting a response. You three merely wish to seize the leadership of the Huashan sect. This matter cannot be settled by mere words. It must be proven through martial prowess. With his confidence bolstered by his formidable skills, he took the initiative to steer the conversation towards martial arts. Feng Buping frowned and inquired, What do you mean by that? The leader must be a person of exceptional martial ability. If you can indeed best me in combat, what would prevent me from handing over the position to you? Ning Zhongzi anxiously whispered, Senior brother, you mustn't. Yu Buchuan smiled reassuringly at her, saying softly, Do not worry. I am well aware of my capabilities. Ling Huchong stepped forward and suggested, Master, why not allow your disciple to take action? Yu Buchuan shot him a stern glance and replied, if you were to practice a little harder, reaching even half the level of your 9 junior brother, you might be able to step up. As it stands, allowing you to participate would only bring shame upon me. How could I relinquish this opportunity to display my prowess? I have waited so long for such a moment. Ling Huchong, chastened, retreated with a sheepish expression. After a brief discussion among the trio from the Jian sect, Feng Buping declared, you have been the leader for many years and possess an unparalleled skill, one that only the leader may cultivate. If you use it in combat, it would be exceedingly unfair. Fei Bin, thinking quickly, chimed in, indeed, it is essential that our fellow disciples engage in fair competition. If Brother Yu employs a technique that others cannot learn, it would be considered underhanded. We would not accept that. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the Taishan sect members, who quickly echoed his sentiments. Oh, are you referring to the Zixia divine skill? Yu Buchuan's expression shifted slightly, for this was the only internal cultivation technique in our sect that only the leader could practice. Feng Buping nodded, precisely. Though they had secluded themselves to practice swordsmanship, they were not entirely ignorant of the happenings within the Huashan sect. The esteemed gentleman's sword, Yu Buchuan, was indeed renowned for his formidable Zixia divine skill. The trio from the Jian sect believed that if Yu Buchuan refrained from using this skill and merely relied on his swordplay, he would surely be no match for them. Yu Buchuan's countenance revealed a hint of anxiety. I have cultivated the Zixia divine skill for many years. All my martial prowess is rooted in this technique. Since the Qi sect employs the manipulation of Qi to control the sword, if you do not permit me to use this skill, are you not binding my hands and feet? Fei Bin retorted. The Five Mountain Sword sect is founded upon the sword. Should you resort to other techniques, it would tarnish the reputation of the Five Mountain Sword sect. Even if you were to win, it would not suffice to convince the crowd. Naturally, Feng Buping and the others would not refute such a favorable assertion and nodded in agreement. Yu Buchuan internally scoffed, yet maintained a stern facade. Feigning indignation, you are being exceedingly unreasonable. However, before they could respond, he continued, I shall accept this condition, but I have a request of my own. The trio from the Jian sect and Fei Bin displayed expressions of delight, eagerly asking, what is your request? It was indeed a pleasant surprise that Yu Buchuan was willing to acquiesce to such terms. This was a rare opportunity, and they were determined to seize the leadership of the Huashan sect. Yu Buchuan's demand, provided it was not too outrageous, would likely be met with agreement. A smirk played at Yu Buchuan's lips. The techniques of the Jian sect are also part of our heritage. Should I emerge victorious, Brother Feng must leave behind the secrets of the Jian sect's ultimate techniques. Years ago, the Jian sect members had fled too swiftly, taking many of the ultimate techniques with them, leaving no successors behind. Yu Buchuan sought to leverage this opportunity to reclaim the lost legacies. Feng Buping's expression froze, realizing that Yu Buchuan was quite greedy, already contemplating gains before the match had even begun. He quickly retorted, that is only fair. Since the Jian sect and the Qi sect were once one, if I were to become the leader, I would also request Brother Yu to remain a Huashan to cultivate more talents for the sect. Yu Buchuan replied, that sounds splendid. With that, he drew his long sword and stepped into the hall, performing the introductory sword stance for the sect's duel, saying, please. Feng Buping, unceremoniously, unsheathed his sword and faced him, assuming the same stance. Replying, Brother Yu, be cautious. Without delay, he launched an attack, swiftly unleashing 4 incredibly rapid strikes, each aimed at Yu Buchuan's throat, chest, elbow joint, and dantian. Among the gathered disciples, Ling Huchong, possessing the highest skill in swordplay, immediately recognized the techniques as those from the Huashan swordplay. However, they were not entirely orthodox, having been pieced together from various sword techniques to form a rapid 4-strike assault. He could not help but exclaim, ah, such a method exists. It was known that their master typically taught them to employ the Huashan swordplay step by step, and they had never seen the techniques rearranged in such a manner. They felt as though they had opened the door to a new world. Yu Buchuan, upon witnessing these moves, remained unfazed. He deftly shifted his feet. flicking his right hand and effortlessly deflecting all 4 strikes with a single move. Song Song welcomes guests. Before counterattacking with Chong Hong, pierces the Sun Feng, booping, evaded the long sword, and swiftly executed a series of lethal 3-sword strikes. Yu Buchuan was familiar with this technique and knew how to counter it, easily sidestepping the assault with just 2 steps. Brother Feng, these sword moves are well known to us all. Even if we were to duel until nightfall, there would be no conclusive result. If you possess any unique skills, now is the time to showcase them. Very well. Feng Booping's expression grew serious as he pointed his sword to the side and adopted a peculiar stance, declaring, "This is a sword technique I have developed through years of hidden practice. Please enlighten me, brother Yu. Please." Yu Buchuan appeared relaxed, yet inwardly began to chant his incantations, secretly enhancing his abilities with various buffs, deliberately concealing their radiance. Except for Ling Huchong, who had already transformed, no one else noticed the changes. The master is planning to pull a fast one. Ling Huchong felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Inwardly scoffing, he had witnessed Yu Buchuan executing his swordsmanship in a fully buffed state, which had indeed been a profoundly shocking experience. As Feng Booping's words fell, he promptly unleashed his self-created sword technique. He advanced diagonally, his long sword slicing and striking with unparalleled swiftness, and within just 5 or 6 moves, the air was filled with a faint whistling sound. His strikes grew increasingly rapid, and the sound of wind intensified. Yu Buchuan casually parried a few of the strikes, yet the sword wind billowed his long robe backward, as if he stood in the midst of a gale, his attire rustling vigorously. Excellent swordplay. He could not help but exclaim. Feng Booping's heart sank. The fact that Yu Buchuan still had the energy to praise amidst battle was a testament to his formidable strength. Thus, he exerted himself further, intensifying the speed of his swordplay. Be cautious, brother Feng, Yu Buchuan warned. With that, he wielded his long sword and executed the technique Boundless Fallen Leaves. In the astonished gaze of Feng Booping, this Boundless Fallen Leaves resembled an actual dense forest. With a torrent of sword light overwhelming his vision, he could only manage to deflect 2 strikes before his technique was shattered, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Yu Buchuan cleaved through his moves. His sword relentlessly grazed Feng Booping's arm, producing a continuous sound of tearing fabric. Once he managed to stabilize himself away from the fray, he discovered that his sleeves had been entirely severed, leaving his arms bare, though they remained unscathed, with only faint white imprints indicating that a sharp weapon had recently grazed them. Onlookers such as Fei Bin, Cheng Buyu, and Song Buqi, who had initially appeared confident, were suddenly taken aback by the outcome. Standing outside the fray, they had a clear view of the unfolding battle. After uttering those words, Yu Buchuan seemed to transform into a multi-armed Neza. He executed each strike. A faint golden figure mirrored his movements, trailing closely behind him, merely a half-step behind. As the sword techniques continued to be unleashed, that shadowy figure relentlessly followed suit, making it feel as though Feng Booping faced 2 masters simultaneously. Boundless Fallen Leaves was inherently a rapid and lethal assault. Once unleashed, it resembled a torrential downpour of sword shadows, duplicated by that figure, thus doubling the intensity of the attack. Unbeknownst to outsiders, with the enhancement of strength blessings and kingly blessings, each of Yu Buchuan's strikes was magnified significantly. Feng Booping's techniques were rendered ineffective against such overwhelming force, and once his moves were broken, he could no longer execute subsequent strikes, standing with his sword sheathed. Yu Buchuan gently stroked his beard, smiling as he said, "Brother Feng, I apologize. I must first express my gratitude to you for returning my sect's secret manual." The remnants of his sleeves fluttered in the hall like fallen leaves in the breeze. He appeared dazed and despondent, sighing, "Thank you for your mercy. Brother Yu is indeed formidable. I concede." Fei Bin's expression shifted between uncertainty and resignation. This attempt to seize the leadership of Mount Hua had seemingly failed. However, discovering that Mount Hua possessed such extraordinary techniques was not entirely without merit. Song Buqi, unwilling to concede, retorted, "That is not the swordplay of Mount Hua. Brother Song, do you not recognize that this is indeed our sect's swordplay?" Yu Buchuan countered, "The techniques you employed are from Mount Hua's swordplay. But that figure. He faltered, unable to articulate what that faint golden figure was. Surely, you have witnessed the previous leader's demonstration of the purple mist divine skill. Has you ever employed it? Once the purple mist divine skill was activated, a purple aura would envelop Buchuan's face, unmistakable to all. Yet they had seen him remain unblemished throughout. He has never employed it. Phone Booping admitted candidly. If so, does it not render my victory in this contest valid? Buchuan pressed. Song Buchi was unwilling to relent, insisting, but what was that technique of yours? I won't accept it unless you clarify. Fei Bin and the others were equally curious, their gazes fixed on Buchuan, eager to hear his explanation. To ensure your complete understanding, I shall gladly share. Buchuan had long been prepared for this. Sauntering back to the main seat, he said, this story is rather lengthy. In my youth, I was considered a scholar, having achieved the status of a Shiotai. I trust you are all aware of this. Song Buchi, lacking in education and somewhat disgruntled, retorted, you may be a Shiotai, but what does that have to do with your martial skills? It has everything to do with it. Buchuan cast a disdainful glance at him. I have diligently studied the classics of the sages, particularly gaining insight into Confucian texts, integrating them with the martial arts of Mount Hua, and thus created a mental technique called the principle of righteousness. Confucianism? The principle of righteousness? Most present were rough individuals, only slightly literate, able to write letters and peruse manuals, but discussing Confucian classics would surely confound them. The poet Wenshan once wrote, heaven and earth possess righteousness, and it manifests in myriad forms. Below it manifests as rivers and mountains, above as sun and stars, in humans. It is called righteousness, vast and filling the void. After reciting the poem, Buchuan noted the bewildered expressions of the rough men and couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. You only need to know that my mental technique is called the principle of righteousness, derived from this poem. That does not count as Mount Hua's martial arts. Song Buchi still refused to concede, stubbornly insisting. Buchuan's expression darkened. Have I ever claimed to have not used my self-created martial arts? If so, what is the issue? Song Buchi was immediately rendered speechless. They had only known that Buchuan's greatest reliance was the purple mist divine skill. Yet they had not anticipated that he could create such an extraordinary technique himself. Even if all three of his fellow disciples attacked together, they might not withstand this move from Buchuan. It was simply absurd. How had they never realized he possessed such talent before? Meanwhile, Fei Bin was pondering another matter. Beneath the Mount Hua sect lay the Lin family of Jinnan. He wondered if this mental technique had any connection to the evil sword technique. The Mount Hua sect had never displayed such miraculous martial arts until after saving the Lin family. This so-called principle of righteousness had emerged only after returning from Hongshan. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. Yet, without evidence linking the two, he felt hesitant to inquire further. Lest he alert the enemy, he resolved to return to the mountain and inform Zhuo Lengchan of the matter. Determined to investigate thoroughly, as he contemplated this, he cast a sidelong glance at Lao Danua, only to find him wearing a similarly bewildered expression. Had this technique not yet been revealed to him? We accept the wager. Phone Booping steadied his emotions, declaring resolutely, I shall document the sword sect's manual, thus returning it to the hands of the Mount Hua disciples. Chung Bu-yu and Song Bu-chi's faces turned ashen. They had approached with such bravado, yet they never expected to be met with this outcome. And with the current strength of the Qi sect being so formidable, they felt utterly defeated. Just then, a loud shout echoed from outside. Master, I have returned. Everyone turned toward the sound, and a dashing young man, sword at his waist, strode into the hall of righteousness. Jiner, how did you come back? Buchuan exclaimed in surprise. Master, I finished a matter outside and decided to return to the mountain for a look, only to stumble upon this joyous occasion. Joyous occasion. Buchuan paused in confusion before realizing. Indeed, this can be considered a joyous occasion. Seeing this, Fei Bin and the others felt embarrassed to remain any longer and swiftly took their leave, departing with their tails between their legs. They did not forget to take the banner of the leader of the Five Mountains Alliance with them. The three from the sword sect, led by their disciples, downcast, headed to a nearby study to silently transcribe the manual. Once everyone had dispersed, only the disciples of Mount Hua remained in the Hall of Righteousness. And Yu Buchuan warmly inquired of Li Jin, "When did you arrive?" Just as Master was engaged in a duel, showcasing his prowess, Li Jin replied. Upon hearing this, Yu Buchuan felt a flush of embarrassment. This principle of righteousness had indeed been created by Li Jin, yet he had now taken credit for it. Although it was to protect his disciple, it somewhat contradicted the principles of a gentleman. Sensing his master's discomfort, Li Jin swiftly shifted the topic. "Master, who are those three? I heard they're the successors of the sword sect. What is the sword sect? How could it possess the swordplay of our Mount Hua?" Yu Buchuan pondered for a moment and replied, "This matter is a disgrace to our Mount Hua sect, one that has been buried for 25 years, known to very few within our ranks. However, now that they have come knocking, the issue has been resolved, and it is time for you to hear about it as a cautionary tale." As he spoke, he recounted the tale of the sword chi dispute of the Huashan sect from years past in a succinct manner. The disciples, hearing of such a clandestine matter for the first time, could not help but express their astonishment, engaging in hushed discussions. Yu Buchuan, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, admonished them, saying, "If there are questions, speak them aloud. Such furtive behavior is quite unbecoming." Ling Hu Chong took the initiative and asked, "Master, I am curious as to why, back then, although the sword sect had 3 members, you and the master's wife only had 2. With such a numerical advantage, why did you not remain on the mountain to contend for the leadership of the Huashan sect?" "Fool!" Yu Buchuan retorted with irritation. "At that time, your master was still alive. Those 3 were merely second-generation disciples. How could they vie for leadership?" Li Jin feigned ignorance and deliberately prompted, "Did the sword sect not have any first-generation disciples at that time?" "Well," Yu Buchuan did not respond immediately, but pondered for a moment before saying, "That is not entirely accurate. The sword sect still had one exceptionally skilled master, who was lured away by our schemes to a distant land and could not participate in that bloody affair. Otherwise, the Qi sect may not have triumphed. However, he never returned to the mountain, and after all these years, there has been no word from him. It is likely that he has passed away by now." "What was his name?" Li Jin inquired further. "I am merely curious. A master of such caliber should have left legends in the martial world." Yu Buchuan glanced at him and replied, "This person was named Feng Qingyang. He wielded the unparalleled Dugan swords with unrivaled prowess." "Where did you hear of him?" Li Jin feigned surprise and said, "I recall seeing this name on the Cliff of Remembrance." "Oh, I have seen that as well. It was inscribed there 25 years ago, presumably during his time of secluded cultivation. What sort of person was this Master Feng?" "He was quite free-spirited, disliking constraints, even at over 40 years of age. He remained unencumbered, with a fondness for wine akin to your own." Chung, upon hearing this, Ling Hu Chung felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. Yu Buchuan shook his head and sighed. "It is a pity that the Huashan sect has not been able to inherit his supreme arts." Li Jin remarked intentionally, "Had the sword sect and the Qi sect been able to set aside their grudges and work together in the past, I fear that the present Huashan would not be inferior to any of the 5 mountain sword sects." Yu Buchuan, stirred by memories of the past, lamented, "In those days, Huashan was brimming with talent. There were no fewer than 20 elders in the Qi sect, each possessing martial skills that rivaled the current leaders of various sections. Had the main forces of both sects been present, the position of the 5 Mountain Alliance leader would not have fallen to the Songzhan sect." "Master," Li Jin suggested, "what if there were a chance to reintegrate the sword sect in Huashan?" "What would you think?" "That would be inappropriate." Yu Buchuan immediately declined, then added, "The 2 sects have now forged a blood feud. Being able to forget each other in the martial world is the best outcome. To forcibly unite them may lead to further calamity. But Master, you know very well that the conflict from back then was a complete mistake. In today's martial world, both internal power and techniques are indispensable. Rather than saying the sword sect and Qi sect had incompatible philosophies, it would be more accurate to say that they perpetuated the mutual animosity established by their founders, Yu Su and Kai Zifeng. The errors in one manual should not have been sufficient to turn originally harmonious brothers into bitter enemies. It is likely that there were already rifts between the 2. The manual merely served as a pretext for their formal split, ultimately leading to the bloodshed of 25 years. Jin's words were rather excessive and ill-suited to his position as a second-generation disciple, overstepping the bounds of propriety by speaking ill of the Huashan ancestors. The other disciples collectively held their breath, anticipating that Yubuchuan would soon erupt in anger. However, to their surprise, he did not retort, but merely sighed. It is too late to discuss these matters now. For Yubuchuan, Li Jin was not merely a simple disciple. He represented the embodiment of righteous spirit and the hope for the resurgence of the Huashan sect. His words naturally carried significant weight. Yet, with the 3 remaining members of the Sword sect present on the mountain, why not keep them there to elucidate the reasons and strengthen Huashan together? Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of shock. Retaining the members of the Sword sect, Yubuchuan felt a mix of instinctive resistance and skepticism, stating, "What use is there in keeping them? We have the manual. Besides, they may not even appreciate the gesture. If they refuse, that would be that. What if keeping them leads to another conflict between the 2 sects?" Li Jin patiently explained, precisely because these 3 experienced the tragedies of that time, they would cherish their current circumstances even more. If it were you, Master, given the chance to start anew, would you still participate in or incite the Sword Chi dispute? Yubuchuan fell silent. He could not deny that Li Jin had a point. Anyone who had experienced the peak period of Huashan and the subsequent grim aftermath would undoubtedly refrain from reigniting the so-called Sword Chi dispute. Seeing this, Li Jin continued, "Moreover, Huashan is no longer divided between 2 sects. We now possess the ultimate skills capable of unifying both." Yubuchuan seemed to grasp something, saying, "You mean the righteous spirit?" Li Jin elaborated. The original theoretical basis for the opposition between the 2 sects was the notion that martial practitioners have limited energy. Sword techniques and internal power are like fish and bear's paw. They cannot both be obtained, and one must make a choice. This limitation is no longer an issue with the righteous spirit. The righteous spirit allows one to be invigorated, significantly increasing the time available for daily sword practice, while also nourishing the meridians and enhancing the number of daily cycles of true energy circulation. From this point forward, the only obstacles to a disciple's martial training would be the necessities of life and laziness. There was one point he did not mention. The holy light can keep a person's physique eternally youthful. Even as age advances and hair turns white, the holy knights within the mountain can still charge into battle on the front lines. This is the underlying reason. However, this aspect is not yet suitable for discussion, as it requires time to manifest its effects. Yubuchuan, reflecting on his experiences over the past few months, felt as if a veil had been lifted from his mind, and he immediately recognized the truth in Li Jin's words. It was merely that, due to habitual thinking, he had never considered reintegrating the Sword sect back into Huashan. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, and said, "You speak very wisely. If the Sword sect were to return to our fold, I would have confidence in curbing their ambitions. Future disciples would no longer be torn between practicing swordsmanship or internal cultivation, thus eliminating the distinction between the Sword sect and the Chi sect. However, how shall we persuade them to stay? Do you have any methods?" Li Jin feigned mystery, saying, "The solution is simple. It is far away yet right before our eyes." "What do you mean?" Yubuchuan asked. Puzzled, "Do you already have a plan?" "Earlier, Master, did you not mention that the Sword sect has a master, Feng, whose whereabouts remain unknown? Perhaps I know where he is settled." "What?" Yubuchuan exclaimed in surprise, rising to his feet. "How do you know this?" "Master, you should also know that I had secluded myself at the Cliff of Remembrance for several days, a few months. Li Jin recounted his experiences at the Cliff of Remembrance, emphasizing that someone had taken his food and wine without his knowledge. Yubuchuan's expression shifted dramatically, cold sweat breaking out. It must be noted that the Sword sect and the Chi sect had a deep-seated enmity. The fact that this exceptionally skilled Master Feng had remained hidden nearby for so long without taking his life was quite alarming. "Are you certain?" he asked, though he already felt a degree of belief forming in his heart. To choose to seclude oneself at the Cliff of Remembrance indicates a potential connection to Huashan. The ability to evade Li Jin's senses suggests considerable skill, and the act of stealing wine implies at least a fondness for it. When all these traits coalesce, and with Li Jin's reminder, he could not help but believe. "Master, Perhaps you could encourage a few elders from the sword sect to try their luck. They would surely be more eager than anyone else to find Master Feng. Yu Buqian immediately shook his head. That is not appropriate. They cannot meet Master Feng alone. Then let us all go together. Li Jin suggested. It would be a perfect opportunity to demonstrate our united resolve to Master Feng. Yu Buqian felt a flicker of temptation. Ning Zhongzi gave him a gentle push, saying, "Brother, have you not always hoped to revitalize the Huashan sect?" Ling Huchong and others were not fully aware of the situation. But they understood the significance of the matter and dared not speak further, merely observing from the sidelines. Yu Buqian hesitated, but Master Feng's seniority is too high. What if? Li Jin, catching on to his concern, said, "Did you not mention that Master Feng dislikes constraints? Even if you were to offer him the position of leader, he would likely refuse." Yu Buqian finally emerged from his mental impasse, a smile breaking through. "You see things clearly. I have indeed overthought matters. After all these years of hard work, I am wearied. If I could truly entrust this leadership to another, I would find joy in becoming a wandering hero across the martial realm." "Sister, do you not agree?" Ning Zhongzi took his hand, softly saying, "Brother." Li Jin harbored a concealed disdain to Ha. "Your grandiloquent phrases are numerous, yet they merely indicate your awareness that others are unwilling to usurp your position as the leader." While the three members of the sword sect were in the study, sighing and transcribing the scriptures, they were suddenly overjoyed by the news of Feng Qingyang. Abandoning their paper and brushes, they hastily made their way to the Cliff of Remorse. Yu Buqian brought only Ning Zhongzi, while Ling Huchong and Li Jin followed closely behind. Li Jin even took the opportunity to find a corner and extracted 2 bottles of fine wine from the game. Jinwu Special Brew, Bind Upon Collection, increases your maximum health by 70 points for 1 hour. This was a reward from a quest in the ghostly realm, which could only be completed once and could not be farmed repeatedly. So he had refrained from consuming it. Now that the paladin had already reached over level 50, it was no longer of use to him. Thus he decided to bring it out, hoping to see if he could gain some benefit from Feng Qingyang. The usually desolate Cliff of Remorse was unexpectedly crowded today with several individuals. The 3 of them from Feng Buping's group displayed expressions of eager anticipation upon seeing the conspicuous characters spelling out Feng Qingyang on the cliff face. They knelt before the cliff, bowed thrice, and in unison proclaimed, "Disciples Feng Buping, Cheng Bu-yu, and Bu-chi, having wandered for 25 years, arrive late. We humbly request Master Feng to emerge from seclusion and preside over the affairs of Mount Hua." Their voices, propelled by inner strength, echoed throughout the mountain, startling countless birds. They called out 3 times. However, after half a stick of incense had burned, aside from a few droppings from the birds, no one appeared. Seeing this, Yu Buqian channeled his Xia true qi and declared solemnly, "Current leader of Mount Hua, Yu Buqian, has come to share good news with Master Feng. The sword sect and the qi sect have set aside their past grievances, and all enmities have dissipated. Uniting once more as one faction, I implore Master Feng to emerge and preside over the affairs of Mount Hua." The 3 from Feng Buping's group were taken aback, thinking, "We haven't even agreed, yet you've declared it outright." However, they soon realized that this might prompt Feng Qingyang to appear, and thus they held their tongues. Yu Buqian's voice reverberated across the mountain, gradually fading into silence. After the birds were startled away, the forest grew increasingly tranquil. Just as disappointment began to settle among them, a voice, aged yet powerful, suddenly resonated. "Feng Qingyang has long since passed. What does the Mount Hua sect wish to do? Why disturb this place with proclamations?" The 3 of Feng Buping were overjoyed. "It is Master Feng's voice. It is Master Feng's voice. It is Master Feng's voice." Yu Buqian's hands instinctively clenched, a mix of anticipation and anxiety stirring within him. Yet, recalling Li Jin's suggestion, he steeled himself and said, "I have the honor of meeting you, Master Feng. What you may not know is that our Mount Hua sect faces dwindling talents within and formidable foes without. I beseech you, Master, for the sake of the unbroken lineage of the Mount Hua sect over the centuries, please emerge for a meeting." After a moment of silence, an elderly man clad in tattered garments emerged from behind the rocks beside the crowd. His hair was casually tied back with a blade of grass, his face full and rosy, radiating vigor. Though his hair had turned completely white, he exuded an air of nonchalance and freedom that he remarked somewhat harshly. If the Mount Hua sect has fallen to such depths, you should ask your leader what went wrong. Why trouble this old man? Master, Feng Buping and the others were overwhelmed with emotion, and without further ado, they rushed to his feet, bowing repeatedly. Upon witnessing this, Feng Qingyang could not help but show a hint of compassion, extending his hand to help them up. Buping, Buyu, Buqi, in the blink of an eye. You have all grown old. Observing the frost-laden faces of the three younger generations, his own eyes glistened with moisture. The four shared a moment of reflection before calming their emotions. Feng Qingyang turned to see Li Jin standing beside Yu Buqian. His expression turned sour as he pointed at him. You scoundrel! Is it merely the handful of wine I took from you that compelled me to appear? Being a perceptive individual, the moment he saw Li Jin, he recalled having taken a few jars of wine from this rascal months ago, instantly deducing that this commotion was orchestrated by him. Junior Li Jin pays respects to Master Feng. Li Jin was unfazed. Clasping his fists in a bow, Master, you were indeed prepared to come out of seclusion. Otherwise, you would not have taken my wine. Ha. Feng Qingyang found himself both amused and exasperated. You certainly do not resemble Yu Buqian's disciple. He has turned his disciples into fools, whereas you should consider yourself fortunate for being clever enough not to be ruined. Yu Buqian's face darkened instantly. Feng Qingyang turned away from the crowd, sighing, however, you have made this journey in vain. I have already resolved never to see another member of the Mount Hua sect in this lifetime. And my appearance today is solely to clarify that you should not seek me out again in the future. The three from the sword sect were shocked to the core, with Feng Buping hastily exclaiming, Master, we have resolved to return to Mount Hua. The elders of the sword sect leave you, the sole survivor. Among us, please do not abandon your disciples. Feng Qingyang scoffed, raising a hand to point at Yu Buqian. Ask you, does he feel secure if I return to the mountain? Can he sit comfortably in his position as leader? Yu Buqian had been prepared for this, proclaiming loudly, Master Feng, if you are willing to emerge and oversee the major affairs, I am willing to relinquish the position of leader. Feng Qingyang fixed his gaze upon him, remaining silent until Yu Buqian began to feel uneasy under his scrutiny, at which point he burst into laughter. Do you truly believe what you are saying? Yu Buqian offered a wry smile, clasping his fists in explanation. Master Feng, the rivalry between the sword sect and the Qi sect has always been a grave error. Both inner strength and swordsmanship are indispensable. There is no distinction between superiority and inferiority. The Mount Hua sect's ongoing disputes have led to its decline, which is utterly regrettable. I have already seen the truth and shall never repeat the mistakes of the past. Feng Qingyang fell silent for a moment before exclaiming, Nonsense! Swordsmanship is inherently more important than inner strength. If the techniques are sufficiently exquisite, they can overcome any martial arts, regardless of how profound the inner strength. Yu Buqian found himself at a loss. This Master Feng often acted unpredictably, and this statement was a blatant rebuttal. He was unsure how to respond. Observing this, Li Jin stepped forward, saying, Master Feng, your swordsmanship is unparalleled in the world, and there is no one in the Mount Hua sect who can match you. So why do you insist on claiming that both swordsmanship and inner strength are essential? Isn't it true that swordsmanship takes precedence? Li Jin continued, unperturbed, Master Feng, your extraordinary talent means that even if you were to focus solely on inner strength, you would still be invincible in the world. Why must you make things difficult for us ordinary folks? Haha, what a poor attempt at flattery. Feng Qingyang laughed, then his expression turned serious. However, what you say is indeed a fact. Li Jin was nearly left speechless by his shamelessness, momentarily stunned before continuing. Though my master may not rival you in swordsmanship, he has developed an extraordinary heart technique that allows the same swordsmanship to unleash even greater power. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyang became invigorated. Extraordinary heart technique. I am indeed interested in witnessing the swordsmanship of Master Yu. Yu Buqian felt somewhat awkward. He had witnessed Feng Qingyang's prowess firsthand years ago. Frankly, even having mastered the righteous Qi, he lacked the confidence to defeat him as the leader of the Mount Hua sect, if he would be bested by a disciple in front of others. It would have significant repercussions. He felt a sense of embarrassment, and why Master has matters to attend to. I shall take on the responsibility. Sensing the tension, Li Jin interjected, I have already learned this heart technique. I would be grateful for your guidance. Master, Feng Qingyang, initially seeking to tease Yu Buchuan, did not insist on a direct confrontation. You crafty little rascal, I shall see what this heart technique is all about. The two stood facing each other in an open area. Li Jin held his sword, while Feng Qingyang stood casually empty-handed. Li Jin immediately cast various buffs upon himself. Holy Seal of Justice, Holy Seal of Wisdom, Holy Seal of Command, Blessing of Strength, Blessing of Kings, Blessing of Wisdom, Aura of Devotion, Aura of Retribution, Wildmark, Thorns Technique, Arcane Wisdom, Frost Armor Technique, Guardian of the Spirit Monkey, True Word Technique, Resilience, Fire of the Mind. Battle Roar. Compared to the time of his apprenticeship, he had acquired several new buff skills. Aside from the somewhat deceptive Holy Seal of Justice, he activated all the others, elevating his strength to new heights. As he unleashed this flurry of spells without concealment, a brilliant light emanated, illuminating the faces of those present in a kaleidoscope of colors. The three members of the Sword Sect were left utterly stunned. What is this? Feng Qingyang's pupils constricted, and his previously relaxed stance adjusted slightly. It appears there is indeed some merit here. Li Jin twirled his sword, performing a flourish as he became accustomed to the surge of power. Stating, Master, I shall make my move now. Feng Qingyang's tone turned serious. Come. Li Jin stepped forward, launching into a deadly sequence of 3 consecutive sword strikes aimed directly at Feng Qingyang's right shoulder. The sword's wind was sharp and piercing. Even before it reached him, one could already sense its formidable force. Following closely behind, a figure clad in a faint golden hue executed a similar slashing motion, albeit with a slight delay. The momentum of the golden blade was equally compelling. Feng Qingyang exclaimed in astonishment, Remarkable! Extraordinary! Although he voiced his surprise, his movements remained swift. He retreated just half a step, effortlessly evading the attack. The 2 sword shadows passed mere inches before his chest, failing to strike their mark. Feng Qingyang deftly sidestepped the downward slash, positioning his right hand's index and middle fingers together as if they were a sword. He immediately directed them towards Li Jin's left side, unleashing a burst of energy that surged forth like a piercing blade into the void. The onlookers, well aware that the next move of the deadly 3 immortal swords was a horizontal slash aimed at the waist, anticipated that after Li Jin's downward strike, his right hand would inevitably rise slightly before executing a direct horizontal cut from the left. Feng Qingyang's move targeted the position where Li Jin's right wrist was poised, compelling him to abandon his attack. The familiar style and essence evoked a sense of nostalgia in Yu Buchuan, Ning Zhongze, and the 3 from the Sword Sect. They had witnessed Feng Qingyang's duels many times in their youth. His opponents were typically left in disarray, their techniques interrupted by his myriad stances, leaving them fragmented and unable to execute their moves fully. They would constantly adjust, initiating new techniques, only to be forced into chaos and ultimately kicked off the stage. The entirety of Mount Hua seemed to be enveloped in a shadow. Only Ling Huchong found this method of countering intriguing, as he had never witnessed such a technique before and found it exceedingly fascinating. Indeed, Li Jin's next move deviated from the pattern of the deadly 3 immortal swords. However, instead of retreating to adjust, he advanced half a step and launched a direct counterattack. The Crusader Strike. This maneuver required no specific posture. It merely demanded the wielding of a weapon, yet it was infused with divine energy, granting it remarkable speed and power. Almost retracing the path of his previous strike and bolstered by his forward movement, 2 sword shadows swiftly approached Feng Qingyang's torso. Instantly, Feng Qingyang's hair stood on end. He retreated sharply, the edge of the blade grazing his clothing and leaving a slight tear. Simultaneously, 2 sudden beams of sword light ignited, commanding the Holy Seal. All physical attacks from the Paladin against the target inflict additional holy damage. When activated, the Paladin's skills or attacks that strike a single target will unleash additional holy damage against 2 more targets, lasting for 30 minutes. In the real world, this skill does not automatically recognize and initiate attacks against targets. Instead, it triggers two extra sword shadows aimed at the target when executing actively damaging skills like the Crusader Strike. At this moment, the two sword shadows flanked Feng Qingyang's escape route, compelling him to continue retreating. The astonishment on Feng Qingyang's face was palpable, yet his hand did not remain idle. That he executed a swift hand chop, channeling his energy towards Li Jin's chest. That moment, the latter's upward strike reached its conclusion, leaving his chest wide open and vulnerable. Li Jin, unwilling to take the hit, resorted to a half-execution of the white rainbow, piercing the sun. Why was it a half-execution? Because the initial stance of this move was not one of raising the sword to strike upward. Rather, it was only halfway through the motion that the sword tip was directed toward the upper right. Then came an incredibly swift counter-thrust, accompanied by the corresponding footwork, allowing the sword tip to cross several feet and reach Feng Qingyang in an instant. Li Jin utilized only the latter half of the technique, merely to harness its speed, attacking Feng Qingyang's side, while simultaneously evading the energy from his hand chop. Good lad. Feng Qingyang could not help but commend. His heart leaped with joy as his fingers continued to dart towards Li Jin's vulnerabilities, compelling the latter to dodge repeatedly, never completing a single technique. Li Jin, undeterred, fragmented Huashan sword techniques into disarray, haphazardly piecing them together, interspersed with the Crusader Strike, forcing Feng Qingyang to repeatedly break through the sword light with his formidable strength. Of course, the primary reason behind this was the additional attacks from the Holy Seal that shadowed their every move, coupled with the unexpected strikes triggered by the Crusader Strike. Thus, under the premise that Feng Qingyang was intentionally yielding, both parties found themselves engaged in a lively exchange. The three from the sword sect, already infatuated with swordplay, found themselves entranced by the exquisite display of skill. However, Yu Buqian's expression darkened. He had always disapproved of his disciples' innovations, insisting that all their techniques be executed with precision, a principle that had led to Ling Huchang's frequent reprimands. Yet, witnessing how Li Jin's approach allowed him to engage so vigorously with Feng Qingyang made him question the validity of his teaching methods, leaving him in a state of profound internal conflict. Ning Zhongze, also a skilled swordswoman, lacked Yu Buqian's rigid principles and simply felt elated for her youngest disciple's remarkable swordplay. Ling Huchang, on the other hand, was utterly astonished. He realized that it was indeed possible to deconstruct and recombine sword techniques, and that his fleeting inspiration was indeed viable. The once perplexing issue of seamlessly transitioning between techniques could be resolved with a mere flick of the wrist, coupled with his recent successful mastery of the righteous chi technique. He felt a burgeoning desire to put his newfound understanding to the test. As the sounds of clashing swords reverberated, the two continued to weave through countless exchanges, dismantling hundreds of moves with a long, resonant cry. Feng Qingyang flicked his fingers, channeling his energy to strike Li Jin's right hand and sword, sending the blade flying, embedding it into the mountainside until it was buried hilt deep. Li Jin clasped his fists and expressed, "Master Feng, your martial prowess is unparalleled. It is truly a stroke of fortune for this junior to receive your guidance." Feng Qingyang laughed heartily. "Good lad, you are indeed a fine material for swordsmanship. It is a pity to serve as a disciple to you. Why not join the sword sect instead? Your future accomplishments would undoubtedly be remarkable." Yu Buqian's expression shifted slightly, ready to interject, but Li Jin solemnly replied, "To be a disciple for a day is to be a father for life. Changing sects would be an act of filial impiety. I do not wish to be deemed ungrateful or disloyal." "Master Feng, kindly refrain from such jest." Feng Qingyang's smile faded, his displeasure evident. "Your teaching methods are too rigid. He wouldn't instruct you in such an innovative manner. How did you come to think of this?" "Naturally, I learned from the original text. This was not something Li Jin could directly disclose, so he replied, "I began my martial training relatively late, only entering the fold half a year ago. Prior to that, I was a scholar, often penning essays and composing poetry. Yet who can guarantee the continuous creation of excellent writings or verses? Most are mere patchworks, piecing together sentences from ancient texts, modifying them slightly to form a decent composition. When practicing swordsmanship, I realized that these techniques resemble a well-crafted essay, They are not an indivisible whole. Each move has its own progression and transition, allowing one to extract elements from various techniques to forge new ones. These new moves may vary in strength, but hold endless possibilities. Only half a year in, Feng Qingyang was taken aback. "And no wonder I've never encountered you in all these years. To grasp such principles so swiftly is truly a mark of genius in the sword arts." His words implied that Li Jin must have been secretly observing the developments of Huashan over the years. That crafty old man is quite mischievous. He feigns indifference while clearly being invested. Li Jin mused inwardly, gaining more confidence in his decision to descend the mountain. Feng Buping and his companions exchanged astonished glances. This youth, capable of trading blows with Master Feng, had only practiced for half a year. Even if the latter had been holding back, he was still a prodigy. When they had first begun their sword training, after a year, they could barely execute a complete set of Huashan sword techniques, let alone deconstruct and recombine them. Could it be that reading more books genuinely enhances one's martial skills? Feng Qingyang harbored doubts, glancing at Yu Buchuan before shaking his head. "No, that's not right. Yu has read countless tomes. Yet he shows little progress. Yu Buchuan, what is the origin of this boy's unique mental method? Why does his internal energy seem unlike internal energy, and his sword techniques not resemble sword techniques, but rather the arts of celestial sorcery?" After marveling at Li Jin's extraordinary talent, Feng Qingyang finally shifted his focus to the righteous qi technique. Having exchanged hundreds of moves with Li Jin, he had directly encountered several strange sword techniques. His curiosity piqued. It was only now that he felt calm enough to inquire. "Let me have a look." He stepped forward and grasped Li Jin's right hand. A faint internal energy coursed through the latter for a moment, prompting him to frown. "Your aura is bright and clear, yet the flow of your meridians is quite peculiar. It diverges from Huashan's true energy." "No, it seems to be entirely absent from the meridians." Yu Buchuan was about to reiterate his previous explanation, but as he pondered, he recalled Feng Qingyang's long-standing disdain for him, having spied on him for over 20 years. Thus, it would not be easy to deceive him. Considering Feng Qingyang's admiration for Li Jin, he steeled himself and declared aloud, "I would never deceive my master. Such exquisite and unparalleled martial arts were, in fact, the result of Jiner's profound understanding derived from the Confucian classics. It was solely to protect him that I feigned its authorship, lest he fall prey to the malice of petty individuals." Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment. Li Jin, why did Yu Buchuan deviate from the agreed-upon strategy? Feng Qingyang's expression subtly shifted, yet he was not particularly surprised, stating, "Indeed, this is not something you could have conceived. Your martial prowess leaves much to be desired, but you possess a remarkable talent for teaching disciples. This lad exhibits exceptional talent. Do not allow your methods to ruin him." Seizing the moment, Yu Buchuan remarked, "The disciple is aware of his limited aptitude and fears hindering the future of his fellow disciples. Master Feng, being a man of extraordinary talent, must possess profound insights on how to teach effectively. I implore you to descend the mountain and impart your wisdom to the younger generation, ensuring that our precious heritage does not become tarnished." As he spoke, he gestured for Ling Hucheng to step forward, saying, "Chenger, please demonstrate your swordsmanship for your esteemed grand-uncle." Ling Hucheng, filled with joy, bowed and said, "I humbly request your esteemed judgment, without reservation." He empowered himself and showcased his skills with great fervor. Unlike Yu Buchuan, he was not particularly enamored with the righteous sacred seal. However, he effortlessly mastered the command sacred seal, employing it as an active skill that did not require the activation through techniques like the Crusader Strike. Each move could possibly unleash 2 additional sword strikes, rendering his attacks nearly impossible to defend against. Coupled with the blessings of kings and judgment, his swordplay became quite a spectacle, with sword light merging into a continuous stream. Akin to a hedgehog, with an unceasing cascade of pale golden blades striking out in all directions, leaving scarcely any blind spots. Furthermore, inspired by Li Jin's earlier demonstration, he disrupted the sequence of the Huashan sword techniques, connecting them in his unique manner without completely dismantling the forms. Feng Qingyang observed this with a nod of approval. "Indeed, you are a fine material. Once Ling Huchong completed his display, he bowed and said, "Grand Uncle, you should accompany us down the mountain. Your disciple is eager to serve you and absorb your teachings." Feng Qingyang felt a stirring within him. He had initially wished to sever ties with the Huashan sect, as it would evoke memories of the tragic events from 25 years prior, where many of his fellow sect members perished in internal strife. Although he did not witness it firsthand, he had been haunted by those dreams over the years, awakening with dread each time. Had it not been for Yu Buchuan's assertion that the Sword sect and the Qi sect would set aside past grievances to unite, he would have remained hidden. If in those days the two sects could have resolved their disputes amicably, perhaps the Huashan sect would still stand as the foremost among the five mountains today. While the merger of the two sects may seem belated, it nonetheless lays the groundwork for future development. It would be a grave pity if this endeavor were to falter due to his absence. The reason he had yet to fully commit was simply that his previous statements had been too emphatic, making it difficult to retract. Li Jin, sensing his wavering resolve, picked up the golden mist brew that had been set aside and handed it to Feng Qingyang, saying, "Grand Uncle, life in this mountain is arduous, devoid of service and exquisite food and drink. Why not descend the mountain, where you can relish fine wines and guide your disciples in their cultivation, ensuring the unbroken legacy of Huashan? Would that not be splendid?" Feng Qingyang accepted the wine bottle, inhaling the aroma wafting from the opening, awakening the cravings within him, and he immediately acquiesced. "I truly cannot trust that you lad's ability to teach disciples. I cannot bear to see two raw gems squandered. It would be wiser for me to observe from the sidelines." The crowd, assisting Yu Buchuan in gaining recognition and gratitude, he earned 1,500 points, bringing his current balance to 1,500 points. Altering the fate of the three Sword sect members yielded 3,000 points, raising his balance to 4,500 points. Facilitating the return of the three Sword sect members to Huashan garnered another 3,000 points, increasing his balance to 7,500 points. Attracting the pivotal character Feng Qingyang back to Huashan significantly bolstered the sect's strength and potential for development, earning him 5,000 points, bringing his balance to 12,500 points. Witnessing the game's reward notifications, Li Jin smiled broader than anyone else. This return to the mountain was indeed worthwhile. Songsan, righteous aura. Upon hearing Fei Bin's account, Zhuoling Chan furrowed his brow. He summoned several disciples who had accompanied Fei Bin to Huashan, including Qiao Bing, who had not fully recovered from his hematuria, and repeatedly inquired about the details of Yu Buchuan's duel. Extremely swift, as fast as a specter, unceasing. He keenly discerned the keywords, and, correlating them with the descriptions of the evil sword techniques documented in the sect's texts, began to believe. "What do our people say?" Zhuoling Chan inquired. He was referring to Lei Dinuo, but given the presence of other disciples, he refrained from naming him directly. However, Fei Bin, as his confidant, naturally understood whom he meant. Fei Bin, comprehending the implication, replied. He mentioned in a confidential letter that the Lin family has not joined the Huashan sect, nor has he seen Yu Buchuan or any disciples sent to the Lin family. This martial art was only announced within the sect 5 months ago and was imparted to the eldest disciple Ling Huchong and the 9th disciple Li Jin at that time. However, it has never been showcased publicly. He believed it to be an internal skill inferior to the Zixia divine skill. Thus, he did not pay it much heed. A futile attempt to cover the truth. Zhuoling Chan remarked. The Lin family has forsaken their heritage to settle at the foot of Huashan, effectively becoming vassals of the sect. Even if he, as the leader, is too preoccupied to attend to them, he should at least send some disciples to greet them. To exhibit such indifference is to risk alienating those who might wish to ally with us. This old fox must have something more lucrative in mind to engage in such a loss-making venture. Fei Bin made a fist gesture and inquired, "Should we target the Lin family?" Zhuoling Chan nodded, saying, "Let the people of the martial world take action. Do not leave any grounds for excuses. Act swiftly. Ensure a decisive strike. Once successful, do not linger. Return immediately to Songsan and take refuge in a nearby stronghold." "Understood. I will arrange it at once. As for the situation on Huashan's side, let our people intensify their efforts. If possible, we must seize this martial art." "Yes. However, he recently mentioned in his letters that he has been an undercover agent for over a decade now. Initially, he claimed 3 years would suffice, yet after 3 years, it extended to another 3, and then to yet another 3 if the disciples ahead of him perish. He may soon inherit the position of leader. In such a precarious position, the pressure is immense, and he yearns to conclude his mission and return. Isn't that just perfect? Zhuo remained unperturbed, but after some contemplation, he relented, stating, as long as he can secure the martial art, I will grant him permission to return to the mountain. Yes, Lei Dinyuo was already beyond return. After Yu Buchuan successfully brought the sword sect into the fold, he immediately subdued Lei Dinyuo, stripping him of his martial abilities and imprisoning him in a private dungeon. Previously, the Huashan sect was too weak to endure the presence of an internal traitor, all the while reassuring Zhuo while indirectly utilizing him to relay false information. It is essential to remember that when he first accepted Lei Dinyuo, the Huashan sect was scarcely a handful in strength, utterly incapable of confronting the Songzhan sect. Even knowing it was a slow-acting poison, they had no choice but to consume it. To refuse could invite a catastrophic backlash, endangering the entire sect. However, the circumstances now differ vastly. The mere existence of the righteous aura is sufficient to elevate the Huashan sect above the rest, not to mention the joining of the 4 masters from the sword sect. Yu Buchuan had endured Lei Dinyuo for nearly 20 years, and now, liberated, he felt significantly more at ease. His internal energy had even seen some improvement. Most astonishingly, the righteous aura had grown. Since mastering the righteous aura, Yu Buchuan diligently set aside time each day to study Confucian classics and contemplate the thoughts of the sages. Though regrettably, the effects were minimal. The righteous aura in his chest had only expanded slightly. Fortunately, while its transformation was modest, it was capable of recovering after each use, eliminating the need to rely continuously on the micro-light container for energy replenishment. If that were all, it would suffice, but this slight enhancement could not provide energy to the micro-light container. Indeed, the micro-light container can be charged. Understanding this mechanism, Li Jin felt quite regretful about his previous decision to excessively stockpile 50 containers, whether due to transmission losses or not. When Yu Buchuan attempted to charge the micro-light container, he could only fill it to half capacity before it was nearly depleted. And if the charging process was interrupted, the energy within the container would vanish entirely in a short time, necessitating a complete restart. Even with Li Jin's assistance in the energy transfer, it would not suffice, as the energy must originate from a single individual. Contributions from others would diminish the efficiency of the charging process. This situation led to a pressing concern. The inheritance of the righteous aura was inextricably linked to Li Jin, because he alone could complete the charging, as long as Li Jin remained. He could assist in providing new, fully energized containers, but should any misfortune befall him, the continuity of a righteous aura's legacy would undoubtedly be at risk. Unexpectedly, amidst a joyful occasion, the righteous aura had grown by a full 30%. Yu Buchuan was overwhelmed with joy and hastily pulled Li Jin into a secret chamber to share in the delight. Master, have you discerned any patterns in this recent advancement? In the midst of his elation, Yu Buchuan posed a new question. While it is true that the righteous aura has indeed grown stronger, it remains insufficient to recharge the light vessel. Yu Buchuan was eager to uncover the precise method of enhancement. Li Jin, stroking his chin, furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. As Yu Buchuan paced back and forth, he ventured a guess. Is it simply a matter of celebrating joyous occasions? Could it be that Master wishes to take a concubine or add to his progeny? Ahem, Yu Buchuan replied, his expression slightly awkward. Well, that is not entirely out of the question, considering the future of the Huashan sect. Li Jin. Ultimately, Li Jin proposed a conjecture. The holy light is an energy of a profoundly idealistic nature. Throughout the history of Mount Kochan, every powerful paladin has possessed unwavering beliefs and clear objectives, dedicating their lives to relentless pursuit of these ideals. In overcoming numerous formidable obstacles, their strength has continually amplified, ultimately evolving them into heroic figures. In simpler terms, one must remain steadfast in belief, resolutely commit to a cause deemed just, and persistently strive. Thus, their mastery of the holy light will grow ever stronger. However, the holy light itself does not discriminate between right and wrong. For instance, fervent crusaders firmly believe they are engaged in righteous endeavors, never perceiving their actions as flawed. Consequently, they can still wield the energy of the holy light. And many among them are formidable. Conversely, should their beliefs falter, they may lose access to the holy light altogether. Reflecting on Yu Buchuan's circumstances, Li Jin contemplated a possibility. Yu Buchuan harbors a profound obsession with revitalizing the Huashan sect, as evidenced in the original text, where he is shown to spare no effort in this pursuit. With the sword sect's allegiance gained and the internal traitors of the Songzhan sect dealt with, it is likely that Yu Buchuan feels a portion of his goal to revitalize the Huashan sect has been accomplished. Under such circumstances, his holy light energy would naturally swell. After sharing his speculation with Yu Buchuan, the latter, though astonished, was filled with joy. Not only could he augment his own strength, but he could also realize his aspirations. How could such fortuity exist in this world? Simply put, it is a matter of unity between knowledge and action. I, old Yu, have read extensively. This is quite familiar to me. Zhuangzi said, the true is the utmost sincerity. Without sincerity, one cannot move others. Menzi has stated, sincerity is the way of heaven. The pursuit of sincerity is the way of man. To be wholly sincere, yet unmoving, is unheard of. Without sincerity, there can be no mover. Xuanzi remarked, there is no better nourishment for the heart than sincerity. The classics of ancient sages, which Yu Buchuan had been diligently studying, surged to the forefront of his mind, causing him to recite them excitedly, leaving Li Jin feeling overwhelmed. It turns out these were all sayings of the sages. The ancients do not deceive me. The righteous aura is indeed as such. Truly, it is so. Yu Buchuan was overjoyed, exclaiming, Jiner, you are indeed an extraordinary talent. Our Huashan sect is truly blessed by the ancestors to have such an exceptional disciple. Li Jin, one wonders if the ancestors would leap from their coffins upon realizing the situation. Amidst this jest, Li Jin could not help but reflect, regardless of whether the world remains unchanged. The essence of certain matters often bears resemblance. This will not do. Henceforth, the Huashan sect must invite a sage. Every disciple must study the classics. They must master them. At the very least, they should be able to pass the scholar's examination. Young Jin, your mnemonic is rather convoluted. How on earth was it conceived? Feng Qingyang lamented, in my day, memorizing the Duga 9 sword technique was not nearly as taxing. Its verses far exceed this mnemonic in length. Hearing this, Li Jin chuckled and replied, great uncle, my master memorized this mnemonic in no time at all. Surely, you do not lag behind him. Unable to explain the mnemonic's origin, he deftly shifted the topic. Feng Qingyang, immediately bristling, retorted, how could I possibly be slower than that young lad? He is merely a bookish scholar. No matter how fast he is, he cannot surpass me. As he spoke, he recited the mnemonic flawlessly. Li Jin was left in awe. You are truly impressive. Feng Qingyang frowned. That statement is not appropriate. I'm not one who excels in all things. With that, he flashed Li Jin a knowing smile. Li Jin found himself even more in admiration of him. At such an advanced age, he still harbored youthful exuberance. Feng Qingyang fiddled with the lifeless body of the mouse and remarked, must we use this dead mouse? It has been kept in a cage, absolutely clean and sanitary, far better than catching one from a corner. Li Jin had even cast healing, disinfection, and cleaning spells on this mouse. If one were to discuss cleanliness, this might very well be the cleanest mouse in the world. Yet, it is still a mouse. Please do not be so choosy. Shall I fetch you a small snake, rabbit, or sparrow instead? Enough. I am merely venting. Feng Qingyang declared. Let us commence. With his left hand, he grasped the light vessel against his chest, while his right hand rested upon the mouse. After a lengthy incantation, he successfully revived the mouse. Remarkable. Feng Qingyang could only utter these two words, before closing his eyes to sense the sudden surge of energy within his chest. After a prolonged moment, he opened his eyes, clenched his fist, astonished. It does not conflict with my internal energy, and I feel my body has grown a touch more robust. as if I have regained 10 years of youth. No, it is still increasing. Am I to regain my youth? Li Jin returned the mouse to its cage, shaking his head. Not to that extent. At most, it will restore your youthful physical vitality. That alone is a divine gift. You could still take a wife and ensure the Feng lineage continues. You impudent boy, Feng Qingyang admonished, tapping the top of his head. You have quite the audacity to jest with your great-uncle. Li Jin, rubbing his head, replied plaintively. Is there anything wrong with what I said? You are all alone. Do you not wish to leave a legacy? Feng Qingyang sighed. Let us not discuss this matter for now. I lack the inclination at present. The Qi sect was deceived into a false marriage, which led to their victory over the Sword sect. Now, whenever marriage is mentioned, I am reminded of that tragic time, and it pains my heart. I discerned the underlying sentiments and refrained from pursuing the topic further. Redirecting the conversation. Great uncle, do you have any wishes? A wish? Why this sudden inquiry? You go first, Li Jin insisted. Once you have spoken, I shall reveal my reasons. Should the other party become aware that the progress of their wishes' fulfillment could affect their cultivation, they might subconsciously distort their desires. If the wish articulated diverges from their true intentions, it would spell disaster. Feng Qingyang's expression darkened, and after a lengthy silence, he said, I wish the internal strife between the Sword and Qi sects had never occurred, that the essence of the Huashan sect still endures, and that it remains the foremost among the 5 mountains. Li Jin smiled wryly. That which has already transpired cannot be disregarded. After all, we cannot turn back time, can we? Feng Qingyang also smiled wryly. Do I not know this? I only wish that the events of the past were but a dream, that my brothers and sisters, elders and juniors still thrive, and that we may coexist harmoniously, never again embroiled in conflict. Li Jin scratched his head, torn with indecision. That is quite difficult. Perhaps you should consider your hopes for the future instead. One day, when the paladins reach their peak, perhaps we can resurrect those who have only bones left at AS for now. Let us set that aside that IT is simply unattainable. Feng Qingyang grumbled. You are the one who prompted me to articulate my wish. I have done so, and now you are nitpicking. What is the meaning of this? Li Jin, resigned, replied. You must understand, this matter is of great importance and carries significant implications. Feng Qingyang sighed. Very well. I hope you rascals can coexist peacefully, avoid internal strife, hone your skills, and elevate the prestige of our Huashan sect, becoming the foremost in the realm of swordsmanship. Does this suffice? That is manageable. Jin finally exhaled in relief, explaining, I suspect that the righteous aura possesses a unique quality. Namely, you must transform your inner hopes into unwavering beliefs, relentlessly pursue them, and in doing so, it will continually strengthen. Oh, Feng Qingyang immediately grew intrigued. Pondering, if a bandit were to acquire this philosophy, would they not grow stronger the more malevolent their deeds? Would this not lead to chaos in the world? Not quite that in addition to steadfast belief. One must genuinely recognize it as an absolute justice. Common bandits cannot apply. They're acutely aware that they are committing wrongs. However, those who act as chivalrous heroes, robbing the rich to aid the poor, acknowledging that their actions are just, might find it feasible. Not at all. Not at all. Feng Qingyang expressed his disapproval. You're still too young and too kind-hearted. It is essential to recognize that many individuals in this world, despite committing malevolent acts, firmly believe in their own righteousness. For them, such a mindset is akin to aiding the oppressor. Just because you do not harbor such delusional thoughts does not mean others are devoid of them. Li Jin suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, exclaiming, Your words resonate with truth. This is indeed something I had not anticipated. Ah, no wonder, Feng Qingyang exclaimed, feigning enlightenment. It became clear why, over the past fortnight, you had mandated that his disciples diligently study the 4 books and the 5 classics, as well as the philosophies of the sages. This was a precautionary measure. Ah, is this truly your intent? Master, do not underestimate the intricacies of human nature. Feng Qingyang stated gravely, in the past, the disciples of the Sword sect and the Qi sect believed wholeheartedly that their actions were justified. The results, as you have witnessed, were catastrophic. Thus, this heart method must not be disseminated lightly. It must only be imparted to those of exceptional character, and the cultivation methods must remain a closely guarded secret. Li Jin nodded, shaking the dimly glowing vessel in his hand. Rest assured, great uncle, this heart method requires not only the incantation, but also this small vial. Even this mouse holds significance. Outsiders may only see the disciple memorizing a complex incantation, then carrying a live mouse into the secret chamber for a brief period of training, unaware that this vial is also a crucial tool. Moreover, they cannot fathom that the mouse must first be killed and then revived, a nuance that can only be passed down orally. Even if someone inadvertently obtains the incantation and the vial, they would be utterly clueless on how to utilize them. Feng Qingyang nodded in agreement. That is indeed wise. Great uncle, allow me to impart a few more incantations to you. Let us see if you can employ them. Li Jin, brimming with anticipation, began to teach Feng Qingyang the skills of the paladin. Eager to discover what extraordinary techniques this godlike swordsman could master, or how he might innovate upon these skills, reminiscent of how Ling Huchong transformed the command seal into an active skill. At that moment, however, the emergency bell within the chamber was suddenly rung from the outside. The two were compelled to emerge from their seclusion. Liu Dio stood outside, his face etched with urgency. Upon seeing the two, he exclaimed, "Great uncle, junior brother, dire news. The Lin family has been attacked." Li Jin was taken aback. What? A band of cloaked figures invaded the Lin residence under the cover of night, slaughtering the servants without mercy. We managed to escape through a secret passage. I implore Master Yu to provide refuge for us. Inside the Jingqi Hall, the three members of the Lin family were covered in mud, looking utterly disheveled. Lin Jinan, his face a mask of despair, recounted their perilous encounter to Yu Buchuan. Having suffered a significant defeat at the hands of the Qingshang sect previously, the Lin family understood that their meager martial skills were insufficient. If trapped within their residence, escape would be impossible. Heaven had no way out, nor earth. Thus, upon arriving at Mount Hua, they prepared an escape route. What method did they employ? They dug tunnels. They excavated numerous secret passages within their home. These passages connected every room and ultimately led to a location far from the Lin residence. The tunnels contained dead ends and traps, known only to the Lin family as the path to survival. They had spent 5 months constructing this network, devoting nearly all their spare time to it. Fortunately, their efforts had not been in vain, as it now proved to be invaluable. Ling Huchong, ever blunt, inquired, "Could it be that the Qingshang sect has not given up?" Lin Jinan shook his head. The attackers this time possess a myriad of complex martial arts, wielding an array of strange weapons. And their numbers are vast, their accents vary, their killing intent is resolute, and their style does not resemble that of reputable sections. Yu Buchuan stroked his beard thoughtfully. These must be wandering rogues of the martial world. However, such meticulous tactics do not seem the work of mere vagrants. That I suspect they may be under the influence of a certain sect. Ning Zhongzi, observing the situation, queried, "Elder brother, do you suspect something?" Yu Buchuan explained, "Sister, you should be aware that I dedicate time each year to cleanse the area around Mount Hua of bandits. Only a small fraction of them originate from nearby provinces. The majority exhibit clear martial lineages. I have investigated these bandits, and they are linked to 2 specific sects." Ning Zhongzi interjected, "The evil sect?" Yu Buchuan nodded. "The evil sect lacks a distinct martial tradition. Nearly all its masters join after achieving considerable prowess. Therefore, its members are disorganized, and indeed, many bandit troubles stem from them. However, there remains another faction that is unrelated to the evil sect." Li Jin, recalling the plot of the original narrative, interjected, "Could it be the Songzhan sect?" Yu Buchuan was taken aback. "How did you come to know that?" Li Jin fabricated an excuse. "Recently, I traveled and heard numerous tales from the martial world, discovering that many mountain bandits and horse thieves have intricate ties to the Songzhan sect. Hence, I surmise that they have left behind hidden hands." Yu Buchuan praised, "Indeed, your insight is commendable. The martial world is treacherous, and information from all corners is of utmost importance. It should be approached with such diligence. The Songzhan sect has indeed left behind many hidden hands, especially since Zhuo Longchan assumed leadership. The banditry around Mount Hua has become increasingly rampant. Yet, these are merely third-rate tactics. The leaders of various sects are somewhat aware, though they have yet to articulate it openly. Lin Jinnan, desperate, implored, "I beseech Master you to save my family." As he spoke, he fell to his knees. Lin Madam and Lin Pingji followed suit, kneeling in supplication. With the Qingchang sect thwarted, the Songzhan sect was now encroaching. The martial world is rife with peril, teeming with villains. The Huashan sect had explicitly declared its disinterest in the evil sword manual, saving his life without seeking a reward. Lin Jinan held absolute trust in them. However, when it came to other sects, he could not afford to place his faith in them. Yu Buchuan found the situation exceedingly challenging. Frowning in contemplation, hesitating to speak, L.I.G.'s mind world, devising a plan. Master, regardless of whether it is the Songzhan sect or the evil sect, what they truly covet is the evil sword manual. We could discreetly disseminate false information, such as claiming that the genuine manual has been taken from the Lin family ancestral estate by a certain hero of the martial world, and that the Lin family has lost the manual altogether. As long as the rumors are plentiful and diverse, we could even arrange for individuals to deliberately display information related to the evil sword technique in the martial world, thus diverting everyone's attention from the Lin family. If we succeed, it would be advantageous. Feng Qingyang nodded in approval. Indeed, this strategy is unconventional but possesses a degree of feasibility. Yet, Yu Buchuan frowned. But how do we select the actors for this charade? If we inadvertently reveal a technique of the Huashan sect, causing suspicion, would that not complicate matters further? Li Jin, brimming with confidence, replied with a sly smile. That could be easily arranged. How can it be easily arranged? Zhuolang Chan slammed the tea table into splinters, his voice laced with fury. You assured me before departing that this matter was foolproof, yet here we are with such a result. Fei Bin's expression was awkward. Initially, he had indeed boasted that the Lin family lacked any formidable experts, making a successful ambush practically effortless. Who could have anticipated that the Lin family would prove as cunning as rabbits? In merely 6 months, they had excavated their home into a labyrinth of tunnels, leaving no stone unturned, and one careless moment allowed them to escape. It was utterly baffling. After sending men to investigate, not only did they fail to uncover the tunnel's destination, but they also suffered casualties. With time running short, and to prevent the Huashan sect from reacting and coming to their aid, they had to hastily retreat, dragging the bodies with them. This time, we were careless. If we attempt again, we shall surely succeed. How can you be certain of that? Do you even have another opportunity? Lin Jinan had already suffered this loss. How could he possibly remain passive? How could the Huashan sect stand idly by? With such time wasted, it would be far better to intensify efforts directly against Yu Buchuan. Zhuolang Chan, filled with frustration, asked, "What news from Benoit?" Fei Bin hesitated. "We have been unable to establish contact." "What about the secret letters?" "None received." "That likely spelled trouble." Zhuolang Chan inhaled deeply, his voice low and serious. For all these years, Benoit's secret communications have never faltered. This presented a considerable dilemma. Previously, due to the reliable intelligence line provided by Benoit, the Songzhan sect had refrained from further infiltration and had no contingency plans. Now, they were completely in the dark regarding the events unfolding at the Huashan sect, lacking any intelligence. Thus, formulating a response plan became exceedingly difficult. The two men scratched their heads for a long while, unable to devise a more reliable course of action. At tea that moment, Xiao Bing hurriedly entered from outside. "Master, uncle, teacher, urgent news has arrived from Luoyang." As he spoke, he handed over a small piece of paper, evidently just retrieved from a carrier pigeon. Zhuolang Chan took the paper, unfolded it, and upon reading, his expression shifted dramatically. "A master of the evil sword technique has been discovered in Luoyang. You have pursued me for hundreds of miles. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you?" A woman clad in a blue, low-cut midriff top, adorned with a triangular pirate hat, stood at the gates of Luoyang, brandishing a peculiarly shaped longsword with a fierce demeanor. This enchanting lady possessed a striking beauty, imbued with a hint of exotic allure, her voluptuous figure and daring attire rendering the passing heroes of the martial world utterly captivated. their gazes seemingly glued to her. Before her stood a robust man of Mediterranean descent, with a high nose, deep-set eyes, and a towering stature. A deep scar etched across his face, imparting an impression of seasoned warrior who had weathered countless battles. Those who witness the evil sword technique must share in its spoils. You cannot hoard it all for yourself. His voice was low and hoarse, yet his tone brooked no dissent. An uneasy murmur rippled through the onlookers of the martial realm. Hadn't the evil sword technique already spread throughout the world? How could there still be contention over it? As they pondered, the standoff between the two continued. Humph, if you couldn't find it yourself. Do you expect me to share with you? She retorted defiantly that I arrive at the Lin family manor first. The sword manual rightfully belongs to me. Ha! What a joke. The ancestors of the Lin family resided there. Why don't you claim it belongs to them? The pirate woman laughed exuberantly, drawing the gaze of the onlookers, who were entranced by her bosom, their throats parched with desire. This foreign enchantress certainly had an undeniable allure. How unfortunate for those who had resided there for years without realizing the true location of the sword manual. The Mediterranean man, seething with indignation, commanded, "Enough of your prattle. You must relinquish the sword manual today." With that, he drew his golden-threaded broadsword from his back, striking it against the stone ground with a resounding clang. "What use does a swordsman have for a sword manual?" The pirate woman mocked. "It is I who wields a sword that would be the most fitting master of the manual." With that, she brandished her slender sword in a flourish. The spectators finally took notice of her weapon's peculiar design. It was a sword with a guard, remarkably slender, seemingly fragile enough to snap with a single blow. That I've never seen anyone traverse the martial world with such a sword. They mused inwardly. That guard will hinder the execution of many techniques. Foolish girl, with the sword manual, I will master the sword. Can a swordsman not switch to swordplay? She challenged, her determination unwavering. It seems there is no choice but to teach you a lesson today. Her eyes narrowed, and in an instant, she lunged toward the Mediterranean man, her sword aimed at his chest. He bellowed fiercely, gripping his broadsword tightly, executing a powerful diagonal slash that seemed poised to cleave her in two. Yet, the woman nimbly evaded his blade, as if guided by an unseen force, twisting in midair and striking toward his throat. Though he exerted all his strength to defend, he swiftly altered his technique, retracting his blade and angling his body just in time to block her thrust. The woman, unyielding, danced around him, launching a flurry of thrusts and slices, targeting his vulnerabilities, while he wielded his heavy broadsword with surprising agility, parrying her every advance as if it were a mere stick. Such is the essence of the Five Tigers' breaking doorblade. The onlookers gradually recognized the Mediterranean man's style, this widely circulated technique, known for its straightforwardness and robustness, was simple to learn, making it a staple in many martial organizations. However, the swiftness of the pirate woman's swordplay left them momentarily bewildered, unable to discern its origins. While the blade technique seemed unremarkable, the man's strength was undeniable, wielding the hefty broadsword with remarkable finesse. His skill was commendable, able to defend against her elusive strikes with such simplicity. If only he employed a more refined technique than the Five Tigers' breaking doorblade. As the crowd exchanged their thoughts, the two adversaries had already exchanged dozens of blows. Though the woman maintained the offensive, she could not breach his defense. Conversely, while he defended admirably, he found no opportunity to counterattack. They had reached a stalemate. "Wait, that woman's swordplay resembles the evil sword technique," a voice cried out, breaking the tension. The crowd, piqued by the name, began to recognize the intricacies of the technique. An uproar ensued, as the realization dawned that this provocatively dressed woman had indeed acquired the true evil sword manual. Upon hearing the murmurs, the pirate woman suddenly retreated, swiftly extricating herself from the throng, leaving behind a taunting remark. "You should consider yourself fortunate that I am still a novice with this technique. Humph, when I perfect it, I shall return to settle this." The Mediterranean man's expression darkened as he dragged his broadsword after her, pursuing her through the crowd. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. "Oh no, we must not let them escape." The spectators, finally roused, scrambled in a chaotic chase after the pair, but it was too late. The two figures had already disappeared. However, The news of the genuine evil sword manual had spread like wildfire, reaching the ears of various martial factions. Next time, let me not transform into that again. Tianshi Buwang exclaimed, his expression one of lingering dread as he waved his hands in front of his chest, lamenting, "That thing is far too cumbersome. It flails about as soon as I move, causing my face, chest, and abdomen to ache." Li Jin gulped down a bowl of tea, exhaling a sigh of relief. "That won't do. When acting, one must commit fully to in a few days we must do it again." Even with a plethora of buffs, wielding such a massive golden-threaded broadsword was indeed exhausting. Indeed, the two who just portrayed the pirate woman and the Mediterranean man were none other than the two of them. Delicious Wind Snake. Consuming it grants a random buff, most likely transforming the eater into a ninja or pirate for a duration of 60 minutes. Tianshi Buwang had consumed this to become the pirate woman. Why a female pirate, you ask? Because he currently found himself in a eunuch state. Every transformation carried a 50% chance of resulting in a change of gender to Li Jin, upon seeing this, was immediately filled with excitement. Why the enthusiasm? Naturally, it was for the sake of disguise. This way, no one would connect the duo traveling here from Huashan with the notorious pair of thieves. Two grown men, in this era, could never convincingly disguise themselves as a voluptuous, scantily clad foreign maiden. Only Tianshi Buwang bore the unfortunate burden of additional assets on his chest. As for Li Jin, he had opted for the appearance of a human priest from the game. He could adopt any character's visage, though most did not suit this world. He had simply been too lazy to utilize them previously. Tianshi Buwang lamented, "I feel like I'm being thoroughly tormented by you. My dear master, between castration and transformations, do you not find that, compared to your previous existence, this life is far more exciting?" That is true," Tianshi Buwang replied, somewhat at a loss for words. He had always been adventurous in spirit. Otherwise, he would not have become a rogue. Although their current circumstances were often precarious, they were undeniably more thrilling than before. Given the choice, he might not even wish to return to his former life. All right, Li Jin said in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. "Hurry and eat. We must make our way to the nearby Xing'an County." Upon hearing that name, Tianshi Buwang shivered, his instincts on high alert. "Why must we go there?" Li Jin's lips curled into a sly smile. "What do you think?" No. I do not wish to guess." Tianshi Buwang immediately shook his head. "And I do not want to go." "No, you must." In the end, he was dragged to Xing'an County by Li Jin. "You once committed 13 crimes here. Did you ever think you would return to atone?" Tianshi Buwang's face turned ashen as he muttered, "I do not wish to be ridden again." "You wishful thinker," Li Jin scoffed. "Not all parents are as doting as Wang Yuanwei, nor are all victimized maidens treated well enough to enjoy a good meal and find a good husband." "What do you mean?" "I will not tell you just why Li Jin's expression grew serious as he coldly declared, "You must see for yourself the consequences of your actions." With that, he disregarded Tianshi Buwang's reaction and strode into a tavern bearing the plaque of the Li family restaurant's Xing'an County branch. The attendant at the counter, upon seeing him enter, immediately bowed respectfully. "Young master, you have arrived." It seemed this attendant was familiar with him. "Where is Li Shun?" "The innkeeper is just behind the house. I will summon him for you immediately." With that, the young attendant swiftly dashed toward the back room. Moments later, Li Shun strode in with purpose, a scroll in hand. "Young master, it is I, Li Shun, here to pay my respects," he exclaimed as he motioned for Li Jin to follow him upstairs to the guest quarters. "Never mind, I shall not go in just yet." Li Jin waved his hand and inquired, "Is everything prepared? Are all the individuals still alive?" "Rest assured, young master, the list is right here. All the victims' families have servants keeping watch. There will be no unforeseen circumstances." He then presented the scroll to Li Jin. Upon receiving it, Li Jin unfurled it, reviewing the names and details within. "Excellent. Let us depart and reach the city gates before dusk. We shall first visit that family outside the city." Yes, before a dilapidated thatched cottage into Lu village. The sun was nearing its descent. Li Jin and his unusual entourage arrived at old Lu's doorstep at this very moment, drawing the attention of villagers returning home from work, who paused their meals to gawk. When Li Jin, in the presence of Tian Buwang, deliberately inquired about the misfortunes of old Lu's family, the villagers began to share their tales in unison. "Old Lu truly has suffered greatly," Lamented one villager 6 years ago. His daughter was violated by a beast and took her own life by drowning. His wife, already ill, could not endure the grief and followed suit. After the funeral, old Lu himself went blind, surely from weeping too much. Alas, he was once a capable man, the most skilled at operating the water wheel in the village. Indeed, he had hoped to find a son-in-law to carry on the family line. That girl was truly beautiful. My youngest son had hoped to marry her, but alas, she did not look his way. As the villagers finished recounting their tales, Li Jin observed the complex expression on Tian Boguang's face and produced some coins to disperse the crowd. The villagers, seeing his demeanor was not confrontational and that he offered coins to his fellow townsfolk, felt somewhat reassured. Jin grasped Tian Boguang's arm and led the way into old Lu's home. Within the dimly lit cottage, dust filled the air, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. The interior was bare, devoid of any furnishings, had it not been for the keen eyesight of those trained in martial arts. They might have overlooked the elderly man sitting silently on the bed, his disheveled hair and tattered clothing covered by a matted burlap blanket. His murky eyes remained open, yet devoid of focus. Clearly, it was the blind old Lu. Despite the commotion surrounding their entrance, he exhibited no reaction. As they drew nearer, the stench intensified. Li Jin sighed, bent slightly, and called out loudly, "Old Lu." The old man's expression shifted slightly as he rasped, "Huh." Li Jin raised his voice further. "Old Lu." Huh. The old man still could not comprehend. It appeared even his hearing was failing. "Look at the sins you have committed." Li Jin turned to Tian Boguang, his gaze icy. Tian Boguang's breath quickened, his eyes darting, unable to articulate a response. "You not feel that merely plucking a flower could lead to such dire consequences?" Tian Boguang remained silent. As a man of the martial world, you are unencumbered, beholden to no one, that you come and go as you please, free from societal constraints. Yet, not all are as free as you. Your actions, seemingly inconsequential, can devastate the lives of ordinary families bound by societal shackles. Tian Boguang continued to be mute. "Perhaps you cannot empathize. Allow me to illustrate. If Wang bore you a daughter, and at the age of 16, she blossomed into a radiant beauty, only for her to be defiled one fateful night by a rogue, how would you feel?" "No," Tian Boguang instinctively protested, his voice dwindling to a near whisper. Li Jin refrained from further reprimanding him. Instead, taking the small medicine box held by a servant, he extracted a silver needle and addressed the others. "Everyone but Tian Boguang may step outside." "Yes." Once the others exited, Li Jin returned the silver needle to the box. He then bound a piece of black cloth over old Lu's eyes, sealed his acupoints, and proceeded with a comprehensive healing spell package. Holy light, rejuvenation, healing, restoration, lesser healing, healing wave, disease removal, and purification. Inside the dim, thatched cottage, various lights flickered, casting a glow that penetrated to the outside, where onlookers caught glimpses. Old Lu's body trembled violently, yet he could not rise due to the sealed points. As the magical lights gradually dissipated, Li Jin released his acupoints and removed the cloth. Old Lu rubbed his eyes, adjusting to his sudden restoration of sight. Astonishment etched across his face. Upon recognizing his surroundings, he quickly sprang from his bed and knelt before Li Jin, bowing his head repeatedly. "Thank you, little deity, for saving me." "Thank you, little deity." Li Jin assisted him to his feet, smiling gently. "There is no need for such formalities, old sir." Old Lu, feeling the vitality returning to his body, trembled as he respectfully inquired, "What commands does the little deity have for this old man?" "I shall comply without question. Your service is not required." Li Jin pondered briefly before continuing. "I have come to address the calamity that befell your wife and daughter years ago." Old Lu's countenance shifted dramatically, tears brimming in his eyes as he struggled against his sorrow. "I have lost my wife and daughter. I possess no more attachments and wish only to join them." Li Jin nodded, gesturing toward the listless Tian Boguang beside him. "Are you aware of who this is?" Old Lu scrutinized him carefully, unable to recognize him, and replied, "I do not know him. He is the very one who defiled your daughter." Old Lu seemed struck by lightning, his face shifting through a spectrum of emotions. hands trembling and fists clenched, as if he yearned to confront Tan Buowang, yet ultimately refrained. He bowed deeply to Li Jin, choking back his words. I did not know his identity. I dare not act rashly. I will leave everything to the little deity's arrangement. Li Jin sighed inwardly. It seemed old Lu feared that this lecher might be someone Li Jin intended to protect. Hence his hesitance to retaliate. Do not harbor any worries. I brought him here for you to exact your vengeance. Utilize any means necessary. Should you desire anything from him, do not hesitate to voice your request. Old Lu's expression was one of confusion, uncertain whether Li Jin's words were genuine or deceptive, and he appeared indecisive. Li Jin felt compelled to reiterate the promise he had made to Wang Yuanwei. This, old Lu's face reflected skepticism. When the authorities apprehend a rogue, they typically execute him. They do not escort the perpetrator to offer compensation to the victim's family. Old Lu's demeanor fluctuated, and after a prolonged moment, he finally reached a conclusion. This old man has no demands. I merely seek for this lecher to receive his just deserts. Indeed, that is only fitting. Beyond that, do you have any other requests? I wish for my wife and daughter. At this point, old Lu could no longer hold back his tears. Li Jin's expression darkened. After a moment of contemplation, he delivered a swift kick to Tian Buowang's knee, forcing him to kneel before old Lu. Had it not been for your wicked deeds, old Lu's wife and daughter would have lived well, perhaps even to have a son-in-law and grandchildren. You have shattered this man's family and must bear the consequences. The responsibility for caring for him in his old age and continuing his lineage now falls upon you. Do you acquiesce? Tian Buowang's mouth opened slightly, stammering, yet he could muster no rebuttal. Furthermore, this old man was nearly brought to death by your actions. And now I have healed him. This is your debt to me. Remember. Yes, as the city gates had closed for the night, the group remained in old Lu's home, after a flurry of cleaning by the servants. The cottage became considerably tidier, though the lingering odor of years past was difficult to eradicate, still permeating the air. Tian Buowang, inhaling the various strange scents of the thatched cottage, found himself unable to sleep the entire night. On Qingchang Mountain, an exotic woman. Yu Songhai gently stroked his chin, deep in thought. Yu Renhao continued. It is said that this individual discovered the genuine sword manual within the old residence of the Lin family. Even the Lin family themselves were unaware of its existence. Otherwise, they would not have left it behind when they moved to Mount Hu. Yu Songhai slapped his thigh in frustration, inwardly lamenting, why didn't we dig 3 feet into the ground back then? We were too kind, too concerned with appearances. Moreover, a bald man from a foreign tribe had been relentlessly pursuing her, seemingly present when the sword manual was discovered. But alas, he fell just short of seizing it. The woman had been making her presence known for 2 months now, during which she had targeted 7 factions and 11 strongholds. It was rumored that her swordsmanship had become increasingly profound. Initially, some managed to escape, but in recent encounters, there had been no survivors. Yu Songhai's face betrayed his astonishment. Even if the entire Qingchang sect were to mobilize, it would likely not match such efficiency. He could not help but recall the untimely demise of his master, Changqingzi. Damn it, how can you all conduct yourselves like this? Why did it take 2 months for you to report this matter to me? If we had acted sooner, we might have been able to seize the opportunity before she mastered the sinister sword technique. Yu Renhao replied defensively. Recently, there have been numerous rumors in the martial world. Some claim to have obtained the authentic sword manual, while others allege they have discovered the most suitable internal cultivation method for the sinister sword technique. There are even claims that the sinister sword technique is a hoax. We have spent the majority of our energy distinguishing the truth from the falsehood. If this foreign woman had not challenged 7 factions, we would not have taken notice of her. But at this point, it is too late. Yu Songhai furrowed his brow. Could it be that this person is deliberately spreading false information? This is indeed a possibility, as many of the rumors originated from the locations where this woman had appeared. That cunning bastard! Yu Songhai slammed the table, cursing vehemently, and after a long while, he finally calmed down and reluctantly ordered, "Continue searching for her whereabouts and inform me promptly," at the Grand Hall of the Songzhan sect. Bang! Crash! Zhuo Chan smashed the coffee table to smithereens with a palm strike, Fuming, "What are you all doing? Just watching her clean out her stronghold without lifting a finger." "Not all of them," he continued. "Just 5 strongholds and several more." Before Fei Bin could finish, Zhuo Chan delivered a kick to his abdomen, sending him flying 2 zhang away. That's something she cannot accomplish. It is merely that she has not had the time. Have you all not noticed that wherever she passes, our people are nowhere to be found? The disciples fell silent, trembling. Over the past 20 years, Zhuo Chan had painstakingly established dozens of small factions and strongholds across various regions. Utilizing martial arts talent he had gathered in individuals who had not publicly joined the Songsan sect. Individually, these small forces carried little weight, but collectively they were numerous and well-organized, except for the core leadership. The rank-and-file members were unaware that the true power behind them was the Songsan sect. Typically, these small factions served to gather intelligence for the Songsan sect while also engaging in covert activities, seizing wealth and talented youths to send to the sect. However, now they have been overturned by a passing foreign woman, causing Zhuo Chan great distress. Moreover, it was highly likely that this woman had obtained the genuine sinister sword technique. "I do not care what methods you employ. You must capture her the next time she strikes, whether through poison, traps, or even sacrificing lives, as long as we can secure the sinister sword manual. It will be worth it." "Understood." Outside Luoyang City, Tian Buowang wiped the sweat from his brow. Puzzled. "Why have we returned here? Haven't we been here before?" Li Jinyao squinted at the distant city gate and said, "This time, it is not for your troubles. Soon, you will go to Xing'an County to check on the victims. Once I am done, I will come find you." Tian Buowang's expression soured instantly. Xing'an County had 13 victims, and the last time he visited them all took a full 7 days. Among them, 5 had lost their families, and he was responsible for caring for the surviving elderly and raising the children. While the others had more complicated situations, some had fallen into brothels, and he had redeemed them, healing their injuries. However, they were all unwilling to return home, and Tian Buowang had no choice but to support them with a comfortable life. There were also formidable women who had successfully suppressed these matters, and upon encountering Tian Buowang, they had imposed several inequitable agreements, including, but not limited to, substantial financial compensation and regular tribute. The thought of so many ravenous women waiting for him to support them made Tian Buowang feel a twinge of pain in his lower back. Over the months they had traveled across the country, he had already compensated dozens of victims. He had been toiling day and night, also having to disguise himself as a female pirate for performances. It was utterly exhausting. Suddenly, Li Jin slapped his forehead. "Right? I still need to fix your equipment." With that, he casually cast a healing spell. Tian Buowang instinctively spread his legs, narrowly avoiding injury, since he needed to practice the sinister heart technique. He often had to be cautious. Otherwise, he risked serious consequences. After months of training, he could now perform the task himself within 10 seconds without needing Li Jin's assistance, feeling the additional weight below. Tian Buowang complained, "Could you at least give me a warning before you do that? It always happens so suddenly." "Next time, I promise," Li Jin replied without turning back, waving his hand in acknowledgement. Tian Buowang could only shake his head in resignation. This fellow always said next time. It was guaranteed to be the same as before. If he could fight back, he would certainly rebel. "Uncle Xiang, how have you been feeling?" "Miss, I am much better. In no more than 3 days, I will be able to set out." "That is out of the question. In this state, it would be akin to walking into a tiger's den. I have already hidden here for half a day. I must leave. Yang Lianting's people are searching for my whereabouts everywhere. If they discover that I am hiding here, you will be in danger. But even if I die, it is of little concern. As long as you are safe, there is still hope to rescue the master. All right, Uncle Xiang, please tell me where my father is currently hiding that I may need to seek another way." Indeed, the young lady is most considerate. "Over the years, I have searched throughout the sect and finally found a clue. Just 10 miles west of this place, by the small Lingjing Lake, there is a manor called Meizhuang, where several middle-ranking officials of our sect are in hiding. Strangely, their time in seclusion coincides perfectly with the mastered Li Jin. Utilizing his stealth ability, concealed himself among the green bamboo, suppressing his excitement upon hearing this, and quietly retreated. Indeed, he had been eavesdropping on Run Yingying and Xiang Wentian. Due to Ling Huchong being left on a mountain to train, he was absent during Xiang Wentian's appearance. Although he managed to escape from the encirclement, he was severely injured and barely made it to Run Yingying. Failing to successfully conceal himself from those monitoring the area, Li Jin had no choice but to replicate the previous operation to obtain the Sinister Sword Manual, hoping to acquire the star absorption technique and garner considerable rewards. Originally, it would have been quite easy for him to infiltrate the Meizhuang dungeon in the original work and deal with Ren Wuxing, but to his dismay, he could not locate the manor called Meizhuang. This was utterly frustrating. The only descriptor in the original work for the location of Meizhuang was by the West Lake, but the West Lake is vast if you were to rely solely on the name Meizhuang to cast a wide net. It would yield an overwhelming number of results. The plum blossom is a sacred symbol in the hearts of scholars, representing noble character, and hosts with even a modicum of education often name their residences after plum blossoms. For instance, there are Meiyuan, Meizhuang, Meixian, Meiting, and so forth. Just the Meizhuang that Li's family had discovered through their network exceeded 100, including residences of martial arts families, many of which concealed secrets if the true estate of the Sun and Moon Divine cult were hidden among them. It would be inconspicuous, making it impossible to investigate. In desperation, Li Jin had to instruct the Li family near Blackwood Cliff to monitor the movements of the Sun and Moon Divine cult. Once they discovered that they were pursuing an important figure, they were to report to him. After all, Xiang Wentian must know where Ren Wuxing is hiding. His purpose in escaping from Blackwood Cliff was undoubtedly to rescue Ren Wuxing. As long as they kept an eye on him, they would be able to find out where Ren Wuxing was imprisoned. Fortunately, diligence is never in vain. After months of waiting, he finally received intelligence. A group of disciples from the Sun and Moon sect dining at the Li family restaurant openly declared that Xiang Wentian had fled and urged everyone to pursue him with haste. Li Jin immediately followed the subsequent clues and hastened to Luoyang at last. He eavesdropped on the true location of Ren Wuxing's confinement in Green Bamboo Alley. Aha! Such a secluded location. How could it possibly be guessed? Do not move from this spot. I shall procure something and return by tomorrow at the latest. Should there be any disturbance within, you need not intervene. Simply conceal yourself and await my return. Li Jin patted Tian Boguang's shoulder and, with a swift motion, ascended the courtyard wall, his figure rapidly vanishing from sight. Tian Boguang squatted on the tree branch, scratching his head in puzzlement. After hearing those words, he felt an inexplicable urge to call him father. Before reaching the courtyard wall, Li Jin employed his stealth, causing his entire form to gradually disappear. Before him lay a modest courtyard, and in the center stood a large tree, beneath which were placed a stone table and stone stools, and on the stone table rested a Go board, seemingly abandoned mid-game. Having only a rudimentary understanding of Go, Li Jin could not decipher the endgame and shifted his gaze to the surroundings, observing for a while before discovering that he was alone. Only then did he carefully descend from the wall. He stepped cautiously out of the courtyard, and as he turned a corner, two servants approached. The narrow path offered little room, prompting Li Jin to swiftly take refuge in the nearby flower bushes to avoid revealing himself. One servant, noticing the swaying flowers, suddenly inquired, "Did something just dart into the bushes?" The other servant followed his gaze and replied, "No, but it seems there's a gap in the flowers. We must replant it later, or the master will have our heads." The first servant's attention was diverted, and he continued, "Indeed, last time, Old Tan was penalized half a month's wages for not trimming the flowers properly." The second servant added, after delivering these meals to the second master, "We should hurry back." The first servant urged, "Let us go. Let us go." They hurried away without lingering. Jin breathed a sigh of relief. Had the two insisted on inspecting the flower bushes, he would have had no choice but to resort to forceful measures. He pressed onward, exercising even greater caution, meticulously scouting for hiding spots along each stretch of path. Whenever he encountered passing servants, he deftly concealed himself to avoid detection. After several hours of exploration, he finally mapped out the terrain of the main manor and successfully located the residence of the master, Huang Zhonggong. However, Li Jin could not recklessly storm in and force open the secret door to enter undetected. He needed to bide his time. Thus, he concealed himself in the corner of Huang Zhonggong's room. silently enduring the noise produced by the latter's practice on the Guqin. Regrettably, he had not prepared earplugs. Once immersed in the game, he felt disconnected from the outside world, making unexpected occurrences a genuine concern. Therefore, he refrained from entering the game to pass the time, opting instead to wait patiently. As hours passed and dust settled, just as Li Jin began to feel drowsy, a servant arrived with 2 food boxes. Instantly, he became alert, not out of hunger, but because he sensed the moment had arrived. Huang Zhonggong leisurely finished one meal, slowly tidied up, and then approached the door. Locking it behind him, he retrieved a dark outfit from a nearby cabinet. Enveloping himself in black fabric, leaving only his eyes exposed, he then walked over to the soft couch where he practiced the Guqin, lifting the cushions to reveal a door panel measuring half a meter square. Huang Zhonggong glanced around, took out a key, inserted it into the door panel, twisted it several times, grasped the handle, and lifted the panel. As soon as the panel was opened, a musty, damp odor wafted out, causing discomfort. Huang Zhonggong took the food box and descended the stairs slowly, casually closing the door panel behind him, with a distinct click suggesting it was locked from the inside. Li Jin thought. How excessively cautious. He left no opportunity for me to infiltrate. Stealth requires maintaining a distance from the enemy. Otherwise, signs of presence might be detected, making it impossible to follow Huang Zhonggong closely. But do you think this will thwart me? Never underestimate the capabilities of a player from Shanka Mountain. With a swift motion, a gleaming silver key fell into his hand. Universal silver key. Requires forging for use. Can unlock locks requiring 25 points in lockpicking skill. Consumes a universal key. This was one of the resources he had previously stockpiled, forged specifically for handling various locks. Li Jin approached slowly, not rushing to unlock, but instead pressing his ear against the door panel, slowing his breath to listen for any sounds from the secret passage. Yet after a brief moment, he heard no footsteps. Could it be? Li Jin's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly retreated a yard, maintaining his stealth without moving. Moments later, the door panel was abruptly flung open, and Huang Zhonggong peeked out from the secret passage, conducting a quick scan of the surroundings. Finding nothing amiss, he closed the door panel and returned to the secret passage. Damn, this old fellow, Li Jin cursed inwardly. After waiting for a while and seeing no further actions, he pressed his ear against the door panel once more. This time, he finally heard the sound of retreating footsteps. After a while, once Huang Zhonggong had distanced himself, he used the universal key to unlock the door panel. Cautiously entering the secret passage, he fumbled around the door panel for a moment, locating the mechanism and securing it from the inside. Li Jin adjusted to the dim light and followed the vague sound of Huang Zhonggong's footsteps. Fortunately, he was agile and had not strayed too far. Before long, he caught up to Huang Zhonggong, who was holding a torch. Maintaining his stealth, he kept a distance of 3 zhong, synchronizing his steps with Huang Zhonggong's rhythm. The air in the secret passage was stifling, and soon he began to sweat lightly. Prolonged exposure would undoubtedly invite ailments. The dungeon was designed with great caution, featuring steel doors and locks at regular intervals, embedded into the stone walls and not easily breached. Huang Zhonggong was also very prudent. He locked every door behind him. Once Huang Zhonggong had moved a bit further away, Li Jin calmly used the universal key to open the door, passing through and restoring the lock to its original state. Thus, he progressed leisurely for several miles, fully impressed by the effort required to carve out such a tunnel. Especially given the technological conditions of this era, he estimated he had reached directly beneath the little spirit mirror lake. At last, Huang Zhonggong halted before an iron door. This time, he did not use a key but instead opened a small door at the bottom of the iron door, retrieving a collection of used bowls and chopsticks, and then replaced them with new ones from the food box he had brought. Without uttering a word, he turned and departed, leaving the entire process silent. Seeing Huang Zhonggong begin to arrange the meals, Li Jin immediately retreated to the side, concealing himself in the shadow of a recess in the stone wall. Only after Huang Zhonggong had walked far away did he emerge at that moment. Sounds of clinking chains, clattering dishes, and chewing echoed from within the iron door. Li Jin did not rush. Instead, he silently counted the time, estimating that Huang Zhonggong had exited the secret passage before finally dispelling his stealth. It seemed that Ren Wuxing had also finished his meal. As the commotion within ceased, Li Jin did not hasten to open the door. First, he cast a spell to grant himself a buff. And as the glow faded, he transformed his appearance to resemble a Mediterranean human priest before drawing out the universal key to unlock the iron door. Ren Wuxing was startled, abruptly rising from the bed, the chains rattling violently with his movements. What a bold lad! Dare to come in! His voice was hoarse and dry, as if he had not spoken in ages. However, it seemed he mistook Li Jin for someone wishing to learn the star absorption technique. Akin to a black and white piece on the go board, in the dim light. Li Jin observed him disheveled, bare-armed, and as he drew closer, a strong odor wafted towards him. It must have been years since he last bathed. A scrubbing master would surely relish such a physique, finding immense satisfaction in scrubbing him clean. With little desire for dialogue, Li Jin prepared to unleash his invincibility, ready for a confrontation. Holy Shield Technique. Instant cast. Grants the paladin immunity to all damage and spell attacks. However, the inflicted damage is reduced by 50 and lasts for 12 seconds. A brilliant radiance envelopes him, and Ren Wuxing, who has dwelled in darkness for many years, is overwhelmed, tears welling in his eyes as he instinctively shuts them. Li Jin, undeterred by the formidable presence, steps forward and strikes his abdomen with a palm, intending to incapacitate his internal energy. However, Ren Wuxing, seasoned from years of combat, senses the approaching force and reflexively counters with a punch, deflecting Li Jin's hand and retaliating with a swift blow. Li Jin is not particularly surprised. He merely feels a twinge of annoyance. He has no desire to engage in a display of martial prowess here. Ignoring Ren Wuxing's counterattack, he sweeps his left palm forward. An arcane golden fist descends from above, crashing into Ren Wuxing's form. Judgment. The energy released from the Holy Seal inflicts divine damage upon the target. In the game, the effects of judgment vary depending on the type of Holy Seal possessed, and in reality, Li Jin bears multiple seals simultaneously, triggering numerous effects with a single judgment, a flurry of powerful strikes unleashed at once. Caught off guard, Ren Wuxing is unable to defend himself. He crumples to the ground, nearly losing consciousness. The audacity of youth! What sorcery is this? Ren Wuxing coughs up a mouthful of foul blood, his body weak and feeble, his eyes wide with shock. Yet the heavy grime on his face obscures any discernible expression beyond those bulging eyes. The iron chains rattle, lifting him once more. Li Jin steps closer, seizing the opportunity while Ren Wuxing is defenseless, delivering a decisive blow to his dantian. Ugh! Ren Wuxing cries out in pain, his spirit deflated. His grand ambitions now reduced to mere illusions. Kill me. He bellows that no. Li Jin replies with a smile, I could never bring myself to kill you. Besides, you are hardly safe at present. With that, he seals Ren Wuxing's vital points, rendering him immobile and mute. Then, without hesitation, he produces a sharp dagger and swiftly severs the tendons in Ren Wuxing's hands and feet. Li Jin nods in satisfaction, finally feeling at ease, without regard for the murderous glare emanating from Ren Wuxing. He holds a sphere of holy light aloft for illumination and lifts the tattered blanket from the bed. Immediately, a hasty yet commanding script catches his eye. Li Jin retrieves paper and pen, meticulously transcribing the entirety of the star absorption technique. This technique undoubtedly harbors issues, as it fails to mention any methods for resolving potential hazards. Yet, Li Jin remains unconcerned. He has no intention of practicing it. His sole aim is to collect the vital secrets of the original narrative, hoping to accrue additional credits. Furthermore, the star absorption technique contradicts conventional martial arts principles, rendering it of significant value for collection and study, an opportunity not to be missed. Sure enough, upon completing his transcription, he receives a prompt from the game system that he has acquired the key narrative secret, the star absorption technique, earning 8,000 credits, with a current balance of 16,000 credits. Previously, he had utilized his credits to extend his game time, leaving his balance perpetually at zero. Thus, this additional 8,000 credits are a direct result of incapacitating Ren Wuxing. This is a remarkable gain, rivaling even the evil sword spectrum. Li Jin then retrieves an engineering toolbox. extracting tools to meticulously erase any trace of the inscriptions on the bed, ensuring no evidence remains, before exhaling in relief. The next step is to discreetly escort Ren washing out. Jean whistles softly. Suddenly, a bellow resonates through the secret chamber as a yellow-furred gorilla materializes, robust and imposing, akin to an adult. This is a skill obtainable by hunters at level 10. Summon Pet. The effect allows immediate summoning of 1's pet. The lowest level gorilla can only be encountered in the Thorny Valley at level 30 or higher. While Jean, currently still level 15, has yet to unlock the ability to capture one, indicating that this gorilla is not a product of the game. Jean had fortuitously encountered this yellow-furred gorilla during his travels, purchasing it from a merchant who was showcasing a menagerie of animals. In reality, skills lack level restrictions. Thus, he had tamed the gorilla, keeping it hidden within a dimensional beast pen, seldom summoned. After knocking Ren wishing unconscious, he detached the iron chains from his limbs and stripped him of his filthy garments. This was not due to any peculiar inclination. Ren wishing simply reeked unbearably. Jean pinched his nose, utilizing water from the game to wash him thoroughly until the stench was significantly diminished. The yellow-furred gorilla assisted in scrubbing his back and flipping him over, also helping to don a simple outfit. Jean had no desire to aid this hulking man in dressing. He washed Ren washing's original clothing and dried it with fire magic before dressing the gorilla in it. Finally, Jean secured chains to the gorilla's limbs, blending seamlessly with its thick fur in the dim dungeon behind a steel door, ensuring no one would recognize it as a gorilla, even if the guards heard its roars. They would likely assume it was merely Ren wishing feigning confusion to draw them in, too wary to investigate. Given the daily provision of food, there was no concern that the pet would suffer a decline in happiness or loyalty due to lack of sustenance. Thus, remaining under control, IT could serve as a living decoy in this place. Once all traces of his presence were cleared, Jean carried Ren washing to a spacious area midway through the secret passage. He scanned the surroundings and discovered a corner where he produced 2 cylindrical explosives resembling firecrackers. Inferior explosives. Requires engineering to use. Inflicts 26 to 34 points of fire damage to all enemies within a 5-yard radius. 1 minute cooldown. These were remnants from his earlier engineering skill practice, kept in his low-level character's backpack, deemed too weak for use against monsters, but now perfectly suitable for the real world that he stuffed one into a crevice in the stone wall, hesitating briefly before retracting the second into his pack. The power seemed rather excessive. One should suffice, lest he inadvertently cause a catastrophic collapse in the secret passage. Entombing himself, he distanced himself slightly while carrying Ren washing, hiding around a bend. Even if the shockwave from the explosion surged towards him, he should be able to evade the brunt of it. Then, at a distance, he cast a fireball spell towards the explosives. Boom! Debris flew as a chaotic gust of wind rushed past him, accompanied by the acrid scent of smoke from the explosion. IT was somewhat choking. However, the noise was far less than anticipated. The unconscious Ren washing showed no signs of stirring, indicating that the people of May Manor would likely remain undisturbed. Returning to the site of the explosives, Jean observed that the area had collapsed, forming a depression roughly 2 meters deep and 2 people high. He nodded in satisfaction. Now, he could await the opportune moment to escape in peace. Huang Zhonggong has been feeling restless these past few days that he senses as if a pair of eyes is watching him, making him feel quite uneasy. Could someone be spying on him, intending to abduct Ren washing? Thus, he discreetly set traps multiple times, eager to capture this voyeur. Yet after several attempts, he found nothing. He began to doubt whether he had overexerted himself in training, causing self-injury. Today, it was once again time to deliver food to Ren washing. So he set aside his concerns, locked the door, gathered his belongings, and ventured into the secret passage. Today, however, the passage seemed slightly different. Midway, he noticed what appeared to be a scattering of stone debris on the ground. Raising his gaze to the ceiling of the passage, it appeared dark and unchanged. IT would be prudent to find an opportunity to reinforce the passage, as prolonged exposure to the spirit mirror lake below would likely corrode even the sturdiest of structures. He shook his head and continued to walk forward. After taking only a few steps, he felt something was amiss and could not help but stop. The space here seems to have expanded a bit. After all, he had traversed this area for over a decade and remembered every detail along the path vividly. The stone wall to the right appeared to be missing a piece, yet the light from the torch was insufficient, rendering it difficult to see clearly, just as he was about to move closer for a more detailed inspection. A series of fierce roars and the clanking of iron chains echoed from the end of the secret passage. Huang Zhonggong's heart tightened suddenly. Never mind, I will return to examine this secret passage later. My priority is to see if Runwushing is about to go mad again. With that thought, he hastened his steps towards the end of the secret passage, hidden within the crevice of the stone wall. Li Jin let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was still able to remotely command the orangutan. Otherwise, he would have had to forcibly subdue Huang Zhonggong today. He hoisted Runwushing onto his back and hurried towards the entrance of the secret passage. Meanwhile, Tian Buiwang was languidly practicing his sinister techniques, his mind filled with unease. Li Jin had been inside for over a day, without any sign of emerging. Could it be that he had perished within? How would he regrow the part he had just severed? Perhaps permanently severing it could be a blessing in disguise. After all, dealing with so many aggrieved parties was indeed a taxing and burdensome task. Compared to that, he would rather just provide financial support to the aggrieved, and no matter how costly. That would be preferable. As he was lost in thought, a colossal figure suddenly leaped from behind the courtyard wall and landed right before him. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Li Jin, but he was carrying an elderly man with pale skin and white hair on his shoulder. You take him back first. I will come shortly, Li Jin instructed, handing Runwushing over to Tian Buiwang. With urgency, be careful. Do not let him escape. Without waiting for a response, he darted back into the courtyard. Tian Buiwang was left in a state of confusion. However, glancing at the elderly man in his arms, he began to piece things together. Could it be that the objective was to rescue this old man? Who was he, and why was there a need to prevent him from escaping? With a head full of questions, Tian Buiwang swiftly carried Runwushing away. Li Jin did not wish to linger. He needed to return to tidy up and prevent Huang Zhonggong from discovering that someone had been there. He quickly returned to Huang Zhonggong's residence, relocked the door from the inside, ensuring its position matched exactly as Huang Zhonggong had left it, and continued to stealthily hide in the corner, waiting for Huang Zhonggong to open the door himself. This door lock was not like the one at the entrance of the secret passage, which could be locked from both inside and outside, lacking any skills akin to creating a clone. He had to resort to a more cumbersome method to avoid being immediately discovered. Through the perspective of the orangutan, Li Jin was aware of the timing of Huang Zhonggong's departure from the dungeon, estimating that it was nearly time. Indeed, shortly after Huang Zhonggong emerged from the secret passage, Li Jin patiently waited for him to finish tidying up, and only after half an hour did he see him open the main door. Seizing the opportunity, he stealthily slipped away. "What? You captured Runwushing?" Yu Buchuan exclaimed, utterly astonished. He quickly took a few steps forward and flung open the massive box that had just been carried up the mountain. Immediately spotting the long-missed face that it was indeed Runwushing. However, he appeared much older compared to his likeness from over a decade ago. He was currently slumbering within the box, looking rather haggard. Did he not die over a decade ago? Yu Buchuan asked in astonishment, "How did you manage to capture him?" "I learned of some unusual activity at Blackwood Cliff and knew someone had escaped. So, I followed the trail and discovered it was the demonic sect Xiang Wentian. Thus, I infiltrated and rescued him beforehand. However, I was using a disguise, so he likely does not know my true identity," Li Jin recounted briefly. Yu Buchuan was familiar with the commercial dealings of the Li family and had received some intelligence regarding the Five Mountain Sword sect from him. So he was not surprised and did not inquire further about the details. "Isn't that exceedingly perilous? Were there any injuries?" Yu Buchuan, unaware of Li Jin's stealth abilities, expressed concern, frowning, "Next time such a situation arises, you must consult with your master first." Li Jin felt warmth in his heart and smiled. "Master, you are aware of my capabilities. This was hardly difficult." Indeed, once he set aside the revitalization of the Huashan sect, Yu Buchuan proved to be quite reliable. However, how to deal with Runwushing was a matter that required careful consideration. Yu Buchuan furrowed his brow in contemplation and asked, "Does anyone else know of this?" "No," Li Jin affirmed resolutely. "Aside from you and me, No one knows that he is run-washing. Throughout this journey, those transporting him believe the box contained medicinal materials. There's another person aware that I rescued him, and that is Tian Bo, but he does not know the identity of this person. Excellent. Yubuchu nodded. You must now gather more intelligence on the demonic sect. There must be some unspeakable happenings related to what transpired at Blackwood Cliff back in the day. Understood. Li Jin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to mention the rebellion of Dongfang Bubi. Yubuchu paced back and forth for a while before continuing. As for Renwashing, we shall detain him for now. Remember, no one must know his identity, nor must Renwashing be aware of who has imprisoned him. Yes, Inlvzu Ali. Ren Inging, Xiang Wentian, and the orangutan exchanged bewildered glances. Observing the orangutan's lush fur, massive chest, thick lips, and innocent eyes, Ren Inging felt utterly defeated. Uncle Xiang, where is my father? Why have you brought back an orangutan? Ahem, Xiang Wentian coughed violently, spitting out blood before gasping. My subordinates were incompetent. In my haste to escape, I failed to capture them and extract the reason behind it. Through the orangutan's eyes, Li Jin observed the two before him, feeling a headache coming on. Beast size, unlimited range, requires guidance, directly controls your pet, and acts through its perspective. Over the past few days, he had periodically utilized this spell to control the orangutan, assisting it with its needs while also observing the state of the dungeon. Little did he expect that upon using the spell today, he would witness Xiang Wentian storming into the dungeon, disregarding the need to discern the orangutan's appearance, and while spitting blood, he operated the spell. In Li Jin's, the orangutan's, bewildered gaze, he severed the iron chains and carried it away, escaping from Meizhuang. The two, one person and one beast, narrowly made their way out. Ultimately, it was Ren Inging, Xiang Wentian, and the orangutan who exchanged breathless glances. Through Xiang Wentian's report, Li Jin learned of the events that transpired. Xiang Wentian truly lived up to his moniker of Heavenly King, as without the assistance of a swordmaster like Ling Huchong, he had used the traveling mountains and rivers map, the unadorned calligraphy, the bleeding chess manual, and the Guangling sand music score to deceive the four lords, seizing the opportunity to locate the secret passage and venture forth alone, attempting to rescue Run Washing. However, due to the numerous iron doors, he had wasted too much time and failed to reach the secret chamber before the enemy discovered him. ASA result, his wits turned to brute force. Xiang Wentian engaged in a fierce battle, severely injuring the four, and single-handedly rescued the orangutan Ren Washing. What a loyal and valiant subordinate! Unfortunately, it was a lonely rescued Li Jin was left with a headache, unsure of how to handle the situation. Replacing Ren Washing with an orangutan was merely a tactic to buy time, preventing drastic changes within the Sun-Moon holy cult and maintaining an appearance of balance in the martial world, thereby granting the Huashan sect more time for development. Little did he know that Xiang Wentian was too capable. Without Ling Huchong's assistance, he had managed to rescue the orangutan, directly disrupting his plans. Ren Ying furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the orangutan. When her gaze landed on a certain spot, her face flushed, and she quickly averted her eyes, asking, Uncle Xiang, could it be a mistake? This dungeon only has this one secret chamber, and the four traders mentioned that this was the former leader. It shouldn't be false. After I received the orangutan, it has been quite cooperative along the way, even carrying me when my subordinates were exhausted. It should be correct, right? Xiang Wentian's confidence was evidently wavering. Listening to this, Li Jin suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of a mischievous plan. The orangutan suddenly stood up and, to the astonishment of the two, walked over to the desk and picked up a pen. When an elixir is as empty as an empty box, always like a deep valley, the empty box can hold things, and the deep valley can contain water. Should there be inner breath, disperse it in the meridians and various sisu points. As the sentence was written, Xiang Wentian exclaimed joyfully, it is the essence of the star-absorbing technique. Only this handwriting. Once Xiang Wentian had received guidance from Ren Washing and had a slight understanding of the star-absorbing technique. However, he could only transfer the internal energy of others elsewhere. This moment. Upon seeing this incantation, he instantly recognized Li Jin was by no means a master of calligraphy. Moreover, with a gorilla in between, The characters he wrote could not be described as flowing like dragons and serpents, but could only be said to barely resemble the shapes of letters. Point 1 could only just about discern what the characters were. Meanwhile, Ren Ying and Xiang Wentian frowned as they watched, their hearts filled with anticipation, a tumultuous contradiction. The gorilla continued to write the incantation without pausing. I have been trapped at the bottom of the lake for many years. Poisoned by others, reduced to this ghastly state. My martial arts lost, unable to speak, with only half an hour of consciousness each day. Ren Ying exclaimed in surprise, "It is indeed my father." Yet upon glancing at the rugged exterior of the yellow-haired gorilla, she could not help but seethe with anger, saying, "Dongfang Bubi is truly heartless. My father had treated him well in the past, yet he dared to poison him to such an extent." Xiang Wentian, overwhelmed with emotion, coughed up blood again and gasped, "Cough, cough. I pay my respects to the leader. I have arrived late to rescue you. Please forgive me." The yellow-haired gorilla scratched his head and continued to write, "Brother Xiang, your loyalty moves me deeply, but in my current state, I can no longer serve as the leader. It would be a disservice to your earnest efforts." Xiang Wentian knelt down directly, respectfully stating, "I only wish to rescue the leader. I would brave fire and water without complaint." The gorilla ignored him and wrote on. "In the past, I left some contingencies. When the time is ripe, I can contact them to storm the Blackwood Cliff and eliminate that ungrateful wretch. Dongfang Bubi at that time, Brother Xiang can take the position of leader." Kneeling on the ground, Xiang Wentian extended his neck and tilted his head to read the characters on the paper, his expression changing dramatically as he knocked his head on the ground, saying, "I dare not. My mind is made up." Brother Xiang need not say more. "The time for my clarity is soon ending. You should gather more information on Dongfang Bubi before this sentence could be completed." The gorilla suddenly froze, grasped the brush, and curiously observed it before abruptly attempting to bite it, as if wanting to taste it. Ren Ying and Xiang Wentian were taken aback, hurriedly snatching the brush away. It appeared that the leader had indeed been harmed by Dongfang Bubi. Xiang Wentian stared blankly at the yellow-haired gorilla, who was freely expressing its nature in the courtyard, murmuring to himself. Ren Ying's eyes brimmed with tears as she vehemently declared, "That scoundrel Dongfang Bubi shall face 1,000 cuts." Her thoughts raced as she devised a plan, calling out loudly to the outside, "Green Bamboo Elder." Upon removing the bee's sigh, Li Jin could not help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Truly, plans cannot keep up with changes. Who would have thought that Xiang Wentian could forcibly rescue Ren Wuxing under such circumstances? Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, turning the mishap into an opportunity, and was compelled to play the role of Ren Wuxing. To prevent exposure, he feigned having only a brief period of clarity each day. This way, whenever faced with questions he wished to avoid, he could escape under the guise of not being fully conscious. The gorilla itself served as an eye, providing a continuous stream of information from Ren Ying. When necessary, he could even pretend to be one of the contingencies left by Ren Wuxing, collaborating to raid the Blackwood Cliff for a bounty. This was indeed a multifaceted gain. By interfering with critical plot developments, he obtained 2,400 points, with a current balance of 2,400 points, although this round of operations did not yield a vast number of points. It was a hook that would bring forth an endless stream of points. Li Jin looked forward to this. Xiang Wentian needed time to recuperate, and preparing to attack the Blackwood Cliff would also require some time. In the meantime, he could continue to drag Tian Buoguang out for some adventures while conveniently harvesting some points in the secret chamber. After discussing insights on a righteous chi with Yu Buchuan, Li Jin was instructed, "Jiner, on the 6th of next month, it is the 50th birthday of Daoist Tianmen. You shall deliver a congratulatory gift to the Taishan sect on behalf of your master." Li Jin was puzzled, saying, "Isn't this something that the senior brother should usually handle?" Yu Buchuan's face darkened as he replied, "Chonger has been lazy in his martial arts practice lately. His progress is hardly commendable. While on the mountain, I can supervise him. If he descends, he would truly become a shepherd." Upon hearing this, Li Jin silently mourned for Ling Hu Chong for a moment, before Li Jin became his disciple. Ling Hu Chong, with his exceptional talent, though often slacking, was still considered a leading figure among the mediocre disciples of the Huashan sect. Thus, although Yu Buchuan was somewhat dissatisfied, he could barely tolerate it, only occasionally imposing some punishment. However, ever since Li Jin ascended the mountain, the situation had changed dramatically. Li Jin came from a wealthy background, yet he did not indulge in luxuries. He practiced diligently, possessed outstanding talent, and his character was exemplary. To the members of the Huashan sect, he appeared to have no shortcomings at all, making Ling Huchong seem utterly insignificant in comparison. Yu Buchuan was not blind. With such a comparison, he immediately found Ling Huchong unsatisfactory in every aspect. Let that disciple take Tian Boiwang. That fellow is now quite a formidable force, and there are also debts he's incurred near Taishan. It would be convenient to make a trip. Yu Buchuan's expression was peculiar as he finally said after a long pause. I find that his current martial arts skills are rather impressive. Jin understood and nodded. Indeed. However, he is not a disciple of Huashan. Master, you have not violated your original oath. That is true. Yu Buchuan conceded slightly. You have always had your own opinions, and your actions are governed by your own principles. But isn't this perhaps too good for him? Hearing this, Li Jin shook his head and smiled. Master, you can not only view him from an outsider's perspective. On the surface, he seems to have a stable life, profound martial arts training, and even countless women and children. It seems not unlike an emperor of the mortal realm. Yu Buchuan frowned but remained silent. However, none of this was what he desired. What is the greatest achievement for a flower thief? It is to enjoy without any responsibility. Cough, cough. Yu Buchuan's expression turned strange. Jin continued. Tian Boiwang's original martial arts were already quite remarkable. Master, you have attempted to subdue him multiple times without success. If he were to earnestly walk the martial world, take on some responsibilities, act heroically, punish evil, and promote good, he would surely become a formidable figure, or even a general in battle. Alternatively, if he emulated those who rob the rich to help the poor, he could also become quite wealthy. Yet he has chosen none of these paths. He only wishes to be a flower thief. A flower thief without responsibilities. He harbors little ambition for martial arts, wealth, or honor. What, then, is the greatest punishment for such a villain? Yu Buchuan pondered for a moment before replying. The way of heaven is to diminish the excess and supplement the insufficient. The way of man is to diminish the insufficient and bestow the excess. Jin momentarily faltered. Although he claimed to be a scholar, he only had a superficial understanding of such texts. He blinked and decided not to engage further, continuing with his own thoughts. In short, it is to deprive him of his pleasures. He must pay for his wrongs, ultimately leading him to suffer an endless regret until he dies in agony. The wealthy should be given more. The lacking must have even their little taken away. Jin could not recall where he had heard that saying, but it was quite fitting in this context. What Tian Boiwang did not need, he would deliberately provide him. If he wished for a carefree life while evading responsibility, he would not have it his way, but would be compelled to take responsibility to the end, or else his tools for crime would be confiscated. Yu Buchuan looked astonished. This indeed aligns with the teachings of the sages to enlighten the people. Often, the world merely seeks to eliminate evildoers outright, but has never considered such a method of encouraging virtue. Could this be the reason you grasped the concept of righteous qi? Li Jin. It was merely a pretext to collect points. There was no grand, selfless notion behind it. He felt somewhat embarrassed and scratched his head. Continuing, in any case, simply compensating these hundreds of women will undoubtedly leave him with no extra energy to commit further evils. Moreover, Li Jin would not grant him any opportunities for enjoyment. Only when facing a tank could the woman choose the method of compensation. For the more normal situations, he must resort to other means of compensating. Compensation methods include, but are not limited to monetary reparations, beatings, or even death. After all, he can be resurrected. At this moment, Yu Buchuan's thoughts surged, and he could not continue the discussion, hastily instructing a few things before heading to his study. Jin watched his retreating figure, his emotions complex. What a fine gentleman's sword had been marred by his own actions. Truly a misdeed. Before he descended the mountain, Feng Qingyang finally recalled that he still had an extraordinary skill yet to be imparted. He summoned both him and Ling Huchong to a secret chamber. You too must remember, the Duga Nine Swords is an exceptionally rare martial art that demands extraordinary talent. IT must not be carelessly taught, for doing so could only bring harm. Understand that within the entire Huashan sect, only the two of you meet the criteria. If others were to learn this sword technique, they would only flounder in combat. It would be far better for them to wield their swords with precision, thereby increasing their chances of success. Li Jin and Ling Hu Chong nodded in unison, replying, "Yes, Master Feng." After a round of instruction, Li Jin had gained a preliminary understanding of this unparalleled sword technique from the original text. As Feng Qingyang had described, this swordplay indeed required exceptional talent. However, this so-called talent was not some esoteric concept. The essence of the Dugan Nine swords lay in anticipating the enemy's moves and attacking when they were most vulnerable, which necessitated an accurate judgment of the opponent's next action. How could one achieve this? There were two methods. The first relied on innate eyesight, reaction speed, and keen judgment. Some individuals are born with an intuitive ability to predict how their opponent will strike next, allowing them to instinctively devise countermeasures, much like certain martial arts masters, boxers, and fencers from Earth. Even some elite esports players possess similar abilities. Their reaction times are extraordinarily fast, and after rigorous training, they can execute unimaginable feats. The second method is based on extensive combat experience, that if a swordsman possesses adequate intelligence and physical prowess, and has undergone decades of intense practical training, witnessing a plethora of martial arts techniques, they could, in the heat of battle, discern the potential moves from their opponent's initial stance, thus qualifying them to learn the Dugun Nine swords. However, for the latter to occur without immense fortune, lifespan and physical capacity would become significant barriers, making it nearly impossible. Hence, the successors of the Dugan Nine swords are left with only the first option. Yet, individuals of such caliber are evidently extremely rare. In the Huashan sect, Ling Hu Chong is a true natural swordsman. While Li Jin has developed formidable attributes through stacking buffs, significantly enhancing his reaction speed, thus allowing him to wield the Dugan Nine swords with finesse. Jiner, although your journey down the mountain is arduous and fraught with fatigue, do not neglect your training. Feng Qingyang mused, reflecting on the exceptional talent of the other, and could not help but lament, "That lad you, how could he bear to let you descend? Master, this is my own request." The inheritor of the evil dissipating sword technique must periodically reveal themselves to draw the attention of the martial world and simultaneously eliminate the hidden threats posed by the Songzhan sect, thereby preventing them from causing further trouble. Ha! You rascal! Feng Qingyang chuckled at the thought of Tian Boiwang's disguised appearance. That scoundrel encountering you. Who knows whether it is a blessing or a curse for him? He has gained something while simultaneously losing something. Feng Qingyang immediately grasped his humor, unable to suppress a laugh. You young lad bear a striking resemblance to my former self. After their banter, he became somewhat solemn. Though this undertaking defies convention, it possesses its own logic. Perhaps we should consider it as a test for future disciples of Huashan when they traverse the martial world. Li Jin, in the future, when inner disciples venture out for training, they must capture a villain and ensure their complete atonement before they can return to the mountain. This, Li Jin was taken aback. I was just pondering that the Howren righteous chi technique not only greatly benefits martial arts, but also has the power to save lives. If it were solely used for slaughter in the martial world, it would be a waste of its potential. Why not utilize it to traverse the world, punishing evildoers while also promoting the name of Huashan? Li Jin couldn't help but admire the old man. Originally, he had merely intended to exploit Tan Boiwang's situation for some benefits. Yet Feng Qingyang had perceived another opportunity for Huashan's renown. He felt a twinge of shame and said, "Master, you are indeed wise." Ha! Feng Qingyang beamed with pride. Heaven has bestowed upon Jiner the Howren righteous chi technique for Huashan. Although I am old, I cannot squander this wonderful opportunity. The impetus for reforming the Huashan sect, with profound implications, earned him 10,000 points, current balance. 10,000 points. Astonishing. He never expected that such a minor alteration in sect regulations could yield such a bounty. Li Jin, filled with excitement, began to envision even more possibilities. In the Erlong village, several bandits lay in pools of blood, most having their throats slit by a single sword strike, while a few bore numerous fine wounds. Amidst the scattered corpses, a man and a woman stood in confrontation. The evil dissipating sword technique is indeed formidable. A bloodied middle-aged man, dressed like a mountain savage, thrust his sword into the ground behind him, struggling to remain upright, his face a mask of fury, teeth nearly ground to dust. But our Erlong village has no quarrel with you. Why target us? The woman, clad in pirate garb, was none other than Tian Boguang. Hearing this, she scoffed, Fei Bin, the renowned master of the Songzhan sect, since you find yourself here. Why pose such a trivial question? Fei Bin's cheeks twitched, rendering him speechless. Tian Boguang, seeing his silence, smiled alluringly and said, You must be wondering why I have yet to finish you off. Her smile bloomed like flowers in March, evoking a sense of spring in those who beheld it. Despite his grave injuries, Fei Bin felt a flicker of attraction at her smile and was momentarily taken aback, hastily composing himself, gritting his teeth. Your martial prowess surpasses mine. If you wish to kill, then do so. No need for the charade. Haha. Tian Boguang nonchalantly wiped the blood from her sword, sheathing it before continuing. I suspect you are waiting for your comrades from the Songzhan sect, lying in ambush below the mountain, to come to your aid. Aren't you? Fei Bin's heart surged with suspicion. This female thief knew of the ambush, yet remained so composed in their conversation. Could it be that? His eyes widened in alarm as he shouted, Not good! Everyone run! Before his words finished, several swift figures burst through the gates of the mountain stronghold. Tian Boguang crossed her arms, supporting her additional weight, displaying an air of calm, with her sword hanging at her waist. Watching the group with no intention of striking. Upon seeing the carnage, the newcomers' eyes turned bloodshot, as if they were ready to devour their foes. Rest assured, senior brother, or uncle, we shall surely capture them today. Yet, their words had not fully escaped their lips when several pitch-black iron balls descended from the sky, landing amidst the crowd. Alarmed, they hastily wielded their swords to strike at the iron balls. Fei Bin, sensing danger, shouted, Don't! Boom! Boom! With a cacophony of explosive blasts, the crowd was instantly enveloped in smoke and dust, obscuring the scene from outsiders. Only scattered flesh and blood were propelled through the air by the shockwaves. Fei Bin's eyes widened. Unable to sustain his body any longer, he collapsed to the ground. You are so ruthless. As the dust settled, silence reigned in the area, with not a single Songzhan disciple left standing. A man clad in tight-fitting gray attire, with the lower half of his face covered by a mask, suddenly revealed himself in the crossbeam of the stronghold's door and gracefully descended, beginning his search. Ah, isn't that Qian Zhongsong? It's been a few days. Why do you look so haggard? The ninja-clad Li Jin chuckled at the sight of the half-body of Shitenda, blood continuously pouring from his mouth. Having joined forces with Tian Boguang to take down numerous strongholds and slay many, they had become quite accustomed to the sight of corpses, showing no sympathy for those who had committed heinous acts. Thus, they remained remarkably composed amidst the hell's cape before them. Shitenda's arms were blown apart, and one eye had been blasted from its socket, yet the other remained intact. Upon hearing the taunt, his throat convulsed violently. Blood gushed forth, but he could not utter a single word. He struggled for a few breaths before staring blankly into the void, devoid of life. Oh, how unfortunate that he still clings to life, without closing his eyes. My heart is kind, yet I cannot bear to witness this. Jin turned his head, and with a swift kick, he overturned the lifeless body of Shi Dengda, Tian Boguang. Fei Bin, witnessing this, was overwhelmed with rage, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood before collapsing unconscious. The disciples of the Nine, who were unfamiliar with the current generation, were astonished to discover that Li Jin had cast aside the long sword that had been blasted into 2 pieces and confirmed all the corpses present. Upon roughly categorizing them by age and attire, he discovered at least 6 disciples of the 13 Taibao level from the Songzhan faction, such as those from the Nine, in addition to over 22nd generation disciples, exemplified by Qianzhong's song, Shi Dengda. The Songzhan sect had sustained grave injuries. It was likely incapable of instigating the unification of the 5 mountains in the near future, maintaining a posture with his arms crossed. Tian Boguang approached and inquired, What shall we do with Fei Bin? Li Jin pondered for a moment, waved his right hand, and said, Kill him. He is of no use to us. Tian Boguang shrugged, sighed, and kicked the ground, causing a long sword to swiftly fly out. piercing through Fei Bin's body from below and embedding itself to the hilt. The unfortunate De Songyang shuddered, passing away in his unconscious state. Hiss! Li Jin couldn't help but feel a chill in his lower body. Instinctively clenching his legs together and casting an exasperated glare at Tian Boguang. Why such a heavy taste? Tian Boguang maintained a stoic expression, regarding him with a deadpan gaze, remaining silent yet elevating his chest higher. All right. Li Jin sighed. You won't need to play this role for a long time. Once we reach Jinan, I'll arrange for you to be replaced. Don't say I lack compassion. Can I refuse? Oh, by the way, there's several lovers waiting for you to comfort them in Jinan, so don't slack off. The two bantered as they descended the mountain. After they had walked some distance, the bushes beside the mountain's stronghold toilet suddenly rustled. A foul-smelling young man cautiously poked his head out, his expression filled with terror. I must return and inform the sect leader. He carefully descended the mountain via another path, immediately mounting the horse he had left behind and galloping toward Songzhan, completely oblivious to the fact that his garments were thoroughly soaked in a stench-laden dark the Taishan sect. The kind-hearted Timin Daoist smiled warmly, saying, Nephew, you have traveled thousands of miles to deliver congratulatory gifts. Upon your return, please convey my thanks to Master Yu. Li Jin replied politely, It is but my duty. No need for thanks. Tianmin Daoist stroked his beard and continued, I have heard that recently a wicked woman skilled in the use of sinister sword techniques has annihilated numerous small factions and strongholds. Seemingly on her way to Huazhan, it is quite perilous. Have you encountered her? Li Jin's lips twitched. Thank you for your concern, Master Tianmin, but we have not encountered her. That is good. Be sure to exercise caution on your return journey. Tianmin Daoist advised earnestly, then turned to Tian Boguang. If by misfortune you find yourselves in peril, let this fellow hold the rear while you escape. Tian Boguang. Are you being polite? Li Jina Guarli Shukla. Master, I end these past days of conversing with you. While I do not wholly agree with your so-called educational philosophy, given my nature, I would have swiftly slain that scoundrel. However, upon further reflection, if it can benefit those suffering, it could be considered a merit. Tianmin Daoist, somewhat reluctant, continued to speak. Nephew, you are destined to our Daoist teachings. Should you ever find yourself without a place to go, you're always welcome at the Taishan sect. Bah, you are the one with nowhere to go. How inauspicious. Li Jin silently scoffed, yet outwardly he had no choice but to respond politely. You flatter me, Master. After which he glanced at the sky and said, Master, it is getting late, and we must make our way to Jinan. I must depart. Having finally dealt with Tianmin Daoist, the two braved the midday sun as they headed towards Jinan. Tianmin Daoist watched them leave with reluctance at the entrance until their figures vanished from sight. Then he dismissed those around him, concealing a letter that Li Jin had secretly passed him in his sleeve, and retreated to a hidden chamber to read it. After a long while, a thunderous roar echoed within the chamber. UGZ, how dare you? As Li Jin made his way down the mountain, he suddenly received a series of notifications. Participated in the internal conflict of the Taishan sect, earning 1,000 points. Current balance, 1,000 points. Completely reversed the outcome of the Taishan sect's internal conflict, earning 4,000 points. Current balance, 5,000 points. Gained the gratitude of Tianmin Daoist, earning 1,000 points. Current balance, 6,000 points. That IT was worth the days he had spent stealthily gathering substantial evidence against UGZ and unearthing numerous accomplices. This was truly a small harvest. He decisively infused all the points into the game. Looking at the game time he had painstakingly accumulated during this period, a smile crept across his face. It was enough to play intensely for 3 days and nights. Tonight, he intended to indulge thoroughly. Gulping down a breath of warm air, Li Jin casually tossed an empty bottle into his backpack. Feeling a bit warmer, the IT must be the Winter-Spring Fire Wine. Winter-Spring Fire Wine requires level 45. Usage. Increases your melee attack power by 35 points. Enlarges your physique, and lasts for 20 minutes. A battle potion, 1 minute cooldown. This consumable can only be obtained from the bear monsters of Winter Spring Valley. Drinking it in the frigid weather provides warmth without the need for a fire. The Winter-Spring Valley where Li Jin currently found himself was not the game's version that could be traversed in just a few minutes, but a vast snowfield spanning several hundred kilometers. The howling cold wind blew day and night, occasionally bringing flurries of snow and ice particles that infiltrated through the seams of one's clothing, melting and then freezing within the layers, creating a bone-chilling cold. Apart from the main road leading to Yongwang town, everywhere was buried in snow over knee-deep. Thus, even riding a warhorse, swift travel was impossible. Moreover, the seemingly flat snowfield occasionally concealed snow pits, making it impossible to gallop recklessly. The winter-spring bears residing here had formed small communities around the geothermal springs to combat the cold. They not only had thick fur, but also shaman priests who wielded fire totems. And they had developed excellent brewing skills. The winter-spring fire wine was crafted from their unique resources, including geothermal springs and ice-covered grasses. Unfortunately, this wine could only be dropped by them, and no bear monster would teach Li Jin their brewing techniques. Perhaps he could stealthily learn from them as a rogue or druid in the future. Li Jin shook his head, casting aside this impractical thought for the moment, as unlocking the next character was still a distant prospect. Now at level 57, he needed just 1 or 2 more tasks worth of experience to reach level 58. Level 58 would allow him to venture into the Outland, where a plethora of tasks and far superior rewards awaited him. Li Jin tightened his cloak against the biting wind, sought shelter in a corner, and took out a map. After comparing it thoroughly, he finally discerned his location and set off towards the task site. Once the task was completed, he vowed never to return to this wretched place for leveling again. Why not choose the Eastern Plague Lands or Silithus for leveling? The former was teeming with zombies and infected beasts, while the latter was riddled with insect burrows. He had previously taken a look and was thoroughly disgusted. Just recalling the surging tides of zombies and insects made him feel a bit nauseous. It was not only visually repugnant, but also posed an exceptionally high difficulty for leveling at this moment. The level 58 paladin lacked effective crowd control methods, relying solely on command seal and consecration, which was simply insufficient. Encountering a moderately sized tide of zombies or insects would almost certainly lead to a grim fate of running away from corpses. After searching around, Winter-Spring Valley was the most reliable option. Though the weather was indeed harsh, after trudging through the biting cold wind for half an hour, he finally caught a glimpse of a massive rock in the distance amid the swirling snow. Frostblade Rock. Upon a closer inspection down the slope, several wandering frost sabers came into view. Jin decisively drew his massive two-handed sword, took a moment to flex his nearly frozen limbs, and dashed down the hill to launch an attack on a solitary frost saber. The beast, noticing him from a distance, emitted a low growl and charged towards him. Employing his footwork, Li Jin deftly shifted his position, evading the creature like a matador, while simultaneously slicing through the frost saber's side with his greatsword, resulting in 4 damage indicators. This was a combination of a basic attack, a Crusader strike, and 2 coordinated attacks from Divine Storm, which collectively reduced the beast's health by nearly half as the frost saber landed. It stumbled momentarily, but its wounds quickly vanished, restoring its combat prowess as it roared and lunged at him once more. Truly, the digitized embodiment of these creatures was utterly unreasonable. Complaining to himself, Li Jin replicated his previous maneuver and once again diminished the creature's health by half. Though the frost saber retained its combat effectiveness after landing, its health was now almost entirely depleted. Enraged, the frost saber began to call for its companions. Yet, before it could utter a sound, it was struck by a colossal hammer of light that descended from above. Rendering it unconscious, I had anticipated that move. With a swift slide, Li Jin positioned himself before the fallen beast, and without rising, delivered a fierce uppercut with his left hand, striking the frost saber squarely on its jaw. The creature had no chance to cry out before it was toppled, meeting its demise. After so many battles, I've grown wary of these creatures that summon allies. After gathering the spoils, just as he was preparing to complete his elite quest in one breath, a voice suddenly broke the silence beside him. "Young blood elf, you seem in quite a hurry. Where might you be headed?" Li Jin was startled. Until now, he had not encountered other players. Only NPCs greeted him. However, He could not recall any tribe camps or NPCs in this vicinity. Had he misremembered, turning to focus, he beheld a tall Tauren clad in a thin blue leather outfit, smiling amiably at him. In this frigid landscape, the attire appeared woefully inadequate against the biting cold. Hello. Li Jin replied politely, just hunting a bit, trying to make a living. The Tauren ambled closer, exuding familiarity. I am Adaloris, as you see, an adventurer. Adaloris? Li Jin mused, finding the name somewhat familiar, yet unable to place it. Your skills are quite impressive. Would you be interested in joining my adventure team? How absurd. He had no recollection of such a quest in Winterspring. Li Jin, masking his suspicion with feigned delight, responded, Do you really think my skills are noteworthy? Thank you for the compliment. May I ask the name of your adventure team and where it is based? Adaloris chuckled heartily. My adventure team does not possess a name, but our base is not far from here. Simply follow the main road south of Everlook, pass through a gorge inhabited by frost giants, and you shall arrive. Our team has formidable mentors who can aid you in acquiring greater power. A gorge inhabited by frost giants. That could only refer to the Whispering Gorge. That place is teeming with demons. Li Jin's heart sank as he realized the true nature of his interlocutor. This was a demon attempting to entice him into the Whispering Gorge to learn fell magic, connecting the dots. He recalled Adaloris's identity, one of the 4 demons to be slain for the Hunter's Epic Bow quest, the affable Adaloris. Had he not completed this task in the nostalgic version of the game, he might not have remembered. This demon typically roamed the slopes east of Frostfire Ridge, usually in a neutral NPC state, only becoming hostile to players undertaking the Hunter's Epic Bow quest. That it was indeed novel that this creature would actively lure players into the Whispering Gorge in a hyper-realistic game world. Oh, if I have the chance, I shall certainly pay a visit. Please do not leave without me. Adaloris grinned widely, producing a small trinket and handing it to Li Jin. This is a token of our adventure team. Once you surpass the gorge, simply hold it aloft, and someone will come to escort you to the camp. Li Jin accepted the trinket, scrutinizing it closely. It was about the size of a gold coin. Dark red throughout, with a silhouette of a creature etched in its center. Though indistinct, it vaguely suggested a massive form with enormous wings, Adaloris's mark. Trinket. Use. Generates a wave of fell energy, an item he had never encountered in the game before. He discreetly stowed the trinket, feigning joy. Thank you ever so much. Adaloris, seeing him accept the gift, said no more, exchanging a few pleasantries before excusing himself. Watching the Tauren gradually vanish into the snowstorm, Li Jin began to ponder. This seemed to be a hidden faction quest, though it could also be a trap. He wondered if the demon truly sought to recruit him into the Burning Legion or merely aimed to lure him into the Whispering Gorge for his demise. It was quite a dilemma. If the demon harbored malicious intent, he currently lacked the confidence to resist successfully. Now was not the opportune moment. Once he reached maximum level and acquired decent equipment, he would reconsider. With overwhelming strength, he could undoubtedly navigate any traps that awaited him. With this thought, Li Jin refocused his attention on the Frostfire Ridge before him, completing the quest. Helotam, with the letters on the quest scroll gradually fading. Li Jin finally ascended to level 5-8. He leveled up. Ecstatic, he abandoned all remaining unfinished quests and sprinted towards the flight manager in Everlook. His destination was Orgrimmar. This flight route is rather lengthy. I will need a reliable companion to guide me. The flight manager rambled on while sifting through a flock of drakes. Is there really a chance of getting lost on this journey? Li Jin thought, alarmed. Ultimately, a drake with a noticeably larger physique than its companions was selected, and the manager retrieved a few fish from a basket to feed it. This one will do, young man. Hop on and set off. Li Jin quickly replied. One moment, please. I need to prepare. With that, he rummaged through his pack, pulling out several pieces of rune cloth and pelts, wrapping himself snugly, even ensuring to cover his helmet. Before mounting the drake, stating in a muffled voice, All right, we can depart. The manager nodded in approval. Well done on your preparations, young man. If only I had been this cautious in my youth, my knees wouldn't ache so much now. The drake shook its head, sprinted a few paces, and leapt into the air, soaring steadily into the sky. The biting wind instantly penetrated the rune cloth and pelts, whisking away much of his warmth. However, compared to his first flight, it was significantly more comfortable. Having learned from his previous experience, Li Jin had thoughtfully prepared these supplies to avoid freezing on the Drake's back. After several hours of flight, they finally departed the frigid winter spring, diving down from a slope to glide over a terrain interspersed with dense forests and ruins, the land of Azhara. After another lengthy flight, they finally soared through the back gates of Orgrimmar. As soon as Li Jin landed, he hurriedly made his way to the Spirit Rise. Why not take the Zeppelin outside the city? Because the Spirit Rise offers a portal directly to the Blasted Lands. If he took the Zeppelin, it would undoubtedly take days and nights to reach the Stanglethorn Vale. Coupled with the time spent riding, all the hard-earned gaming hours would be squandered on travel. Having exchanged friendly greetings with the mage priests and trainers of Spirit Valley, Li Jin suppressed his bubbling excitement and stepped into the portal, still reeling from the disorientation of his teleportation. He was suddenly struck by a pungent, acrid smell. As his vision adjusted, an inexplicable sense of desolation washed over him. Before him lay a sky thick with ominous clouds and parched earth, the ground charred black and permeated by the odor of sulfur, devoid of any trace of vegetation. This was the dark marsh, ravaged by the burning legion. Li Jin scanned his surroundings and noticed a small hill ahead, from which a corner of the dark portal was visible. Climbing the slope, he finally beheld the full visage of the dark portal point. Two towering statues of humanoid figures supported the crossbeam of the gate, where a massive black vortex spun ceaselessly at its center. Countless stars shimmering through the portal, exuding an aura of mystery and danger. Diverting his gaze from the dark portal, Li Jin soon discovered the encampment situated before it. For years, the dark portal had stood silently in the cursed land, akin to a forgotten monument. Now, war had shattered this tranquility. After successfully thwarting the demon invasion of Azeroth, our forces crossed the dark portal, marching straight towards the demon's lair. This was a brutal melee, with some even positing that defeat might be our fate. Thus, the responsibility of overcoming our formidable foes fell squarely upon the shoulders of the Blood Elf Paladins. It was our sole choice, should you wish to lend a hand. Report immediately to General Warren, who awaits you in the Outlands. Li Jin hastily penned the task details, saluted the task-issuing commander, Hun, and made his way towards the dark portal. As the ripples of the portal enveloped him, he found himself momentarily disoriented, only to be greeted by an entirely different scene. That he stood atop a high platform, gazing down at a vast set of steps, where hordes of demons relentlessly surged towards the dark portal. Concurrently, a cacophony of immense sounds reached his ears. Following the noise, he beheld a colossal figure brandishing its weapon against the warriors of the Horde and Alliance. The thunderous clamor was the result of its weapon crashing against the ground. It was an abyssal commander, towering at least 10 meters high. The weapon in its grasp resembled a wall. While the game had yet to convey the magnitude of such a creature, facing it in person illuminated the immense courage required for these warriors to engage in combat. New recruits, hurry here to report. Stop dawdling. Watch out for the hellfire. These evil orcs were far too densely packed. Li Jin concealed himself in a hollow of the mountainside, peering down at the fortress below. This was a stronghold known as Sethek Halls, spanning several hundred meters, with countless evil orcs patrolling incessantly within. There was no way to storm through the front entrance, as one might in the game, and the enemies mere meters away would not ignore the battle of their companions, simply because they were out of aggro range. Li Jin had attempted several times. Engaging just one patrolling orc would instantly attract a swarm of 10 or more to pummel him. Even in invulnerability, he could not escape. These orcs chased him for several streets before finally slaying him. Truly infuriating. The only consolation was that the quests in Hellfire Peninsula were indeed rich in experience and rewards. Upon completing the initial quests in Shatrath, his gear had significantly improved, and his level had already reached 59. Initially, he felt little difference, but as the quest progressed, he quickly realized a grave issue. The monsters were far too densely concentrated. Yet, considering the circumstances, it was only natural. This was the front line of the Outland's incursion into Azeroth, home to the largest war fortress of the Outland, where countless evil orc warriors and demons congregated. The leaked fell energy rendering the entire Hellfire Peninsula barren. One could easily stumble upon groups of evil orcs and demons in the wild. The areas under the control of the Alliance and Horde were limited to a few camps surrounding Shatrath. Li Jin had died in the Outlands more times than he had during the entirety of his previous 58 levels. Why hadn't he chosen to level a druid or rogue? Then he could have stealthily infiltrated and plundered. He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. No, he must not squander precious gaming time on these tasks. After observing the throngs of evil orcs within Sethek halls, he realized there was simply no way to proceed, thus opting to abandon this venture and pursue other quests. Cautiously, he distanced himself from Sethek halls, ensuring no orc was in sight, before finally exhaling in relief and mounting his steed towards the next quest point. I shall remember this grudge. Once I reach max level, I will return to settle the score. As he battled a vulture, Li Jin silently vowed, "We shall see." At that moment, he suddenly felt tremors beneath his feet, which grew increasingly pronounced with the passage of time. Not far off, the ground fissured, spewing forth a magma-like liquid, the acrid scent of sulfur almost suffocating. How had the vultures managed to survive in such a place? Li Jin couldn't help but wonder. However, it appeared that volcanic activity was imminent. He couldn't recall such an event in the quest area of Hellfire Peninsula. Wait, the ground tremors? Intensifying? Could it be? A deafening roar erupted behind him, causing stars to burst in his vision, his eardrums nearly rupturing. Struggling to turn around, he beheld a massive mechanical construct, steam billowing from its shoulders, raising its arm to strike him down. Boom! In an instant, the world faded to gray and white, leaving him in a state of awaiting his soul's release. Damn it! I forgot about this guy. Fell Reaver. Humph. I shall remember this grudge as well. I was laughing cheerfully before bed last night. How did I wake up so displeased? Tion Bagong, having breakfast, anxiously stole glances at Li Jin. The latter, with a scowl, bit into a large bun, shoving a mouthful of pickled vegetables into his mouth. Chewing with force. Just before logging off the previous night, he had barely managed to reach level 60, only to have time run out before he could learn any skills or mount training. Originally, he had planned to learn riding first, then buy a griffin to fly directly to Shatrath, using the City S portal to return and learn skills. But that plan had fallen through. The difficulty of leveling had greatly exceeded his expectations. The frustrations of dying had consumed much of his time. Hence, he awoke in such a foul mood. Under the oppressive atmosphere, Tion Bagong silently waited for him to finish eating before cautiously asking, "What are the plans for today?" Li Jin retorted, "Taking you to the debtor's house to repay the debt." What else could there be? Tion Bagong recoiled slightly, daring not to speak further. "Are you done eating? Hurry up and let us go. Don't dawdle." "I'm done. Let us move." The two resided at the Li family tavern branch in Jinan, where the innkeeper had been waiting at the door. Upon seeing Li Jin prepare to leave, he immediately bowed and led the way. Guided by the innkeeper, they swiftly arrived at a lively establishment. "Gentlemen, come and enjoy." On the second floor, the ladies waved their handkerchiefs. Beckoning the passing Li Jin sighed, losing interest in entering, and turned to Tion Bagong. "This is yet another unfortunate girl. Her nickname is Yenard. I wonder if you still remember her face. Go redeem her." With that, he tossed a stack of silver notes to Tion Bagong and stood with arms crossed on the roadside, diagonally opposite the brothel. Tion Bagong, not daring to provoke his ill temper, caught the notes and hurried towards the establishment, quickly disappearing inside as the madam praised him effusively. Igina's thoughts had shifted to the new skills he had learned. Holy Storm, a spell with a base mana cost of 12. Instant cast and a 10-second cooldown, requiring a melee weapon. It deals 110 weapon damage to up to 4 enemies within an 8-yard radius. Holy Storm also heals up to 3 party or raid members, with the total healing amount equal to 25 of the damage it inflicts. This was a skill that would fundamentally transform the paladin's damage output. Area damage. Healing, castable without a target, capable of revealing hidden units around him. Much like the Command Seal and the Crusader Strike, the moment he unlocked his talents, a profound understanding of the holy light surged within him, ultimately coalescing into an incantation that intertwined itself within his mind. Merely uttering this incantation caused the sacred energy within him to stir restlessly, emanating a sharp aura, as if yearning to burst forth in all directions, just as he contemplated seeking a secluded corner to test his newfound skill. A sudden commotion captured his attention. Two middle-aged men, one adorned with a long flute at his waist, and the other bearing a zither upon his back, were followed closely by two young maidens of striking beauty. Lu Zhengfeng, Chu Yang, what brings them to Jinan? Lu Zhengfeng and Chu Yang appeared oblivious to his presence, engrossed in their conversation. Without the clapper, this piece lacks a certain vigor. Indeed, the resonance of the drum harmonizes with the pulse, capable of stirring emotions in turn. Perhaps this could later be woven into our own compositions. Jean mused. These two tone-deaf individuals seem to be traversing the world, refining their music, even bringing along daughters and granddaughters to this vibrant locale. Lu Jing and Chu Fian were quietly sharing laughter when suddenly, Chu Fian's keen eyes fell upon Li Jin, instantly recalling the matter of the returning Swallow Tower. "Itsu. You are the one." She frowned, unable to recall Li Jin's name, the one who had caused Tian Boguang to soil himself. Lu Jing looked at Li Jin in utter disbelief, her gaze suddenly shifting in an unusual direction. Li Jin interjected, "Children should refrain from speaking out of turn." Lu Zhengfeng and Chu Yang halted their steps at this remark. "Fian, what sort of behavior is this?" Chu Yang admonished, albeit somewhat sheepishly added. "Fian is merely impetuous. I hope the young hero will forgive her, and no harm done." Li Jin waved his hand. "Children speak without restraint." Chu Fian promptly retorted, "I am not a child." Li Jin gazed down at her petite stature, his expression innocently bemused. Chu Fian stood her ground defiantly. "I am not small." "Jingjing, you agree, don't you?" Li Jin's eyes involuntarily darted away. "Indeed, you are not small." Lu Jing, exhibiting a measure of decorum, quickly pulled Chu Fian aside. "All right, enough. Please refrain from speaking." Chu Yang sighed. Fian has been somewhat neglected in her upbringing, too forward, and has embarrassed the young hero. "Ha! Miss Chu is truly candid and refreshingly innocent." Li Jin brushed off the matter. Bowing formally to both men, the younger generation, Li Jin of Mount Hua, pays respects to Uncle Lu and Uncle Qiu. No need for such formality. Lu Zhengfeng stroked his beard. "I am no longer a member of the martial world. Merely a musician now. There is no need for you to address me as Uncle. Li Jin, upon hearing this, offered no further pretensions, responding instead, "Greetings, Uncle Lu and Uncle Chu. What brings you to Jinan, young nephew?" "If it pertains to martial matters, there is no need to discuss it. Oh, it's nothing much, just escorting Tian Boguang." Li Jin recounted the explanation he had previously given to Yu Buchuan. Lu Zhengfeng and Chu Yang listened, momentarily taken aback. "Young nephew truly is." Lu Zhengfeng pondered for a long time, unable to find suitable words to describe it. Chu Yang, hailing from the Sun and Moon Holy Cult, found this novel approach more readily acceptable. To deal with such a rogue, this is the way to go. To simply slay him would be too merciful. However, if it were me, I would have him bound and subjected to a day of slow torture, peeling away layers of flesh, allowing him to heal, only to repeat the process, until I am satisfied. The others exchange glances. No wonder he hails from the Sun and Moon Holy Cult. After conversing for a while, just before parting ways, Li Jin suddenly had a clever idea and mentioned that he knew of a percussion instrument from the western regions. Once he crafted it, he would invite the two for a friendly competition. The musically challenged duo were elated, even more enthusiastic than before, reminding Li Jin not to forget, and that they would be sure to reach out once it was completed, before turning to leave with their daughters. Tian Boguang had long since emerged, but, fearing that Li Jin's foul mood had not yet lifted, he refrained from intruding, patiently waiting at a distance that a slender, unassuming young woman stood behind him, her face a picture of curiosity. "Is this Miss Yinner?" Tian Boguang had already explained the circumstances to her. "I am well aware. Thank you for your rescue." Yinner gracefully performed a curtsy. Li Jin waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such formality. Now that you are aware, have you considered what you wish to request?" "I have but a single request, that I hope to establish a fabric shop or workshop to shelter those women who share my fate." Initially, Li Jin had not given this much thought. intending merely to pass her request to the shopkeeper for implementation. Yet he was taken aback by Miss Yenner's aspirations that he scrutinized her eyes, seeking to ascertain her sincerity. Yenner's gaze was remarkably clear, devoid of any signs of a woman of ill repute, and she met Li Jin's scrutinizing stare without flinching. After a moment of silence, Li Jin replied, "You need not take on such a burden. I will arrange for the other victims. The world is rife with scoundrels. It is not solely Tian Boiwang who is to blame that Yenner's tone remained calm, yet imbued with resolve. What a family. Do you not long for home? Since that day, I have had no home." Upon hearing this, Li Jin couldn't help but sighed out. Yenner self-deprecatingly remarked, "In comparison to my life, preserving my face in front of them is of utmost importance. Allowing me to conceal my identity and survive is the greatest leniency I could hope for." "Very well. I understand your intentions." Li Jin nodded, pointing to the shopkeeper's attendant. "You shall accompany him to the Li family tavern for a few days of rest. Arrangements will be made for you." Yenner smiled gently, bowing deeply. "Your kindness is unforgettable." Watching Yenner's frail figure vanish around the corner, Li Jin couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. A woman with such thoughts and upbringing, given the right circumstances, could undoubtedly rival men in ability. What a pity. With this thought, he shot Tian Boiwang a glare. "Remember, you owe me again." A fabric dyeing workshop. Tian Boiwang, aware of his own shortcomings, retracted his neck and refrained from speaking. Li Jin, along with him and the shopkeeper, continued on to the next victim, when a sudden thought struck him regarding Chu Yang, leading him to recall something related to the Sun and Moon Holy Cult. "I seem to have forgotten to feed the gorilla yesterday." "Wait a moment," just as they were on their way. Chu Yang suddenly furrowed his brow, uttering a seemingly nonsensical statement. Lu Zhengfeng and the others looked on in confusion, unsure of the meaning behind his words. Chu Yang explained, "I never disclosed my identity." "How then does Li Jin know my surname?" "Indeed," Lu Zhengfeng finally grasped. "Quite right. Upon first meeting, how could he possibly know Brother Chu's surname?" Chu Yang continued, "Even if that Yu Buchuan is exceptionally cunning and deduced the truth behind my retirement, he would not have disclosed my appearance to his disciples. This lad is undoubtedly suspicious." Chu Fian chimed in, "Of course it's suspicious. He even made someone soil their trousers." The others exchanged glances. "You can't seem to forget that, can you?" Lu Zhengfeng stroked his beard, continuing Chu Yang's line of thought. "He made Tian Boiwang repay the victims for his past misdeeds. This in itself is quite unusual. However, since he knows Brother Chu's surname, he must also be aware of your identity. Given this situation, he still converses amicably with us, indicating that he is not a rigid individual. There is no need for concern." Chu Yang nodded in agreement. "Indeed," Chu Fian added, "Grandfather, why think so much? After all, he still wishes to showcase the new instrument to us. We can simply inquire further when we meet again." Fian speaks wisely. "We shall converse again at our next encounter. There is no need for excessive contemplation. Let us continue on our journey. Saint Lady, what you may not know is that the cult leader misses you dearly and hopes you will soon return to Haimu Cliff." "I understand. Please return and inform Uncle Dongfang that I shall set off in the coming days. The cult leader has instructed us to ensure your protection as we return to Haimu Cliff together. Else face the consequences of the cult's laws. Thus, Saint Lady, we can only reside here in Green Bamboo Alley for now." Ren Ying paused her delicate fingers from playing the zither, took a deep breath, and replied, "Very well. You may proceed as you wish." Upon awakening, Li Jin, who was remotely controlling the gorilla, heard the aforementioned conversation. It was evident that it was either Dongfang Bubi or Yang Lianting urging Ren Ying to return to Haimuya, likely due to the abduction of Ren Wuxing. The several disciples before Ren Ying, though polite in speech, bore an air of arrogance, clearly regarding her, the holy maiden, with disdain. The gorilla reclined leisurely in a bamboo chair, munching on snacks while casting a curious glance at these individuals. Their attire lacked distinctiveness, making it impossible to ascertain their identities. After conveying the superior's intentions, the group took their leave as they passed by the gorilla. They cast a curious glance, dismissing it as merely a pet. The leader even scoffed aloud. Ren Ying sat alone before the Guqin, motionless for a long while. Suddenly, she raised her right hand and forcefully overturned the teacup on the table. spilling a large amount of tea onto her dress. She pressed her right hand in her left arm, seemingly venting her silent fury. After a considerable time, she finally exhaled deeply. Father, what should I do? They have harmed you to this extent and wish to confine me, yet I am utterly powerless. Ren Ying's eyes were filled with frustration. Jean scratched his head, making no indication of response. Typically, he would only remotely control the gorilla after dinner, feigning that it was the only time it would be awake. This time, however, he had hastily connected in the morning due to forgetting to feed the gorilla the previous day. Unbeknownst to him, he stumbled upon this scene, and to avoid revealing his presence, he had to pretend to be offline. Observing the gorilla's innocent gaze, Ren Ying shook her head in disappointment and slowly rose. Green bamboo elder, prepare hot water. I wish to bathe and change. Yes, behind the bamboo curtain, Ren Ying showed no hesitation in the gorilla's gaze, directly shedding her tea-stained dress, revealing a significant expanse of skin. Now that you're here, I find myself quite awake. Meanwhile, at the official road beside Jinan Prefecture, Tian Boiwang, who was waiting beside Li Jin, suddenly noticed that Li Jin's heartbeat quickened and his breathing grew rapid, sparking immense curiosity. However, he dared not inquire aloud, fearing to invoke misfortune, and could only speculate wildly in his mind. Li Jin's gaze, through the gorilla, was captivated by the splendid sight before him. What a perfectly round bucket! What an exquisitely white towel! Oh dear, this is the sensation of infatuation. But why are there so many bruises on that arm? It seems she has been pinching herself quite a lot. How much distress must she be enduring to vent her emotions so frequently? In the evening, Li Jin logged in punctually once more. Noticing the gorilla's gaze had shifted, Ren Ying tentatively inquired, Father? The gorilla nodded and began to write. The injury sustained by Xiang's washer should have nearly healed. You must swiftly travel to Pingding Prefecture and seek out an establishment named Yulai Restaurant. Present the proprietor with 3 copper coins and utter the phrase Tian Wang Gai Di Hu. If the proprietor responds with a dish name, then discuss the matter of striking at Haimuya with his master. This is a contingency left by me from years past. Ren Ying was overjoyed, then furrowed her brows, but Dongfang Booby has dispatched several subordinates to guard this place, making it inconvenient for me to contact Uncle Xiang. Unless we eliminate them first, the gorilla continued to write. No matter, dispose of them cleanly and swiftly. Fear not, the contingency I have left is powerful enough to overthrow Dongfang Booby. You need only proceed alone to rendezvous. No assistance is required. If this contingency possesses such formidable capabilities, will it be obedient? How shall I manage it in the future? Father, you know it has been so many years. I worry. As she spoke, she formed her palm into a blade and gently slashed downwards. Humph, this little girl is already contemplating how to hide the bough once the birds are gone. Then do not blame me for being ungracious. The gorilla's pen moved rapidly. He is a talented youth of exceptional aptitude, having received guidance from several esteemed masters under my secret arrangement. After more than a decade of training, he should now possess remarkable martial prowess and scholarly talents. You need only heed his commands. After all, you are my only daughter, and he has been cultivated to be your husband. Do not jeopardize your relationship with him. Ren Ying's face flushed instantly. Father, how can you bring up such matters at a time like this? Ying, if you were a man, I could have entrusted Xiang's washer to assist you with peace of mind. However, as you are a daughter, inheriting the leadership of the Sun Moon Holy Cult is exceedingly challenging. Many eyes are fixed upon this position, and only those with formidable martial skills and cunning can secure it. I had promised Xiang's washer the position of leader in the future, so he could spare you. Otherwise, I cannot assure you of your survival. Ren Ying's face turned pale, muttering, It cannot be. Uncle Xiang, he is human after all, intent on rescuing father. It is only because Dongfang Booby will not utilize him, and seeks to eliminate him, that I can only trust him, hence my efforts. But now that father is in this state, how can he continue to lead the disciples? If he loses hope, who knows what he might do? Ren Ying felt utterly despondent, sensing that there was no one left in the world to trust. All right, father, it is nearly time for you today. Remember to destroy these papers. Do not. As she spoke, Li Jin deliberately grasped the brush in his hand and began to scribble on the wall. Ren Ying, lacking the heart to stop him, burned the papers in the candlelight until they were entirely consumed in the flickering light. Her beautiful visage appeared in shades of light and dark, causing her thoughts to drift towards distant Pingding Prefecture. Tianwangai Di Hu, little chicken stewed with mushrooms. The proprietor took the 3 copper coins, his expression one of constipation, and quietly said, "Please, esteemed guests, step inside. The owner will be here shortly." Wrapped tightly, the two and the beast followed the proprietor to the back courtyard of the inn. "Miss, while it is said that the most dangerous place is the safest, this location is merely 40 miles from Haimuya, and the disciples are exceedingly dense. We have any arrangements for this bustling inn?" Asked a perplexed Yang Wentian in a hushed tone. "There are extraordinary troops I have arranged here to assist us in eliminating Dongfang Booby," Ren Yingying began, deciding to withhold the full truth for the moment. "Could it be an insider from the cult? Fear not. You will soon find out." After a brief exchange, the curtain to the back courtyard was lifted. Upon seeing the visitor, both Xiang Wentian and Ren Yingying couldn't help but be taken aback. What a handsome young man, tall and striking. He bore an elegant demeanor. If he held a folding fan, he would resemble a dashing scholar. Recalling the words written by father, Ren Yingying's face flushed again, and she instinctively raised her hand to cover her face, only to realize her veil was securely in place. Letting out a sigh of relief, Jean clasped his fists toward them. "Miss Xiangzhuasher, I am Li Hao, and I have been awaiting your arrival for some time." Due to the game characters not quite aligning with the style of this era, fearing unnecessary trouble, he ultimately decided to reveal his true appearance. He had removed all items related to Huashan, donned an intricately made scholar's robe, and let down his hair, which had previously been styled casually like Yasuo, into a refined scholar's topknot. His face had been meticulously groomed, with his eyebrows, beard, and fine hair all carefully attended to. After all, Ren Wuxing had mentioned he was being diligently cultivated. Once the matter at Haimuya was resolved, the present duo, and indeed the entire Sun-Moon holy cult, would hardly yield any more tokens at that point. He could dispose of them as he pleased, without concern for the exposure of Huashan's secrets. Xiang Wentian glanced at Ren Yingying and found her somewhat dazed at that moment, prompting him to speak first to break the silence. "Greetings, young Master Li. May I ask what you require?" Li Jin, uninterested in pleasantries, cut to the chase. "Years ago, the former leader arranged for me to study literature and martial arts here in peace, intending for me to serve him in the future. Yet this was never announced within the sect, nor was I permitted contact with sect members. In retrospect, it seems he prepared for the worst." Xiang Wentian furrowed his brow, silently musing. This matter was concealed from even me, his most trusted aide. He could not help but feel a whirlwind of emotions at that moment. Ren Yingying finally came to her senses, lightly clearing her throat as she spoke. "Young Master Li, my father is currently imprisoned by Dongfang Booby and afflicted by a rare poison. I have sought the expertise of numerous masters in medicine and poison. Yet they are utterly helpless against this toxin. I fear we must capture Dongfang Booby to uncover the antidote." This little girl is quite disobedient. Is she lying to me out of fear that I might harbor ill intentions upon witnessing this situation? Li Jin smirked, choosing not to press the matter further, his gaze sweeping over the perplexed gorilla beside them. With a confident tilt of his head, he declared, "If the only goal is to capture Dongfang Booby, then this task is relatively easy. We should focus on how to infiltrate instead." Xiang Wentian, upon hearing this, raised a skeptical eyebrow. Dongfang Booby is currently recognized as the foremost master in the world. "Young Master Li, being so young, what confidence do you possess that you can easily subdue him? Is Xiangzhou attempting to test my skills?" "I dare not offend the young master," Xiang Wentian bowed respectfully, adding, "However, our endeavor is fraught with peril, and Dongfang Booby possesses formidable martial prowess. We cannot afford to be careless. I implore you to demonstrate your skills, that we may feel assured that in response." Li Jin glanced at him and did not refuse. In the back courtyard of the tavern, there happened to be a pile of firewood stacked beside a large water vat. He walked over, and before the intrigued gazes of the two, he spread his arms in front of him, palms facing upwards. Fireball technique. Ice arrow. As he completed the incantations, two spherical entities, one red and one white, floated above his hands. With the effects of flame and frost combined, the two onlookers were momentarily stunned. Before they could even process the spectacle, Li Jin flashed a confident smile, flipped his hands, and pressed down. Boom! The pile of firewood was instantly ignited by the explosive fireball, while the water in the vat froze in an instant. Nearly 3/4 solidified. Due to the expansion from freezing, the ice even rose above the rim of the vat. The two watched in disbelief as the flames blazed higher. Li Jin stomped his foot. Frost nova. The scattered frost, mingled with icicles, swiftly extinguished the flames. Crack. The vat shattered under the sudden freezing. Li Jin exclaimed. Even with the minimal output of magical energy, the power seems excessive. Young Master Li, what is this? Xiang Wentian stammered, visibly shaken. A mere parlor trick, hardly worth mentioning. Humph. Were it not for the fact that my mage level is only 15, I would have shown you the grandeur of firestorm and blizzard. You jest, young Master Li. Xiang Wentian's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. I have encountered countless masters, yet none could perform the astounding feat of freezing an entire vat of water into ice. Not to mention your unparalleled ability to summon flames. How did your father teach you such mastery? How could you possibly cultivate both fire and ice to such an extraordinary degree? Both men were well-versed in martial arts. Yet no matter how they speculated, they could not fathom what level of internal energy could result in the manifestation of both fire and ice, especially of opposing natures. But that is a discussion for another time. Li Jin, unwilling to dwell on this, shifted the conversation back. You still harbor doubts about capturing Dongfang Bubi? I'm completely convinced. I had no idea that the leader could find such a prodigious talent in you. Ren Ying's inadvertent remark enlightened him, revealing that this mysterious master was indeed a hidden hand left by Runwashing. That is well. Dongfang Bubi is not the issue. It is merely that I have never been to Haimuya and require a guide familiar with the terrain. Furthermore, the headquarters of the evil cult is undoubtedly heavily guarded, and we must be cautious in our infiltration that if we provoke an attack from the enemy, no matter how skilled I am, I worry that I cannot protect you. If the villains escape, it would be an endless disaster. You have a strategy. Ren Ying and Xiang Wentian exchanged glances, confirming their understanding, and the latter finally spoke. I have leverage over an elder who can guide us into the inner sanctum of the cult. If we can eliminate Dongfang Bubi and obtain his Sansi Na Shandan antidote, we can then bring the remaining members under our control. The Sansi Na Shandan is a treacherously vile poison, the exclusive domain of the leader of the Sun and Moon cult, with the method of its concoction and antidote known only to the leader. IT has always been a tool for the leader to control the followers. In his pursuit of resolving the flaws in the star absorption technique, Renwashing had been engrossed in seclusion and was unexpectedly betrayed. Thus, neither Xiang Wentian nor Ren Ying had the opportunity to learn the method of creating the antidote. Yet, Dongfang Bubi had found the recipe among the archives of previous leaders, and over the years, most of the higher-ups had consumed the Sansina Shandan even without relying on martial prowess. These individuals were compelled to follow his commands. Excellent. Li Jin clapped his hands together. Then it is settled. We shall take a day to prepare and set off for Haimuya tomorrow. Master, this is terrible. Terrible, a disciple, reeking of filth and blood, stumbled into the Songshan sect's training ground, panting heavily. Zhuolengshan first gestured for the nearby disciples to continue their practice before calmly inquiring, Qiao Bing, why do you appear so disheveled? Were you not with Fei Shidi and the others to capture that foreign woman skilled in the evil sword technique? Indeed, it was for this matter, Qiao Bing began, his countenance paling further. His voice trembled with unrestrained fear as he continued. Fei Shirbois and the others have all fallen victim to that thief. I narrowly escaped with my life. What? Zhuolengshan nearly lost his footing, as if doused with cold water, his mind buzzing. Are you jesting with me? 7 of our sect's 13 protectors engaged simultaneously, yet they were still overpowered by that thief. I would not dare to conceal the truth from you. Master, the thief did not use martial arts, but rather a thunderous projectile. I happened to be in a distant latrine, which allowed me to escape unharmed. Once the thief left, I rushed back without delay. Bang! Lung Chan's fury surged, and with a single slap, he shattered the nearby tea table. The cold energy of his palm enveloped him, revealing the icy internal energy he had honed over the years. Yet he soon collapsed into a chair, utterly demoralized. The grand ambition of unifying the 5 mountains had become a distant dream with the loss of 7 protectors. It is no exaggeration to say that the elite power of the Songzhan sect, represented by the 13 protectors, was nearly equivalent to the combined strength of the other 4 sections. Their lower-tier strength was similarly formidable. It was through these elite forces that he had confidence in suppressing the other 4 sects and successfully completing the unification, thereby challenging Shaolin and Wudong head-on, establishing a 3rd force in the martial world. However, with the sudden loss of 7 protectors, he could no longer guarantee that the Songzhan sect would maintain its dominant position after the merger. So Lung Chan's mind raced, in light of the current situation. They could not continue pushing for unification. They must lie low and secretly continue to weaken the other 4 sects until the younger generation of the Songzhan sect matured and their elite forces regained a significant presence. Having made his decision, he sighed deeply and, maintaining a composed expression, instructed Xiao Bing not to make a fuss. Yet his voice lacked its usual sharpness, now tinged with helplessness and weariness. Xiao Bing stumbled out of the training ground, only to encounter a familiar face. "Brother Xiao, why are you back?" "Ah, don't mention it. I nearly didn't make it back alive. Look at you, you truly seem to have suffered." As the person drew closer, a pungent odor of urine and blood wafted through the air, prompting concern. "It seems you have indeed endured hardships." As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted to Xiao Bing's lower half. "What are you staring at?" Xiao Bing's face turned dark as he retorted, "This is not from fear." "Ah, right. The person nodded frantically. "Brother, you are skilled. How could you be scared? Do you remember the doctor you helped me find last time? His skills were utterly subpar. This issue of blood in my urine hasn't been resolved at all. I was jostled around on horseback all the way." Observing the other's disbelief yet forced agreement, Xiao Bing steeled himself, declaring, "If you find me a competent doctor, I shall impart a unique internal skill to you." "Really?" The other's face lit up with delight, thumping his chest. "You can count on me. I will definitely find you a reliable one." Haimaya. With creaking sounds, a wooden lift capable of accommodating 4 or 5 people ascended slowly from the cliff's base to a mid-mountain pass, where it came to a halt amidst a guard of dozens. An elderly elder dressed in fine robes stepped out, followed by 3 rugged men with bushy beards. The steward guarding the pass stepped forward and said, "Elder Tian, the leader has not summoned you today, has he?" Elder Tian let out a bitter smile, gesturing towards his own head. "Today, I feel as though an alien entity stirs within my mind, and it fills me with dread. I have come to seek the Master's counsel, to inquire if further antidote might be bestowed upon me." The steward shuddered slightly, casting a sympathetic glance at the area Tian indicated. "You may enter, but these subordinates of mine are my trusted aides, unwaveringly loyal to the sect. I fear that should we proceed, I may collapse on the way, and their presence serves merely as a precaution against unforeseen mishaps." The steward hesitated. The master is the foremost in the realm, possessing both martial prowess and virtue, with wisdom and benevolence spanning millennia, unifying the martial world. How could he possibly fear these unremarkable subordinates? After a moment's contemplation, his gaze fell upon the weapons of the group. "Very well, but their weapons must remain here. They may retrieve them upon exiting." Elder Tian, catching the glance of one assistant, quickly replied, "Of course that a long knife and 2 long swords were successfully left at the guard station. The 4 figures disappeared, guided by their leader." The steward stroked his chin, suddenly feeling as though he had committed some error. How could this be? The Master's martial skills are unparalleled, capable of seizing even the treasures of the Wudong sect by force. How could he fear these few individuals? Shaking his head, he resumed his patrol. Under the guidance of their leader, the 4 meandered until they arrived at a grand hall. At the center of the hall, upon a raised platform, stood a young man clad in luxurious garments. Engrossed in the tome before him, 2 tall guards stood vigil below the platform, their eyes scrutinizing the visitors. The young man donned a deep red satin robe, possessing a sturdy frame and a face adorned with robust whiskers. Exuding an aura of formidable strength, The sound of their footsteps roused him from his reverie. Elder Tion, what brings you to pay your respects to the master today? However, the master is quite occupied. If there is something amiss, do share it with me first. If it is not of great import, there is no need to trouble the master. Yang Lianting spoke with a smile that did not reach his eyes, embodying the demeanor of one who stands alone above the masses. Elder Tion reverted to his familiar strategy, offering a wry smile. Brother Yang, to speak candidly, I feel something unsettling moving within my mind today, and I am quite frightened. I have come to seek the master's guidance on whether I might receive further antidote. Hiss! Yang Lianting could not help but draw in a sharp breath. He was aware of Dongfang Booby's concoction of the three corpses brain divine pill and understood that the elixir, derived from ancient texts, was inherently flawed. Could it be that Elder Tion had ingested a defective version of the pill? He shuddered at the thought of the test subjects in the alchemy chamber who had met horrific fates at the hands of venomous insects. I see, he feigned calmness before he could finish his sentence. A cacophony of chaotic footsteps and clashing metal echoed from outside the hall. The assembly turned to witness a towering elder, his hair white and beard flowing, storm into the chamber, wielding a long knife. Pursued by several members of the purple-clad sect, who dared not approach him. Why does Brother Dongfang seek to apprehend me? Yang Lianting. Is it you who is scheming? The elder pointed his knife at Yang Lianting, his eyes wide and voice booming, causing Li Jin's ears to ring. How dare you raise such a ruckus in the Chengda Hall? Tong Baixiong. Li Jin's expression turned peculiar. Could this be the famed Brother Tong? Even in the absence of Run Wuxing, would this individual face calamity, should he warn him to flee? Let us dispense with the pleasantries that I demand to know when the master issued an order for my capture. I have known Brother Dongfang for many years. He would never command such a thing. Humph. Yang Lianting's expression darkened as he retorted coldly. The master is preoccupied with urgent matters today and has no time for you. Old fool, surrender at once, lest you meet a gruesome end. Ha! You think your insignificant subordinates can intimidate me? Tong Baixiong laughed heartily. I knew it was you, you treacherous little man, fabricating orders in Brother Dongfang's name. He would never stoop to such depths. Yang Lianting seethed with resentment. Had the false master he prepared for this moment not conveniently been absent, he could have easily dismissed this mess with a stern demeanor. He waved his hand, commanding the surrounding purple-clad sect members to close in on Tong Baixiong. With a mighty roar, Tong Baixiong declared, I fear nothing today. I shall cleanse the sect of its traitors. His blade danced through the air, striking with ferocity, sending the weapons of the purple-clad members flying, their grips shattered. In an instant, they could not approach, some even cleaved in twain, their blood and entrails spilling upon the ground. Witnessing this, Li Jin exchanged glances with Ren Yingying and Xiang Wentian, discreetly retrieving weapons from his sleeve, actually from his game pouch, and tossing them to his companions that he leaped onto the high platform, aiming to strike at Yang Lianting's legs. Ren Yingying and Xiang Wentian, wielding their oversized swords, were momentarily bewildered. How had such lengthy weapons been concealed within their sleeves? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. They split into two groups, charging towards the guards flanking the sides of the platform. Yang Lianting, fixated on Tong Baixiong, wary of an imminent assault, prepared to flee. Suddenly, Li Jin charged forward, unarmed, and could only retreat a couple of steps before his legs were severed. Ah, you! He shrieked, witnessing the guards fall one after another, and despite the agony, he gritted his teeth. Elder Tion, you have betrayed the master. Bah! Elder Tion spat contemptuously. Following Li Jin's command, he proclaimed loudly, Yang Lianting has placed the master under house arrest. Maltreating the followers, you all must not be deceived by this treacherous little man, lest you jeopardize your bright futures. At his words, Tong Baixiong and the members of the purple-clad sect halted, turning their gazes towards the figures upon the platform. Is what Elder Tion said true? Tong Baixiong inquired with a furrowed brow. Indeed, it is so. Otherwise, why would the illustrious Dongfang master, with his exceptional talent and determination to restore the sect's glory, suddenly withdraw from the world and neglect sect affairs in recent years? Ha ha! Tong Baixiong rested his blade upon his shoulder, laughing heartily. Now it makes sense why Brother Dongfang would commit such an unwise act. It is all due to this young fellow's scheming. Young Lienting, with his legs severed and blood gushing forth, felt pain threatening to overwhelm him. Yet he endured, suppressing his cries. Hearing the accusations, he gritted his teeth and retorted, "You lie. The master has been diligently honing his skills, which is why he entrusted the sex affairs to me." Li Jin wiped the blood from his sword and stated, "If that is the case, why not take us to confront the master directly?" "That suits me perfectly. The master is invincible. If you wish to seek death, I shall grant you your wish." Tong Baixiong was equally eager to communicate with Dongfang Bubi face to face, under Li Jin's subtle cue. The group felt there was no reason to decline, that if they could save Tong Baixiong in the process, they might gain substantial rewards. Two members of the purple-clad sect fetched a stretcher, lifting Yang Lienting with care. Once ready, they ventured into the secret passage behind the Grand Hall. The passage resembled the West Lake dungeon, where Ren Wuxing had once been imprisoned, stirring complex emotions within Xiang Wentian. He had barely escaped with Ren Wuxing from that dire place. It was a memory too painful to recall. After roughly 3 incense sticks worth of time, the dungeon opened up to reveal daylight. The group was suddenly enveloped in the sounds of birdsong and the scent of blooming flowers. Unveiling a breathtaking paradise, before them lay a meticulously crafted small garden, adorned with red plums and green bamboos, blue pines and verdant cypresses, all arranged with exquisite artistry. Pairs of mandarin ducks gracefully glided through the pond, while 4 white cranes stood by the water's edge. They rounded a cluster of artificial hills. A grand flower bed came into view, brimming with deep red and pink roses, each vying for attention. Resplendent in their beauty, the group marveled at the scene, yet their pace quickened, eager to meet Dongfang Bubi himself. Ren Yingying was particularly enchanted, though now was not the time to indulge. She made a mental note to perhaps claim this place as her own boudoir in the future. At the end of the flower bed stood an elegant little cottage, and the group filed in. The room's decor resembled that of a woman's chamber, filled with a rich floral fragrance, and the chairs were adorned with embroidered cushions, while a screen that obscured the view bore the images of 3 beautiful maidens. "Brother Lien, whom have you brought with you?" A sharp voice emerged from behind the screen, its tone coarse, oscillating between masculine and feminine, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Despite the blood being staunched, Yang Lienting's pain remained unabated, sweat beading on his forehead as he retorted irately, "Your old friend. He insisted on seeing you. Why did you bring him here? Only you are permitted within this space. Aside from you, I wish to see no one else." The voice, a grotesque imitation of a woman's, repulsed the listeners. Ren Yingying whispered, "What has become of him?" Xiang Wentian shook his head in ignorance. Li Jin, unwilling to endure such torment, interrupted, "Enough with the nonsense. Dongfang Bubi, if you do not wish for your old companion to perish here, step out quickly." The room undoubtedly held numerous needles and threads, and Li Jin did not want to fight in a place littered with exclusive weapons. He preferred to coax the opponent out before proceeding. As expected, upon hearing his words, Dongfang Bubi panicked and screamed as he rushed out. He was clad in an extraordinarily flamboyant robe, his face thickly painted, devoid of any beard. The makeup could not conceal the astonishment in his eyes. Upon seeing Yang Lienting lying on the stretcher, he became even more flustered and hastily carried her aside. "I failed to protect Lien Di. Damn it." The 2 disciples of the Zishan sect carrying the stretcher were swiftly struck dead by him. Collapsing without a sound, Li Jin had already pulled everyone away from the stretcher, thus avoiding the collateral damage. "Enough with the displays of affection. Dongfang Bubi, today you shall learn who holds the lives of this pair of lovebirds." The 3 tore away their disguises, revealing their true identities. Yingying, Xiang Wentian, Dongfang Bubi initially froze, then, with an exaggerated gesture, placed his fingers to his lips and mockingly declared, "I wondered who it could be. You think you can turn the tide with mere words?" Yang Lienting, uninterested in idle chatter, urged, "What are you waiting for? Kill him quickly. My leg is broken." Dongfang Bubi immediately feigned submission. Yes, don't be angry. Your leg must hurt terribly, right? How it pains my heart." Everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. With a head full of questions, Tong Baixiong stepped forward and exclaimed, "Dongfang, what on earth are you doing? Dongfang Bubi lifted his head, his expression darkening. Are you among those who harmed Lian Di? Tong Baixiong had once guided Dongfang Bubi, helping him rise from a mere disciple to a high-ranking leader, a profound debt of gratitude. As they exchanged words, recounting past grievances, the onlookers listened intently. However, Li Jin prepared himself in silence. Brother Tong, it is not that I lack loyalty or disregard our past friendship, but you have offended Lian Di. He seeks your life. I am left with no choice that. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Dongfang Bubi's figure shift slightly, a flash of pink materializing. Ding, 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 ding. 4 sharp sounds echoed as 4 slender steel needles shot towards Tong Baixiong's forehead, temples, and nasal cavity, halting just 3 inches from their target, revealing their form. With the impact of the needles, a transparent protective shield appeared around Tong Baixiong. Protective Hand grants immunity to physical attacks. Unable to attack or use physical skills. Lasts for 10 seconds. The crowd showed expressions of astonishment. The shield flickered and vanished, the 4 steel needles falling uselessly. Which Li Jin swiftly caught in his hand. Dongfang Bubi exclaimed in surprise. What kind of skill is this? Tong Baixiong, belatedly realizing the danger, stepped back, cold sweat pouring down his back. Dongfang, do you truly wish to kill me? No matter your skills, having offended Lian Di, I shall kill you today. With a flash, Dongfang Bubi closed in on the group. Frost Nova. Li Jin, uncertain he could intercept him accurately, unleashed this area of effect spell with all his might. A chilling, bone-piercing breath exploded before Dongfang Bubi, spreading in all directions, with countless ice shards mixed in, sharp as needles. Dongfang Bubi maneuvered like a bird, elegantly evading the brunt of the icy assault. As he revealed himself. The onlookers noticed several large gashes in his robe, exposing large patches of skin on his chest and thighs, a sight most distressing. Dongfang Bubi looked down in disbelief. I underestimated you. Yet, Yingying and Xiang Wentian were overjoyed. Initially, upon witnessing the needle's ghostly speed aimed at Tong Baixiong, they believed they would meet their end that day. Instead, the situation had swiftly reversed, with Li Jin effortlessly overpowering Dongfang Bubi, leaving him with little room to retaliate. Xiang Wentian brandished his sword, declaring, Dongfang Bubi, you have betrayed the former leader, harmed your brethren, and committed heinous acts. Surrender now. Yingying raised her sword in fury. What have you done to my father? Look at what you've turned him into. Dongfang Bubi laughed mockingly. Ah, so it was you who rescued Ren Wuxing. I have allowed him to live out his days in Hangzhou's West Lake. As the saying goes, above there is heaven, below there is Suzhou and Hangzhou. The scenery of West Lake is renowned across the world, especially the exquisite Meizhuang on Gushin. Why? Even if you dislike it, you've already taken him away, so what discontent remains? Yingying, infuriated, retorted, have you forgotten the atrocities you have committed? My father is neither human nor ghost. And you act as if nothing has happened. Dongfang Bubi frowned. I do not comprehend what you mean. I ensured that the old leader was well cared for. How could anything go wrong? Li Jin was drenched in sweat. The two were speaking past each other, while he, the culprit, could not clarify matters. He hastily interjected. Enough with the idle talk. Quickly capture this scoundrel. With that, he charged forward, launching a swift frost punch that to avoid revealing the secrets of the Huashan sect. He employed widely known martial techniques, such as the Shaolin Luohan Fist and Taizu Chongquan. His tendency to break down the techniques made them less recognizable. Each punch unleashed a burst of frost nova, an icy breath radiating outward, causing surrounding water vapor to condense into snowflakes, creating a dreamlike, enchanting spectacle. However, facing this frigid aura, Dongfang Bubi found it challenging. Although quick on his feet, he could not breach the assault of Li Jin's punches. Each time he spotted an opening to escape, he was forced back by a punch, as if this young man had an uncanny ability to anticipate his next move. Despite his agility, Dongfang Bubi was not invulnerable. The piercing cold ice shards could easily slice through his skin, leaving him no choice but to evade instead of counterattacking. The dozens of concealed steel needles he carried only struck the invisible protective shield, making no headway whatsoever. Even his most powerful shots could not penetrate the shield, and he found himself momentarily slowed, suffering a wound from the ice shards that had pierced his thigh, blood oozing out. Xiang Wentian and Ying felt invigorated and rushed to assist, joining the fray with their weapons drawn. Stop! Li Jin urgently halted them. His Frost Nova could not distinguish between friend and foe. Their involvement would not aid him, but rather hinder his efforts to avoid friendly fire. However, it was too late. Dongfang Bubi's eyes brightened. He twisted his body, using Xiang Wentian's form to block Li Jin's attack, casually deflecting Ying Ying's sword, causing their weapons to clash together. This is bad. Li Jin's heart raced as he instinctively began to chant the incantation for the protective hand. As their blades met, their movements paused. Before Li Jin could complete his spell, Dongfang Bubi's right leg shot out with remarkable speed, striking Ying Ying in the abdomen. Ugh! She was sent flying. With a crash, she broke through a screen, disappearing behind it amidst the sounds of chaos. Miss! Xiang Wentian cried out in anger, but he was unable to catch up to the fleeing enemy, who deftly pointed at a pressure point on him, causing his energy to drain and him to collapse to the ground. Taking advantage of the recoil, Dongfang Bubi ghosted away from the battlefield, panting heavily beside Yang Lianting. The pressure from Li Jin's frost punch was overwhelming. Though he could not strike directly, the ice spikes continued to explode around him, forcing him to dodge constantly. The pervasive chill seemed to slow his movements, requiring him to expend increasing energy to maintain his evasive speed. He could barely find a moment to puncture himself to staunch the bleeding. If not for Xiang Wentian and Ying Ying's reckless advance, he would have been continuously squeezed for space, until his strength was utterly depleted or he bled excessively. Ultimately succumbing to a fatal blow, Li Jin refrained from immediate pursuit, instead opting to cautiously survey his surroundings. Elder Tian was a remarkably clever old man. He had already fled to a safe distance, huddled behind a nearby rockery, diligently striving to diminish his presence. And oh wonder he had managed to survive to such an age in the predatory organization of the Sun and Moon Holy Cult. Tong Baixiong seemed yet to grasp the reality that Dongfang Bubi intended to kill him. Standing there in a daze, utterly bewildered, from behind the screen, the sound of Ren Yingying's robust breathing could be heard, indicating that her injuries were not severe. She merely refrained from making an immediate appearance, likely biding her time for a favorable opportunity to catch Dongfang Bubi off guard. Who exactly are you? Dongfang Bubi finally managed to catch his breath, his disheveled state evident as he remarked, "The world claims I'm the best under heaven. That title should rightfully belong to you. Humph, my identity is of little consequence. It is Dongfang Zhuojiao who must recognize the situation and cooperate accordingly." As Li Jin spoke, his mind began to calculate. The experiment of the Tianchuang fist had been a resounding success. IT had been proven that even in a diminished form, it could render Dongfang Bubi utterly defenseless. There was no longer any need to engage in a protracted struggle. It was time for decisive action. This location was a crucial stronghold of the holy cult. It would not be long before someone noticed the irregularities, and the multitude of disciples would rise up in arms, leaving you with no means of escape. Dongfang Bubi bent down, placing his hand on Yang Lianting, seemingly attempting to comfort him. "You worthless fool! You have been granted the title of the best in the world, yet cannot even contend with these traitors. How will you avenge me?" Yes, it is my inadequacy. Please do not be angry. It is detrimental to your health." Though Yang Lianting possessed no martial prowess, he nonetheless commanded a certain authority, chiding Dongfang Bubi, who nodded in acquiescence. The onlookers were taken aback, but profoundly moved. Li Jin chuckled. "Dongfang Bubi, you were once a formidable figure, aspiring to unify the martial world for millennia. Yet, lacking a few ounces of fortitude, how have you come to resemble this timid bride?" Xiang Wentian and the others wore puzzled expressions. What could he mean by lacking a few ounces of fortitude? Indeed, I once harbored grand ambitions, wholeheartedly intent on achieving great endeavors. Yet, reflecting upon those aspirations now seems rather ludicrous. It was only through the study of the Sunflower Manual that I gradually comprehended the profound truths of life. Subsequently, after diligently cultivating my inner strength for several years, I finally grasped the principles of the transformation of heaven and earth and the growth of all things. Eugene felt a wave of nausea as he listened to his high-pitched voice. Interjecting, is this so-called transformation of heaven and earth merely a euphemism for your proclivities? Dongfang Booby retorted indignantly. What do you know? A person fortunate enough to be born a woman is 100 times more fortunate than becoming a wretched man. The divine skill I practice can sever the roots of troubles and reverse the yin and yang. How could that possibly be compared to your proclivities? Had he not been utterly incapable of winning, he would have relished the opportunity to strangle his adversary. Behind the screen, Ren Ying, still dazed from the earlier confrontation, blushed at the implications of his words. How could the Sunflower Manual be such a vile technique? Tong Baixiong and Xiang Wentian were both astonished, finally understanding why Dongfang Booby had transformed into such a state. Brother Dongfang, I am uncertain whether I should still refer to you as brother. Why do you so demean your own body? It turned out that the Sunflower Manual was practiced by eunuchs, which explained why Ren Ying had preferred to perfect the star absorption technique rather than pursue this art. You, neither man nor woman, traitor, deserve this calamity. Dongfang Booby was not angered by this. Rather, he took pride in his circumstances, declaring, you can only blame your own shallow fortune for not being able to cultivate such exquisite skills. The only correct decision I made in my life was to pass it on to me. Xiang Wentian found this sentiment uncomfortable. How could that last part also apply to me? Li Jin, chuckling at Dongfang Booby's declarations, could not help but interrupt. Do you truly take pleasure in your current state? Dongfang Booby, caressing Yang Lianting's chest with a tender gaze, replied, of course. Otherwise, how could I share a life of duality with Brother Lien? Do not think of ways to mock us. I am inferior to you in skill, so if you wish to kill me, do so. To die alongside Brother Lien is a form of happiness. Li Jin shrugged, somewhat regretfully remarking, it is a pity this cannot be recorded. I hope you will still acknowledge these words later. The crowd was left in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend his meaning. Li Jin offered no explanation. With a flick of his arm, a beam of golden light surged forth, penetrating Dongfang Booby's body with astonishing rapidity. Divine healing technique? Dongfang Booby could not contain a wretched scream, his previously clenched legs suddenly spreading wide apart as he crashed to the ground. Cold sweat poured from his forehead, and his hands instinctively covered his lower body. Beneath his tattered garments, coarse hair sprouted forth at an alarming rate, covering his chest and thighs, while facial hair rapidly emerged. Li Jin could only facepalm. Such a sight was unbearable. Tong Baixiong and Xiang Wentian were left incredulous, unable to suppress their astonished glances towards Li Jin. Why look at me? Focus on him. Li Jin pointed towards Dongfang Booby, who was gritting his teeth in fury at Yang Lianting. Yang Lianting, in turn, gazed back in horror, witnessing all the changes unfolding before him due to the tattered hem of Dongfang Booby's clothing. Damn it! With a coarse voice, Dongfang Booby clenched his fists and unleashed all his strength into Yang Lianting's chest. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed as Yang Lianting spewed blood and was sent hurtling backward. Crashing against the rockery behind him, his head striking the stone, brains splattering, a gruesome sight, he died on the spot. The punch had not concluded favorably for Dongfang Booby. A subtle sound emanated from below as his garments quickly became soaked in a vivid red. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he rolled his eyes, squeezing out 2 words through clenched lips. Thank you. Then, unable to bear it any longer, he abruptly severed his own life force, meeting his demise on the spot. The onlookers were left in shock. Li Jin. This is all thanks to the divine healing technique. Besides its ability to regenerate severed limbs, it possesses an additional effect. It can restore chaotic hormones to normalcy, forcibly correcting any deviant orientations caused by physical impairments. The countless times Tian Boguang faced dire consequences were mitigated by this very ability. Otherwise, he would have long been immortal. Of course, those who are innately gay or lesbian cannot be straightened out. Don T asked me how I know. Dongfang Booby's orientation was forcibly reverted, and upon seeing the repugnant Yang Lianting, recalling the absurdities of his actions over the years, he was filled with rage and despair. Unable to restrain himself, he killed Yang Lianting and, feeling utterly disgraced, chose to end his own life. not forgetting to express his gratitude even in his final moments. Is this truly the end? Xiang Wentian was left utterly perplexed. He glanced at the lifeless Dongfang Booby on the ground. Then at Li Jin, feeling utterly lost. What was that golden light? Why did Dongfang Booby suddenly kill Yang Lianting before taking his own life? In his eyes, the mystery surrounding Li Jin only deepened. Tong Baixiong was equally bewildered. He had intended to confront his good brother, only to find that his good brother had become a good sister who sought to kill him. A good sister who had suddenly slain her former lover. A good sister who had now taken her own life. Old Tong was somewhat dazed. It was not that he did not understand. Rather, the transformations in this world occurred far too swiftly. Elder Tian emerged from his hiding place, exclaiming with delight, Dongfang Booby is dead. Oh, I am alive. Splendid, as an accomplice in the invasion of Blackwood Cliff. He had come with a mindset that failure would lead to his own demise, never expecting to have truly survived. As one of the dragon's subjects, he could now enjoy a few more carefree years. At that moment, Ren Ying's voice rang out from the inner chamber. What happened? Dongfang Booby is dead. How did he die? Before anyone could respond, they heard her cry out in pain. Oh, ouch. Miss, what is happening? Xiang Wentian inquired. Rushing toward the room, not come in. I am fine. Ren Ying immediately interjected, and after a brief pause, she continued, Are there any maidservants on this cliff? Li Jin and Xiang Wentian simultaneously turned to Elder Tian, who shrank back, saying, There were originally some, but after Dongfang Booby practiced his wicked arts, he drove all the maidservants away, perhaps to prevent Yang Lianting from coming into contact with other women if the holy maiden requires assistance. I shall immediately descend the mountain to seek them out. Forget it. After a moment of silence, Ren Ying whispered, Please allow young Master Li to enter alone. Uncle Xiang, kindly escort the others away and do not let anyone approach. Understood. With a gaze reminiscent of a father-in-law scrutinizing his son-in-law, Xiang Wentian commanded, casting a deep look at Li Jin before pulling Elder Tian away from the small cottage. Li Jin couldn't help but scratch his head. This young lady seemed a bit off. He strolled around the screen and entered the inner room. The space was cluttered with partially embroidered fabrics, some of which were clearly abandoned mid-stitch. Among the disarray, Ren Ying stared at him with a pair of innocent, wide eyes, her expression tinged with embarrassment. Upon realizing the situation, Li Jin nearly burst into laughter. It appeared that Dongfang Booby's kick had been rather hasty. Ren Ying had not sustained serious injury. However, after tumbling into the inner room, she had knocked over a shelf filled with sewing tools. After a struggle, the threads had ensnared her tightly. To make matters worse, several needles had pierced her skin. This was troublesome. Ren Ying lacked the ability to easily break free from the bindings of the threads, and she dared not move for fear that any sudden exertion would drive the needles deeper into her flesh. That would be disastrous. The two were momentarily silent, the atmosphere growing awkward. Li Gongzi, you see my predicament. Ren Ying said, her cheeks flushed. I must trouble you for assistance. Li Jin couldn't help but rub his nose. I sent this a bit inappropriate. After all, it is generally considered improper for men and women to touch. Many needles had pierced areas that were not easily discussed, and directly intervening felt quite embarrassing. Ren Ying, exasperated, retorted, I am in such a state. And you still stand on ceremony. My father has already betrothed me to you in the world of martial arts. Even without marriage, there is no need for such decorum. At this point, her face had turned a deep shade of crimson. Li Jin was taken aback. I did not. I never. Do not speak nonsense. There was no written agreement from the orangutan on such matters. It had merely been a jest about a fleeting thought. Could it be that in just a few days of acquaintance, she had developed feelings for him, and now she was falsely claiming her father's wishes to marry him? This woman was clearly lusting after his body. Seeing that he was still trying to avoid her, Ren Ying felt a mixture of anger and unease. This man, who called himself Li Hao, not only possessed formidable martial skills and handsome features, but was also commendably trustworthy. Despite Ren Wuxing's long absence, he had still come to her aid without asking for any recompense. Such integrity was rare, whether in the nefarious Sun Moon holy cult or in the chaotic world of martial artists. At least in all these years, Reninging had not encountered another peer like him. However, with Dongfang Booby now vanquished, whether Li Hao would continue to stay by her side after fulfilling his promise remained uncertain. Given her current vulnerability, it was questionable whether Xiang Wentian would maintain his loyalty. She could not afford to lose such a powerful ally. Binding him through marriage might be a wise choice. Li Jin, being a heartless machine focused solely on accumulating points, was reluctant to ponder over such matters. Seeing her pitiable state, he felt it unkind to outright refuse. Thus he replied ambiguously, such matters should perhaps wait until Master Ren returns. Nonetheless, assisting the young lady in her predicament is an obligation I cannot shirk. After all, one should not pass up an opportunity. He crouched down, scrutinizing Ren Yingying's predicament closely. Embarrassed, she turned her head away. Allowing him to assess her situation, the threads were tightly wound, with numerous steel needles embedded within. Li Jin noticed some needles had fully pierced into her flesh, leaving only the thread ends exposed. The scene was rather peculiar. He swallowed hard. Miss Ren, I'm about to take action. Go ahead. With a gentle tug, a 3-inch long needle was slowly extracted. Ren Yingying let out a soft hum. Her breath quickening, as Li Jin observed the puncture left by the needle. He found himself succumbing to his compulsive tendencies and casually cast a rejuvenating spell. Soon, the puncture began to fade, her skin returning to a smooth state. Ah, that feels much better, but then he froze. As the rejuvenating spell took effect, the steel needles that had previously pierced her were now firmly secured by the newly grown flesh. Removing the second steel needle was evidently more challenging. Li Jin glanced at Ren Yingying, feeling guilty, only to see her eyes half closed, her complexion flushed. He was taken aback. This, recalling the large bruises he had seen on her arms, combined with the current scene. His throat went dry. Could it be that this young lady was unable to resist? He inserted the needle back and slightly. With a soft cry, the room was instantly filled with a spring-like ambience. In the distance, Xiang Wentian and the other two were resting by the flower bed. The bodies of Dongfang Booby and his associates had also been brought over. Xiangzu, the traitor Dongfang has perished. When will the leader return to take command? Elder Tian was eager to pledge his loyalty to Ren Wuxing before anyone else could. Tong Baixiong remained silent. Fear not, it will not be long. Xiang Wentian replied, his expression unchanged as he continued to search the body of Dongfang Booby, unaffected by the interruption. But he had yet to inquire about the Sanxi now Shundan, when Dongfang Booby had suddenly died. Now he could only search for himself. Fortunately, there were no unforeseen complications. Dongfang Booby had been carrying 2 books, one of which was evidently the Holy Cult's Dan Canon, while the other was the Sunflower Manual. Having witnessed the ambiguous nature of the individual in question, Xiang Wentian recalled the fragments of conversation shared by Ren Wuxing and felt compelled to avoid it, suppressing his curiosity as he tucked the books away. With the most crucial item secured, he relaxed and engaged Elder Tian in casual conversation. Just then, his keen ears caught a faint sound emanating from the small cottage. Xiang Wentian's expression darkened. The two of them, in broad daylight, truly lacked shame. As someone who had watched Ren Yingying grow up, he felt as if a prize cabbage he had nurtured for years was being trampled by a pig. Umph. Lucky for you, lad. He silently led the two further away until the sound from the cottage faded into silence. Elder Tian and Tong Baixiong exchanged puzzled glances. Having personally participated in the slaying of Dongfang Booby, Li Jin received 1,000 points. Having personally participated in the slaying of Yang Lianting, he received another 1,000 points. Changing Tong Baixiong's fate granted him 3,000 points. Gaining Xiang Wentian's gratitude earned him 1,000 points. Receiving Dongfang Booby's gratitude also awarded him 1,000 points. Earning Ren Yingying's gratitude netted him 1,000 points. Gaining Tian Yu's gratitude earned him 1,000 points. Receiving Tong Baixiong's gratitude gave him another 1,000 points. Transforming the hierarchy of the Sun-Moon Holy Cult, thereby gaining actual control, earned him 5,000 points. Acquiring a pet of the Ren surname granted him 10 points. Perusing the point reward records from the past few days, Li Jin's expression grew peculiar. A pet. How could there be a reward of 10 points for that? It felt as though the system was mocking him. He touched his somewhat depleted waist and silently sipped his goji berry tea. It would be wise to enhance his strength swiftly. No matter how robust a bull, it cannot withstand the relentless struggles of a swamp. Even with the support of holy light, it would remain ineffective. How could he have let his hands wander uncontrollably? His legs felt weak. This demoness of the cult was perpetually irresistible, truly toxic. He needed to distance himself from her for a few days to regain clarity. The recent excursion to Haimu Cliff had contributed significantly to his points, enabling him to level up. Resolute in his decision, he took out pen and paper, swiftly jotting down a few lines before. Under the cover of dusk, he fled without looking back. Before long, Ren Ying entered, carrying a bundle of cotton rope. "Brother Hao, look what I have brought." Just as she spoke, her gaze fell upon the paper on the table, causing her expression to shift dramatically. Ying personally inscribes, "There are pressing matters to attend to at the foot of the mountain. I shall seek you again once I have resolved them." What urgent business could he possibly have? Over these past few days, he had been carefree and indulgent, never displaying any signs of urgency. Why the sudden change? Humph. Ren Ying clenched her teeth, stamping her foot. Could it be that he intended to abandon her? Had she made it too easy for him, rendering him unappreciative? Yet she hadn't sensed any weariness from him. Her mind began to spiral with anxious thoughts. The double-footed flying dragon was far more robust than one might imagine, so there was no need to worry that its armor would weigh it down too much to fly to Salma's equestrian trainer was a middle-aged troll with a mane of gray hair. As he gently stroked the neck of the wyvern, he patiently explained, "Therefore, you need not remove all your gear. It is vital to remember that we are engaged in combat in a perilous location, and one must always be in a state of readiness. If the wyvern were incapable of meeting this requirement, we would not have trained them as mounts in the first place." Li Jin awkwardly fastened his shoulder guards back in place and sheepishly remarked, "I notice they all seem rather lean in thought." "Hee," the trainer chuckled warmly. "It is evident that you are a compassionate young man. Worry not. When you encounter foes, simply remember to summon them back to your mount space at the first opportunity. Just as you would with your purple bird. Given that you have already ridden it through numerous battles, you must be quite adept by now. It's called a chocobo. Hee, do not concern yourself with such details. Come now, young man, mount your wyvern and follow me as we run a few laps on the ground." The trainer lightly leapt onto the back of the wyvern. Once Li Jin followed suit. He donned his windproof goggles, tugged on the reins, and the wyvern began to trot slowly. "Pay close attention to the movements of my hands. Do not make them too abrupt, as that signals takeoff. Yes, just like that. First get accustomed to the feeling of sitting on this little creature's back. Steady yourself so you don't fall once we ascend. Coordinate your leg movements to gradually increase its speed." "That's right. You're doing splendidly." After several hours of equestrian instruction, Li Jin finally bid farewell to his trainer, soaring unsteadily through the skies above Hellfire Peninsula atop his wyvern. He swiftly crossed over the road of glory, flying high above the fortress, and mockingly gestured with a middle finger at the dense throngs of monsters within. He also spotted the wandering fell mechanoids and spat at them. Alas, the game imposed restrictions, preventing him from engaging in any offensive actions while mounted. Otherwise, he would have shown them what carpet bombing truly meant. Although his mount speed was merely a 150 boost, far inferior to the Phoenix's 310, he could now avoid the clutches of ground monsters. Why not head straight for the quest objectives? With a flying mount, he was determined to reach Northrend today. Li Jin yanked the reins, and the wyvern's muscular wings flapped vigorously as it charged toward the next quest location. How long had he been kneeling here? Li Jin pulled over a nearby disciple and pointed at Lin Pingji, who was kneeling by the mountain gate. "Senior Brother Li, you have returned." The disciple's face lit up with surprise, only to quickly recollect himself and respond. "This lad has been kneeling for 8 days now. 8 days and nights." "Not exactly. He only comes every morning and leaves at sunset." "Very well. What did the master say?" "I wouldn't know. However, Senior Brother did help him once, but ended up getting a severe scolding from the sect leader. After the Jingqi Hall was rebuilt by Li's family tavern, it stood as one of the grandest establishments in existence, both in scale and style. After all, Li Jin had drawn inspiration from the immortal and martial arts games of his previous life. Had it not been for Yu Buchuan's reminder about the limitations imposed by the court, he would have wished to elevate its height even further. Nevertheless, Yu Buchuan had already sung its praises. Many trivial matters were now preferred to be handled at Zhengqi Hall. upon seeing Li Jin's return. The expressions of Yu Buchuan and Ning Zhongzi radiated joy. You should rest on the mountain for a while. There is no rush to uphold chivalry, Yu Buchuan said, patting his shoulder with a look of satisfaction. Ning Zhongzi echoed. Indeed, as soon as you descended, senior brother has been incessantly lamenting when you would return, nearly repeating it 30 times a day. Ahem, why bring this up with Jeaner? Yu Buchuan blushed slightly and shifted the topic. Spend more time with Master Feng Tai. He possesses unparalleled skills, and only disciples of exceptional talent are worthy of his teachings. We must not let this lineage be severed. But isn't senior brother up on the mountain? Master Feng Tai seems fond of him. Yu Buchuan's expression darkened, his disappointment evident as he lamented, Do not mention that wayward disciple. He slacks off when not pressed, and whenever he has a moment. He sneaks off to indulge in wine, squandering such remarkable potential. Ning Zhongzi nodded in agreement. Chong-er is too unruly. If he possessed even half your diligence, neither your master nor I would be so troubled. At this, Li Jin could not help but sigh. Indeed, Ling Hu Chong was as carefree as in the original text, lacking the sense of responsibility and duty befitting a sect leader in the original story. Had it not been for the protagonist's halo, the Huashan sect would have long since perished. In this world, due to his own actions, he had avoided those trials and tribulations, thus becoming even more indulgent and unrestrained. However, this meant there were virtually no candidates within the sect capable of assuming the role of sect leader in the future. First and foremost, Li Jin himself was excluded. He was certain to be wandering about, gathering resources, and could only provide support financially. The responsibility of leadership was better entrusted to others. Next was Feng Qingyang, who was too old and inherently unsuited for management. The three elders of the original sword sect, being of similar age to Yu Buchuan, were not appropriate successors either. Lastly, Lu Daio and others were of mediocre talent, both in martial arts and intellect, which was rather disheartening. The talent pool within the Huashan sect was still far too sparse. With this in mind, Li Jin proposed, Master, now that the sect is not lacking in wealth, should we not loosen our constraints and recruit more disciples of exceptional talent? Yu Buchuan nodded. I too have contemplated this. However, I have investigated the nearby towns for suitable children. Either their talents are too low or their families disapprove, making it quite difficult. What about looking further afield? That would be unwise. The Songzhan sect is eyeing us closely. It is not prudent to attract attention before we have sufficient capable hands, lest we invite a thunderous backlash. But do not fret. With the Haoran Jingqi technique, it is merely a matter of waiting a little longer. Upon hearing this, Li Jin chuckled. So Master is concerned about the Songzhan sect. If that is the case, there is no need for caution now. Both Yu Buchuan and Ning Zhongzi regarded him with curiosity. Li Jin promptly recounted the events concerning Erlong Zai. What? You have slain more than half of the 13 protectors. Upon hearing such explosive news, Yu Buchuan and his wife exchanged incredulous glances, scarcely able to believe it. Indeed, I have counted their bodies. At least 7 of their identities are confirmed, along with a few second-generation disciples who appear quite capable. This should be the backbone of the Songzhan sect. Wait, let me process this. Yu Buchuan, filled with mixed emotions of joy and surprise, sat down under Ning Zhongzi's comforting presence. You truly have given me a tremendous surprise, Yu Buchuan exclaimed, slapping his thigh. With this, the Huashan sect can now confidently open its doors to recruit disciples. However, Ning Zhongzi's brow furrowed, her tone laced with concern, but with such formidable thunder bombs, should they fall into the hands of others, it could very well alter the landscape of the martial world. Do not worry. Master, the recipe for these thunder bombs is known only to me, and the materials are exceedingly rare. These explosives were brought from the game, infused with special magical alchemical dust. This world cannot produce such powerful explosives. He pondered for a moment and continued. However, as the sect expands in the future, we will need to recruit some craftsmen and establish a research institute, allowing those adept in this field to explore and prevent others from seizing the initiative. Having experienced the technological explosion era of the real world, he understood that once scientific advancement began, it would be unstoppable. The Huashan sect must not lag behind in this process. Yu Buchuan nodded. What Jenner says is quite reasonable. One must not harbor ill intentions, but one must also remain vigilant against others. As the conversation shifted to the topic of expanding the sect's recruitment endeavors, Li Jin casually remarked, I noticed someone kneeling at the mountain gate. What is their purpose? You must be referring to Lin Pingji. He wishes to join the Huashan sect, but I have been wary of the Songzhan sect, not wanting to provide them with an excuse. However, now that 7 of the 13 protectors are dead, I need not be concerned any longer. Yu Buchuan chuckled heartily. The heavy weight that had pressed upon his heart had been lifted, leaving him feeling enlightened and unburdened. The unique energy within him surged ever so slightly. Receiving Yu Buchuan's gratitude a second time, he gained 2,000 points. Oh, an unexpected gain. I received double the reward for the second gratitude. Li Jin rubbed his hands together, immediately envisioning more avenues to gather coupons. Master, mistress, why don't we simply go all out and make a grand move? Why not the Huashan sect open its gates wide and recruit a large number of disciples? At least several thousand? Upon hearing this, Yu Buchuan furrowed his brows and exclaimed, What nonsense are you spouting? Even setting aside the feasibility of recruiting so many disciples, where would we find enough instructors to impart martial arts to them? Ah, master, mistress, I understand your concerns that I am more anxious than you are. However, the matter of recruiting disciples cannot be rushed. Patience is essential. Jin smiled confidently and said, Have you ever considered reforming the way our sect imparts teachings? What do you mean? Currently, martial arts sects generally operate with one master instructing a handful of disciples, typically fewer than 10, that if there are too many, it becomes unmanageable, leading to neglect in training. This situation arises from the limited energy of the master, who attempts to tailor teachings to each disciple, resulting in a significant waste of time. Yu Buchuan interjected with a frown. Of course, as the saying goes, once a teacher, forever a father. Once a disciple is taken in, the master bears the responsibility for them. Can we simply leave them to their own devices? Master, please allow me to finish. While it is indeed important to tailor teachings, some masters' methods may not suit their disciples. No matter how hard they try, it can lead to inefficiency or even regression. Additionally, some disciples are simply incapable of grasping the material, and the master's efforts may go unrewarded. Yu Buchuan stroked his beard, recalling his own ineffectual disciples, and nodded in agreement. Therefore, I propose we adopt a large class teaching approach. A large class teaching approach. Indeed, this approach abandons the traditional model, allowing a group of disciples to be instructed by multiple masters. Initially, during the foundational stage, they would be considered outer disciples, supervised by capable second or even third-generation disciples. As they progress, the most promising among them can be selected to become inner disciples, mentored by the elders. In this process, since each master has their strengths, students can choose the path that best suits their innate abilities. The sect would also cover all expenses for the disciples. Yu Buchuan and his wife were left speechless, exchanging glances that reflected their astonishment. The two were astounded. Such a radical idea was almost revolutionary. The traditional model of one master meticulously selecting and nurturing a disciple had never included the possibility of disciples choosing their masters. Li Jin stated earnestly, Master, if everything our predecessors did was correct and immutable, then we would never have developed superior martial arts. There would be no Shin-Nong tasting herbs, no silk garments, and everyone would still be living in primitive conditions. Yu Buchuan frowned, hesitating as he considered Li Jin's argument. You make a valid point, but I feel that this large-class teaching method may undermine the master-disciple relationship. Ning Zhongzi added, Jenner, have you considered whether disciples nurtured in this manner would show insufficient respect for their masters? How would they be motivated to diligently practice martial arts? Both were astute individuals and immediately recognized this concern. In the traditional model, a disciple had only one master, and all their martial skills, as well as their sustenance, came from that master. After years of one-on-one teaching, a strong bond would naturally form. Consequently, masters maintained a certain level of authority over their disciples, reinforced by societal morals emphasizing respect for teachers. Li Jin internally commended their understanding of human nature. This phenomenon was particularly evident in modern society. Once students break free from constraints, no teacher can effectively manage them. Master, mistress, you are right. This is indeed a challenge. Therefore, we must establish regulations to address this. For instance, both inner and outer disciples will be organized into multiple classes based on their entry time and progress. Assessments will occur annually or quarterly, conducted by different masters to prevent personal biases from affecting outcomes. Disciples who pass can advance a level, while those who do not may be held back or even expelled. Once outer disciples reach a certain level, they can transition to inner disciples, and inner disciples may become direct disciples of the sect leader or elders. Only those with good character and solid qualifications may be entrusted with the teachings of the righteous chi formula. As their ranks rise, so too will the benefits and martial arts they are eligible to learn. This way, with such prospects, we can encourage everyone to dedicate themselves to their training. Future elders will emerge from the ranks of direct disciples, and having benefited from this pathway, they will instinctively protect it from any disruptions. Astounded, Yubuchuan felt as though a door to a new world had swung open before him. Li Jin system was essentially a reimagining of the imperial examination system. Though he had studied and even achieved the rank of scholar, he had never thought to apply the educational model from his studies to the sect. Each diligent scholar typically had multiple teachers throughout their life. Yet he dared not openly disrespect any of them. On one hand, societal moral norms imposed restrictions, and on the other, his masters controlled the pathways for advancement through examinations. Under such a system, not only is the social structure stable, but it also continuously produces a multitude of scholars to serve the broader societal framework. If the Huashan sect could adopt this system, wouldn't it lead to an explosive surge in talent? The more Yubuchuan contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, unable to resist pacing back and forth in the Zhengqi Hall. After a long while, he finally comprehended the essence of it and seized Li Jin's arm. "Jiner, you are truly my lucky star. Come, let us head to the study immediately to refine this plan." With that, he surged ahead, dragging Li Jin toward the study. Ning Zhongze shook her head with a smile. Feeling both helpless and yet excited about this new system, aware of its profound implications for the Huashan sect's management and teaching methods. 2 weeks later, a startling piece of news swept through the martial arts world. The banner of the Five Mountain Alliance was ceremoniously returned to Huashan. When the Huashan sect faced its tribulations, the Songzhan sect had merely assumed the role of acting leader, now that the banner had returned to its rightful place. The Songzhan sect was willing to continue honoring the Huashan sect as the true leader. The one delivering the banner was none other than Ding Mian, the totem holder. This time, the Songzhan sect exhibited humility and courtesy. Devoid of any arrogance, first, Yubuchuan was taken aback, but his expression quickly darkened. However, he refrained from lashing out. After all, on the surface, they appeared to be coming with good intentions. After exchanging pleasantries, Ding Mian was respectfully escorted out of the mountain gates. Once the other party was far enough away, Yubuchuan scoffed coldly before retreating into the house that he realized that Luo Lungchan, feeling incapable of maintaining the leader's position, sought to pass this burning potato onto him to avoid facing consequences later. Little did he know that the current strength of the Huashan sect far exceeded his expectations. In the study, Yubuchuan wore a broad smile, entirely unfazed. "Master, isn't this exactly what you desired?" Ning Zhongze remarked, equally delighted. After the sword energy dispute, the Huashan sect had suffered a decline in talent, compelled to hastily return the banner of the Five Mountain Alliance to avoid incurring the wrath of possessing it. This had always been a lingering regret for both of them, who had grown up during the sect's peak. Now, reclaiming the banner with such ease was a source of consolation for their ancestors. By the way, how is Jiner progressing with his task? This morning, I received word that the first batch of disciples from Hebei is already on their way to Huashan. Most of them are orphans we've taken in, so we didn't have to search household by household, which is why they arrived so quickly. How many? Ning Zhongze held up 5 fingers and smiled. A full 50, with the Li family tavern providing protection along the way. There is no need to worry about their safety. Yubuchuan clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Excellent! Haha! 50 from Hebei alone, and across the entire Xi'an, there will surely be nearly 1,000. Ning Zhongze added. And this is just the first batch. In the coming years, we can expect hundreds or even thousands to join Huashan that I fear no other sect in the martial arts world can compare. Yu Buchu in motion for silence and said, "What did Jiner say? Stay low-key. We must maintain a low profile. If anyone inquires, we shall claim it is for the sake of managing our business, regardless of whether they believe it or not. No one would suspect that such a large number are all disciples. However, claiming it's for business isn't entirely inaccurate. In the future, if the disciples excel in their skills, they can join the Leaf family taverns scattered throughout the country, assisting in management and sustaining this talent selection system. Those who revel in martial exploits may find Lin Jinnan's newly established escort agency to be an excellent destination for those who prefer to remain indoors and dedicate themselves to the study of martial arts. There exists a martial arts research institute within the premises, perfectly suited to harness their strengths and innovate new techniques, thereby providing future disciples with a wider array of options. Jiner's system is indeed ambitious. Should it be fully realized, the Huashan sect will be firmly established. I fear that even Shaolin and Wudong may not be able to compete with us at that point. Even if I were to relinquish my position as the leader, I would hold no regrets. Observing Yu Buchuan's contemplative demeanor, Ning Zhong's thoughts stirred, and she inquired, "Is it your intention for Jiner to succeed you as the leader?" Yu Buchuan shook his head and sighed. "I do have such aspirations, yet Jiner is unwilling. He claims that administrative duties would only hinder him from pursuing his interests. I cannot fathom this reasoning. Nevertheless, it is evident that he has little inclination for management. What if Cheng do not mention him? For these past few years, I have often felt the urge to dismiss that young man." Yu Buchuan exclaimed, his frustration evident. A doting mother often spoils her child. Chonger has been indulged. He is inherently carefree and lacks any sense of responsibility. Should he become the leader, I fear the Huashan sect may well meet its demise under his stewardship. Ning Zhongzi responded with a wry smile. "What then shall we do? Apart from them, who else is suitable to assume the leadership?" Yu Buchuan fell silent. His mind involuntarily recalled Li Jin's words. "Master, do not be anxious," with the Haoran Jingqi technique. You could live for another 100 years without issue, remaining vigorous and spirited, assuredly awaiting the arrival of a suitable successor. Moreover, have you considered having another child? Upon contemplating the notion of another child, his gaze towards Ning Zhongzi softened. "Sister, let us retire early this evening on the Haimu cliff." Ren Ying untied the last knot, donned her garments, and the springtime allure in her brow dissipated entirely. "How about you take on the role of the leader?" "How go?" Li Jin, caught off guard while sipping tea, nearly choked. The thought of a direct disciple of the Huashan sect becoming the leader of the demonic cult was exhilarating. Yet it was utterly out of the question. He waved his hands vehemently. "No, I have no interest in being the leader. If you are unwilling, then simply entrust it to Xiang's Washer." Ren Ying shot him an exasperated glance, her concern evident. "Alas, if my father's condition continues to deteriorate, I fear the disciples may harbor new ambitions." Ahem. Li Jin, feeling a twinge of guilt, cleared his throat and pondered for a moment before replying. "Give me a little time. I should be able to devise a solution to the issues surrounding the leadership." "Really?" Ren Ying exclaimed with delight. "Did you spend the past half-month seeking a remedy?" Feeling the gratitude in her gaze, Li Jin couldn't help but rub his nose and silently to restore leader Ren is indeed a simple task. It merely requires retrieving the orangutan pet and awakening Ren, washing from his slumber before casting a healing spell. However, during my intervention in the main manor prison, I did not conceal my true identity. Should this come to light, it would be difficult to explain. Most importantly, Ren Wuxing's ambitions are vast. If released, the entire martial world would be thrown into chaos. Currently, I possess no reliable means to erase or alter others' memories. With my connection to Ren Ying, I cannot act with lethal intent. Until I find an appropriate method, I must delay. What a predicament. On the Huashan Thinking Over Cliff, the landscape has transformed from a desolate mountain into a site adorned with numerous simple yet exquisitely designed wooden houses. A project undertaken by the Li family's own construction team. While expanding the Huashan sect's infrastructure, they simultaneously erected these structures. This served a dual purpose: to create an excuse for the martial arts hidden within the caves and to establish a tranquil retreat for themselves. At this moment, within a pavilion, The peculiar sound of rhythmic clattering echoed, causing irritation. Li Jean, how was my drumming just now? Chu Fian, holding a pair of wooden sticks before her chest, gazed at Li Jean with wide-eyed innocence. I feel I found a rhythm, haven't I? Li Jean could only facepalm that you've been driven to the thinking over cliff. Surely you must be aware of your own level. Beside him, Lu Jing also covered her face in silence. To understand why these two had come to the Huashan thinking over cliff, one must look back 2 years. Ever since the Huashan sect began discreetly recruiting disciples, the entire martial world unexpectedly fell into tranquility. The cause was the simultaneous low-profile development of the Five Mountain Sword Alliance and the Sun Moon Holy Cult. Although the Huashan sect had received the banner of the Five Mountain Alliance, it exhibited no semblance of a leader's authority and refrained from meddling in the affairs of the other 4 sections. This left Zhuang Longchan perplexed. With his mindset, it was hard to fathom that Yu Buchuan, possessing unparalleled martial prowess in the name of righteousness, would remain so inactive. Unable to decipher the Huashan sect strategy, he could only consolidate his power, refraining from stirring any ripples to avoid being caught in a trap. He even hesitated to deploy the small remnants of bandits and rogues he had salvaged from Tian Boiguang's ranks. The surrounding populace finally enjoyed a spell of peace that, in contrast, the Sun Moon Holy Cult experienced a different scene. The former leader, Ren Wuxing, remained secluded, while Xiang Wentian took charge of the sect's affairs, with Ren Yingying still embodying the role of the Holy Maiden. Until Ren Wuxing returned to normalcy, neither dared provoke the righteous factions, thus restraining the cult's followers. Consequently, for the past 3 years, conflicts within the martial world had significantly diminished. Li Jean welcomed this development. The fates of various martial artists were altered, earning him numerous points as rewards. Tian Boiguang continued to traverse the nation, busy compensating his victims, including even one of his own offspring. However, the child did not regard him as a father, but rather as a mere seed sower who abandoned his crop once sown. Nevertheless, Tian Boiguang remained unconcerned about the other's attitude, becoming even more diligent. Observing this, Yu Buchuan and others expressed their astonishment and increasingly praised Li Jin's methods, solidifying their resolve that disciples must undergo training in this manner. With the martial world tranquil and the sect development on track, Li Jin enjoyed a rare period of leisure. Apart from occasionally slipping away to mentor Ren Yingying, he began to contemplate some small inventions. During his encounter with Lu Zhengfeng and others in Jinan, he had mentioned percussion instruments, and now, during this interval, he successfully crafted a technology enthusiast who had spent 35 years in solitude. He had learned nearly all modern mainstream instruments, including some obscure ethnic ones. Coupled with the Li family's substantial financial resources, gathering materials to create a basic set was a trivial endeavor. Under the vast intelligence network of the Li family, letters swiftly reached Lu Zhengfeng and his companions, who were traveling throughout the country. They hurried to the Huashan sect without delay. After personally experiencing the percussion, Lu Zhengfeng and Chu Yang were highly impressed and shared the various local tunes they had collected during their travels. Noting their primitive method of recording music, Li Jin, inspired, introduced modern music theory. Lu Zhengfeng and his companion were astounded, immediately bestowing thousands of points as a reward. Months later, the two reluctantly departed from the Huashan sect. Why only 2? Because Chu Fian and Lu Jing remained of the Huashan sect. Initially, Chu Fian was young, and Chu Yang was reluctant to leave her alone at Lu's residence, so he brought her along. However, it soon became inappropriate for a young girl to accompany 2 older men. Thus, the elder Lu Jing accompanied them as a companion. Although the 2 men shared a mutual understanding, the presence of the 2 girls gradually disrupted the atmosphere. As time passed, Chu Fian's experiences grew, and she became capable of taking care of herself. Most importantly, Lu and Chu gradually realized that it was no longer suitable for their daughters to accompany them. It is well known that during this era, the best venues for musical development were what kind of places? They frequently frequented brothels and other entertainment venues, where the 2 girls could only watch and listen, almost leading them astray in their values. Consequently, they had been urging the 2 girls to return to Hongshan. However, the latter was enjoying herself and consistently refused, which led to the current situation. recognizing their daughter's affection for the myriad of novel things provided by Li Jin. And witnessing the flourishing development of the Huashan sect, the two men conferred and decided to let them stay. After all, Yu Buchuan is renowned as the gentleman's sword. How could his direct disciple behave recklessly? In the past, Chu Yang had witnessed with his own eyes how he subdued the lecherous bandit Tian Buwang. Furthermore, that scoundrel's abysmal calligraphy had already betrayed his identity. It was undoubtedly he who had provided that cautionary letter. Lu Chu and his companion had always harbored gratitude and profound trust for this selfless good Samaritan. Even if, for argument's sake, this fellow turned out to be more beast than man, they would not be averse to accepting him. With only a slight hesitation, Chu Fian acquiesced to this notion. The two irresponsible fathers promptly departed, eager to revel in their carefree world of two. Alas, the disciples of the Huashan sect were left to bear the brunt of it. Chu Fian exhibited a particular fascination with the drum set, and she imitated Li Jin's drumming with remarkable skill. The head shaking, the twirling of the drumsticks, the single and double foot pedals. Li Jin was left in a state of bewilderment. After one piece concluded, the surrounding disciples were left in a daze, feeling as though their ears had ceased to belong to them. It was as if they were listening to celestial music, rendering them momentarily deaf. They quickly dispersed, eager to escape. Soon enough, the three found themselves hastily driven to the cliff of reflection by the agitated disciples. It could be said that their journey began with looks and culminated in talent. Lu Jing, however, was less enamored with the drum set and instead clutched a guitar with great fondness. Mastering it with just a bit of practice, Jin glanced left and right. Could this indeed be the ancient version of a rock-sister duo? Yet the sound produced by this sister's drumming was truly unbearable. Step aside. Upon seeing the other's adorably pleading expression, he scowled and snatched the drumsticks away, using his rear to nudge her aside. Taking his place at the performance spot. Watch closely. Learn well. Chu Fian, unperturbed, smiled and moved a stool beside him, her eyes fixed intently upon him. Jin could hardly bear to see anyone ruin perfectly good music, especially with an instrument crafted by his own hands, purely handmade. Quite precious, if you comprehend. To strike it with such incompetence was nothing short of desecrating the instrument. He was determined to cultivate her into a competent drummer. Along the way, he might even earn a few points. Let us start with the rhythm. Listen closely. 1 big beat, 2 big beats, 3 big beats. Point 1 taught patiently, the other learned diligently, and before they realized it, time slipped away. Lu Jing, who was engrossed in practicing the guitar, inadvertently turned her head and was astonished to discover that the two were nearly pressed against one another, hands clasped around the same drumstick. After an indeterminate time, a disciple hurriedly approached from the foot of the mountain. Shu. The second lady's full moon gift is ready, and the sect leader has instructed you to review it. Li Jin, as if awakening from a dream, noticed that Chu Fian was nearly nestled in his embrace, his hands still holding hers, and he discreetly released her grip, creating a slight distance. Ahem, I understand. I'll head over now. He swiftly took the lead and fled the cliff of reflection. Sister, you're not a child anymore. You must be mindful of the distinction between genders, lest you tarnish your reputation. Lu Jing couldn't help but interject. Chu Fian, looking bewildered, asked, What's wrong? Li Dage is a man. Even if you like him, you cannot lean against him like that. Oh, is that really important? Chu Fian twirled the drumstick nonchalantly, replying, I've seen many sisters from the music bureau leaning against others like this. Father and uncle are quite fond of it. Lu Jing, your logic is impeccable. I find myself at a loss for words. At this moment, the Huashan sect was enveloped in festivity, for the sect leader, Lao Yu's second daughter. Yuling Zhu was celebrating her full moon. Even at nearly 60, Lao Yu is still vigorous, and alongside Ning Zhongze, they had welcomed another daughter into the world. Externally, the couple appeared to be defying the passage of time, looking younger with each passing year, resembling individuals in their 30s. This astonished all the disciples. Simultaneously, it instilled even greater confidence in the internal prowess of the Huashan sect. Of course, who doesn't wish to maintain eternal youth? The majority of the resources for the full moon celebration were provided by the Leaf family's tavern, with the remainder sent by the Lin family's Huashan escort agency. Li took the lead in inspecting the preparations, confirming their accuracy before reporting to Lao Yu. Master, I have checked. There are no issues with the full moon gift preparations. You've worked hard. If it weren't for Cheng's unbearably lazy disposition, I wouldn't have troubled you so. Lao Yu now bore a constant smile, except when facing Ling Hu Cheng, who had been exceedingly disappointing. Yet, Yu Lingshan inexplicably favored him. How infuriating! Perhaps it was for this reason that he wished to cut him down. Traditionally, the full moon gifts for the sect leader's children were organized by the eldest disciple. Yet now it was the 9th disciple, Li Jin, handling it. Much to the displeasure of others, we are merely 3 generations of disciples assisting. I am here just to observe. You, always so humble. Yu Buchuan chuckled, shaking his head. The other disciples were eager to flaunt their merits before him, yet he remained steadfastly modest. Jin merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate. By the way, since you're here, take a look at this letter. Saying this, Lao Yu handed over a sheet of letter paper. Upon receiving it, Li Jin discovered it was actually on Taishan Sect's letterhead. The letter stated that the Taishan Sect's chief disciple had been sent to present a congratulatory gift to the Huashan sect, but encountered malfeasance from the Sun and Moon Sect's adherents along the way, resulting in a fierce altercation and significant injuries on both sides. Consequently, the Taishan sect would be delayed and thus penned this letter in advance to express their apologies. Jin, you see, the minions of the demonic sect have only been stable for 3 years. Yet they have already begun to stir trouble again. Has something gone awry with Ren Wuxing? Ren Wuxing was still secretly detained on the mountain, with designated personnel overseeing him. However, aside from the master and disciple, no one was privy to the identity of this comatose, white-haired elder. He was merely thought to be an obscure elder within the sect. As for the events at Blackwood Cliff, Li Jin had not deliberately concealed them from Lao Yu. After all, such significant matters were directly related to the sect as operational direction and would impact crucial decisions, so it was better to inform him in advance. However, he refrained from mentioning the orangutan's remote manipulation abilities or the complex relationship with Ren Yingyi. Lao Yu was both astonished and exhilarated. Did the Huashan sect have the opportunity to unify the righteous and demonic paths? Once he had calmed down and pondered the matter carefully, he instructed Li Jin to maintain the current status quo. The Huashan sect was a righteous sect. If they were to openly collude with the demonic sect, it would inevitably lead to rumors and attacks from the righteous factions within the martial arts world. Moreover, the current Huashan sect did not require superficial displays of power. They merely needed to develop steadily, and they would eventually become invincible. Thus, Lao Yu felt no urgency. Instead, he began to focus on another matter. This brat, Li Jin, was definitely entangled with Ren Yingyi. As someone who had been through it himself, Lao Yu noticed that he would occasionally venture out, returning with the demeanor of a monk deep in meditation, leading him to suspect something. However, he chose not to comment further. Li Jin was methodical in his actions, and his considerations were even more thorough than his own. There was no need for concern. It was merely a pity for the group of infatuated disciples within the sect who incessantly clamored for him. Upon hearing Yu Buchuan's question, Li Jin pondered. Ren Wuxing has been absent from the scene, and the mid to high-ranking members of the demonic sect cannot easily approach Blackwood Cliff. Therefore, the main sect control over its followers is gradually weakened. That is indeed the case. Additionally, as you know, the adherents of the demonic sect are largely unruly individuals of the martial world. While it may not be difficult to keep them in check temporarily, ensuring their compliance over an extended period would be exceedingly challenging. You are correct. The clashes between righteousness and evil have indeed become increasingly frequent. Do you have any good strategies or a decisive method to eliminate them? Yu Buchuan's expression turned cold and stern. Mimicking a downward slicing motion, Li Jin repeatedly shook his head, insisting that would be unwise. Unwise. As long as the Sun and Moon sect exists, they will continually extract resources. However, killing the goose that lays the golden eggs will yield only a one-time profit. This is a calculation I can easily make. What? Are you reluctant to part with Ren Yingyi? Lao Yu teased with a smirk. Flustered, Li Jin stammered, Master, you're just trying to provoke me. My objection is not born of personal grievances. Before discussing the specifics, allow me to ask, Prior to the emergence of the demonic sect, were there not ruthless and bloodthirsty individuals in the martial world? Yu Buchuan appeared to realize something. Responding thoughtfully, such individuals have existed since ancient times. They cannot be eradicated. Exactly. The demonic sect is not the root cause of the conflict between righteousness and evil. The martial world has always been a chaotic mix of good and bad. The demonic sect merely raised a flag, gathering these individuals together. Even in the absence of it, the realm will still be rife with bloodshed and fierce competition. Paradoxically, without it, malevolent individuals would merely scatter and conceal themselves, making them more elusive to deal with. However, once they are dispersed, they become more vulnerable to encirclement. Yu Buchuan seized upon this flaw and retorted. Gathered together, their capacity for destruction only amplifies. Jean couldn't help but break into a cold sweat at this notion. This was not an easy matter to deceive. Master, are all the members of the demonic sect truly wicked? What brings you to such a conclusion? To my knowledge, aside from the deeply sinful miscreants, there are also those who have been persecuted, coerced into joining, or merely obsessed with martial arts. Not every individual deserves death. Evil and heretical beings must be exterminated by all. Equally, those who collude with them are unforgivable. Li Jin nearly gasped, his mind racing. After a moment of silence, he suddenly had a brilliant idea. Master, what I truly find regrettable, continue. Yu Buchuan maintained an air of calm, his expression one of curiosity as he awaited Li Jin's explanation. Consider the characteristics of these members of the demonic sect. They are restless, bloodthirsty, driven by fame and profit, and insatiably greedy. Li Jin enumerated fervently. What are these traits most suitable for? Military endeavors. You propose that they join the army? Indeed, aside from their strict adherence to discipline, they would make exceedingly competent soldiers. Yu Buchuan narrowed his eyes, pondering, are you suggesting an overthrow of the Dashuan dynasty? No, no, no. Li Jin vehemently shook his head. Our nation has enjoyed peace for long. The people are prosperous, and there are no calamities or disasters. How could we recklessly resort to arms? What I mean is, let them expand our territories. Upon hearing this, Yu Buchuan raised an eyebrow, uncertain. And how do you plan to persuade them? Through Ren-Ying? Li Jin smiled mysteriously. Allow me to keep you in suspense for now. After the full moon celebration, I shall set forth to devise a plan. By then, not just the demonic sect, but perhaps the entire realm will be eager to rush into battle. The following day, the Huashan sect was abuzz with joy. Countless martial arts luminaries, led by the third-generation disciples, entered the banquet hall. Due to the overwhelming number of guests, the venue was set in the training grounds, typically accommodating nearly 10,000 practitioners. Today, however, it was filled with tables and chairs, as numerous martial artists came to offer their congratulations. The attire of the Huashan disciples stood out strikingly amidst the throng. An elderly man, his hair a stark white, could not resist pulling aside one of the guiding disciples to inquire, "What significance does your attire hold?" "You mean our uniforms?" replied the disciple, patting his clothes proudly. "This is the attire of a second-level inner disciple." "Uniform? Inner disciple? Second level?" The surrounding guests voiced their confusion. The elder, perplexed, pressed for clarification. "What does that mean? Would you kindly enlighten us?" The inner disciple nodded. "It's hardly a secret. Uniforms refer to the standardized attire of our sect, established by our ninth mastered, Li Jin, having played many martial arts games and watched numerous films in his previous life. Designed several styles of sect uniforms, each distinct yet indicative of different ranks. Outer disciples wore fitted blue outfits with white trimmings, and during formal occasions, they don a light blue cloak, embodying youthful vigor. Inner disciples sported blue with black edges, a more somber hue to differentiate them from their outer counterparts. Direct disciples wore white adorned with silver lines, complemented by gray belts and linings, exuding an ethereal grace. Due to the age differences, the color of the belts varied for outer and inner disciples, while direct disciples, akin to doctoral students, wore a standardized uniform regardless of their stage of training. Elders faced no such restrictions. They wore whatever they pleased. However, upon seeing Yu Buchuan and his wife adorned in understated yet luxurious light gold attire befitting the sect leader, envy sparked in the eyes of many, leading them to seek Li Jin's assistance in designing their own. Particularly, Feng Qingyang, the notorious old rogue, had let Jean sketch out over a dozen designs before finally settling on one that Yubuchuan, though he outwardly admonished such frivolity, privately praised it to Ning Zhongze, seizing every opportunity to don the attire and show it off. During morning exercises at the training grounds, the sight was indeed spectacular. Thousands donned matching outfits, organized into several formations, their synchronized Huashan sword techniques a visual delight. I am but an unworthy disciple, having entered the sect for 3 years. I have ascended from a first-level outer disciple to a second-level inner disciple, declared one disciple, puffing out his chest with pride. The onlookers were left incredulous. Outer disciple. Inner disciple. Jumping ranks. What was the Huashan sect up to? It had long been rumored that the Huashan sect was recruiting, but it seemed they were gathering disciples instead of mere servants. I just counted. There must be over 500 disciples just in this training ground. Such a number. A burly man clapped the inner disciple on the shoulder, grinning broadly. Young brother, do you know how many disciples the Huashan sect has now? I'm not sure the exact number, but at least 5,000, I would say. Hiss, gasps of astonishment echoed around. Wang Ren, what are you standing there for? Hurry down the mountain to help welcome guests, a figure clad in the attire of a direct disciple called out from a distance. Wang Ren hastily replied, clasping his fists. Esteemed elders, I must go greet the guests. Please excuse me. As he moved away, the crowd regained their composure. They exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment and trepidation. The elder could not help but exclaim, the Huashan sect is truly defying the heavens. When Yu Buchuan and his wife, clad in the light gold attire of the sect leader, appeared holding Yu Lingzhu, the guests had nearly all come to realize the formidable nature of the Huashan sect. I'm deeply grateful to all the heroes of the realm for gracing my daughter's a full moon celebration with your presence, that I would like to take this opportunity to announce that in 3 months, my eldest daughter will wed our esteemed disciple, Ling Hu Chong, with invitations to be sent to each of your homes shortly. While this was indeed good news, the attention of the guests was not on this announcement, but rather on the thousands of uniformly attired Huashan disciples surrounding them. As the banquet concluded, the envoys from various sects departed with heavy hearts. Ding Mian strode ahead, his expression dark and silent. Behind him, several disciples dared not provoke his ire, falling slightly behind to converse quietly. Xiao Shixiang, how come the Huashan sect attire is so appealing? Why don't we learn from them? Xiao Bing shot him a sidelong glance, replying, the outer and inner disciples' attire is acceptable, but the direct disciples' garments are made of expensive fabric and are not stain-resistant. Do you wish to change clothes every day? That's a valid point, he conceded, but the Huashan sect truly is extravagant. They not only possess a far larger estate than ours, but can also afford to support so many disciples. Xiao Bing narrowed her eyes. The last time I was here, the Huashan sect had only a few dozen disciples, and their estate was dilapidated and much smaller. Both our Songzhan sect and other sword sects are far superior. Hearing this, the surrounding disciples began to murmur among themselves. Does that imply they have achieved this in just 3 years? With so many disciples, the daily cost of feeding them must be significant. Do you think they've stumbled upon some treasure? Otherwise, where would they acquire such wealth? Not necessarily. The Huashan sect was once a leader of the righteous path, so they should have some reserves. What a pity we didn't seize the opportunity back then. Otherwise, we would be the ones reaping the benefits now. Indeed. Ding Mian suddenly halted, turning back with an angry glare. What are you all babbling about? The crowd promptly fell silent, unwilling to provoke him further. Ding Mian surveyed them, declaring, our Songzhan sect, as martial arts are profound and extensive. How could the mere Huashan sect compare? A greater number of disciples does not equate to strength. If one merely seeks to recruit more disciples without considering their talent, it will only serve as a source of ridicule in the realm. Upon observing his disciples lost in contemplation, he discreetly exhaled in relief and waved his hand, saying, continue on your journey. The disciples promptly followed suit in an orderly manner. After a considerable time, a younger disciple beside Xiao Bing quietly inquired, Senior brother, I seem to have made an error while practicing the mental technique you imparted last time. I feel some discomfort in my lower body. Could it be that I practiced incorrectly? Xiao Bing's gaze flickered slightly as he calmly replied, it is merely a matter of insufficient diligence in your practice. With more effort, You shall improve it, ah. Then I shall endeavor to practice further. The disciple responded. I in Chang'an, at the North Sea pool of the Taiji Palace. Emperor Zhang Shouqing was seated in a pavilion beside the pool, scattering millet into the water and watching the goldfish dart about to snatch the food. Cough, cough. Wanda, do you not think that I am akin to these fish in the pool? Although I am free from worries of food and clothing, I remain powerless to determine my own fate. Wanda quickly bowed and replied, Your Majesty, as the sovereign of the realm, all subjects are your people, obedient to your commands. Haha. Zhang Shouqing chuckled self-deprecatingly. What difference is there between an emperor devoid of power and authority and a mere pet? Wanda was instantly rendered speechless, unsure how to respond, despite being the closest eunuch to Zhang Shouqing. Having accompanied him since childhood, he still felt the weight of the emperor's dignity was beyond his capacity to comment on. He instinctively glanced around, anxious that their conversation might be overheard, when he discerned no one else within sight. He relaxed slightly. Enough of this. Zhang Shouqing coughed lightly, his complexion taking on a sickly hue. Least I can still enjoy this life of luxury. My dear uncle, the Grand General, and the cabinet ministers bicker incessantly, giving little regard to me. Yet they do not deny me my basic needs. What more can I lament? Wangda, noticing the emperor's discomfort, hastily draped a robe over him, saying, Your Majesty, the wind is strong here. It would be prudent to return indoors. Zhang Shouqing scattered the remaining fish food into the pool, clapped his hands, and said, Very well. Before he could finish his sentence, a deep, resonant voice suddenly interrupted. And do you wish to change all of this? Both men were taken aback, their senses heightened as they turned toward the source of the voice. They beheld a corner of the pavilion, where a slender column stood alone, devoid of any trees or shrubs to conceal a presence. Who goes there? Wangda exclaimed, a cold sweat breaking out on his back as he spoke sharply. Regret for not having brought guards flooded his mind. My apologies, I forgot I was cloaked, came the voice, followed by a distortion of light, revealing a figure clad in white, resembling a celestial being. It was Li Jin. Commoner Li Jin pays his respects to your Majesty. Jin smiled and bowed to the two. Is this a divine being? The manner of his entrance left both men dumbfounded, speechless. After a moment, Zhang Shouqing regained his composure, his eyes gleaming with curiosity, and returned the bow. Might I inquire where such a transcendent individual hails from? Li Jin, perceiving the glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, discerned that the emperor had grasped some of his intent. He replied, I am a practitioner from Mount Hua, and I have come to assist the emperor in addressing his current predicaments. Zhang Shouqing's expression brightened slightly, but he quickly masked his emotions. Without further ado, he asked, What methods do you possess to assist me? With a confident smile, Li Jin declared, Watch closely. He stepped towards the edge of the pool and gestured towards the water. Boom! A burst of white mist erupted from the once tranquil surface. Frost nova. In the astonished gazes of Zhang Shouqing and Wangda, a layer of ice swiftly formed over a 10-meter radius, thickening in mere moments, trapping several goldfish within, frozen mid-swim. But that was not the end. Jin drew a slender wooden staff from his waist, its surface smooth and approximately 2 fingers in diameter. As he grasped it, a blinding, searing light ignited at one end, emanating boundless heat. Flame Nova Totem. Summons a Flame Nova Totem that will inflict fire damage to enemies within a 10-yard radius after a brief duration. Instinctively, Li Jin spun the totem in his fingers before casting it into the water. The narrower end pierced through the ice effortlessly, sinking over 10 centimeters deep with a snap of his fingers. A wave of intense flame erupted from the top of the totem, shooting skyward. Crack, an ominous sound of shattering filled the air. Starting from where the totem had penetrated, countless fissures spread across the icy surface, rapidly engulfing it. Within the cracks, a fiery orange glow radiated, reminiscent of molten lava from a volcano about to erupt. Boom! Moments later, under the relentless heat, the thick layer of ice exploded, shattering into countless fragments. A wave of scorching air swept forth, billowing Li Jin's robes as they fluttered dramatically, as if a celestial force had descended. Zhang Shouqing and Wangda stood there, dumbfounded. Crossing his arms calmly, Li Jin inquired, Your Majesty, does this method meet your approval? If such a display of ice and fire could not sway them, what other means would suffice? Watching the stupefied emperor and his minister, Li Jin could not help but ponder. Could they be rendered speechless? Suddenly, with a thud, Zhang Shouqing knelt before him. Divine being, save me. In the Penglai Palace, Li Jin toyed with a jade cup while Zhang Shouqing recounted the state of the court. Concluding, he stated, "So, the military power at the borders lies with the Grand General. The authority to appoint officials rests with the cabinet ministers, while the city guards are under the control of the national uncle. You, as emperor, possess no real power outside of the palace guards, correct?" Zhang Shouqing replied awkwardly, "Indeed, I humbly request your guidance. Divine One." Li Jin could not help but smirk. How stifling it must be to be an emperor, reduced to a mere ornament amidst the power struggle of three factions. These matters can be resolved, but you must first consider how to assume the roles left by these individuals that this. Zhang Shouqing's eyes lit up with excitement. Are you suggesting a complete purge? Precisely. This should not pose a difficulty for me. However, one cannot govern a nation relying solely on oneself. While these three factions vie for dominance, they have maintained a semblance of balance, keeping the realm relatively peaceful. Should I take action, a significant number of officials will vanish, and you must be prepared to avert chaos. Zhang Shouqing struggled to suppress his exhilaration. Nodding earnestly, "Rest assured, Divine One. I am prepared. These individuals treat me with utter disregard, acting without caution, and have long been noted by my informants." Excellent. Li Jin clapped his hands together. "Provide me with a list of those to be eliminated and their residences. Prepare for the takeover. 3 nights hence shall be their demise." Cough, cough. Zhang Shouqing was so stirred that he began to cough. Li Jin, noticing, frowned slightly. "Before that, tend to your health. Do not perish shortly after taking power." With that, he raised his hand and cast a dual spell of disease removal and divine light. A golden glow enveloped him. Zhang Shouqing felt the irritating sensation in his throat vanish, and vitality surged through his body as if he had never been unwell. "Thank you for your blessings, Divine One," he exclaimed, immediately kneeling and bowing his head to the ground. 3 days later, the citizens of Chang'an awoke to find the entire capital transformed. In the span of a single night, the national uncle, cabinet ministers, grand general, and countless officials, both great and small, had met their silent demise in their sleep. All were executed with a single stroke. What was even more astonishing was that before dawn, the palace guards had escorted several eunuchs and scholars, seamlessly taking over the positions of the deceased officials. After a day of slight turmoil, all governmental departments resumed normal operations. The populace marveled at the swift turn of events, their astonishment tinged with a sense of voyeuristic intrigue. Meanwhile, the surviving officials trembled in fear, utterly bewildered by the sudden upheaval. After 20 years of reign without attending a single morning court, His Majesty the Emperor astonishingly issued a decree for a court meeting the following day, mandating the presence of all officials of the 7th rank and above. The moment the notice was received, everyone comprehended the gravity of the situation. It was evident that the emperor was taking action. This was the culmination of 2 decades of pent-up strategy. In a single night, all opposing forces would be eradicated. The sheer terror of it all was palpable. Everyone secretly rejoiced, grateful that they had not rashly chosen sides. Although this caution had not led to immense wealth and status, at least they had managed to survive. The next morning, in the hall of containing the Yuan, the decree read, "By the mandate of heaven, I hereby appoint Master Yu Buchuan of the Huashan sect as the national teacher, and the doctrines of the Huashan sect shall be recognized as the state religion. Thus it is decreed." Following an elaborate and ornate proclamation, Li Jin, seated at the emperor's left, finally heard something pertinent to himself that a stir rippled through the officials present, their eyes brimming with confusion as they exchanged glances. Unable to fathom the reason behind this honor, could it be related to the young man beside the throne? After a night of bloodshed, all present were still shaken, too fearful to voice any dissent regarding the emperor's will. Even if their minds were filled with questions, they dared not express them. Zhang Shouqing surveyed the assembly and remarked, "Since our founding ancestor ascended the throne, it has been 120 years. Yet in the past century, the court has not expanded its territory, which is indeed a great regret. I am aware that the forces behind you are mostly affluent, yet you remain confined to this land. Quarreling amongst yourselves for power in the court. Beads of cold sweat began to form on the foreheads of the officials below. However, I can empathize with you. After all, one's life is largely about fame and fortune. To secure a legacy for future generations. Therefore, why not venture overseas and strive for success? Wangda read. Upon hearing this, Wangda produced a decree and began to read aloud. From this day forth, coastal areas shall be opened, and all subjects of the Great Xian may establish nations overseas and form armies for maintaining order, with a total number not exceeding 10,000 from the day a nation is established. It shall acknowledge the Great Xian as its suzerain, enjoying 80 years of autonomy, after which the court shall assume control of all sovereignty that time. The original sovereign shall abdicate and be appointed as the local governor. Before Wangda could finish reading, the officials below turned pale, exchanging incredulous glances, hardly able to believe their ears. They were to open the seas. They could establish nations. Had the emperor gone mad? If the imperial army were to participate in the conquest of overseas territories, the court would rightfully claim a portion of the tax revenues. Thus, it is decreed. As the words settled, silence enveloped the hall. The officials were left to silently digest the startling news. Yet Wangda produced another decree and read, from this day forth, land within the Great Xian shall not be privately bought or sold. It may only be sold to the court and purchased from a court. Land taxes will be levied, and any vacant land shall be forcibly reclaimed. Officials responsible for land transactions shall be appointed separately and must exchange with other provinces every 2 years. If one reports the previous official for corruption, and it is confirmed, 30% of the confiscated wealth shall be shared with the informant. If the decree regarding overseas nation-building had filled the officials with boundless imagination, this land reform decree was akin to a bolt from the blue. The officials were rendered speechless, dazed by the implications, yet too intimidated to voice their thoughts. Observing the scene, Zhang Shouqing said no more and declared, "If there are no further matters to discuss, you may disperse." Once in the rear hall, Zhang Shouqing could no longer contain himself. Asking, "Immortal, I have issued the decree as per your instructions. When may I come to your celestial abode to learn the ways?" Seeing his eagerness, Li Jin smiled and replied, "There is no rush. First, gather your underage children to accompany us to Huashan." Understood. At Huashan, as soon as the eunuch delivering the decree departed, Yu Buchuan could hardly contain his joy, exclaiming, "Junior sister, come, let us inform our master of this splendid news. Brother, why the haste?" Ning Zhongzi, cradling Yulingzhu, cast him a sidelong glance. "Have you considered whose doing this is?" "Ha ha." Yu Buchuan laughed heartily. "Who else but Jiner? As long as you know, we must prepare to welcome the emperor, for that eunuch did say he would only depart for a short while." Indeed, in my excitement, I almost forgot the pertinent matters. Yu Buchuan hastily summoned the elders to discuss the upcoming ceremonial arrangements. The disciples of the sword sect were equally aflame with excitement. This was a monumental event for the Huashan sect. Prior to this, only the Shaolin and Wudong sects had received imperial decrees, having long been the leaders of the orthodox sects, while others could only look on in envy. Decades ago, the Huashan sect had once aspired to be the foremost among the 5 mountain sword sects, nearly achieving parity, only to ultimately fall short, their century-old legacy obliterated. Originally, they had prepared for arduous struggles, hoping that their descendants would once again elevate the Huashan sect. Little did they expect to witness such a scene in their lifetime, and it exceeded their wildest dreams. Feng Qingyang smiled, stroking his beard with a semblance of calm, yet he had donned the most flamboyant purple attire, drawing the attention of his fellow disciples. When the emperor's carriage arrived at the foot of the mountain, all members of the Huashan sect were clad in ceremonial garb, standing guard at the path leading up the mountain. "That we humbly welcome your majesty. Please, no need for such formality. Quick, rise." Zhang Shouqing, not daring to maintain any pretense, hurriedly assisted Yu Buchuan to his feet. "You are too courteous, national teacher. I wish to ascend the mountain step by step to express my admiration before meeting you. Yet here we are at the foot of the mountain already." Yu Buchuan raised an eyebrow. The emperor seemed excessively courteous. Could it be that he was intimidated by Jiner's prowess? While exchanging polite words with the emperor, he discreetly glanced at Li Jin, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement of his suspicion. Yu Buchuan's smile grew even brighter. Your Majesty, please follow me. Old Yu straightened his back slightly, adopting an air of 3 parts aloofness, 3 parts detachment, 3 parts mystery, and 1 part arrogance as he led the way up the mountain. As they walked, he inwardly muttered, "This impetuous lad, why did he not give me a heads up? Had I known, I would have simply awaited him in the Grand Hall. Now I have unwittingly lowered my standing." Zhang Shouqing's expression faltered. It truly does resemble the demeanor of a celestial being. He immediately became even more respectful, trailing closely behind old Yu. The following day, countless invitations were dispatched to the various sects of the martial world. The Huashan sect was to hold a grand assembly on the first day of the upcoming month to announce a significant matter. Simultaneously, news of the Huashan sect's imperial conferment spread throughout the Jianghu. Bang! Zhuolongchan slammed his tea table to pieces in rage, exclaiming, utterly infuriating, "This should have been ours at Songshan." While he could not comprehend why this had transpired, he felt as though he had lost a treasure that rightfully belonged to him. If only the 13 protectors were still around, if only the Songshan sect remained a leading force, and those reserve countermeasures were still intact, I would surely have obtained this decree. He paced the hall, seething, shattering every piece of furniture in sight until not a single item remained intact. Xiao Bing, who had delivered the news, trembled in fear, retreating into a corner, silent as a mouse, terrified of drawing any ire. Hearing the commotion, Ding Mian entered and could not help but offer consolation. "Senior brother, there is no need to rush. How can I not be anxious?" Zhuolongchan bellowed. "I have toiled tirelessly for years, expending every effort to elevate the Songshan sect to its current stature. Now, a once-fallen Huashan sect reaps the rewards." Xiao Bing could not help but scoff internally. "You have never seen them. That is no fallen Huashan sect. They are thriving now." Ding Mian replied solemnly. "Consider Shaolin and Wudong. Would they sit idly by while all of this unfolds?" A single phrase jolted Zhuolongchan from his reverie. His steps halted, and understanding dawned on his face. "Yes. Yes." He clapped his hands together, laughing. "I've been such a fool. Fang Zheng and Chong Su are 2 cunning old foxes. They will not allow the Huashan sect to grow unchecked. They have not spared any effort to hinder me. Thanks to the Huashan sect, they will surely target Yu Buchuan now, and I can finally breathe easy." Ding Mian concurred precisely. The Songshan sect can shift from light to shadow, quietly strengthening itself, when they are locked in a deadly struggle. "We shall emerge to determine the fate of the realm." Xiao Bing silently observed the two as they reveled in their own excitement, feeling a sense of urgency. "Damn it, I almost wet myself from fright earlier." Uncertain whether the trousers have turned red, atop Shaoshi Mountain, within the hallowed halls of Shaolin Temple, Master Fangzheng gazed contemplatively at the notice in his hand. After a prolonged silence, he instructed the young monk tasked with delivering messages. "Prepare our belongings. We shall embark on a journey to Wudong Mountain on the morrow." Atop Wudong Mountain, Taoist Chongshu retrieved a letter, handing it to his disciple, commanding, "Hasten to deliver this to the abbot of Shaolin. Urge him to come at once to discuss matters concerning the Huashan sect." Li Jin suddenly found himself beset with busyness, for he had acquired several new disciples, all of royal lineage, most merely 7 or 8 years of age. Why had he not permitted Yu Buchuan to take them as students? Because His Majesty the Emperor himself was his disciple. It would be inappropriate to have the Emperor's children as brothers in arms with their peers. Thus, nearly every second-generation disciple was assigned a few royal offspring, totaling several dozen. In response, Li Jin had inquired of Zhang Shouqing, "How do you manage to produce so many?" The latter replied sheepishly, "In the past, with little power and no tasks at hand, I could only engage in this and that. Thankfully, although these disciples have been formally accepted as inner disciples, they still must lay the groundwork alongside outer disciples, which saves quite a bit of effort. Moreover, the Huashan sect has numerous additional assignments, sufficient to keep these youngsters occupied. One young prince could no longer contain his grievances. Why must we continue our studies even while training in martial arts?" Before him lay a bundle of pristine tomes, a complete set of Confucian classics, Jin's lips twitched. This was precisely the idea conceived by Yu Buchuan. He firmly believed that the cultivation of righteous spirit required all disciples to be well-versed in the 4 books and 5 classics to establish a foundational understanding for their martial pursuits. The genesis of this notion owed much to the erratic study habits of the academically challenged Ling Hu Chong, who, despite being a universally acknowledged prodigy, struggled significantly due to his lack of scholarly diligence, thereby underscoring the necessity of education. Thus, amidst the arduous studies of the disciples, Li Jin finally found an opportunity to venture to Haimu Cliff. You propose that the Church of the Divine should expand overseas? Ren Yingying languidly inquired, reclining in Li Jin's embrace, but he nodded in affirmation. The emperor has issued an edict to open the seas, essentially granting martial artists an opportunity to rise above their circumstances. Although it may be overly burdensome for them to engage in scholarly pursuits for the imperial examinations, conquering lands overseas should pose no great challenge. Ren Yingying expressed her skepticism. Surely, there must be ulterior motives? Li Jin pinched her nose playfully, replying, "This is also to prevent infighting among them, which would waste their energies that IT can improve public order while conserving military expenditures and expanding territories. What's not to like? You certainly possess insight," Ren Yingying remarked, detecting a hint of something amiss. "Is this what you discussed with the emperor?" Ahem. Li Jin quickly realized his choice of words had been inappropriate, that I surmise it to be so. After all, the followers of the Divine Church frequently clash with so-called righteous individuals, resulting in casualties that surely vex the authorities. By the way, I have discovered a method to heal the esteemed leader of the Divine Church. Ren Yingying's face lit up with joy as she eagerly queried, "How?" "I must take the esteemed leader to a specific location. Within a month, she shall return to her original form. After all, transitioning from an ape to a human will require some time to avoid arousing suspicion." Ren Yingying, brimming with excitement, wriggled in his embrace and planted a kiss upon his lips, exclaiming, "How good! How wonderful it is to have you!" Feeling a twinge of guilt, Li Jin's gaze involuntarily drifted elsewhere. As long as the person remained alive, it hardly constituted a grievous misdeed, did it? Elevating the Huashan sex, standing in the martial world, extricating it from the confines of the 5 Mountain Sword sect, entwining its destiny with that of the dynasty, yielding profound implications. He accrued 20,000 points. He received the gratitude of Yu Buchuan for the 3rd time, garnering 4,000 points from Feng Buping, 1,000 points from Cheng Buyo, 1,000 points from Ding Buqi, 1,000 points from Feng Qingyang, and 1,000 points from Ling Hu Chong. As Li Jin perused the recent tally of points accrued, he noted that the total had reached an impressive 100,000. Under his recent strategic maneuvers, the Huashan sect had ascended to the pinnacle of the martial world, even binding itself to the court, gaining an exalted status that inspired profound gratitude among all disciples towards their 9th Shirshu, contributing a considerable number of points. Regrettably, only characters mentioned in the original text could provide points. Otherwise, with the current nearly 10,000 disciples of Huashan, the ascension would have been meteoric after days of dedicated effort. His paladin had finally reached level 80 upon completing a quest in the Grizzly Hills. Why linger in the Grizzly Hills? The perils of Northrend were simply too daunting, the quests exceedingly challenging, rendering nearly all elite tasks insurmountable for solo completion. The experience from level 70 to 80 had predominantly been earned through slaying monsters. He had reached maximum level without even catching a glimpse of Iceground Citadel. The throngs of gargoyles, ice dragons, and the abundant undead soldiers were far beyond his capacity to eradicate. Upon attaining maximum level, he was rewarded with a series of accolades, in addition to the potions invariably dispatched by the Dalaran leader. Lorthamar, there were several unique items. Among the most significant was a medal known as the Holy Light Cross. Holy Light Cross. Infused with sacred energy, it could bestow a baptism of holy light upon the target, leading the recipient into a mystical realm to undergo the heart's trial of the 8 virtues. Upon passing the trial, the recipient shall receive a seed of holy light, qualifying them to learn paladin skills. The Holy Light Cross can reclaim the target's seed of holy light and cannot be used on player characters. Characters who pass the trial will become level 1 and appear in the character selection screen. Available for play upon activation. In simpler terms, this item facilitates the promotion of others to paladins. It is far superior to the glimmering vessel. At least it does not require one to murmur incantations over a deceased rodent. Initially, Li Jin had been puzzled as to why the game lacked a character creation feature, pondering whether players could only control a single character of each profession. To his surprise, he discovered that upon reaching maximum level, one would directly obtain the Holy Light Cross. Gazing at the over 100,000 points in his account, Li Jin found himself lost in contemplation. Activating a new character required the expenditure of 100,000 points. Should he give it a try? Yet, the skills of other professions were equally enticing. The decision was daunting. However, it might be worth a test run. He flashed a radiant smile at the Dalaran guard before him. The guard's composure faltered momentarily. In his bewildered gaze, Li Jin cast Holy Light Baptism upon him. A flash of golden light appeared, but no further reactions ensued. The guard stared blankly, unsure of the intentions of the man before him, whose grin was anything but reassuring. The target's affinity with you is too low. You cannot cast the spell. Alas, it turned out that the elusive affinity was indeed meant for this purpose. Li Jin finally comprehended. He should have correlated these inconsistencies with the original game much earlier. Yet soon he found himself dejected. Currently, he lacked many NPCs with whom he had cultivated high affinity. The avenues for acquiring affinity had proven scarce, primarily reliant on completing rather challenging tasks. However, this confounded game was fraught with difficulty. Often, he could only tackle the simpler tasks, bypassing the more arduous ones. The silver lining was that having now reached maximum level, he possessed the strength to revisit and clear lower-level tasks. Nonetheless, it would undoubtedly be a long and arduous endeavor. Presently, the most pressing concern was how to enhance his equipment. After all, the original game was one where reaching maximum level merely marked the beginning. Equipment was paramount. The avenues for upgrading equipment were limited to 3: quests, dungeons, and reputation rewards. Both quests and dungeons were somewhat impractical, given their daunting nature. During his leveling journey, Li Jin had attempted numerous times to tackle dungeons of similar or slightly lower levels, only to meet a grim fate. The quests offering quality equipment were largely group endeavors. Currently, the lightness of his footwork allowed him to handle some one-on-one elite tasks. However, should his adversary command a horde of underlings or possess skills that restricted movement, he found himself at a loss. Thus, he was left with but one option: reputation rewards. The game featured numerous reputation rewards, though most required extensive daily quests. Furthermore, daily quests only refreshed every real-time day. It was a protracted endeavor. Jin couldn't help but stroke his abdomen. It seemed he would need to continue grinding. A month later, the Huashan sect was once again bustling with guests. Leaders from various sects arrived one after another, all astonished by the current scale of Huashan structures and the number of disciples. After the full moon ceremony for Yu Lingzhu, the disciples dispatched by them returned with effusive praise. However, having never witnessed it firsthand, they assumed it was merely the result of the disciples' limited experiences, a case of being overly astonished. Little did they anticipate that the Huashan sect had indeed undergone a transformation. This evoked a sense of awkwardness akin to Lu Lao Lao stepping into the Grandview Garden. Fortunately, the emperor could not linger a Huashan forever and had already returned to the capital. Otherwise, these sect leaders would have been compelled to speak while kneeling. Congratulations, Master Yu. The Huashan sect has made a stunning emergence after remaining silent for so long. Daoist Unmin looked upon Yu Buchuan with envy, clasping his hands in congratulations. The smile on Yu Buchuan's face was impossible to conceal. He returned the gesture to the various sect leaders before him, humbly stating, "You flatter me. You flatter me." After the exchange of pleasantries, he raised his hand to indicate the elder beside him, introducing, "This is Elder Feng Qingyang. I wonder if you still remember him." This marked Elder Feng's first public appearance since his return to the original sword sect. The leaders, who had harbored doubts, promptly bowed in greeting. "We have met Elder Feng." Their hearts were greatly shaken. Wasn't Feng Qingyang a member of the sword sect? Had the sword Qi sect reconciled? Zhuo Lengchan, who had long been aware of the sword sect's return, observed silently, his expression impassive. Yet he was taken aback to find that Feng Qingyang was still alive. Moreover, he had returned, back when he was merely a novice disciple of Songzhan. Feng Qingyang had already been a renowned master of the sword, mercilessly crushing countless young talents, leaving them with no hope of surpassing him. When the sword-chi conflict erupted, Feng Qingyang had vanished without a trace. Many assumed he had perished, only to find otherwise. However, the attire of this elder seemed remarkably flamboyant, overshadowing even the presence of Yu Buchuan beside him. That moment, Ling Hucheng returned from the foot of the mountain, leading a group of people. "Congratulations, Master Yu! Congratulations, Master Yu! I, the humble monk, extend my best wishes to you." The voice arrived before the figures did, belonging to the tardy Master Feng Zheng and Taoist Cheng Su, as they approached. They caught sight of Feng Qingyang and the others, their expressions instantly frozen. Both were contemporaries of Feng Qingyang and could hardly forget his visage. At that moment, both men inwardly cursed. How is this wretch still alive? Is there no justice in the world? Was the sword-chi conflict merely a performance for us? We were so elated back then. Regardless of their inner turmoil, the crowd maintained a cordial fa-ade, engaging in small talk. Feng Qingyang appeared aloof, speaking little and exuding an air of superiority that made others hesitant to approach. He pulled Ling Hucheng aside into a corner and quietly asked, "Chenger, has that bald monk or that ox-nosed fellow said anything to you?" Ling Hucheng, somewhat puzzled, replied, "Reporting to Uncle Master, they haven't said much. They just asked if the next leader of the Huashan sect has been decided." Feng Qingyang let out a cold snort. "Humph. Those two harbor ill intentions. What did you say?" "I told them that junior brother Joe's skills surpass all, and everyone respects him and is eager to follow his lead. So he is likely to become the next leader," Ling Hucheng recounted. Feng Qingyang's lips curled into a smirk. "Hee, you rascal. This is good. I fear their little scheme will be thwarted." Ling Hucheng, "You go about your business. Just remain true to yourself," Feng Qingyang said cryptically before sauntering away. Ling Hucheng shook his head in confusion and turned back down the mountain to continue receiving guests. The grand meeting commenced as scheduled. Clad in a pale golden robe befitting the leader, Yu Buchuan ascended the high platform at the center of the martial arts arena, clasping his hands and greeting to those around him, and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "I am deeply honored by your presence today." After a moment of polite rhetoric, he shifted his tone and continued, "The Huashan sect has weathered tremendous trials, teetering on the brink of extinction. Fortunately, heaven has shown us grace, allowing our lineage to flourish. Now, we have even received an imperial decree, with the Huashan teachings being recognized as the national religion, and I am honored to serve as the national master." The leaders in the audience felt a pang of bitterness. Was this truly the language of a human? Zhuolangchan glared at the figure on the platform, his jealousy causing his eyes to redden. "This was all meant to be mine. Today I, Yu Buchuan, announce a significant decision. The Huashan sect shall henceforth withdraw from the Five Mountain Sword Alliance and will no longer hold the position of leader." An uproar erupted among the gathered leaders. They exchanged bewildered glances. Zhuolangchan sneered, "Is the Huashan sect looking down upon us?" Taoist and men countered, "Brother Yu is a man of integrity. How could he harbor such thoughts?" Both Master Dinian and remained silent. Masters Feng Zheng and Cheng Shu found themselves momentarily at a loss, waiting for further clarification. Yu Buchuan elaborated, "The court has issued a decree to open the seas. And as an example, the Imperial Army will take the lead. The marauders from the land of Wuyun have long plagued our eastern coast. Thus the first target of attack shall be Wuyun. At that time, the Huashan sect will dispatch core disciples to join the military expedition in this war of national extermination. Consequently, the Huashan sect will be unable to attend to the affairs of the Five Mountain Sword Alliance. Thus we shall no longer serve as its leader." Zhuolangchan clenched his jaw. He had discerned the underlying message. "Your ambitions are too small. The Huashan sect intends to conquer the world. We have no time for your petty games." Henceforth, they were officially withdrawing from the alliance. The expressions of the other sect leaders were a mix of gloom, envy, and concern, although they often viewed the court with disdain. Becoming the national master and participating in the expansionist endeavors would indeed alter their perspective. Master Feng Zheng quietly intoned a Buddhist mantra, Amitabha. The Shaolin had long had monk soldiers involved in the affairs of dynastic change. always receiving attention from the ruling class. Yet this time, they had received no official communication from the court, not even a notification. This indicated that the Huashan sect was deemed more significant than Shaolin in the eyes of the court. What kind of enchantment had Yu Buchuan cast upon the emperor to receive such favor? Observing the carefree Ling Huchong and the expressionless Li Jin nearby, he recalled the mention of Yu Su and Kai Zifeng by his master and began to scheme. Following Yu Buchuan's speech, the younger generation of disciples took to the martial arts arena. They witnessed nearly 1,000 uniformly dressed disciples practicing their foundational sword techniques in perfect unison. The sect leaders were rendered speechless with envy. The sheer number of disciples from both the inner and outer sects alone surpassed the total number of practitioners in most sects. Only Shaolin and Wudong boasted such depth of resources. The logistics to support such a multitude was a daunting challenge. Shaolin possessed vast tracts of land, sustaining countless tenant farmers, while Wudong had received imperial accolades and boasted fertile lands. Other sects lacked such resources to sustain such numbers. And this was merely a fraction of the outer disciples. The total membership of the Huashan sect had now approached 10,000. What a prosperous disciple indeed. The gazes of the sect leaders gradually shifted towards the impassive Li Jin. After a period of remarkable performance, the collaborative relationship between the Huashan sect and the Li family tavern had become an undeniable fact, spreading throughout the entire martial world. Almost all high-ranking members of various sects were aware that the logistics of the Huashan sect relied heavily on the Li family tavern. Such wealth and such commendable disciples, why hadn't they come to report to us earlier? Why didn't we have such a benefactor? Perhaps we should inquire if this affluent disciple has any siblings to share the wealth with us. Cousin Linghu, may I have a word? In the dim moonlight, Master Fangjing's compassionate, resonant voice suddenly echoed behind Ling Huchong. Startled, Ling Huchong instinctively reached for his sword, only to realize he was unarmed and not be alarmed. I am Master Fangjing. Ling Huchong regained his composure and reproachfully asked, Master, why are you still awake at this late hour? Is there something amiss with the guest rooms? After a long day of arranging guests, he had been looking forward to unwinding, but this old monk had stopped him, leaving him somewhat displeased. I apologize for the intrusion, but there are matters I have pondered extensively that I feel compelled to express. What is it? Ling Huchong inquired, perplexed, unsure of the monk's intentions. Daoist Chongshu, is also awaiting us in my quarters. Let us converse together. Ling Huchong felt an urge to decline. All he desired at that moment was sleep, not a conversation, especially with two old men, no less. A monk and a Daoist. If only it were the junior sister, he might have found some interest. However, these two individuals are indeed esteemed masters of the martial world, and as guests, they deserve a modicum of respect. Thus I had no choice but to acquiesce. Linghu Xianzi, you're the foremost disciple of Master Yu, and it is only natural that the Huashan sect is entrusted to your stewardship. As for Li Jin, he has merely practiced martial arts for 3 years. What qualifications does he possess to assume the mantle of the Huashan sect's leader? Ling Huchong listened, utterly bewildered. I ask this the reason you summoned me. This is nothing short of a disturbance to my peaceful slumber. To have someone aid me in inheriting the Huashan sect is a blessing I would be grateful for, who would willingly seek the burdens of leadership. A little wine, practicing swordsmanship with my junior sister, and indulging in romantic pursuits under the moonlight. Does that not hold its own allure? What sense is there in seeking out such tribulations? Moreover, do you truly understand the capabilities of junior brother Jiu? I fear no one in the entire Huashan sect could rival him. Ling Huchong shrugged and remarked, I appreciate your good intentions, but junior brother Jiu is the rightful choice, and I, too, wholeheartedly agree. Fang Zheng continued. Is there something troubling you, dear nephew? Ling Huchong felt increasingly perplexed. What exactly were these two attempting to achieve? Did they truly wish for me to express my desire for a carefree existence? Rubbing his eyes, he replied, You elders are overthinking this. I simply wish to devote myself to martial practice and have no interest in the affairs of the sect. Fang Zheng and Chong Su exchanged glances, suspecting that this youth would only act when the situation became dire. Fang Zheng then said, I observe that your swordsmanship is quite remarkable, yet your internal energy seems lacking. Have you not been taught the Zixia divine skill, of our esteemed sect. Ling Hucheng inwardly scoffed. Incorrect. It is not that I have not been taught, but rather that I have chosen not to practice it. The vast incantations of the Howren Righteous Chi technique alone are enough to keep me occupied. Where would I find the time to cultivate the Zixia divine skill? Moreover, my master took the better part of his life to achieve minor success with it. I cannot afford to compete. However, as this is a sect secret, he feigned politeness and said, "My internal cultivation is indeed shallow, and I apologize for causing concern." Fang Zheng revealed a slight smile, producing an ancient, yellowed tome from his robes. This is a nameless heart technique I acquired in my youth. It possesses immense power, yet I have never found a suitable successor. Seeing your current predicament, perhaps it is time to give it a try. Chongsu similarly produced a tome and handed it over, saying, "This is a sword manual I obtained in my early years. It contains only sword techniques, devoid of any heart techniques. I offer it to you for your consideration." Ling Hucheng accepted the tomes, utterly bewildered, exchanged vague pleasantries, and returned to his chamber in a daze. After a prolonged moment, he suddenly leaped 3 feet high, jumping from his bed and hastening to Yu Buchuan's residence. These are the secret manuals they gifted me, perfectly suited to enrich the martial arts collection of the Huashan sect. Ling Hucheng presented the tomes to the group, beaming with pride, as they mistakenly believed I was oblivious to their intentions. They dare seek to sow discord among our brotherhood. Li Jin took the tome, flipping through a page before promptly closing it. Noticing Feng Qingyang and others reaching for it, he hastily interjected, "There is no need to look further. It is the PG sword technique, or rather, the Kohuan manual." The group was immediately filled with uncertainty. Yu Buchuan queried, "How do you know this?" Li Jin chuckled awkwardly. Tian Boowang practiced the PG sword technique. My master is likely aware of this. Last time I visited, I happened upon the Kohuan manual, and upon comparison, it became evident that they are indeed the same manual. Feng Qingyang jested. That encounter must have been quite extraordinary. To acquire a martial arts manual such as the Kohuan manual, why not teach this old man a thing or two? Li Jin was instantly flustered. The group erupted in laughter. Once Li Jin recounted the origins of these two manuals, in conjunction with the historical tribulations of the Huashan sect. Only then did they grasp the underlying reasons. Feng Buping and the others were filled with righteous indignation. Humph! That old bald donkey and the cow-nosed man are truly incorrigible. They harmed the Huashan sect once, and now they seek to employ the same tactics again. We must annihilate Shaolin Temple. Otherwise, my resentment shall never be quelled. Yu Buchuan, however, remained silent, turning to Li Jin and inquiring, "What strategy do you propose?" A fierce look crossed Li Jin's face as he retorted, "Master, what do you believe is the most intolerable situation for a martial arts sect?" Yu Buchuan pondered for a moment and replied, "The severance of inheritance? No. It is witnessing the inheritance of martial arts within reach, yet being unable to cultivate it," Li Jin stated. And with that, he ceased his discourse that I shall journey to the capital and eliminate these two threats once and for all. Having said this, he strode out, summoned his dragon steed, and flew towards Chang'an under the cover of night. Half a month later, the martial world, still reeling from the ripples caused by the Huashan sect's news, was rocked by a shocking revelation. Shaolin and Wudong had been sealed by the royal authorities. All lands were confiscated, all martial arts tomes seized, Buddhist texts sealed, leaving only Taoist scriptures. All martial monks and practicing Taoists were compelled to return to secular life. They faced a choice: either join the military forces assaulting the outland, or have their martial arts abolished and be sent to the mines, forbidden from transmitting their skills. Many captured martial monks, unwilling to see their lifetime of hard work wasted, chose to enlist. Ordinary monks were given a deadline to return to secular life. Failing to do so meant they would be compelled to spread Buddhism overseas, with no permission to propagate the Dharma within the realm of the court. Ordinary Taoists could remain secular, but were required to travel to the capital to compile the Taoist canon, while Wudong Mountain was to be restaffed by the royal family. Fang Zheng and Chong Su were caught completely unprepared, besieged by vast military forces with little recourse. Several high-ranking members hid within secret passages. Yet due to the extensive military encirclement, they could not escape. After a thorough search, the secret passage was discovered, and all higher-ups were trapped within. In summary, Shaolin no longer existed. Wudong was likewise rendered a mere shadow of its former self. In an instant, all temples and Taoist halls in the martial world were engulfed in fear, hastily rejecting visitors. Indeed, not long after, military forces from various regions began to raid temples and Taoist halls in a similar manner. Observing this approach, all realized the court's resolute ambition for territorial expansion. Inspired by the court's actions, all eyes turned towards overseas ventures. The private shipyards suddenly received a surge of orders for sea vessels, some of which were scheduled far into the future, leading to numerous disputes. Nonetheless, the collective spirit of national expansion had been awakened. The subsequent events would unfold naturally. Ren Jiaozhu, are you well? Li Jin waved a hand before his eyes. Ren Wuxing, just regaining consciousness, stared blankly for a moment before responding. How long have I been asleep? Approximately 3 years. Has it truly been so long? Ren Wuxing felt around his body, discovering that aside from his lost martial prowess, he was in remarkably good condition, even healthier than after resolving the issues with his Xing great method. At a loss to comprehend the other's intentions, he inquired, "Who are you? What do you want from me?" It was only then that Yu Buchuan, standing behind him, spoke up. Ren Jiaozhu, long time no see. Ren Wuxing instantly perked up, his hawk-like gaze locking onto him. Yu Buchuan? So, it was your scheme. Do not rush. Yu Buchuan replied calmly. Ren Jiaozhu has been in my care for 3 years. Huashan has tended to you for 3 years. If I intended to harm you, I would not have waited until now to act. Ren Wuxing's mind raced. You seek to use me. It is not so much about using. It is merely a matter of cooperation. Yu Buchuan gestured towards Li Jin, saying, you may inquire about the specifics from my disciple. Ren Wuxing eyed Li Jin with suspicion. You lad? Li Jin awkwardly introduced himself. Ahem, allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Jin, also known as Li Hao, and I am Yingying's husband. Ren Wuxing. After a thorough explanation, Ren Wuxing finally grasped his current predicament. You want me to take over the Sun Moon Holy Cult, conquer a territory overseas, and declare myself king. The incredulity was evident on Ren Wuxing's face. What exactly are you plotting? Plotting? It is merely for the sake of a little coin. Li Jin endeavored to adopt a noble demeanor, stating, since time immemorial, those in the martial world have been prone to impassioned fervor, quick to resort to enmity at the slightest provocation. Such a nature is unchangeable. Thus, I thought, why not channel this energy into territorial expansion? It serves to release excess vigor, greatly reduces internal strife, and secures a legacy for oneself and future generations. 3 benefits in one. Is it not delightful? Ren Wuxing scoffed. Do you think yourself a celestial sovereign that all would heed your counsel? If the Xian dynasty does not lift the maritime ban, how will you persuade the emperor and his ministers? I humbly admit that the emperor is now my junior brother, and the Huashan Dao has become the national religion, with my master serving as the current national master as for the court civil and military officials. I have eliminated 70% of them, and those who have replaced them are all obedient. Ren Wuxing's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Jin explained further, and only then did he comprehend the situation outside. No wonder. Suddenly, he realized why he had only been awakened now. Feeling somewhat disheartened as he said, now that I'm devoid of martial prowess, how can I possibly lead the divine sect? You may be wasting your efforts. Li Jin replied, that may not necessarily be the case. As long as I am here, there is no need for the sect leader to take action. Dongfang Bubi has mastered the Sunflower Manual, and even in my hands, he wouldn't last long. However, I do not wish to assume this leadership role, nor do I have the time that I chose you only because Yingying misses you dearly. Furthermore, a significant portion of the congregation is in agreement. Ren Wuxing thought of his daughter, and a glimmer of warmth appeared in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he said, very well. If it is as you wish, then let it be so. But you little rascal, must not let Yingying down. Otherwise, even in death, I shall not spare you. Upon seeing his consent, Li Jin breathed a sigh of relief, and then, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and said, Ahem, before we proceed, I must trouble you to corroborate my account and recall some experiences from when I was a gorilla. Renwashing. The storyline of the smiling, proud wanderer world has concluded. With a participation rate exceeding 50, granting a one-time world probe X1. This world can no longer trigger point rewards through storyline events. Gratitude rewards from storyline characters can still be obtained, with no limit. The sudden chime of a notification echoed in Li Jin's mind, causing his expression to shift as he observed the emotional reunion between Run Wuxing and his daughter. The entire plot has concluded? No more point rewards through the storyline in the future? Wait, am I at a loss here? There's still some storylines left untriggered. How can it be considered finished? For instance, the plot involving Yilin's parents and the Taogu 6 immortals. Those are all valuable points. Li Jin felt like crying without tears. Gratitude rewards from storyline characters can still be obtained. Does this not imply that as long as the characters are alive, one can continuously earn points, while if they are killed, only a one-time plot reward is received? My previous reckless actions inadvertently spared many storyline characters. If the original plot had progressed after the incident at Huashan's Mistake Cliff, few from the Five Mountain Sword sect would still be alive. What points would I earn then? Without points, what joy is there in playing this game? Li Jin could not help but feel a sense of dread. Good deeds are rewarded. Good deeds are rewarded indeed. He muttered to himself while taking out the only tangible reward, a one-time world probe, the one-time world probe. Hearthstone Auxiliary Plugin. Upon use, it will create a space of 1,000 cubic meters, into which any item or energy can be injected. After confirming, the search program will be activated. The program will seek worlds containing the injected item or similar entities in the surrounding space-time and will add the corresponding portal to the Hearthstone selection. Goodness, this is a portal, a customizable portal at that. Li Jin couldn't help but ponder. This world is increasingly resembling a creation by a great power based on the original work. A portal is granted only after the storyline has concluded. Is it to prevent travelers from abandoning their journey midway, forcing them to watch until the end? What if it leads to a distasteful plot world like the gourmet record of Old 8? That would be. Li Jin's face turned pale, and he quickly dispelled the unpleasant thoughts from his mind. It seems this world probe must be used with caution. I must ensure it does not match with chaotic worlds. As for the Hearthstone mentioned in the description, he couldn't help but touch the Hearthstone mark on his forehead. Could it refer to this? Just then, a small room suddenly opened in his mind. It was a familiar portal, identical to the one in the Mountain Mountain. At that moment, the small room contained only this solitary portal, and through its distorted light, he could vaguely discern the architectural style of the current Huashan sect. Could this be the portal to the smiling, proud wanderer world? Why hadn't he seen it before? Must one obtain the world probe to access it? His curiosity piqued. He took out the probe and chose to use it. Suddenly, a space appeared before his eyes. Yet it was isolated from the real world, not interfering with it. Li Jin reached out his hands and explored this space. He felt nothing, as if it were merely an illusion. The item description stated that any item or energy could be injected, and he thought for a moment, realizing he seemed to lack anything particularly special on him, though he had plenty in the game. If he could match a similar world, it might aid him in conquering dungeons. Resolving to do so, he retrieved a two-handed sword from his game inventory, placed it into the probe space, and selected Confirm. This item is invalid. Please re-inject. Li Jin switched several game items, but all prompted invalid items. Could it be that game items cannot be used? Reluctantly, he took back the items and pondered deeply. Was it not any item? Why were game items not recognized? His attire, made of silk, lacked distinctiveness that if he simply placed it in, who knows what world it would match with weight, any item or energy. Should I try holy power? With this thought, he immediately injected several streams of holy power into the probe space and confirmed once more. This item is invalid. Please re-inject. Inputting demonic energy. Confirm. This item is invalid. Please re-inject. Inputting rogue energy. Confirm. This item is invalid. Please re-inject. Inputting rage. Confirm. This item is invalid. Please re-inject. Ugh. Li Jin tried every energy from the 10 major classes in the game, only to find them all invalid. There was only one option left. He utilized Huashan's internal power, placing both palms against the edge of the space, gently releasing his strength.